Library of Heaven's Path Chapter 1079 to Chapter 1128. Kill 9 of them? You aren't joking, right? Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing were dumbfounded. Over the past 2 years, they had been pitting their wits against the Skyleaf King, and they had been forced to the brink of insanity. Yet, they were still unable to do anything to the other party. On the other hand, the number of master teachers on their side had been dwindling, and they were on the verge of extinction. For a nascent saint cultivator to encounter 9 others who shared the same name as him and kill them all. Are you for real? Not only so, the Skyleaf King once separated a sliver of his will and hid it among us, and he nearly crippled it as well, Wuxia continued. Thus, I think that as long as he is careful, he shouldn't be in too much danger. In fact, if he were to be placed in the same room as the Skyleaf King, the one to die would surely be the Skyleaf King as well. This, Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing were rendered speechless for a very long time before they finally glanced at one another. Just what kind of principal did the Master Teacher Academy choose? All along, they had thought that Xianxia was too young to become the principal of the Master Teacher Academy. However, after hearing so many stories, they realized that even Xianxia was far from being a match for him. While the crowd was still in shock, Xianxia had already left the perimeter of the formation and arrived at the vast hall of the Saint Ascension Hall. I'll surely be discovered if I head over like this. I should just use my soul instead. Xianxia swiftly found a remote corner, and with a thought, he dived into the myriad ant hive nest with his physical body. At the same time, he discreetly flew out with his soul. If he were to head over openly, it would be easy for him to be discovered, and it would be difficult for him to escape. However, if he were to use his soul instead, the danger would be significantly reduced. As a leaving aperture realm expert, Xianxia's spiritual perception was powerful enough to allow him to perceive his surroundings with ease. However, it was not as though he could release his spiritual perception at will. Even a tiger would have moments when it was dozing off. As long as Xianxia let his guard down, he should be able to sneak up to him and steal something. Discreetly, Xianxia flew in the direction that Vice Principals Ji Yan and the others had pointed out to him. Not too long later, a vast hall appeared before his eyes. The surroundings of the hall were filled with all kinds of formations, and even the weakest of them was grade 7. If an ordinary cultivator were to fall into a trance, they would surely lose their bearings. On the other hand, Xianxia was already a 7-star pinnacle formation master. As complicated as the formations were, they weren't a problem for him. After circling around the formation for a while, Xianxia arrived at the entrance of the main hall. Quietly, he peeked inside. The hall was spacious and exuded dense spiritual energy. There were countless treasures in it, making it seem like a huge treasury. Most of them were medicinal herbs, pills, and the like. There weren't many weapons and the like. In fact, there weren't even any. Most of them were books on how to break through to Saint Realm. It seemed like Xianxia had put in a lot of effort to help his juniors achieve a breakthrough to the celestial Saint Realm. He's actually not here. Activating his eye of insight, Xianxia scanned the area, but there was no trace of the Skyleaf King at all. Xianxia's eyes lit up. Could it be that this guy wasn't inside? Forget it, it's best if he's not here. Initially, he was still thinking about how he could sneak in if the other party was inside. But since the other party wasn't around, he could do whatever he wanted. Controlling the storage ring, Xianxia flew it into the storage ring before diving in with his primordial spirit. There were many treasures in the room. There were several 100 types of Saint-tier medicinal herbs in total, and they were all sealed by a unique formation. Even though they had been placed here for many years, under the nourishment of the surrounding spiritual energy, they didn't lose their medicinal potency. Instead, their quality became even more valuable. It is no wonder the Skyleaf King didn't keep the items in his storage ring. Most likely, these items are extremely difficult to breach. Seeing the appearance of the seal, Xianxia chuckled. Similar to the seal in the subterranean gallery, it was possible for master teachers to retrieve them, but for otherworldly demons, it would be difficult for them to do so. In other words, even though the Skyleaf King had been guarding the subterranean gallery every day, there were many things that he couldn't touch. Otherwise, even with the suppression of the sacred light, his cultivation would still have been significantly higher than it was at the moment. If I wish to retrieve medicinal herbs, I'll have to possess both a physical body and the identity of a master teacher. Summoning his soul, Xianxia's physical body, which was hidden in the myriad ant hive nest, immediately appeared in the room. After stretching his body a little, Xianxian turned his attention back to the books and medicinal herbs before him. Most of the books were about how to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm, and he had already collected enough of them. He also had the Saint Ascension decipher as well, so there was no need for him to continue browsing through them. Saint Hollow Grass, Heavenly Dragon Flower, Wood Fragrance Root. Even though the tier of these medicinal herbs isn't particularly high, they are extremely useful in helping one achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm. They can allow one to undergo an astounding metamorphosis in both one's physical body and soul. Xianxian took a look around before nodding. Most of the medicinal herbs here were useful in helping one achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm. Most likely, Concher had thought of all kinds of possibilities for achieving a breakthrough to Saint Realm in mind, which was why he had gathered so many medicinal herbs. There's indeed a grand intermittence grass here. Soon, a stalk of medicinal herb came into sight. It was the grand intermittence grass that he was looking for. The herb was able to replenish one's vitality, and if paired with some medicinal herbs, it could allow one's physical body to become even more resilient than before. Even though it was a little extravagant to use it to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm, it was still an invaluable treasure. I should take it first. Xianxian walked up to the seal and reached out to grab the medicinal herb. As soon as his hand came into contact with the seal, he immediately felt a powerful resistance stopping his hand, preventing him from reaching in at all. Since he was unable to touch the grand intermittence grass, he wouldn't be able to keep it in his storage ring. Humph, I don't believe that I won't be able to touch it. Seeing that the seal was only a hindrance to his hand, Xianxian harumphed coldly. His muscles tensed up, and his strength abruptly surged. Jai. The seal was like a crushed rubber ball. The more it was flattened, the greater the resistance it had. This is weird. Xianxian drove his Jinqi to its limits, but he was still unable to touch the grand intermittence grass. Frowning, he tried to pull his hand back, only to realize that the seal was sticking to his hand as though sticky liquid, making it impossible for him to break free. What a bizarre formation. Xianxian didn't know whether he should laugh or cry. Other formations were nothing but dangerous. Yet, this one was still stuck to his hand despite its elasticity. It seemed like he wouldn't be able to leave unless he took the medicinal herb away. Soul. Since he was unable to reach the medicinal herb with his Jinqi and physical body, Xianxian began driving the energy of his soul. As his soul grew stronger, the formation began to ripple and become even more flattened. Xianxian's Jinqi had already reached nascent Saint Pinnacle, his physical body had reached quintuple incandescence golden body 5 Dan, and his soul had also reached nascent Saint Pinnacle under the nourishment of the lightning elemental orb. Even a Saint 3 Dan expert would find it hard to withstand the might of the three. Jia, the formation before Xianxian slowly turned from a circular shape to a pancake. Go in, it was as if a steam furnace had appeared above Xianxian's head. His Jinqi was being driven too quickly, and white smoke was rising from his body. After a moment of stalemate, Xianxian bellowed as he pushed his palm forward. Finally, after 3 minutes of stalemate, the tip of his middle finger finally came into contact with the leaf of the grand intermittence grass. Xianxian stowed it into his storage ring. Voila! As soon as the medicinal herb entered his storage ring, a popping sound echoed from the resilient formation, and it disappeared from sight. It was as if the seal had lost its value without the medicinal herb, and it dissipated on its own. It seems like even though Concher has left behind the medicinal herb, he has also left behind a test for me. Without sufficient strength, it will be impossible for me to take out these medicinal herbs. If I'm not mistaken, only a nascent Saint Pinnacle cultivator can take out the medicinal herbs like I did. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it will be. This way, I can ensure that the medicinal herbs are used to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm, and at the same time, I can test whether the juniors who require the medicinal herbs are qualified to become celestial saints or not. Wiping the sweat off his forehead, Xianxian smiled bitterly. As expected of the world's teacher, his thoughts were indeed meticulous. Even if one's strength exceeded the Skyleaf King's, it would be impossible for him to obtain the medicinal herbs. Thus, the Skyleaf King was truly a tragedy. Despite waiting here for 2 years, he hadn't been able to obtain a single medicinal herb at all. It seemed like Vice Principals Ji Yan and the others weren't aware of the matter, and that was why they thought that the Skyleaf King's cultivation had something to do with the medicinal herbs. The other medicinal herbs are indeed good, but it's too much of a hassle to take them out. Now that I have the Grand Intermittence Grass, it's best for me to leave first. Otherwise, I won't be able to leave even if the Skyleaf King returns. Xianxia exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. While the medicinal herbs were indeed good, it was simply too dangerous here. It would be troublesome for him to take them away, and if the Skyleaf King were to surround him, it would be difficult for him to escape. Just as Xianxia was about to leave the room, his eyes suddenly caught sight of a bizarre object. It was a fluid of 7 different colors. It was revolving slowly within the seal, emanating a unique aura. This. Could this be the 7-colored earth jade essence? Xianxia's breathing hastened, and his body stiffened. He had cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher to nascent Saint Pinnacle, and the only treasure he was lacking in order to achieve a breakthrough was the 7-colored earth jade essence. However, the 7-colored earth jade essence grew in the depths of the earth vein, and it was extremely rare. Even Xianxia had only heard of its name, but he had never seen it before. The object before him was emanating 7 different colors of light, and it gave him a sense of intimacy. On top of that, it was something left behind by Xianxia himself. Without a doubt, it was the 7-colored earth jade essence. With this, how difficult will it be for me to become a celestial saint? Xianxia clenched his fists tightly as he dashed forward. Spreading open his fingers, he reached out to grab the seal. As long as he could assimilate the 7-colored earth jade essence, he would be able to achieve a breakthrough to nascent Saint Pinnacle. It had been a long time since he had reached nascent Saint Pinnacle in the subterranean gallery. Jai. Along with Xianxia's strength, the seal flattened once more. He drove his Xianqi, physical body, and soul energy to their limits. You sure run fast. Humph. Xianxia, don't let me see you again. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Just as Xianxia was in the midst of trying his best to assimilate the 7-colored earth jade essence into the seal, a cold harumph sounded from outside the hall. Following which, a towering figure walked in. It was the Skyleaf King. As soon as he stepped into the room, he immediately noticed that something was amiss. Following which, he saw a young man whose hand was stuck in the seal, unable to get out no matter how hard he tried. You. Furious, the Skyleaf King was just about to make a move when the other party raised his other hand and greeted him. Hi. In truth, Xianxia was on the verge of a mental breakdown. He had never thought that the Skyleaf King would appear at this moment. His arm was currently trapped in the seal, and he was unable to escape even if he wanted to. This was an indescribable awkwardness to him. Hi. Hearing the other party's greeting, the Skyleaf King was taken aback. Upon seeing him, not only did the other party not flee in fear, the other party even spoke in a bizarre language, leaving the Skyleaf King a little bewildered. However, in the blink of an eye, he came to a realization. You are trapped in the seal? Ha ha ha, the heavens are really on my side. That fellow had caused him so much trouble, causing him, the #1 king of the Qing Tian lineage, to be utterly humiliated. All along, he had been thinking of exacting vengeance on the other party. He had thought that the other party would hole up in his little nest and refuse to come out, but who could have known that the other party would come out on his own accord? There was a path to the heavens, but you chose to barge into the gates of hell. He had studied these seals for 2 whole years, and he knew that as long as one touched them, it would be impossible to pull one's arm out without obtaining the artifact. Judging from the other party's current state, it was clear that he was trying to retrieve the artifact, but he was trapped in the seal, unable to escape. Ha ha ha, since you are here, why don't you stay here? With glowing eyes, the Skyleaf King raised his hand, intending to grab the fellow before him. Wait a moment, before the Skyleaf King could gather his Xianqi, the young man's voice sounded. Why? Are you begging for mercy? It's too late for that. Knowing that the fellow before him was a cunning fellow, the Skyleaf King formed a massive palm with his Xianqi, ready to strike at any moment. As a Saint 5 Dan leaving Aperture Realm primary stage expert, the Skyleaf King wielded incredible strength. Putting aside Xianxia, even if President Han and Wuxia were to join forces, they would still be reduced to meat paste. Begging for mercy? You must be joking. Do you think that I will beg for mercy from a lowly fellow like you? Do you know who I am? Without the slightest hint of fear on his face, Xianxia looked at Xianxia with an imposing aura. Who are you? You are the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. You are the only master teacher acknowledged by the entire Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. As long as I devour you, I will surely be able to achieve a breakthrough and escape from this darned place. The Skyleaf King bellowed furiously. The otherworldly demonic tribe had the ability to devour master teachers to raise their cultivation. Back then, Vicious Finger had borrowed the strength of the Emperor of the Cloud Mist Mountain to kill master teachers, thus allowing him to regrow his flesh and blood. The higher the rank of a master teacher and the greater the aptitude of a master teacher, the greater the effect it would have on one's cultivation. The Skyleaf King had long wanted to kill Xianxia, so how could he possibly let Xianxia off? Impudent. With a darkened face, Xianxia drove the heaven's path Xianxia in his body and converted it into Xianxia of slaughter. In the blink of an eye, a majestic aura burst forth from his body. I am, crackle. Before Xianxia could finish his words, he suddenly felt a surge of electricity coming from the seal on his palm. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was electrocuted black. His body stiffened, and his hair stood on end. If not for the fact that his physical body had already reached the level of a sage artifact, he would have died from that attack. Xianxia nearly burst into tears on the spot. Was there a need to commit such a grave sin just to fool the Skyleaf King? To even be struck by lightning, while Xianxia was stifled, he also understood what was going on. He had guessed that the otherworldly demonic tribe wouldn't be able to take away the artifacts, and from the looks of it, his guess was indeed correct. When he converted his heaven's path Xianxia into Xianxia of slaughter, the formation thought that he had encountered an otherworldly demon and struck him with lightning. It was fortunate that he had realized that something was amiss and quickly converted his Xianxia back. Otherwise, no matter how powerful his physical body was, he would have surely lost his life there. To survive the Skyleaf King's attack, he ended up being struck to death by the formation instead. If that were to happen, he would have truly embarrassed himself. The Skyleaf King was just about to make a move when he saw the charred face of Xianxia, and he froze. Even though the killing intent that the other party had emanated was weak, it was far purer than his. On top of that, he had been struck by the formation's lightning. Could the person before him not be a master teacher but one of their own? Cough cough, you should know who I am now, right? Exhaling a mouthful of white smoke, Xianxia turned to look at the Skyleaf King. You are an otherworldly demon as well? The Skyleaf King frowned. A moment later, a glint flashed across his eyes. No, that can't be. You are a master teacher, and you have received the acknowledgement of so many master teachers. How could you possibly be an otherworldly demon? I get it now. You must have killed the Scarlet Leaf King and the others and used a unique method to retain the Xianxia of slaughter in their bodies to fool me. Dream on. Hong Long, as the Skyleaf King spoke, the Xianxia in the air began flowing erratically once more. The powerful might of the Skyleaf King seemed to be on the verge of crushing the Skyleaf King. As a leaving Aperture Realm expert, the Skyleaf King was clearly not as gullible as the other kings. While the Xianxia of slaughter was unique to the otherworldly demonic tribe, the Skyleaf King could have easily killed the other kings and used a unique method to gather the Xianxia of slaughter in his body to disguise himself as one of their own. Back then, there was a master teacher who had done the same, and they had suffered greatly. Killed the Scarlet Leaf King? That was just a ploy to fool them. Take a look at who this is. Xianxia raised his other hand, and a figure appeared before him. The figure was tall and muscular. Upon seeing the Skyleaf King, he immediately smiled and said, "It's me." It was the Scarlet Leaf King. You are still alive? Seeing that the Scarlet Leaf King, who had been killed in the formation, was actually still alive, the Skyleaf King was a little taken aback. What was going on? Back then, when his fragmented soul was severely injured, he hadn't ventured too far away. He had seen the Scarlet Leaf King being trapped in the formation and killed on the spot. How could the Scarlet Leaf King still be alive? No, the Xianxia of slaughter in your body doesn't belong to the Scarlet Leaf King, and your cultivation Doesn't seem right either. After a moment of bewilderment, the Skyleaf King suddenly realized that something was amiss. Even though the Scarlet Leaf King possessed the Xianxia of slaughter in his body, it felt ancient and distant, completely different from the cultivation technique that the Skyleaf King cultivated. More importantly, there seemed to be a gap in their cultivation as well. The Scarlet Leaf King was only at nascent Saint Pinnacle, a step away from reaching Saint Realm. The Scarlet Leaf King was a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert. In order to fool those master teachers, I ended up getting injured, so it goes without saying that my cultivation has been weakened. If you think that there is something wrong with me, I believe you should know him as well, right? The Scarlet Leaf King harumphed coldly. Following which, the Skyleaf King's vision blurred, and a figure appeared before him. It was the missing Violet Leaf King. Paying respects to the Skyleaf King. Upon seeing the Skyleaf King, the Violet Leaf King hurriedly clasped his fist. The Skyleaf King frowned. There was nothing wrong with the Violet Leaf King. Be it his Xianxia cultivation or soul aura, they were identical to the one he had seen before. To release the Scarlet Leaf King and the Violet Leaf King at the same time, could it be that Xianxia was really one of their tribesmen and not a master teacher? He had killed the kings on the surface, but in truth, he had saved them instead? Wait a moment. If you are really an otherworldly demon, why would you reveal my identity? The Skyleaf King frowned. He had hidden a sliver of his will within Jiang Yuan's body, and logically speaking, no one should have been able to notice it. Yet, this fellow had forcefully dragged him out, and on top of that, he had done so much damage to him. If the other party was truly an otherworldly demon, how could he possibly have done such a thing? One must know that he had hidden himself so deeply that even Feng Sun, who had been with him day and night, had failed to notice him. That is to gain the trust of the humans so that I can obtain the map. Xianxia shook his head with an earnest look on his face. However, at the moment, he was charred black by the lightning. Even though he had a serious expression on his face, there was still a bizarre air about him. Obtain the map? You managed to obtain the map? The Skyleaf King was taken aback. Indeed, it is in my hands, Xianxia replied with a nod. With a flick of his wrist, the map appeared in his palm, and it slowly floated in the air. It is indeed, sensing the unique aura emanating from the ancient goatskin scroll that resonated with the Qiuwu Palace, the Skyleaf King's eyes lit up. He had obtained the introduction to the ancient domain, so he knew the appearance and aura of the real map. There was no doubt that the one before him was the real deal. Can I take a look at it? The Skyleaf King stretched out his hand in agitation. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia stowed the scroll into his storage ring. Shaking his head, he asked, "Do you know who I am now?" Seeing that Xianxia had kept the map, the Skyleaf King was taken aback for a moment before frowning. Who in the world are you? Judging from the other party's actions and aura, there was indeed a good chance that the other party was an otherworldly demon, but why was he unable to recall anyone else in the Qingtian lineage who possessed such pure Xianxia of slaughter? I can't tell you who I am at the moment, but you should know that I am a subordinate of the Qingtian Emperor. Xianxia waved his hand casually. A subordinate of the Qingtian Emperor? The Skyleaf King asked as he assessed the fellow before him. The Xianxia the other party exuded was pure, and he emanated the faint aura of a master teacher. No matter how he looked at it, the other party was completely unrelated to the otherworldly demon tribe. Indeed. Alright, I will be taking this artifact away now. I will explain everything to you after I am done with it. Seeing that the Skyleaf King was starting to believe him, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With his other hand, he continued moving forward. You want to take the artifact away? The Skyleaf King was taken aback for a moment before a cold glint flashed across his eyes. Trying to deceive me? Who in the world are you? Deceive you? Why would the Skyleaf King say such a thing? Not expecting the Skyleaf King to still not believe him, Xianxia felt a headache coming on. If it had been any other kings, they would have surely been fooled by the Skyleaf King. Yet, the Skyleaf King refused to believe him at all. Even if I am unable to discern who you are, the formation left behind by Xianxia will be able to. If our otherworldly demonic tribe could deceive Xianxia, we wouldn't be in such a disadvantageous position right now. The Skyleaf King sneered coldly as he raised his palm once more. The Xianxia in his body surged furiously, ready to burst forth at any moment. The fact that the Skyleaf King had only been electrocuted once after coming into contact with the seal meant that he was definitely not an otherworldly demonic tribe cultivator. "You," Xianxia exclaimed anxiously. "How is it? I have seen through your disguise, haven't I? Since that's the case, why don't you stay here?" The Skyleaf King sneered coldly. Just as he was about to strike down, he suddenly felt an excruciating pain in his head, and pung, his head exploded. His body was sent flying, crashing into the wall not too far away as if a pile of mud. The Scarlet Leaf King clapped his hands, and his body began squirming. In an instant, he morphed into the same form as Xianxia. "I told you that you should have just killed him with a single punch. Why did you have to spout so much nonsense?" The Scarlet Leaf King was his clone. Previously, in order to confuse the Skyleaf King, Xianxia had communicated with his clone in the ant hive nest to disguise himself as the Scarlet Leaf King. His clone didn't possess the Heaven's Path Xianxia, so he was unable to disguise himself as the Xianxia of slaughter. On top of that, the cultivation technique he cultivated was a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art, so there was no way for him to disguise his cultivation. As long as he was willing to communicate with his clone, they would be able to understand each other easily. Based on what the other party had said, there was no need for him to waste time with the other party. He could have just killed the other party with a single punch. However, in Xianxia's view, there hadn't been a good opportunity for him to do so. On top of that, the gap in strength between him and the other party was simply too huge. Nevertheless, the other party was indeed reckless. In the end, he still chose to make a move. It was fortunate that the Skyleaf King didn't expect anyone to make a move on him, not to mention that the other party moved so quickly. As a result, he was struck in the head, and in the end, he was insta-killed. Upon seeing this sight, Xianxia was stunned. Even though the Skyleaf King's strength lay in his primordial spirit, and his physical body wasn't particularly powerful, he was still a leaving aperture realm expert. The Xianxia in his body harnessed incredible might, and without the strength of a Saint Fordan expert, even if one were to successfully launch a sneak attack on the Skyleaf King, it was unlikely that one would be able to harm him. For his clone to be able to crush the other party's head with a single punch, the strength of the other party's physical body, Xianxia, and soul combined had already surpassed the other party. If he were to exchange blows with the other party once more, he wouldn't even be able to withstand half a move before being pummeled to the ground. Was the other party really his clone? His cultivation speed was inferior to his clone's, and his fighting prowess was inferior as well. He dared not call himself a genius anymore. "How did you grow so much stronger?" Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Previously, the other party had been evenly matched with him. Even when they exchanged blows, they were still evenly matched. How did the other party become so powerful all of a sudden? His own improvement wasn't slow either, alright? "I absorbed the lightning elemental orb that you gave me, and it seems to be quite useful," Xianxia's clone replied proudly. However, just as he was about to explain, a violent explosion sounded behind him. "This is bad. The Skyleaf King is a leaving aperture realm expert. Even though his physical body is destroyed, his primordial spirit isn't damaged at all." Xianxia suddenly recalled something, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. Only then did he realize what was going on, and he bellowed furiously. For leaving aperture realm cultivators, their primordial spirits were already capable of leaving their physical body and moving on their own. Even if their physical body were to die, it wouldn't affect their fighting prowess too much. The Skyleaf King was a true leaving aperture realm expert. Even though his head had been crushed, his primordial spirit was completely unharmed. Xianxia shouted, but his hands did not stop moving. The Xianxia in his body glowed brightly, and in an instant, it was driven to its very limits. His meridians were torn apart, and he felt as if they would explode at any moment. Kacha, the seal in front of him began to shake, and his finger finally came into contact with the 7-colored earth jade liquid. With a light tug, he stored it into his storage ring. Whoosh, finally, he pulled his hand out. "I want you dead, Walala," accompanied by a furious roar, a primordial spirit flew over. Its eyes were crimson, and even before it made a move, it gave off a pressure that felt as if the world was collapsing. So strong, Xianxian's heart turned cold. Although he had seen a few primordial spirits before, they were nothing compared to this one. If the previous one was a ferocious wildcat, then this one was a violent tiger. They were not on the same level at all. If the other party were to make a move, even 10 of him together would not be a match for it. That fellow only knows how to cause trouble. I can't let him out anymore. If I don't crush his head, I should at least be able to hold him back for some time. What should I do now? Anxious, Xianxian could not be bothered with anything else anymore. He quickly rushed out of the room while cursing under his breath. If his clone hadn't been so rash as to crush the other party's head, the other party wouldn't have been so enraged. He had just broken free of the seal, but he was about to fall right into the other party's clutches. Doppelganger, this is your own fault. Stop him for me. Unable to care about anything else, Xianxian bellowed. But before he could finish his words, his eyebrows suddenly shot up. Hey, don't go. Stop right there. Without any hesitation, his clone moved even faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he had already dashed out of the room, leaving behind only a back view. Not expecting the other party to be so disloyal, running away even faster than him, Xianxian felt his hair stand on end. He nearly died on the spot from anger. He knew that the Skyleaf King was unreliable, but he didn't think that he would be so unreliable. Knowing that he would be doomed if the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit caught up to him, he flicked his wrist and took out the lightning elemental orb. This was his strongest weapon at the moment. Once it was activated, he would be able to release a sea of lightning. Even though it was impossible for him to do so with his current cultivation, he could only give it a try. Lightning. Grabbing the orb tightly, Xianxian drove his Xianxia furiously, but halfway through his words, "Gotcha," the orb was reduced to dust. Xianxian's vision darkened, and his body went limp. He had been wondering how that fellow could suddenly become so powerful. It turned out that he had absorbed all of the lightning in the lightning elemental orb, causing it to become a useless artifact. Damn it, knowing that his greatest trump card was gone, Xianxian was on the verge of tears. Looking at the charging Skyleaf King's primordial spirit, despair filled his heart. Just as he was about to close his eyes and await his death, he suddenly felt a gust of wind tearing through his skin. Turning around, he saw that the Skyleaf King had already passed by him and continued charging forward, as if he hadn't seen him at all. Ah? Xianxian was stunned. He had been standing on the spot all this while, so the Skyleaf King should have seen him. Why didn't he make a move instead of charging forward, keeping the Violet Leaf King back into the myriad ant hive nest? Xianxian dashed over to the entrance of the myriad ant hive nest. Only then did he see his clone standing not too far away, looking at the Skyleaf King as if he was looking at a clown. With a provocative look in his eyes, the Skyleaf King bellowed, "Come and hit me then." Xianxian widened his eyes in shock. Could it be that, after absorbing the lightning elemental orb, my clone's cultivation has already reached leaving Aperture Realm? Is it possible for him to defeat the Skyleaf King? Since that's the case, there's no need for me to run anymore. He had thought that the Skyleaf King would run away, but it turned out that the Skyleaf King was challenging him to a duel. It seemed like his clone's strength had already reached a level where he could defeat the Skyleaf King. You are courting death. On the other hand, the Skyleaf King was on the verge of exploding from rage. Roaring furiously, he threw a punch at his clone. His clone also retaliated with a punch of his own. Great! Let's see who's stronger. Seeing how valiant his clone was, Xianxian heaved a sigh of relief. He widened his eyes in astonishment, wanting to see who was stronger. However, before his clone's fist could even reach the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit, the latter's fist had already struck his head. Pata, his clone's head was smashed into smithereens. Pooh, Xianxian's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Weren't you quite ferocious, to be pummeled to such an extent? Why were you still so arrogant a moment ago? He's intentionally baiting the Skyleaf King so that I can escape. Xianxian was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. Not daring to remain here any longer, he hurriedly dashed forward. It seemed like even though his clone's cultivation had increased significantly, it was still far from being able to match the Skyleaf King in a duel. The reason why he was so arrogant earlier was to bait the Skyleaf King in order to buy himself some time to escape. What a noble clone, he had wronged him earlier. With reddened eyes, Xianxia barely took 3 steps forward when his clone, who had a picture hanging on his neck, suddenly fled even faster than him, vanishing from sight once more. As he fled, he shouted, "You should deal with him yourself. I'm not a match for him. Also, Skyleaf King, don't chase after me. He's the real Xianxia, I'm just a clone." Xianxia's body staggered, and he spurted a mouthful of blood. He had seen conmen before, but he had never seen such a conman. In the end, that fellow wasn't trying to be noble at all. Instead, he was just trying to show off, and he ended up failing. Frustrated, Xianxia raised his head, only to see that the Skyleaf King had already turned his head to look at him. "Don't grab me. He's the real Xianxia, I'm the clone." "When did you see a clone running faster than the main body?" Xianxia hurriedly retreated several steps. "I'll kill you first before killing him." The Skyleaf King was infuriated. With a savage roar, he charged forward to grab Xianxia. Voila, the air seemed to have been torn apart. However, before the Skyleaf King's palm could reach him, the young man didn't panic in the slightest. Instead, his lips curled up into a smile. "You want to kill me? Wait a moment." With a furious roar, the young man stomped his foot on the ground. Whang, with a resounding buzz, the formations outside the hall were activated. In the blink of an eye, a white mist had shrouded the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit. Xianxia had already studied the formation when he first arrived, and with the help of his clone, he had successfully lured the Skyleaf King into the formation and activated it. He was the one who set up the formation, so it won't be able to trap him for too long. "Let's get out of here." Knowing that it was impossible for him to kill the Skyleaf King, Xianxia hurriedly stepped out of the formation and dashed forward. "I'll kill you. Jai. Jai." Barely after leaving the range of the formation, Xianxia suddenly heard a loud explosion behind him. In the blink of an eye, the formation trapping the Skyleaf King had been torn apart. These were only 7-star pinnacle formations. It was easy for them to trap Vice Principal Ji Yan and the others, but to trap the Skyleaf King, who was extremely familiar with formations, was still a challenge. Not to mention, a formation had to be operated by a person in order to bring out its full might. Given his current strength, he was still unable to operate a 7-star pinnacle formation. "Run." Knowing that the formation had been torn apart, Xianxia knew that he would only be killed if he didn't flee. Thus, he dared not linger around. He quickly followed behind his clone and dashed forward. What powerful energy ripples. This is bad. The Skyleaf King must have noticed Xianxia, and the two of them are fighting. The crowd, who was resting in their hiding spot, suddenly felt the powerful energy ripples, and their eyes narrowed in alarm. "Let's go out and take a look." Wuxia bellowed as he rushed out of the formation. The crowd hurriedly followed behind him. Not too long after they left the formation, they saw a monster with a thin piece of meat hanging from its neck charging in their direction. Behind the monster was a fellow whose face was charred black and whose hair was standing on end. "What in the world is that? Isn't that Xianxia?" Everyone was dumbfounded. Due to the huge commotion outside, everyone thought that Xianxia had been discovered by the Skyleaf King, and a battle had broken out. Yet, 2 monsters had appeared instead, and neither of them resembled a human. What was going on? Weren't they the only ones in the Saint Ascension Hall? "This isn't a thing, it's Xianxia." President Han seemed to have noticed something, and he gulped down a mouthful of saliva. "Look at his clothes, they are identical to Xianxia's. However, it seems like he has been struck by lightning. Indeed, he is indeed Xianxia." "Just that. Who is that flat-faced fellow at the front?" Wuxia nodded in agreement. At the same time, he was perplexed by the sight before him. The flat-faced fellow at the front was wearing the same clothes as Xianxia, and his physique was identical as well. However, given how flattened his face was, he would have long been dead by now. How could he still run? Furthermore, how could he run so quickly? In fact, even Xianxia was having trouble catching up to him. "I'll kill you all." Just as Xianxia was perplexed by the sight before him, a towering primordial spirit suddenly flew over from the corner behind the duo. As it chased after the duo, it launched a barrage of attacks, causing the ground to tremble. Skyleaf King? His primordial spirit has left his body. This is bad, hurry up and save him. Seeing this sight, the crowd couldn't care less about who the duo was anymore. They hurriedly whipped out their weapons. Walla! Rise! Following Wusher's command, the crowd swiftly gathered their weapons together, forming a dazzling rain of swords that pierced toward the Skyleaf King. How dare you stop me? All of you shall die! Roaring furiously, the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit raised its palm and blocked the rain of swords before smacking them down. Dang 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 dang, Wusher and the others were forced to retreat 8 steps. Their blood and chi churned furiously, and their faces paled. Previously, when the Skyleaf King hadn't even left his body, they were already no match for him. Now that he had gone berserk and only had his primordial spirit left, how could they possibly withstand his attacks? Nevertheless, even though they weren't a match for the Skyleaf King, they did manage to slow down the Skyleaf King's speed, allowing Xianxia and his clone to arrive before the crowd. Hurry up and enter the formation. Xianxia knew that if they were to stand in the way, they would most likely be killed. He shouted and continued to charge forward. The crowd also understood what was going on, and they quickly followed him into the formation outside the residence. As soon as he entered, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at Pie Face, who was not far away, and his eyebrows twitched in anger. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't beat him, he would have taught him a lesson long ago. As a clone, instead of saving the main body, it ran even faster than the main body. How shameless! Go back to the hive first. I'll settle the score with you later. Knowing that this wasn't the time to be saying such things, Xianxia waved his hand and kept the myriad ant hive nest. Wang, shortly after he was done, a light buzz sounded. Vice School Head Ji Yan had already activated the formation, and a brilliant light shrouded the surroundings. This formation had been set up by the survivors, and it was specifically designed to fend off the Skyleaf King's assault. As such, they were already extremely familiar with it, and they were able to activate it in an instant. Damn it, damn it! Blocked by the formation, the Skyleaf King bellowed furiously. Following which, the crowd felt the formation trembling intensely. Violent energy surged relentlessly toward the formation, threatening to shatter it at any moment. At this rate, the formation won't be able to hold on for long. After being attacked several times, Vice School Head Ji Yan's face paled, and cold sweat trickled down his forehead. While the Skyleaf King had attacked the formation before, he hadn't done so recklessly. If he had done so earlier, the formation would have been destroyed long ago. There are only a few of us here, so the Skyleaf King won't kill us before finding a way out. Otherwise, it would be too lonely to be here alone. Yet, for him to act so abnormally. Xianxia, what did you do? Vice School Head Ji Yan shook his head as he turned to look at the charred young man. What kind of monstrous deed did the other party have to do for the Skyleaf King to draw out his primordial spirit and charge over without any regard for his own life? I only destroyed his physical body. Xianxia replied awkwardly. His clone was the one who had caused the mess, and that fellow could have just hid in the hive. On the other hand, he had to clean up the mess himself. The more he thought about it, the more stifled he felt. Destroyed his physical body? You killed him? Only his primordial spirit is left? Everyone was stunned. They had been thinking that it was just a grand intermittence grass, so there was no need for Xianxia's primordial spirit to go all out. Who could have thought that he would actually end up destroying the other party's physical body, leaving aperture? Realm experts were extremely protective of their physical body, and it could be said that their physical body was their lifeblood. For him to destroy the other party's physical body. Putting aside the otherworldly demon king, even they would surely go berserk if they were to see such a sight. I wasn't paying attention either. It was an accident, an accident. Seeing the horrified looks on everyone's faces, Xianxia hurriedly explained. If only he could restrain himself a little more, his clone wouldn't have acted so recklessly. He had really gotten himself into huge trouble this time around. An accident, the faces of the crowd reddened. If they could, they would have pummeled the fellow before them. For a nascent saint cultivator like you to accidentally destroy the physical body of a Saint 5 Dan expert. That was already ridiculous enough, and it was an accident. If you had been a little more careless, even Xianxia would have been tortured to death by you. Let's not worry about that for now. We need to stabilize the formation, or else we'll all die here. Taking a few deep breaths to alleviate the stifled feeling in his heart, President Han instructed grimly. As the head of the Qingyuan conferred Empire Formation Master Guild, he had a deep understanding of formations. He knew that even though the formation before them was able to hold the other party back for the time being, it wouldn't last long. All right. The crowd also knew that this wasn't the time for them to pursue this matter. Thus, they hurriedly stood behind Xianxia and listened to his instructions. Wushi, guard the Qian position. Luoshi, go to the Zhen position. President Han instructed. He had been taking a look at the formation ever since he arrived, so he knew where the weakest point was. Seeing that there was nothing wrong with the other party's arrangements, Xianxia hurriedly stood at the designated position. Hung Long, everyone infused their Zhenqi into the formation, and the formation swiftly stabilized. Damn it, sensing the changes in the formation, the Skyleaf King knew that he wouldn't be able to break it in a short period of time no matter how hard he tried. Thus, he roared furiously, since you all are cowards, I'll destroy that stone statue. As soon as the Skyleaf King's roar subsided, everyone suddenly felt the pressure on their bodies dissipating. It seemed like the Skyleaf King had left. He's going to deal with Principal Zhang. What should we do? Walking out of the formation, Vice Principal Ji Yan and the others saw that the Skyleaf King had already left. Naturally, the Skyleaf King was referring to the old principal standing before the Saint Ascension platform. His soul was currently trapped within the stone statue, and he couldn't escape from it. Once his soul was destroyed, the only thing that awaited him would be death. Even though he was only a zombie at the moment, he still possessed a clear consciousness and was able to speak on his own accord. They couldn't possibly watch as the other party was killed just like that. What else can we do? Save him. Wushi gritted his teeth. But, we won't be able to stop the Skyleaf King. Vice Principal Tanqing said anxiously. The Skyleaf King was simply too powerful. Even with so many of them working together, they still weren't a match for him. If they were to rush over, not only would they fail to save the other party, they might even be wiped out. What else can we do? To watch as a comrade dies right before our eyes without doing anything. I can't do it. Master teachers never abandon their friends. Wushi clenched his fists tightly. We won't be able to do it either, but what can we do? Vice Principal Ji Yan shook his head. Principal Ji Yan only ended up in such a state because of me. If we were to put ourselves in danger while trying to save him as well, even if he were to die, he would never forgive us. Having followed Principal Zhang Yinqiu for many years, Vice Principal Ji Yan was well aware of the other party's temper and personality. He had been single all his life, and he had devoted all of his time and effort to the academy and his occupation as a master teacher. If they were to rush over to save the other party, even if they did manage to save the other party would only blame himself and regret his actions. Is there really no better solution? Lozozi asked. There is indeed a solution. It's just like what I said previously. Someone is able to achieve a breakthrough on the Saint Ascension platform. Once that happens, with the might of the Saint Ascension platform, one will be able to achieve an invincible state for a short period of time. No matter how powerful the Skyleaf King is, he won't be a match for that person. Vice Principal Ji Yan said. Invincible state? Xianxia was taken aback. Indeed. We have been observing the stone tablet on the first floor for the past 2 years, and based on the records left behind by Xianxia, once one succeeds, the Saint Ascension platform will release a brilliant radiance. The energy harnessed within the Saint Ascension platform will be infused into one's body, harnessing the authority of the heavens. Not even 9 stars master teachers will be able to withstand it. Vice Principal Ji Yan nodded. Over the past 2 years, other than fighting a battle of wits with the Skyleaf King, they had also been studying how they could escape from the Saint Ascension platform. As such, they were well versed in the records of the Saint Ascension platform. They knew that there were only 2 ways to get out of here. First, obtain ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage. Second, become a celestial saint on the Saint Ascension platform, given that the will of ancient sage Qiu Wu had already dissipated, it would be impossible for them to obtain the heritage. In other words, the only way to get out of this predicament was to find a second solution. Actually, that's as good as not saying anything at all. Celestial Saint? How can it be that easy? Wuxia shook his head. But before he could finish his words, the young man stepped forward and said with a resolute look in his eyes, "How about this? You all head over to the Saint Ascension platform and try to stop the Skyleaf King from making a move on the old principle. I will head over to the Saint Ascension platform and achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm." Now that he had obtained the 7-colored Earth Jade Essence, all that was left was for him to make a breakthrough. Once he made a breakthrough, given his accumulation and comprehension of the Saint Ascension decipher, there was a good chance that he would be able to become a celestial saint on the spot. It seemed like this was the only way to save the soul of the old principle and stop the Skyleaf King. Celestial Saint is much more difficult than you think. It's not as easy as you think. It's best that you don't think about it anymore. Hearing Xianxia mention this matter once more, Vice Principal Ji Yan frowned. He had only just gotten acquainted with the other party, so he didn't dare to reprimand the other party. Yet, here he was. Do you think that becoming a celestial saint is as easy as buying cabbage? You think that you can find it in any random market? You sure are overestimating yourself. Harumphing coldly, Vice Principal Ji Yan was just about to continue speaking when the young man before him suddenly jolted, and a unique aura gushed out of him. Hong Long, this aura caused a warm glow to emanate from the young man's body, making him look like a deity. This is Celestial Master Teacher? Feeling the unique aura, Vice Principal Ji Yan's words abruptly fell silent. His eyes narrowed, and his body stiffened. Previously, he had said that the crux to becoming a celestial saint was to become a celestial master teacher. Other than Kongshi, there was no one else on the master teacher continent who had succeeded in becoming a celestial master teacher. Zhang Xian had thought that it would be impossible for them to escape from this place, but upon seeing the aura that the other party was emanating, he was completely dumbfounded. Zhang Shi was actually a celestial master teacher. He wasn't the only one. Other than Lozozi, the others were also dumbfounded, as if they had seen a ghost. They knew that Zhang Shi possessed unparalleled talent, but never in their dreams could they have imagined that he would actually be a celestial master teacher. It was no wonder why even ancient sage Qiu Wu had to flee in shame. This identity of his was in no way inferior to that of Kongshi. Am I qualified to become a celestial saint? Zhang Xian retracted his aura and turned to Vice Principal Ji Yan. Of course. Vice Principal Ji Yan's lips quivered, but he didn't dare to refute Zhang Xian's words. If even a celestial master teacher couldn't become a celestial saint, it would be impossible for anyone else to do so. Seeing that everyone trusted in his abilities, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. Let's hurry up then. Otherwise, if something were to happen to the old principal, it would be too late for regrets. Since no one believed that he could become a celestial saint, it was unlikely that he would be able to save the old principal. Thus, the only thing he could do now was to reveal his identity and make the other party listen to him. Besides, once he became a celestial saint, his identity as a celestial master teacher would be exposed. Rather than learning of it later, he might as well do it now. From the looks of it, it seemed like it was working out. Let's hurry up then. Otherwise, if the old principal's soul were to dissipate, none of us would be able to absolve ourselves from the blame. Zhang Xian nodded. All right. The crowd quickly rushed up to the top of the Saint Ascension platform. The Saint Ascension platform was currently shrouded in sacred light, so the Skyleaf King had no reason to fear the old principal. Thus, they had to hurry up. Hong Long, as soon as they arrived at the top of the Saint Ascension platform, they saw the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit grabbing the old principal's soul. Don't come over. I am already a dead man, so there's no need for you to sacrifice yourself for a dead man like me. Upon seeing the crowd, the old principal shouted anxiously. Even though Zhang Xian had never practiced soul arts before, his soul had been nourished by the sacred light for a very long time, and it was already on the verge of becoming corporeal. Even if the sculpture were to shatter, it wouldn't dissipate within a short period of time. Shut up. With a tap of his finger, the old principal's voice abruptly fell silent. With a cold glint in his eyes, the Skyleaf King turned to the crowd and said, "I thought that master teachers were cowards who dared not come here. Release Principal Zhang." Isn't it beneath the dignity of the Skyleaf King, a leading Aperture Realm expert, to deal with a mere remnant soul? Seeing that Xianxia was in the other party's hands, Tanqing clenched his jaws tightly. Identity? If it wasn't for my identity, do you think I would have kept this guy alive until now? The Skyleaf King said savagely. Trapped within the stone statue, Xianxia was unable to escape or move. When there was no saint light here, Zhang Xian could have easily killed the other party. However, he chose not to do so. Firstly, he was wary of his identity, and secondly, just like what Vice Principals Ji Yan and the others had guessed, if all of the master teachers were to die here, he would be the only one left here. In any case, this fellow was not a threat, and living would only be more painful. What do I have to do for you to release the old principal? Seeing that the Skyleaf King was clearly intending to negotiate, Zhang Xian frowned. Simple. Hand over the fellow who beat me and the map, and I'll let him go. Otherwise, I'll have to watch as his soul dissipates before your eyes. The Skyleaf King spat through gritted teeth upon hearing the name of the fellow who beat him up. This was the first time he had been assaulted by someone, and more importantly, his head had been blasted apart, crippling his physical body. Just the thought of it left him on the verge of exploding. The person who beat you up. Zhang Xian blinked. He had thought that the other party would hate him to the core, but who could have known that the other party would be so intent on killing his clone? It was no wonder that his clone would be able to destroy the other party with a single punch. Naturally, a boss of his caliber would only target the one who bore the greatest enmity. Indeed. Hand him and the map over, and I'll let Xianxia go. The Skyleaf King nodded. Very well, I can give them to you. However, you have to swear an oath to the spirit god that not only will you not kill the old principal, you won't make a move on us in the near future. Zhang Xian said. Otherwise, if you kill the old principal right after we save him, our deal will be for naught. With the 7-colored earth jade essence, it wouldn't take long for him to achieve a breakthrough. As long as the other party didn't make a move on him in the near future, he would be able to become a celestial saint and kill him. You know of the spirit god? The Skyleaf King was taken aback. Swearing an oath to the spirit god was something that the spirit tribe feared the most. Once it was sworn, they would never dare to go against it. Otherwise, their souls would be snatched away by the spirit god, and there would be no chance of resurrection. Why? You don't dare? If you don't agree to it, we can just die together. You don't have the map either, so we'll fight to the death. In any case, none of us will be able to leave this place, so it doesn't matter if we die here. Seeing the Skyleaf King's hesitation, Zhang Xian said. All right, I'll agree to it. A glint flashed across the Skyleaf King's eyes as he nodded. Let's begin then. With a flick of his wrist, an otherworldly demonic tribe altar appeared before Zhang Xian's eyes. It was the one he had obtained from the Jadeleaf King. It seems like you are quite well prepared. Very well, I'll start paying respects to the spirit god now. Seeing that the other party knew of the spirit god and even had an altar, the Skyleaf King knew that he wouldn't be able to fool the other party. Hong Long, innumerable artifacts appeared on the altar, and as the Skyleaf King spoke, they immediately burst into flames. Jai. Jai. In an instant, the sky above them turned pitch black, as if a massive door had appeared. Everyone's body stiffened. The aura emanating from the door was simply too powerful. Given their cultivation, it felt as if they would be reduced to dust with ease. Zhang Xian's heart trembled in astonishment as well. Even though he had seen the otherworldly demonic tribe paying respects to the spirit god tribe, he had only looked into the matter regarding the identity of a celestial master teacher. The door slowly opened, and a silhouette appeared before them. Even though it was only a silhouette, it felt as if the other party's soul would be crushed. If the other party were to descend, not only would they be unable to withstand the pressure, the entire master-teacher continent would crumble apart. This silhouette. Where have I seen it before? Even though the silhouette in the sky was shrouded in darkness, Zhang Xian's eye of insight was still able to discern where he had seen it before. However, before Zhang Xian could think too deeply into the matter, the Skyleaf King, who was standing not too far away, gazed at the silhouette before him with a grave look on his face. I, the Skyleaf King, swear to the spirit god that as long as I obtain the person who harmed me and the map, I will release Xianxia immediately. For the time being, I will not harm them in the slightest. If I go back on my word, may my soul dissipate, and may the spirit god claim my life. Voila! Right after those words were spoken, a ray of light shot out from the door and entered his mind. It seemed like the spirit god had agreed to his request. After doing all that, the door slowly dissipated. With a pale face, the Skyleaf King turned to Xianxia and said, "How is it? I have already sworn the oath. Do you believe me now?" Xianxia nodded. Just as he was about to take out his clone and the map, Wusher's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The Skyleaf King agreed too quickly, even willing to swear an oath to the spirit god. Could this be a trap? There must be a trap, Xianxia nodded. Given the Skyleaf King's strength, he should have been in an advantageous position. Yet, he still agreed to the terms without any hesitation. Then, Wusher frowned. The old principle is in his hands, so there's nothing we can do about it. Even if he has a trap, we still have our trump cards. As long as we can stall for some time, I will be able to successfully become a celestial saint and kill him. Xianxia sent a telepathic message to the Skyleaf King. At the moment, they were in a disadvantageous position. It was already a blessing that the Skyleaf King had agreed to their terms. Wusher was speechless. The Skyleaf King was right. This was the only path they could take at the moment. If a leaving Aperture Realm expert were to make a move, even if they worked together, they would still be no match for him. Where is that fellow? Where is the map? The Skyleaf King asked. It's here. Without any hesitation, Xianxia flicked his wrist, and his clone appeared before him. This fellow was the one who had caused this trouble, so naturally, he would take responsibility for it. In any case, his clone was forged using the Nine Hearts Lotus, so he wouldn't die even if he was reduced to a lump of meat. Even if the Skyleaf King managed to capture him, it would be impossible for him to kill him. At this moment, the clone's face had already returned to its original state. In order to prevent the crowd from being too shocked, he had even altered his appearance in the ant-hive nest, disguising himself as Sun Chang. He hadn't met many people before, so he was the most familiar with disguising himself as Sun Chang. He is the fellow who made a move on me earlier? The Skyleaf King frowned upon seeing a plump man whom he did not recognize. Indeed, he is skilled in disguise. That Scarlet Leaf King is also him. Xianxia nodded. Very well. With rage and killing intent in his eyes, the Skyleaf King nodded. With a wave of his hand, his clone was wrapped in a powerful force before flying over. Where is the map? After grabbing his clone, the Skyleaf King did not rush to make a move. Instead, he turned to Xianxia and asked, "Where is the map?" "It's here." Xianxia stretched out his hand, and an ancient goatskin scroll appeared in his palm. It floated slowly in the air, emanating an ancient aura. The goatskin scroll was not of much use to him. All it did was form a rainbow bridge to allow him to pass through the celestial palace. If the other party wanted it, he would not mind giving it to him. "Give it to me." A fiery glint flashed across the Skyleaf King's eyes as he hurriedly stretched out his hand. "All right." With a flick of his finger, the map slowly flew over to the other party. Woo! Seeing that the map was going to be given to the other party, the sealed Xianxia's soul panicked. He wanted to say something, but no matter what, he was unable to utter a single word. "This is for you." The Skyleaf King pushed his palm forward, and Xianxia flew over to the crowd. Xianxia and the others quickly caught the old principal's soul, and Wusher stepped forward to undo the seal on him. "The map concerns the entire ancient domain. We mustn't give it to him." As soon as the seal was undone, old Principal Xianxia shouted anxiously. "Ha ha ha, it's too late." The Skyleaf King held the map tightly in his hand, and his excited voice caused the entire Saint Ascension Hall to tremble. Hong Long, standing in midair, the Skyleaf King waved his hand lightly, and the map slowly unfurled. The Saint Ascension Hall shook intensely, and even the entire Qiao Wu Palace began to tremble. A powerful surge of energy surged out from the ground, as if something was trying to dig its way out. Sensing this aura, everyone's face warped in horror. This aura was simply too powerful. The Skyleaf King was already a formidable foe to them, but before this aura, they were nothing at all. This is the aura of the seal in the subterranean gallery? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. He had seen it before, and it was the same aura that the seal in the subterranean gallery exuded. It was so vast that it felt unstoppable. Jai. As the aura grew stronger and stronger, a massive sphere slowly emerged from the ground, as if summoned by the map. It was translucent, and it was impossible to tell what material it was made of. However, it felt so heavy that it seemed capable of crushing all of them. Xianxia, what is going on? Wuxia couldn't help but ask. The situation had far exceeded everyone's expectations. It's the map. Xianxia's face paled, and despair filled his eyes. The map? Isn't this map not of much use? Wuxia and the others asked. They had seen the map in Xianxia's hands, and they had seen it for themselves. All it did was transform into a 7-colored rainbow bridge to allow them to cross the Celestial Palace and enter the real Qiuwu Palace. It's useless? Xianxia shook his head. It's just that you aren't aware of it yet. In truth, the map is the key to the Qiuwu Palace. It contains the ancient language of the gods and a unique spatial formation. Once it fuses with the sphere, the entire Qiuwu Palace will be sucked into it. Sucked into it? Everyone was astonished. You should know that the Qiuwu Palace is actually a folded space. It doesn't take up too much space on the outside, and the sphere is used to maintain the stability of the folded space. As long as the map is used as the key, the Qiuwu Palace will become a painting just like the Celestial Palace, and it will be sucked into the sphere for all eternity. By then, not only will that fellow obtain all of ancient sage Qiuwu's treasures, we will be doomed as well. Xianxia said anxiously. This? Everyone shuddered. Back in the Celestial Palace, the Scarlet Leaf King had toyed with them as he pleased. It was precisely because the Scarlet Leaf King was outside of the painting that they were trapped within it. If what the old principal said was true and the Skyleaf King succeeded, the entire ancient domain would fall into the hands of the Skyleaf King. Back then, ancient sage Guangxing left behind his heritage only for master teachers, but he also left behind a map for those who were fated with him. As long as one obtained the map and fused it with the palace, they would be able to control the entire folded space. Even if they couldn't obtain the heritage, it would still be extremely easy for them to deduce the structure of the seal. If that happens, the otherworldly demonic tribe will dispatch an army over, and mankind will be plunged into a bloody war. It's precisely because of this that I suspected that Zhang Xian was in possession of the map that I rushed over to stop him. Xianxia quickly explained. Hearing this, the crowd finally understood. Previously, Zhang Xian had been wondering why the old principal and the others would risk their lives to fight the otherworldly demonic tribe to the death since they were unable to obtain ancient sage Xianxia's heritage. It turned out that this was the reason. He thought that the other party had already obtained the map or the method to assimilate the entire Qiuwu Palace. In fact, he had already grasped it. All he lacked was a map. What do we do now? Knowing that time waited for no one, Wuxia asked anxiously. If the Skyleaf King succeeded, not only would they die, mankind would face a calamity as well. There's only one way to stop the map from fusing with the crystal, Xianxia said with gritted teeth. All right. Everyone nodded in agreement. As long as the map and the crystal didn't fuse together, the Skyleaf King wouldn't be able to take control of the entire Qiuwu Palace. Xianxia, you should go ahead and make a breakthrough. Leave the rest to us. Wuxia nodded. All right. Xianxia nodded. He knew that it would be futile for him to stop the Skyleaf King with his current strength. Rather than failing, he might as well make a breakthrough right now and resolve the crisis. Make a breakthrough? You are just a nascent saint. Even if you make a breakthrough, it won't be of any use to you. Not expecting the Skyleaf King to still be thinking of making a breakthrough at such a crucial moment, Xianxia couldn't help but ask. Don't worry, Xianxia. This isn't an ordinary breakthrough. It will surely work. With a light chuckle, Wuxia took in a deep breath. With a grim look in his eyes, he abruptly leaped into the air and charged toward the Skyleaf King. Tz la, the might of the attack was simply too great, such that the surrounding space seemed to be unable to withstand it. Knowing that he wasn't a match for the Skyleaf King, Wuxia executed his secret art right from the start, exerting strength far surpassing his own. Wait for me. Without any hesitation, President Han leaped into the air and followed closely behind Xianxia. The two Saint 4 Dan experts immediately clashed with the Skyleaf King in the sky. If it had been a moment ago, given the Skyleaf King's strength, he would have been able to kill the both of them with a single slap. However, he was currently in the midst of fusing the map with the crystal, so he was unable to exert his full strength. This isn't an ordinary breakthrough? Knowing that he would only bring trouble to the two Saint 4 Dan experts if he were to face the Skyleaf King in his current state, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia doubtfully. Just what kind of breakthrough could a nascent saint have made for two Saint 4 Dan experts to be so assured? Xianxia's doubts didn't last for too long before he saw Xianxia walking toward the Saint Ascension platform. There was a seal around the Saint Ascension platform, such that it would have been difficult for anyone else to approach it. However, for some reason, upon seeing Xianxia, the seal opened up without the slightest hesitation, as if it had seen its kin. The seal has been opened. Could he be a celestial master teacher? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. In terms of understanding of the Qiu Wu Palace, there was no one in the room who could match up to him. There was only one possibility for such a situation to occur: the young man before him had fulfilled the requirements to become a celestial saint. In other words, he was a celestial master teacher, Hung Long. While Xianxia was still in shock, Zhang Xian had already sat down on the Saint Ascension platform. With a flick of his wrist, a 7-colored earth jade essence floated in his palm, emanating an astonishing aura. 7-colored earth jade essence. Xianxia recognized it. Even though the 7-colored earth jade essence was rare, it had a unique appearance. Anyone who had heard of it before would be able to recognize it. Seated on the Saint Ascension platform, Zhang Xian held the bottle of Saint Ascension essence in one hand while tapping his other hand lightly on the Saint Ascension platform. The 7-colored energy that emanated from the Saint Ascension liquid swiftly seeped into his acupoints. Jai. With a deafening buzz, Zhang Xian's aura surged, and in the blink of an eye, he had already surpassed nascent Saint Pinnacle. Is this really just a breakthrough to Saint Realm? Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva as he widened his eyes in shock. Even though Xianxia had only advanced from nascent saint to Saint 1 Dan, the aura he emanated felt as deep as the ocean, unfathomable and unfathomable. Xianxia had once witnessed a breakthrough from Saint 2 Dan to Saint 3 Dan with his own eyes, but compared to the one before him, he was still a far cry from it. They were on completely different levels. Is he going to become a celestial saint? Xianxia swallowed a mouthful of saliva in disbelief. Even though he had no doubt that someone could become a celestial saint based on the things that Conshur had left behind, he still felt that it was impossible for anyone to achieve such a feat after all. There was only one Conshur, and he was irreplaceable. If the heavens hadn't given birth to Conshur, the world would have been as dark as night. Indeed. That fellow likes to stand in the limelight, so he will surely try to become a celestial saint. Just as Xianxia was still in a state of disbelief, a slightly sour voice suddenly sounded in his ears. Turning around, he saw that the fatty whom he had bartered with a moment ago was standing right before him, staring at Zhang Xian with a furious look on his face. It was as if he felt that the other party had stolen his limelight. You are bleeding from your 7 apertures. Upon seeing the other party's appearance, Xianxia's lips twitched. If it had been anyone else, they would have surely died by now. However, the fatty before him seemed to be completely unaffected by it. His gaze was still fixated on Zhang Xian on the Saint Ascension platform with envy. Oh, it's no big deal. I'll get used to it soon. The fatty replied nonchalantly. Getting used to bleeding from my 7 apertures? Xianxia nearly fainted on the spot. Where in the world did he come from? While others would die from bleeding from their 7 apertures, he actually said that he would get used to it. No, there's a sword stuck in your back, and it seems to have pierced through your heart. Xianxia's lips twitched as he spoke once more. If the other party was only bleeding from his 7 apertures, it would be understandable. However, there was a sword stuck in his back, and judging from its position, it seemed like it had even pierced through his heart. How could the other party be fine under such circumstances? Pierced through my heart? The fatty was perplexed. He lowered his head to take a look at the tip of the sword protruding from his chest, and only then did he realize what was going on. Now that you mention it, there really is such a thing. But don't worry, I'll just have to pull it out. After saying those words, the fatty's arm bent inconceivably to his back, pulled out the sword, and tossed it to the ground. This is good. Xianxia felt frenzied, and he felt as if he was going insane. Just what kind of monster was this fellow? Yet, not only was he still alive, he was even in the mood to watch Xianxia achieve a breakthrough. Damn it, I'll kill you. While Xianxia was still in shock, another furious roar sounded from the sky, and the Skyleaf King's palm came crashing down. Gotcha! Xianxia was immediately smashed into a meat patty, and his body fell to the ground. Ah! Xianxia leaped in shock, and he hurriedly retreated several steps back with a pale face. It was just a moment ago that he was talking to the other party, but in the blink of an eye, he was slapped to death. This brother over here. Don't worry, even if it costs me my life, I'll surely exact vengeance for you. With reddened eyes, Xianxia glared at the Skyleaf King in the sky with killing intent in his eyes. But before he could finish his vow, an impatient voice suddenly sounded from the ground. How can you be so blind? Hurry up and move aside. You are blocking my view of Xianxia. Acting cool, lowering his head, Xianxia saw an eye on the meat patty looking at him in annoyance. Seeking monthly tickets. Ah! Xianxia leaped up, and he nearly fainted on the spot. It was understandable that the other party was bleeding from his 7 apertures, and a sword had pierced through his heart. Perhaps, it was due to his innate talent that his heart was not in its original position. But to be smacked into such a lump, how in the world did he manage to survive? More importantly, he even blocked your path, Xianxia's act. Pooey! Xianxia's breakthrough. Just how much do you care about him? Just as Xianxia was at a loss for words, another burst of sword chi flashed across his eyes. The Skyleaf King seemed to have noticed that the other party was still alive, and he sent another burst of sword chi over. Gotcha! Unsurprisingly, the lump of flesh was sliced apart from the middle, splitting into 2 lumps that wriggled on the ground. Why you are dead this time around? Xianxia asked with quivering lips. You are the one who is dead. Your entire family is dead. The 2 lumps on the ground howled furiously. The 2 eyes on the lumps immediately turned to the Skyleaf King and sneered, I have already given you some face by feigning death here. Time after time, you have done it again and again. Why? Are you refusing to give me face now? Hung long, the 2 lumps on the ground swiftly fused back together, and in the blink of an eye, they reverted back to their original appearance. Roaring furiously, they charged straight for the Skyleaf King. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of them clashed. However, it seemed like there was still a gap between him and the Skyleaf King. Not too long after he soared into the air, he was smacked back down to the ground like a lump of mud. Before Xianxia could wallow in his sorrow, the lump of mud had already charged up once more to clash with the Skyleaf King. Xianxia wasn't the only one stunned. Wushi, President Han, and the others were dumbfounded as well. Xianxia's friend seemed to be a little too powerful. His body was as tough as a rubber, and no matter how he was struck, he was completely fine. How in the world did he cultivate to such a state? Hurry up and make a move. We just have to hold him back. After a moment of shock, Wushi bellowed once more. This wasn't the time to be in a daze. They had to stop the Skyleaf King from fusing the map with the crystal. Otherwise, all of them would be doomed. With the joint attack of several experts, the sword chi was like a rainbow, and the true chi was like a wave. The violent aura kept rolling, as if it was going to engulf the entire sky. With the addition of this unkillable monster, Wushi and the others were no longer in any danger. Thus, Xianxia turned to look at Xianxia once more, and he saw that the energy in the latter's body was still increasing, as if there was no end to it. So dense, he could not help but click his tongue. If it had been anyone else, putting aside making a breakthrough, just the Xianxia expenditure during this period of time would have been enough to drain them dry. Yet, this fellow seemed to be completely unfazed by it. In terms of Xianxia reserves alone, even 10 of him would be far from enough. After watching for a moment, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to turn his gaze back to the battle in the sky, he suddenly caught sight of a figure, and he frowned. Luosher, why aren't you joining the battle? The beautiful Luosher who had come with Xianxia and the others was standing not too far away, as if the battle in the sky had nothing to do with her. I want to protect Xianxian. Luosher's impassive voice sounded. With the protection of the Saint Ascension platform, he should be fine, right? Zhang Yinqiu frowned. Regardless of how powerful you are, everyone is fighting with their lives on the line. It is one thing for you not to make a move, but to say that you want to protect Xianxian. Xianxia is making a breakthrough on the Saint Ascension platform, so how could anything possibly happen to him, Hung Long? But before he could finish his words, the deafening rumble of thunder suddenly echoed in the air. Pitch-black clouds suddenly appeared above the Saint Ascension platform, and lightning crackled within them, emanating a destructive aura. This is the leaving aperture ordeal? Why would it appear here? Zhang Yinqiu narrowed his eyes in shock, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Legend had it that when a primordial spirit realm cultivator attempted a breakthrough to leaving aperture realm, they would have to undergo a lightning tribulation. Only then would they be able to survive on their own without their physical body. This was a kind of transformation, as well as a trial of life and death. There were many primordial spirit realm cultivators who had suppressed their cultivation for several hundred years, not daring to attempt a breakthrough to a higher realm for fear of being struck by the lightning tribulation. For this reason, even though there was only one realm between primordial spirit realm and leaving aperture realm, there was a world of difference in their fighting prowess. Only after reaching leaving aperture realm could one be considered a true expert of the master-teacher continent. This perilous experience was known as the leaving aperture ordeal. Xianxia was only a nascent saint cultivator attempting a breakthrough to saint realm, so why would he have to undergo such a powerful heavenly tribulation? Everyone dreams of becoming a celestial saint. If one doesn't possess sufficient strength, how can one win the acknowledgement of the heavens? Harumphing coldly, Luosher stepped forward and stared at the ominous clouds in the sky with clenched fists. To become a celestial saint, one has to undergo the leaving aperture ordeal in advance? Hearing the other party's words, Zhang Yinqiu swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Even though he was only a soul, making it impossible for him to sweat, he still felt his back drenched in sweat. Even half-leaving aperture realm experts were unable to withstand the leaving aperture ordeal. How could a nascent saint cultivator possibly withstand it? Putting everything aside, just the lightning tribulation in the sky was enough to shatter his soul and kill him on the spot. This isn't the leaving aperture ordeal but the Saint Ascension ordeal. In order to become a celestial saint, one has to undergo the ordeal first. Lozozi said worriedly. This kind of ordeal can only be overcome by himself. I hope that nothing bad happens to him. Saint Ascension ordeal? On the Saint Ascension platform, Xianxian also came to a realization, and his eyes narrowed in astonishment. It was no wonder why it was so difficult to become a celestial saint. It wasn't that no one was able to comprehend the secrets behind Kongshi's cultivation, but to become a celestial saint, one had to undergo the Saint Ascension ordeal. This lightning tribulation wasn't something that could be overcome that easily. Come. Knowing that it was impossible for him to avoid the lightning tribulation, Xianxian gritted his teeth and opened all of his acupoints. Copious amounts of spiritual energy immediately gushed into his body as he raised his head to look at the sky. Hung Long, as if sensing Xianxian's battle intent, the lightning tribulation in the sky couldn't hold back any longer, and a bolt of lightning as thick as an arm descended from the sky. In comparison, the lightning tribulation from the Sea of Lightning was like a sapling meeting a towering ancient tree. They were on completely different levels. Even before the lightning tribulation struck, it felt as if it was crushing one's body and soul. It was as if one's soul would be obliterated if one's cultivation was slightly weaker. The Saint Ascension ordeal can be divided into the soul ordeal, body ordeal, and heart ordeal. Hearing those words, Lozozi clenched her fists tightly. One could only rely on oneself to overcome this ordeal, and no one else could take the place of one. Otherwise, not only would it bring no benefits, it might even incur the wrath of the heavens, resulting in an even greater calamity. Soul ordeal? Hearing Luo Ruoxin's words, Zhang Yinqiu was perplexed. He had only read about the Saint Ascension ordeal in the words left behind by Kongshi, and he thought that he had already mastered it. However, at this moment, he realized that he was still far from being able to comprehend it. The soul ordeal is the tempering and cleansing of one's soul by the lightning tribulation. The slightest mistake could result in the dissipation of one's soul. It's the first trial of the Saint Ascension ordeal. Lozozi explained. Soul, Xianxia shuddered. As a soul, he knew how fearful souls were of lightning. It could be said that lightning was the natural nemesis of all souls. Putting aside such a thick lightning bolt, even a small one wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xianxia. I hope that he's fine. Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze over. Voila, as soon as the lightning entered his body, Xianxia immediately felt as if his soul was being incinerated by flames. The soul that he had painstakingly condensed shook violently, as if it would dissipate at any moment. Ouch, Xianxia's face paled. This pain came from the very depths of his soul, and it felt as if he would collapse at any moment. If not for the fact that he had specially tempered his soul in the lava and sea of lightning on his way here, his soul would have dissipated by now. It seems like the lava and sea of lightning outside the Qiu Palace isn't intentional. Instead, it's something that Xianxia has specially designed for the later generations to temper themselves. Gritting his teeth tightly, Xianxia finally came to a realization. Initially, he couldn't understand why the lava and sea of lightning were placed in the Qiu Palace, and he thought that the other party was intentionally making things difficult for the later generations. However, from the looks of it, it was to temper their souls so that they could withstand the first trial of the Saint Ascension ordeal. Tzzzzzzzzzzzzzz, the lightning tribulation wreaked havoc in his body, shattering his soul before reconstructing it. It was fortunate that it was within his body. Had it been out of his body, he would have already dissipated from the world. Xianxia's body stiffened, and the excruciating pain caused him to lose consciousness. Even though he knew that the Saint Ascension ordeal wasn't that simple, he had to experience it personally to understand how fearsome it was. The intense tearing felt as if every fiber of his soul was being sliced apart bit by bit before being tempered anew. Persevere. I have to persevere. Since Xianxia was able to do it, why can't I? Suddenly, a thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Xianxia was a human, and he was a human as well. Why was it that Xianxia was able to do it while he couldn't? He had cultivated the Saint Ascension decipher for so long, and if he couldn't persevere just because of this, how could he be worthy of his efforts? Jai. Even though the lightning tribulation was still excruciating, it was no longer as fearsome as before. I guess I passed the first trial. Upon seeing this sight, Lozozi heaved a sigh of relief. However, she couldn't help but worry once more. The second trial isn't just a test of one's physical body. It also tests one's xinqi and comprehension of cultivation. Hopefully, he'll be fine. Body ordeal was a trial of one's physical body. This included one's physical body, xinqi, comprehension of battle techniques, and the purity of one's xinqi. This trial was much more difficult than the soul ordeal previously. It was also much more difficult to bear. Even though the soul ordeal was excruciating, as long as one didn't draw it out of their body, it wouldn't pose too much of a threat. However, the body ordeal was different. If one were to succumb to it, there was a good chance that one would be reduced to minced meat on the spot. Kacha, amidst Xianxia's worries, the second bolt of lightning that had been accumulating in the sky for a long time suddenly burst forth once more, ready to strike down at any moment. This time, it was much thicker than the previous one. It was as thick as a human thigh, and even before it reached Xianxia, he could already feel an intense pressure crushing down on him, as if it would shatter even the Saint Ascension platform. To be able to induce a lightning tribulation, do you think that it will be that easy for you to become a celestial saint? At this moment, the Skyleaf King finally managed to suppress Wuxia and the others. Seeing that Xianxia had successfully overcome the first lightning tribulation, his face darkened, and he bellowed furiously. Xianxia's palm. Voila, the massive palm imprint gathered the surrounding spiritual energy to form a massive wave that crashed down on Xianxia. If he were to be struck by it, he would surely die. Skyleaf King, your opponent is me. Wuxia and President Han narrowed their eyes in astonishment. They hurriedly rushed forward to block the palm imprint for Xianxia. Don't go over. Not expecting such a sudden turn of events, Lozozi's face darkened, and she hurriedly shouted. However, it was already too late. Wuxia and President Han were already within the range of the lightning tribulation. Driving their Xianxia furiously, they managed to fend off the other party's palm imprint. However, at that moment, the storm clouds in the sky abruptly expanded by twofold. An even more powerful bolt of lightning was rumbling amidst the storm clouds, ready to strike down at any moment. What's going on? Xianxia's face paled. The previous lightning tribulation was already difficult for Xianxia to deal with, so why would the storm clouds suddenly increase in size? The celestial ascension ordeal will increase the difficulty of the lightning tribulation depending on the cultivation of the cultivator. Wuxia and guild leader Han charged into the range of the lightning tribulation, and their auras were too powerful. As a result, the lightning tribulation thought that Xianxia had achieved a breakthrough, so it sent down an even stronger lightning tribulation to punish them. Lozosi's face paled upon hearing those words. What should we do then? Xianxia's body swayed weakly. There's nothing we can do. None of us can interfere in this matter. The more we interfere, the more powerful the lightning tribulation will be, and the greater the calamity it will bring to Xianxia. Lozosi clenched her jaws tightly. Katja, before she could finish her words, the storm clouds suddenly finished accumulating their strength, and the lightning tribulation that was only as thick as a thigh grew to the thickness of a man's waist in the blink of an eye. Hong Long, Xianxian's body was already charred black by the lightning tribulation, and his hair was standing on end. As the lightning tribulation struck him, he felt as if his entire body was being torn apart. Pooh, fresh blood spurted from his mouth, and all of his veins ruptured simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was dyed red. Quintuple incandescence golden body, with a deep roar, Xianxian's body began to glow as he drove his quintuple incandescence golden body to its limits. The second bolt of lightning was a body ordeal that would tear his body apart. Right now, he could only rely on his strongest physical body cultivation technique, the quintuple incandescence golden body, to withstand it. Kacha! 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 Under the attack of the lightning, the light on the surface of his body shattered layer by layer. Cracks appeared on his body like porcelain, and fresh blood flowed out. How could he be so powerful? Xianxian roared in his heart. Even though the soul ordeal had been difficult for him to deal with, he had still been able to deal with it. However, the body ordeal was simply too powerful. His quintuple incandescence golden body, which had reached consummation, was no different from an eggshell before a hammer. Creak, the cracks on Xianxian's body grew bigger and bigger as the lightning completely invaded his body. Xianxian felt as if his head and limbs were being pulled by 5 horses and would be torn apart at any moment. Not 5 horses, but 100, 1,000, 10,000, as the lightning seeped into his body, it felt as if there were 10,000 horses pulling on every single part of his body. It was as if the lightning would not stop until it had reduced his body to dust. I can't hold on any longer. The Xianxia in his body flowed like a raging river, and he managed to hold on for 9 whole breaths. However, after the 10th breath, he suddenly felt like he was on the verge of exploding. Even though he possessed unparalleled talent, and the cultivation technique he cultivated was the authentic Heaven's Path divine art, he had already exceeded his limits. This won't do. At this rate, I'll surely die. You want to strike me? I don't believe that you don't have any flaws. Gritting his teeth, Xianxian turned his gaze toward the lightning in the sky. So what if it was lightning? You might be powerful, but no matter how powerful you are, there are still flaws and loopholes. As long as you can find them, you will be able to overcome them. A book materialized in the library of Heaven's Path. Xianxian quickly flipped it open. Hula, a line of words appeared in his mind. Saint Ascension Ordeal, Body Ordeal. It gathers the power of lightning to destroy one's physical body and Xianxia. The lightning harnesses explosive might, making it nigh impossible to withstand. Flaws, it has an extremely powerful tearing effect on one's physical body, but it has no effect on one's soul. It has no effect on one's soul? Xianxian's eyes lit up. The previous soul ordeal had nearly torn his soul apart. If it had no effect on his soul, he could have just allowed it to be absorbed. Soul drawing. Roaring furiously, Xianxian's soul flew out from his glabella, and he opened his mouth wide to devour the lightning bolts that were falling from the sky. As the lightning was simply too dazzling, no one had been able to see his soul. They thought that he had used some kind of secret art. Tzzzzzzzzzz, as soon as the lightning entered his soul, it immediately became a nourishment for him. His soul energy surged furiously, and his soul grew larger once more. In the face of the explosive force, his physical body was like a balloon being blown up. It was only a matter of time before it burst. However, his soul was different. Even if it grew larger, it would only be a little thinner. Soon, the second bolt of lightning was completely absorbed by his soul, and his soul energy returned to its original size of 10 meters. Even though the strength of his soul energy had increased, the purity of his soul energy did not diminish in the slightest. In fact, it was even more fearsome than before. Does this mean that I have cleared the second Saint Ascension ordeal? Returning his soul back to his physical body, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon seeing the disappearance of the second bolt of lightning. It was fortunate that he had taken a look at it with the Library of Heaven's Path, or else his physical body would have been unable to withstand it. At this moment, his soul had already absorbed the second bolt of lightning. Otherwise, he would have been reduced to meat paste by now. Hung long long, as the second bolt of lightning came to an end, the third bolt of lightning was just about to descend. At this moment, the third bolt of lightning was already a meter thick, and it seemed as if it would not rest until it killed Xianxia. Gotcha, it fell down. Die. At this moment, the Skyleaf King flicked his finger once more, and a surge of sword chi shot toward Xianxia. Clearly, the Skyleaf King was infuriated that his previous assault had failed. Thus, he wanted to make use of this opportunity to kill Xianxia before the final bolt of lightning struck. Otherwise, if another celestial saint were to appear, the otherworldly demonic tribe would surely face destruction once more. This finger strike harnessed the full might of the Skyleaf King. Lozozi narrowed her eyes. Just as she was about to make a move, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Puha, the sword chi pierced right into the figure, tearing a huge hole in it. Heaving a sigh of relief, Lozozi stopped moving. It was none other than Xianxia's clone. Seeing how the Skyleaf King had provoked him time and time again, he couldn't hold himself back anymore. How dare you hit my main body? I will kill you. Roaring furiously, his aura surged, and he dashed into the sky. You. Not expecting the other party to be so reckless as to charge right up to him, the Skyleaf King was taken aback for a moment before sending a palm strike over. Gotcha, in midair, his clone was reduced to a pile of meat once more. However, without the slightest hint of retreat, he continued charging forward with all his might. Slaw slaw. In the blink of an eye, the rampaging might had already torn apart the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit. Damn it, not expecting the other party to be so reckless as to act as a frenzied wolf, the Skyleaf King's complexion turned incredibly awful. He had no idea what the fellow in front of him was made of. Not only was he not afraid of death, his body was also like plasticine. No matter how he was attacked, he would change back. Even though his strength was far inferior to his, it was still a headache to be entangled with him. No, there's no point in wasting my time on them. As long as I can fuse the map with the crystal, I will be able to gain complete control over the Qiuwu Palace. Even if he succeeds in becoming a celestial saint, he won't be able to do anything to me. The Skyleaf King thought as he dodged the attacks of his clone. Xianxia was surrounded by lightning. Even he did not dare to approach him. If he launched a sneak attack from afar, it would be easy for others to stop him. Furthermore, the fellow before him was going all out, so it was impossible for him to succeed in a sneak attack. At this point, there was only one thing he could do: assimilate the Qiuwu Palace as soon as possible. As long as he could control the power of the entire palace, so what if Xianxia was a celestial saint? He would not be a match for him either. Get lost. With a furious roar, the Skyleaf King sent his clone flying with a single palm strike. After which, he hurriedly rushed up to the crystal and pressed his palm down. Buzz, with a deafening buzz, the map slowly fused with the crystal. Hurry up and stop him. Zhang Yinqiu shouted anxiously. Wu Shi and President Han rushed forward as well, but before they could even reach the Qiuwu Palace, they were already sent flying. In the short period of time that they had fought with the Skyleaf King, they had sustained significant injuries as well. Their Jinqi was running low, and they were no match for the Skyleaf King, who was bent on assimilating the Qiuwu Palace. It's over. Seeing that the map had already fused with the crystal, and the shaking of the Qiu palace was also coming to a halt. Xianxia's face paled. It was already too late for him to stop the Skyleaf King. I can only hope that Xianxia can successfully become a celestial saint. Perhaps, he might be able to turn the situation around. Xianxia hurriedly turned his gaze to Zhang Xian on the Saint Ascension platform. At this very moment, he was facing the final trial of the Saint Ascension ordeal, the Heart Ordeal. This was the most difficult trial of all, and it was far more dangerous than the previous two. The Heart Ordeal is simply too difficult. It will induce inner demons to bewitch one. No matter how powerful one is, it will be difficult for one to withstand it. Let's just hope that he can withstand it. Lozozi was still standing not too far away, not daring to relax in the slightest. Even though Zhang Xian had managed to overcome the first two trials, this was the most difficult trial. If he failed, his soul depth would be destroyed, and he would die. Cultivating one's body was easy, but cultivating one's heart was difficult. Countless cultivators had either died in battle or had died because of the inner demons that plagued their cultivation. Paying no heed to the worries of the outside world, Zhang Xian was completely immersed in a unique state of mind. As thick as the Heart Ordeal lightning was, it didn't cause him the slightest pain. Instead, he felt as if he had fallen into a boundless hell. It was pitch black and desolate, and he couldn't see his future. The path was long, and there was no end to it. Walking on it, he felt as if he had lost his way. Where am I? Where am I going? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Hong Long, just as Zhang Xian was perplexed, a pitch-black figure with the appearance of a demon suddenly appeared before him. With a seductive voice, the figure said, "The cultivation technique you are cultivating is wrong. If you continue cultivating it, only death awaits you." Wrong? Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment. Then, as if it was a conditioned reflex, his slightly dazed eyes abruptly opened. You said that I am cultivating wrongly? It seems like there is something wrong with your cultivation. Why don't you learn from me? I can offer you some pointers. Rest assured, I am a very good teacher. Inner demon. The inner demon cried. All along, he had been the one to destroy the Tao heart of others and force them to deny him. Then, he would make use of this opportunity to devour the other party. Yet, this fellow actually wanted to take him in as his student as soon as he opened his mouth. Can you at least play your cards according to common sense? I am an inner demon, alright? I am here to bewitch you, not to be bewitched by you. Cough cough, what I mean is that there is a problem with your cultivation, or else you would have been able to become a celestial saint very quickly. If you believe me, I can help you cultivate even faster. Suppressing his frustration, Zhang Xian's words were filled with bewitchment once more, leaving one unable to help themselves from falling into a trance. It was even more frightening than a demonic tunist. I know what you are trying to say, but don't try to fool me. Your cultivation technique is different from mine, so there is a problem with your cultivation. If you don't believe me, why don't you give me a punch? Zhang Xian said with a wave of his hand. He wasn't tempted in the slightest. If the other party had tried to tempt him with anything else, he might have fallen for it. However, his cultivation technique. Given how he was able to make even ancient sage Qiu Wu vanish in embarrassment, a mere inner demon wouldn't be able to sway him at all. Pong, but before he could finish his words, the inner demon abruptly vanished from his sight. Since he couldn't bewitch the other party, he could only be destroyed. Before vanishing, his heart was on the verge of collapsing. How in the world did he meet such a cold-blooded fool? He would never come again. Woo! I want to go home. The clash between Zhang Xian and the inner demon had only lasted for an instant. In the eyes of an outsider, all they saw was a thick bolt of lightning striking his body. He didn't sustain any injuries, spurting blood, or trembling in pain. Instead, with a resounding boom, his body jolted. Following which, golden rays of light burst forth from his head, and innumerable flowers made of origin energy fell from the sky. This? He has cleared the Heart Ordeal? How did he clear it so quickly? Lozozi widened her eyes in shock. She had thought that he would be unable to overcome the most difficult trial of the Saint Ascension ordeal, but who could have thought that he would be able to clear it as soon as the lightning struck him? This was way too unexpected. Voila, as the origin energy flowers fell, the ominous clouds in the sky slowly dissipated, and a white ray of light shone down, as if a hole had been torn in the heavens. Under the illumination of the white light, the injuries on Xianxia's body healed at a visible rate. His strength also rapidly increased. Seeing this, Lozozi heaved a sigh of relief and hurried over. The Saint Ascension ordeal was the moment when one's body was at its weakest. The slightest injury or attack could very well cost one his life. Thus, he had to protect him at all times. Heavenly Saint Ji. Xianxia has succeeded in becoming a saint. With reddened eyes, Xianxia clenched his fists tightly, but before he could finish his words, the laughter of the Skyleaf King suddenly echoed in the air. Haha. I did it, following which, the crowd felt the ground trembling violently, and it felt as if the entire Qiu Wu Palace was on the verge of erupting. The otherworldly demon in the sky raised his hand, and the map slowly drifted toward him. Everyone immediately felt as if they were in a dream, as if they had once again fallen into a painting, unable to escape. It's over, everyone's heart turned cold. Even though Xianxia had succeeded in becoming a celestial saint, it wasn't the end yet, so his cultivation wouldn't rise by too much. Given their current condition, they were either severely injured or depleted of their Xinqi, rendering them powerless to resist. Who could have thought that they would still fail at the last moment just as they were about to succeed? Ha ha ha, all of you are going to die. Celestial Master Teacher, Celestial Saint, all of you are going to die. Having finally tamed the Qiu Wu Palace, the Skyleaf King roared in agitation as he glared at the crowd coldly. He was going to exact vengeance for the humiliation he had suffered previously. Hong Long, with a flick of his palm, he charged toward Zhang Xian on the Saint Ascension platform. That fellow was the most detestable of them all. Not only did he steal from his residence, he even had his physical body destroyed. He had to die, hula. The might of this palm strike wasn't too different from before, but it seemed as if space itself had been torn apart. In an instant, a pitch-black rift appeared in the air. Gaining control of the Qiu Wu Palace was equivalent to gaining control of the entire folded space. At this moment, even those of a higher cultivation realm than him wouldn't be a match for him. Damn it! Zhang Xian's clone charged forward, but as soon as it came into contact with the rift, it was sliced in two and fell to the ground. The ability to tear apart space was simply too powerful. Even though his cultivation had increased significantly, he was still far from matching up to the Skyleaf King's attack. It's over. Seeing how powerful the Skyleaf King's attack was, everyone felt a chill run down their spine. Who could have thought that the second celestial saint other than Xianxia would die here? Just as they were thinking that it was impossible for them to withstand such a powerful attack, Lozozi, who was guarding the conferred god stage, suddenly frowned in displeasure. Humph. Zhang Xian pressed her palm down lightly. Gotcha, the Skyleaf King's incomparably powerful attack abruptly came to a halt in midair. In the next instant, the leaving Aperture Realm expert who had just gained control of the Qiu Wu Palace froze in midair, as if a locust trapped in amber. Even his expression froze in place. How is this possible? Who in the world are you? The Skyleaf King's body trembled in disbelief. After gaining control of the Qiu Wu Palace, he finally understood how powerful he was. Putting aside a leaving Aperture Realm cultivator, even a Saint 6 Dan or 7 Dan cultivator would be killed on the spot if they were to be struck by that earlier attack. Yet, the young lady before him was able to suppress him with just a flip of her palm. Just how powerful was she? Given how powerful she was, why didn't she make a move earlier? With me here, no one is allowed to touch him. Placing her hands behind her back, Lozozi turned to look at Zhang Xian once more. Her eyes were as tranquil as an ancient well, reminiscent of a tranquil painting. I don't care if you fight to the death, but you mustn't harm him. The faces of Wu Shi and the others paled in horror. They had come here together with Zhang Xian, and they hadn't noticed anything out of the ordinary along the way. Never in their dreams could they have imagined that the other party would be so powerful. This was truly beyond imagination. Are you able to see through her cultivation realm? President Han sent a telepathic message to Zhang Xian. With a bitter smile, Wu Shi shook his head. Even with his cultivation and knowledge, he was actually unable to see through the other party's cultivation at all. In other words, the other party was simply too much stronger than him. They weren't even on the same level. If she's that powerful, why didn't she make a move back in the Celestial Palace? Why did she allow so many of our friends to die? President Han gritted his teeth. It's not that she didn't make a move, but we don't have any relationship with her. The only reason we are here is because of Xianxia. Wuxia shook his head. Even though he hadn't interacted much with the young lady, he could tell that she had a nonchalant personality, and she didn't seem to care much about anything. It was only because of that she had a newfound respect for Xianxia. How in the world did you expect her to save someone of her caliber? Besides, the Celestial Palace was one of the trials set by ancient sage Qiu Wu. What if she failed to obtain the heritage? President Han was rendered speechless. That was indeed the case. This wasn't coldness. Rather, after reaching a certain level of cultivation, one would no longer view life and death as such. The other party didn't owe them anything, so they wouldn't make a move when it was necessary. Otherwise, they would be suppressed by the rules of the world, and that would bring them unnecessary trouble. The higher one's cultivation, the more fearful one would be of the heavens. This was similar to how the higher one climbed, the colder one would feel. Besides, it's not like she didn't make a move. She kept warning us, and she was even framed by Jian Yuan as the Skyleaf King. Wuxia continued. Indeed. President Han nodded. It wasn't that the other party didn't make a move. If not for her warning, they might still be trapped in the Celestial Palace, and they might not even be able to pass through the black sandstorm of oblivion. Understanding this, President Han heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, he couldn't help but ask, to be able to seal the Skyleaf King with a single move. How powerful do you think she is? I think that she might be. Wuxia's gaze turned grim. 9-star Master Teacher. 9-9-star Master Teacher? Guild leader Han trembled in fear, and he nearly fell to the ground. There were only a handful of Master Teachers of that caliber on the Master Teacher continent. Every single one of them was a force to be reckoned with, capable of shaking the entire Mingxi Tang with just a stomp of their feet. How could such a figure appear here? Furthermore, she was so young. Don't you think that you have overestimated her strength? Xianxia asked. Even though Luo Ruoxin's strength was unfathomable, it was already an incredible feat for her to reach Saint 6 Dan or 7 Dan. How could she possibly reach the level of a 9-stars Master Teacher? Which of those who possessed such strength weren't old monsters who had dominated the world for countless years? Not only did I not overestimate her strength, I might even have underestimated her strength. This is an ancient domain left behind by ancient sage Qiu Wu, and the fact that the Skyleaf King has assimilated the map means that he has inherited ancient sage Qiu Wu's will. Yet, Luo Ruoxin was able to withstand his attack so easily. This means that her true strength is already on par with ancient sages. If such an expert isn't a 9-stars Master Teacher, what else could she be? Wuxia said. That does make sense. However, I remember that certain artifacts that one's bloodline can wield such power as well. If I'm not mistaken, the Luo clan of the Sage clans happens to possess an artifact of the same attribute. President Han suddenly recalled something and said. Just like ancient sage Qiu Wu, the ancestor of the Luo clan is renowned for his mastery of space. The dimension silencer that he left behind does possess the ability to disrupt space, but it requires an extremely pure bloodline in order to activate it. Wuxia nodded. Then, he froze for a moment before asking, you mean to say that Lozozi is very likely to be the little princess of the Luo clan? Indeed. If I recall correctly, the little princess of the Luo clan should be around this age as well. It said that she awakened her bloodline at the age of 3, and other than the ancestor, she became the descendant with the purest bloodline in the last several dozen millenniums of the Luo clan. Thus, she won the acknowledgement of the dimension silencer on the spot and assimilated it. Guild leader Han asked, seemingly having heard of some news. I've heard of the news as well. It said that despite her young age, the little princess possesses outstanding cultivation and stunning looks. However, it seems like due to that matter, she fell out with her clan and ran away from home. Wuxia nodded. If that's the case, there's a good chance that Lozozi is the little princess of the Luo clan. Even though her cultivation is still far from reaching 9 stars, she possesses the dimension silencer and a pure bloodline. Even a true 9 stars Master Teacher wouldn't dare to underestimate her. Yes. No wonder you're so knowledgeable. The Luo clan is definitely ranked in the top 10 among the sage clans. Indeed. Compared to the powerhouses of the Glacier Plain court, it doesn't pale in comparison at all. Wuxia nodded. While the two of them were discussing the matter telepathically, Lozozi couldn't care less about their opinions at all. She continued standing quietly before Xianxia. Seeing that he had successfully overcome the bottleneck of nascent saint, she heaved a sigh of relief. At this moment, Xianxia was indeed oblivious to the happenings in the outside world. Under the cover of the sacred light, he felt a warm sensation spreading throughout his body. His muscles, zhenqi, and soul felt as if they had been tempered, leaving him with an indescribable sense of comfort. Driving the heavens path divine art, his cultivation continued to soar. As if a glutton, his body was devouring the surrounding saint energy. Saint 1 Dan primary stage, Saint 1 Dan intermediate stage. In less than 2 hours, he had already reached Saint 1 Dan pinnacle. Xianxia opened his eyes. So far, he had only managed to gather the Saint 1 Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art. After reaching Saint 1 Dan pinnacle, he was unable to advance any further. As expected of a celestial saint. Most likely, my origin core has already surpassed Saint 1 Dan to reach perfection. Xianxia scanned his body with his mind and exclaimed in agitation. He had already formed a Saint 1 Dan origin core previously, and now that he had successfully become a Saint 1 Dan origin core, his origin core had already surpassed Saint 1 Dan. It seems like Xianxia wasn't just a Saint 1 Dan origin core back then. His origin core should have reached perfection just like me. Knowing about the Saint 1 Dan origin core, Xianxia could tell that Xianxia was probably no different from him. Among the 3 saint canonization tribulations, the body tribulation would shatter and reform the origin embryo in the body. The reformed origin embryo would contain holy qi, and its power would be more orthodox. It would naturally transform to another level, and countless people would look up to it. Now that I have reached Saint 1 Dan pinnacle, my current fighting prowess is on par with Saint 3 Dan pinnacle cultivators. Even if Feng Sun were to exert his full strength, he wouldn't be a match for me. Xianxia clenched his fists tightly in excitement. The reason why he was able to defeat Feng Sun previously was because the latter had suppressed his cultivation and ended up being injured by him. However, now that he had reached Saint 1 Dan, even if Feng Sun was at his peak, he wouldn't be a match for him. Of course, Saint 4 Dan was a primordial spirit realm cultivator, so he wouldn't be a match for Xianxia. Unless, he could advance his soul cultivation further. However, without the heritage of the soul oracles, it wouldn't be that easy for him to advance his soul cultivation. It seemed like he would have to find some time to pay a visit to the ancestral ground that Mo Hunching spoke of and look for Lu Chong. He wondered how the latter's cultivation was going at the moment. Voila, Xianxia stood up. You are awake. Lozozi turned to look at him and asked, how do you feel? Not bad. Xianxia chuckled softly as he raised his head to take a look. What happened to the Skyleaf King? The Skyleaf King was frozen in midair. His eyes were filled with fear, but he was unable to move at all. He tried to assault you, so I taught him a lesson. Lozozi chuckled softly, as if she was talking about something insignificant. Taught him a lesson? Xianxia narrowed his eyes. He knew how powerful the Skyleaf King was, and yet, the other party was able to subdue him so easily. Just how powerful was the other party? It was no wonder she said that it would be troublesome to travel with her. Just her strength alone was enough to put him under immense pressure. Having just become a celestial saint, he thought that his strength was extraordinary. However, when he saw Lozozi, who was around his age, possessing such strength, his arrogance vanished in an instant. Even though he wasn't weak, he had only cultivated for less than a year. There were so many sage clans on the master-teacher continent, and there was no guarantee that there would be geniuses of the same age who were stronger than him. Thus, his previous thinking was correct. There was always someone better than him, and he had to keep a low profile. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he was killed. That fellow has been causing trouble for me time and time again. I'll kill him first. Xianxia chuckled softly as he turned to look at the Skyleaf King once more. Vice Saint Ji Yan was right. Having just become a celestial saint, Xianxia was able to wield strength that far exceeded his limits with the help of the Saint Ascension platform. As powerful as the Skyleaf King was, he was confident that he wouldn't be a match for him. Who, with a flick of his wrist, the seal on the Skyleaf King's body was broken. Then, he pressed down on the Skyleaf King once more, and a powerful surge of saint energy gushed forth, knocking the Skyleaf King to the ground. Not expecting the fellow before him to become so powerful, the Skyleaf King narrowed his eyes in fright. Not daring to utter a single word, he immediately leaped forward, intending to escape. He thought that he had reached the pinnacle of his life after fusing the map and the crystal together. Who could have thought that the pinnacle would come down so quickly? Trying to escape? Humph. Through his clone, Xianxia already knew what had happened. Narrowing his eyes, he pressed down on the Skyleaf King. Gotcha! With a cry of agony, the Skyleaf King plummeted to the ground once more as his body convulsed uncontrollably. Even with the Qiuwu Palace, the Skyleaf King still wasn't a match for Xianxia. At this moment, all he could think of was to escape. A moment later, the Skyleaf King was tossed onto the Saint Ascension platform. Under the illumination of the sacred light, his cries of agony grew weaker and weaker until they finally disappeared. Who? Xianxia raised his hand once more, and a surge of pure primordial spirit energy appeared in his palm. The sacred light of the Saint Ascension platform had the effect of obliterating otherworldly demons. Even though the Skyleaf King was powerful, after being injured by Xianxia and subdued by the sacred light for a moment, his consciousness had been reduced to pure primordial spirit energy. My clone has done well this time around. Chuckling softly, Xianxia flicked his finger, and half of the primordial spirit in his palm flew into his clone's body. Jai. After fusing with the primordial spirit of the Skyleaf King, the aura of the Skyleaf King swiftly surged. The strength of the clone mainly came from its soul. Since its physical body was the Nine Hearts Lotus embryo, there was no need for it to cultivate. After devouring half of the Skyleaf King's primordial spirit, even though it was unable to reach Leaving Aperture Realm, it was still equivalent to reaching half Leaving Aperture Realm. Coupled with its indestructible physical body, it would be able to put up a fight against even a Leaving Aperture Realm primary stage cultivator. I would like to thank the rest of you as well. With a smile, Xianxia split the remaining primordial spirit into several portions and infused them into the consciousness of Wushi, President Han, and the others. Thank you, Xianxia. Knowing that this was a rare opportunity, the crowd quickly sat down and crossed their legs. Hong Long, not too long later, President Han was the first to achieve a breakthrough, reaching half Leaving Aperture Realm as well. Wushi followed closely behind. While Vice Principal Ji Yan and the others weren't as exaggerated as Xianxia, they had also reached Primordial Spirit Realm. It could be said that after assimilating the primordial spirit of the Skyleaf King, their cultivation had soared significantly. Xianxia. Feeling the changes in their strength, the crowd kneeled to the floor and kowtowed in awe of Xianxia. To be able to raise one's cultivation with just a raise of one's hand, it was truly unfathomable. Even though they had reached 7-star, they still found it hard to believe. I hope that you can keep the matter of me being a celestial master teacher and celestial saint a secret. Xianxia turned to the crowd and said. It would be best for them to keep this matter a secret. Otherwise, the otherworldly demonic tribe would surely go into a frenzy and hunt them down. More importantly, keep a low profile, keep a low profile, keep a low profile, don't worry, we'll keep this matter a secret. Wushi and the others nodded solemnly. Regardless of whether it was a celestial master teacher or celestial saint, the other party had far surpassed their imaginations. Then, I'll be thanking you in advance. Hearing their assurances, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. With a flick of his wrist, he tossed the stalk of Grand Intermittence grass over and said, Wushi, find a way to forge the Grand Intermittence pill to treat Principal Tan Qing. I'll take a look at the map and the crystal to see if I can find a way to heal the old principal. Yes. Wushi nodded as he took the Grand Intermittence grass. Pill forging was one of his supporting occupations. While his mastery wasn't particularly high, he was still capable of forging the Grand Intermittence pill. Who, after instructing the others, Xianxia walked up to the crystal and placed his hand on it. The next moment, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. You are Xianxia? A figure was reflected in the crystal, dressed in a long robe and a tall hat. Xianxia felt as if the other party was a sage, as if they were both acknowledged by the heavens and a master teacher. There was only one person in history who had such a situation, and without a doubt, it was Xianxia. Who, as soon as this thought surfaced in Xianxia's mind, he suddenly felt a powerful suction force pulling his consciousness out of his body, and the next moment, he was already in the crystal. Looking around, he realized that he was still in a folded space, just that it wasn't too large, only several dozen square meters in area. Furthermore, there was nothing in it at all, making it look extremely rough. Xianxia, why are you? Xianxia took a look at the young man before him and frowned in bewilderment. The last time he went to the Saint Ascension platform, he had seen Xianxia's will, and the latter was young and dashing, reminiscent of a spring breeze. Why did this young man's face seem a little swollen, and his robe was a little dirty and disheveled? It seemed as if he had been beaten up Xianxia? What a joke. Putting aside the fact that he was weaker than the other party, even if he could defeat the other party, no one would dare to make a move on him. Most likely, he left his will behind right after becoming a celestial saint, Xianxia deduced. He had just become a celestial saint, and he had undergone the physical body ordeal. Even though he had recovered from his injuries, the bloodstains on his robe couldn't be washed off anytime soon. Just like the young man before him, he was in an even worse state. Most likely, Xianxia was in the same state as well. Even though it was just a sliver of his will, it didn't seem as clean and tidy as before. He wanted to let his juniors know the cruelty of becoming a celestial saint. I don't have much time here, Xianxia waved his hand nonchalantly, not bothering to explain himself at all. Xianxia nodded. If I'm not mistaken, you are afflicted with the innate fetal poison as well, right? Xianxia asked with a sharp glint in his eyes. That's right. Hearing the other party mention this matter, Xianxia's eyes lit up in agitation. He hurriedly turned to Xianxia and asked, how can I resolve it? I beseech Xianxia to show me some mercy and point me in the right direction. Previously, he had wanted to ask the other party about this matter, but the other party had simply said I am not alone before vanishing without a trace. Now that he had brought it up himself, he should be able to find a solution. As long as he could resolve this matter, it would be equivalent to having one less worry. He would no longer have to worry for no reason. We'll talk about this later. Shaking his head, Xianxia turned to Xianxia and said, the fact that you were able to become a celestial saint means that you and I have encountered the same fortuitous encounters. Let me give you a piece of advice. If you want to go further, if you want to escape fate, you need to walk your own path. Blindly inheriting the wisdom of your predecessors, although it can make your progress faster, it will also shackle your direction and motivation. Walk my own path? Xianxia was slightly taken aback. He didn't expect Xianxia to say such a baffling thing instead of talking about the innate fetal poison. That's right, Xianxia nodded and continued, I have the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, you should have heard of it, right? Xianxia replied. It was said that the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn was an unparalleled artifact that belonged to Xianxia. Back then, he had relied on it to suppress the otherworldly demonic tribe. However, along with Xianxia, the Great Codex of Spring and Autumn had disappeared without a trace, never to be found again. The Great Codex of Spring and Autumn concerns the fate of mankind. Since you share the same fate as me, there's a good chance that you will be able to activate it. You mustn't allow it to fall into the hands of others. Also, you must be wary of. His tone was anxious, as if there was something urgent that he had to do. Xianxia slowly raised his palm, but before he could finish his words, an anxious voice suddenly sounded in Xianxia's ears. Xianxia, are you all right? Xianxia's body jolted as his consciousness returned to his physical body. Opening his eyes, he saw Luozi standing before him with a worried look in her eyes. She must have noticed that his consciousness had left his body and was afraid that something might happen to him, so she rushed over. I'm fine, grabbing the young lady's hand, Xianxia replied with a smile. He already knew that the young lady had protected him from the Skyleaf King. Even though her identity was still a mystery, no matter how difficult it was, he wouldn't give up. It's good that you're fine. Heaving a sigh of relief, the young lady chuckled softly. Give me a moment, I'll take a look at the crystal first. Turning his gaze away from the young lady, Xianxia turned his gaze back to the crystal once more, and a moment later, a look of helplessness surfaced in his eyes. Xianxia's will had already vanished without a trace in the blink of an eye. It felt as if he had been dreaming, and there was no way he could recover from it. Xianxia has been worshipped by so many master teachers, so I thought that he would be more dependable in his actions. But who would have thought that he would be as unreliable as his clone? Xianxia scratched his head helplessly. He had only wanted to ask about the innate fetal poison, but after meeting the other parties twice, the other party had spouted a lot of nonsense, but he had not brought up anything useful at all. Just the thought of it left him stifled. He even mentioned something about the great codex of spring and autumn. I don't even know where that thing is, so what am I supposed to guard against? Look at ancient sage Qiu Wu. Even though he was dealt a heavy blow, he still managed to finish his words and stay for a very long time. Wasn't the world's teacher a little too weak? When I left my will behind, Xianxia had only just become a celestial saint not too long ago, so his cultivation was nowhere near ancient sage Qiu Wu's. Yet, he was still able to stay for such a short period of time. My God! Xianxia shook his head with an awful complexion. It wasn't easy for him to meet with Xianxia once more so that he could ask him about the innate fetal poison. Yet, due to Xianxia's short period of time, he had missed the opportunity once more. Forget it, back then, Xianxia was only a Saint 1 Dan cultivator. It was already incredible that his will had been able to survive for several dozen millenniums and speak to him. He couldn't ask for too much. It seems like I can only rely on myself to deal with the innate fetal poison. Xianxia rubbed his glabella in distress. He had thought that he would be able to find a solution to the innate fetal poison as long as he could find Xianxia, but from the looks of it, it seemed like he had been thinking too much. He could only rely on himself now. I should assimilate this thing first. Putting aside the matter, Xianxia turned his attention back to the crystal. At this moment, the crystal had already fused perfectly with the map. It was reminiscent of a globe, and its surface was filled with all kinds of terrains, just like what he had seen before. Xianxia dealt his consciousness into the crystal, and it felt as if he would gain complete control over the entire Qiu Wu palace as long as he could assimilate it, granting him immense power. Assimilate it. The assimilation method surfaced in Xianxia's mind. Placing his hand on the crystal, he began circulating his Xianxia. Jai. In an instant, Xianxia felt his will spreading across the entire Qiu Wu palace. The unbounded world, the black sandstorm of oblivion, the floating celestial palace, all of the places that he had been to previously appeared before his eyes, and he could see them more clearly than before. In fact, with just a single thought, he could easily alter the formation of the entire palace, making it more stable or more ferocious. As expected, assimilating this thing will allow me to gain complete control over the entire Qiu Wu palace. Xianxia nodded in realization. By fusing the crystal with the map, he would gain complete control over the folded space, and he would be able to take it away with a single thought. In other words, as long as he took the crystal away, he would be able to enter the Qiu Wu palace whenever he wanted. Upon realizing this, Xianxia's eyes glowed in excitement, and he clenched his fists tightly. Even though ancient sage Qiu Wu's heritage was gone, if he could take this place away with him and study it carefully, he would be able to raise his comprehension of space by leaps and bounds. This would be of great help in raising his fighting prowess in the future. Infusing his Xianxia into the crystal, Xianxia carefully tempered every inch of it. Some time later, Xianxia abruptly opened his eyes. With a light flick of his wrist, he stowed the crystal into his storage ring. He had successfully assimilated the core of the Qiu Wu palace. Voila! As soon as he stowed the crystal away, he felt his aura rapidly weakening. The augmentation from the Saint Ascension platform vanished, and he reverted back to his Saint 1 Dan pinnacle cultivation. Gotcha! Turning around, Xianxia saw that the Saint Ascension platform had been completely drained of its energy, and it had cracked right down the middle. Even if I were to toss this thing out, no one would believe that Xianxia and I are both on it. Becoming a celestial saint, seeing that the sacred object before him was no different from an ordinary stone pedestal, Xianxia shook his head. The Saint Ascension platform had already completed its mission. There was no longer any value in its existence. Tossing aside his thoughts, Xianxia turned his gaze to the crowd and saw that Wuxia was still in the midst of forging the Grand Intermittence Pill. Even though there were many mistakes in his forging technique, with his current half-leaving aperture realm cultivation, it was not too difficult for him to successfully forge the Grand Intermittence Pill. President Han and the others were consolidating their cultivation and recovering from the battle. I saw Xianxia just now. Knowing that there was no need for his help, Xianxia turned his attention to the young lady not too far away. Luozi nodded with a smile. This is the place where he became a celestial saint, so it's only natural for him to leave his will behind. Yes, he told me not to blindly inherit the wisdom of my predecessors, but to walk my own path. Thinking about it now, Xianxia realized that Xianxia was right. Ever since he started cultivating, he had been relying on the Library of Heaven's Path to compile the Heaven's Path divine art. He had not created any new Heaven's Path divine art, so he had been blindly inheriting the wisdom of his predecessors. I have to walk my own path in cultivation. Xianxia is right. Luozi nodded in agreement. It seems like I won't be able to cultivate the same way as before. As the world's teacher, the founder of the Master Teacher Pavilion, the fact that Xianxia was able to say such words meant that he must have noticed something amiss. I know that it will be difficult for me to do so, but it's indeed impossible for me to become a true expert without something of my own. Luozi said with a smile. There's no need to rush. Your current rate of cultivation is already very fast. As long as you continue to cultivate, I'm sure you'll be able to find something of your own. Indeed. Xianxia nodded in agreement. Successfully becoming a celestial saint had solved one of his greatest problems, and it had boosted his strength and confidence by leaps and bounds. No matter how difficult the path ahead would be, he was confident that he would be able to reach the very end and stand at the very peak of the Master-Teacher continent. Ruwashi, don't worry. No matter how difficult it is, I'll be by your side. Xianxia said with determination in his eyes as he grabbed Luo Ruwashi's hand. P.S. Final chapter of this volume. The 8th volume, Xianxia's Advice, came to an end. This volume was the most important turning point in the book, and there were many hidden clues hidden within it that would affect the development of the entire book. Of course, it was impossible to tell at the moment. However, if one were to read through it once more after finishing the book, one would realize that these hidden clues were actually very deep. Sometimes, it would just be a small action. Ha ha ha, the next volume was going to be the 9th volume, your teacher will make decisions for you. In this volume, Xianxia would come into contact with the strongest powers on the Master-Teacher continent, and he would witness the true strength of a sage clan. He would also gradually learn of Luozi's true identity, and his students would also be able to find their own paths. According to the outline, there were a total of 13 volumes in the Master-Teacher continent, and this was the 5th last volume. Please look forward to it. Lastly, I implore my fans on my official account to search for Sweeping the World on WeChat and follow me. When I'm free, I'll post the names of the next few volumes there. This will serve as a spoiler to the story, and it will also prove that Lao really did have the outline and wasn't just writing it up randomly. Also, are there any monthly passes? With Wuxer's proficiency as an apothecary, it didn't take long for him to successfully forge the Grand Intermittence Pill. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his cultivation or the age of the Grand Intermittence grass, he was able to forge a total of 5 pills in a single cauldron. Principal Tan Qing had to consume 3 pills before his severed limbs finally recovered, allowing him to regain the ability to walk. Old Principal, although you are still a long way from reaching the primordial spirit realm, your soul has become extremely resilient under the influence of the sacred light for so long. How about this? I will impart to you a set of soul cultivation techniques, and then, you will enter this puppet first. I will think of a way to help you refine a new body. Xianxia walked up to Xianxia and flicked his wrist. An otherworldly demon puppet appeared in front of him. Even though it was only a soul at the moment, the prolonged exposure to the sacred light had allowed it to transcend the limits of a soul and become extremely resilient. While it still couldn't compare to a primordial spirit, it should be able to survive for a very long time. As long as he could forge a new body, it wouldn't be a problem for him to survive just like his clone. This is an otherworldly demon puppet? Xianxia shook his head upon seeing the appearance of the puppet. He had spent his entire life fighting against the otherworldly demons, so it was impossible for him to enter such a puppet. This is something that Grandmaster Wu Yangzi forged using the body of an otherworldly demon after he was captured back then. It contains his most exquisite craftsmanship. Knowing that the person before him was Grandmaster Wu Yangzi, Xianxia explained. Grandmaster Wu Yangzi forged it personally? Xianxia narrowed his eyes in astonishment. His admiration for Grandmaster Wu Yangzi came from the depths of his heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to find this ancient domain. However, in the end, he still shook his head and said, "No matter what, I am still a true master teacher. Living in the body of an otherworldly demon. I really can't bring myself to do it." "Master, you aren't dead." Just as Zhang Yinqiu was about to continue rejecting Xianxia's goodwill, an agitated voice suddenly sounded. Raising his head, he saw a massive ape-like saint beast standing not too far away. With teary eyes, the saint beast pounced straight toward him. Byzantium Helios, upon seeing the other party's appearance, Zhang Yinqiu's eyes reddened as he stepped forward. It was his tamed beast, the Byzantium Helios beast. The master and servant had thought that they had long been separated by life and death. Who would have thought that they would meet again one day? "Master, I miss you so much." Because the Byzantium Helios beast was too tall, it knelt on the ground and hugged Zhang Yinqiu tightly. Tears streamed down its face, and it no longer looked like the guardian of Hong Yuan. "It seems like even though he has submitted to me, the one he's most loyal to is still the old principal." Zhang Xian smiled bitterly at the sight of the man and beast. He had thought that after interacting with the other party for such a long time, he would be able to replace the other party, but from the looks of it, he was still far from being able to do so. With a flick of his finger, the soul that the other party had sacrificed previously flew back to the Byzantium Helios beast. Sensing the recovery of its soul, the Byzantium Helios beast hurriedly turned to look at the young man before it in disbelief. "From today onward, you're free. You'll still be the old principal's tamed beast." Zhang Xian chuckled. To be honest, with his current strength, there was no point in keeping the Byzantium Helios beast by his side. Rather than that, he would rather have it do what it wanted to do the most, which was to continue following behind Zhang Yinqiu. "Thank you, master." The Byzantium Helios beast kowtowed to Zhang Xian with gratitude in its eyes. If not for the young man before it, it would have never met the old principal again. "Xianxia, I've made up my mind. I'll enter this puppet first. I had no ties back then, and with you in charge of the academy, I'm sure that it'll be even more glorious than before. Instead of living a feeble existence, I'd rather die." At this point, the old principal turned to the saint beast before him and said with a smile, "But now, after seeing it, I want to continue living." He had no wife or children, and the only thing he had was the academy. Now that there was a new principal, he didn't really care whether he lived or not. However, after seeing the yearning the Byzantium Helios beast had for him, he realized that only by living on would he be able to accomplish more. Life wasn't just for oneself. Sometimes, one had to live for others. "All right." Hearing the other party's agreement, Zhang Xian nodded. With a wave of his hand, he infused a surge of energy into the puppet and sent it into it. A moment later, the puppet opened its eyes. Even though the otherworldly demon puppet wasn't particularly good-looking, it possessed the strength of a Saint 3-Dan cultivator. If he were to fuse his soul together with the puppet, he would be able to advance his cultivation significantly. After dealing with the old principal and Tan Qing, Zhang Xian led the crowd back to the seal outside the Saint Ascension Hall. With a flick of his finger, a crystal appeared before him. With a light swipe of his finger, a passageway opened up. "Let's go." The crowd quickly walked out of the passageway and met up with Musher, Feng Sun, and the others. Seeing that they had returned safely with Tan Qing, Vice Principal Ji Yan, and the others, the crowd was overjoyed. Now that their objective had been accomplished, Zhang Xian didn't waste any time. He raised the crystal once more, and a brilliant glow shrouded the crowd. The next moment, the crowd found themselves standing above the mouth of the swallow-embracing mountain. "Everyone, these are the storage rings and treasures we obtained from killing the kings along the way. Back when we were in the ancient domain, we weren't sure if we would be able to make it out alive, so we weren't able to split them into smaller portions." Seeing that they had returned to their original location, Zhang Xian heaved a sigh of relief. With a light chuckle, countless treasures appeared on the ground. They were the treasures he had obtained from killing the Scarlet Leaf King, Jade Leaf King, Sky Leaf King, and the others. As valuable as they were, they had worked hard together to obtain them. Back when they were in the ancient domain, they weren't sure if they would be able to make it out alive, so it wasn't a big deal for them to share them with one another. This, Xianxia, you were the one who killed the Skyleaf King and the others. It has nothing to do with us at all. Not expecting Xianxia to take out so many treasures, the crowd was taken aback for a moment before feeling deeply moved. In truth, it was the young man before them who had killed all the kings. They didn't do anything, so it was a little unbecoming of them to receive such benefits for no reason at all. Since we entered the ancient domain, we are a team. Without all of you, I might not have been able to survive until now, so please don't turn down my offer. Xianxia smiled. After becoming a celestial saint, his mindset had changed. As valuable as these treasures were, if they could be used to raise the cultivation of more people, they would be far more useful than him alone. Alright, we'll accept your offer then. Seeing how resolute Xianxia was, the crowd decided not to turn him down anymore. They quickly divided the treasures among themselves, and everyone had benefited greatly from the battle. After distributing the treasures, Xianxia still had quite a few left. However, these treasures weren't of much use to him anymore. His greatest gain was the assimilation of the entire Qiu Wu palace, who, with a light flick of the crystal ball in his hand, the folded space of the ancient domain appeared on the surface of the crystal ball. From afar, it looked like a painting. Xianxia, since we are done with the ancient domain, we won't be returning to the Master Teacher Academy anymore. After distributing the treasures, Wuxia and President Han walked over to Xianxia. Xianxia nodded. If they were to return to the Master Teacher Academy and head to the Qingyuan Empire, they would have to take a detour. Thus, they might as well leave the Master Teacher Academy from here. At the very least, they would be able to save 2 to 3 days of travel. Before we leave, I would like to speak with you privately. May I? Wuxia asked telepathically. Xianxia waved his hand and set up a seal around the area. After which, he turned to the duo and asked, "May I know what's the matter that requires us to leave?" Actually, it's nothing much. It's just that, there's something that I would like to advise Xianxia on. Wuxia and President Han glanced at one another before turning to look at Xianxia. Advice? Xianxia was perplexed. What was the matter? Why were these two so secretive? Why did they need to persuade him? After a moment of contemplation, Wuxia said, "I'll get straight to the point. Based on my observations over the past few days, it seems like Xianxia is intending to court Luoxia as his partner, right?" "That's right." Xianxia chuckled, not denying Wuxia's words. There was nothing taboo about love between a man and a woman. Not to mention, Luoxia was the only woman that he loved, the person that he wanted to spend the rest of his life with. Then, do you know anything about Luoxia's background? Wuxia asked. That should be related to the Luo clan, right? Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying. Indeed, she should be related to the Luo clan. If I'm not mistaken, there's a good chance that she's the little princess of the Luo clan. Wuxia revealed his conjecture with a grim look on his face. Little princess? Xianxia was taken aback. That little princess possesses an extremely pure bloodline. Putting aside her unparalleled talent, more importantly, she has inherited the supreme artifact of the Luo clan, the Dimension Silencer. Wuxia paused for a moment before continuing. The sage clans are extremely strict with their bloodline. Not to mention, she wields the most important artifact of the Luo clan. Under normal circumstances, they wouldn't allow her to marry an outsider. This, Xianxia was taken aback. If she doesn't marry an outsider, does that mean that she'll remain in the Luo clan forever? It's fine for someone with an ordinary bloodline to marry an outsider, but for someone with such a pure bloodline, that would be difficult. Wuxia shook his head. Furthermore, even if she were to marry an outsider, it would probably be an alliance between the sage clans. Alliance between the sage clans? Indeed. The cultivation techniques of the sage clans aren't allowed to be leaked. Only by marrying someone with a similarly pure bloodline would she have a higher chance of becoming a more powerful genius. So, if you really wish to become her companion, I'm afraid that it won't be that easy. Wuxia said hesitantly. He wasn't trying to stop the two of them. Rather, he wanted to give the young man before him a heads up. It wasn't that easy to marry a woman from a sage clan. More importantly, I heard that the Luo clan has already formed an alliance with an extremely formidable sage clan through marriage. That's precisely why that little princess was so displeased that she ran away. No one knows where she has gone to. This time, the one who spoke was President Han. Previously, when they had guessed Lozosi's identity, these rumors had surfaced in their minds, causing them to be wary of him. If Xianxia were to get together with Lozosi, he could very well offend not only the Luo clan but another sage clan as well. They had gone through life and death together, so naturally, they couldn't allow the other party to be kept in the dark. Alliance between the sage clans? What clan is that? Xianxia couldn't help but ask. They share the same surname as you. Wuxia paused for a moment before replying. The Sage Zhang clan. The Zhang family? Xianxia frowned. Indeed. The Zhang clan is one of the top 3 sage clans on the master-teacher continent. The core members of the Zhang clan possess the purest bloodline. Once awakened, they will be able to achieve a breakthrough to Saint Realm before 16, and by 20, they will be able to surpass the Leaving Aperture realm. In terms of standing, the Luo clan is even beneath the Zhang family. Wuxia remarked. They are that formidable? Xianxia was astonished. Indeed. If you choose Luoshi, you will be facing the combined might of these 2 sage clans. Of course, given Xianxi's talent and progress, it won't be too difficult for him to surpass the sage clans. However, it would be best not to let him know of the matter beforehand. After all, the existence of a celestial master teacher and celestial saint was simply too shocking. If news of it were to leak out, he could very well be attacked by the otherworldly demonic tribe. Furthermore, not all master teachers were good people. Alright, that's all we have to say to you about this matter. I'll leave the decision to Xianxia. Wuxia said with a smile. If you choose to stand against them, please call us along. No matter how difficult it is, we will stand by your side. Indeed, Xianxia. No matter what, we will support you unconditionally. President Han said with a smile. As long as Xianxia didn't die, he would surely achieve great things in the future. As powerful as the sage clans were, they might not be able to catch the eye of Xianxia in a few hundred or even 1,000 years. However, it would be best for him to keep a low profile at the moment, or else he would be in deep trouble. Thank you. Knowing the goodwill of the duo, Xianxia clasped his fist in gratitude. He knew that Lozosi's identity wasn't simple, but he didn't think that it would be so complicated. It was no wonder the other party was unwilling to agree to it at the start, even saying that it would be difficult for him to be together with her. Anyone would be under immense pressure when facing 2 sage clans. Xianxia has always been a reliable person, and he is much more thoughtful than us. We will be waiting for your arrival in the Qingyuan Empire. Farewell. Wuxia, President Han, Lu Mo, and the others bade farewell. Xianxia, we're heading back to the academy. This time, it's all thanks to you. Otherwise, we might have all been wiped out. Wu Tianqiong and the others also walked over. Xianxia, let's return to the Combat Master Hall right now. Make some preparations for the exchange of students from your Master Teacher Academy. Jiang Yuan, Feng Sun, and the others from the Combat Master Hall also nodded and took their leave. Soon, everyone went their separate ways, leaving only Zhang Yinqiu, Ji Yan, Tan Qing, and Lozozi. Let's return to the academy. Thus, the group flew straight toward the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy. President Zhang, I heard from Feng Sun that the students of our academy will be heading to the Combat Master Hall for an exchange. What's going on? Standing on the back of the beast, Zhang Yinqiu hesitated for a moment before walking forward. Exchanges were usually conducted between powers of equal standing. For example, they would often bring their students to Yunqiu College, Luoqing Academy, and the others to learn from them. As for the Combat Master Hall, every single combat master there was capable of defeating opponents stronger than them. If they were to head there for an exchange, wouldn't that just be asking to be pummeled? Back when I was still a student, I founded the Xianxia faction and conducted a few classes there. The fighting prowess of the students has risen a little, and I know that the Combat Master Hall is a formidable fighting force, so I decided to bring them to broaden their horizons, Xianxia said with a smile. What's the point of just conducting a few classes? The combat masters of the Combat Master Hall are simply too powerful. If we were to head there for an exchange, I fear that our students will lose all their confidence. Vice Principals Ji Yan and Tan Qing were also taken aback for a moment before shaking their heads. The Xianxia before him was still too young. As a celestial saint, you should be able to defeat Feng Sun and the others as easily as chopping vegetables. However, our students are nothing more than ordinary cultivators, and they are still far from matching up to the Combat Master Hall. If they were to head there for an exchange, it might just shatter their confidence. It's just a matter of broadening their horizons. If we don't bring them out, how can we know that there's always someone stronger than us? Xianxia said. This? All right then. Along the way, they knew that Xianxia had a sense of propriety, so they chose not to say anything. A few days later, Hongyuan City appeared before their eyes once more, and the sight of the massive city was right before their eyes. You all should return to the academy first. I'll be heading back to my residence first. Xianxia clasped his fist and bade farewell to Xianxia and the others. He was going to return to his residence first to check on Wang Ying and the others. As for the academy, with Elder Me and the others around, there was no way that anything would go wrong. Furthermore, with Zhang Yinqiu and old school head Zhang Yinqiu and the others returning, it would be inappropriate for him to butt in. Returning back to his residence, Zhang Xian swiftly checked on Wang Ying and Lu Yang. They had already started cultivating the Saint Ascension decipher, and their fighting prowess was at its peak. Zhang Xian distributed the treasures he had obtained from the ancient domain to the two of them before instructing them to continue cultivating. After which, he called his butler, Sun Chang, over. It had been 10 days since they last met, and Sun Chang seemed to have grown fatter. His cultivation didn't seem to be too different from before, and it seemed like he hadn't been focusing on his cultivation at all. Zhang Xian reprimanded the butler harshly for failing to meet his expectations. His students were all reliable, but this butler of his was simply too lazy to focus on his cultivation. While Zhang Xian was guiding his students and reprimanding his butler, Vice Principals Ji Yan and the others had arrived in the sky above the academy. Xianxia might be powerful, but he's still too young. With the temper of a youngster, interacting with the Combat Master Hall is really taking it too lightly. Indeed, every single Combat Master of the Combat Master Hall is an incomparably powerful individual, invincible in their cultivation realm. If we were to go against them, our students could very well lose their confidence. Not only will we not be able to motivate them, it might even backfire. Zhang Yinqiu, Vice Principals Ji Yan, and the others sighed. If the disparity between cultivators of the same cultivation realm was too great, it would only serve as motivation for them. If the disparity was too great, it might even cause them to lose their confidence. It was just like comparing an ordinary cultivator to an emperor, they were clearly not on the same level. Why don't we head over to the Xianxia faction to take a look? At the same time, we can remind them of the strength of the Combat Master Hall so that they won't panic when the time comes. Vice Principal Ji Yan suggested. Indeed. We should let them know the fearsomeness of the Combat Master Hall. This exchange is just a learning experience, and as long as they lower their mentality in advance, they won't suffer any setbacks. Tan Qing nodded in agreement. The trio quickly came to an agreement. Xianxia was currently the principal of the Xianxia faction, and he had already made an appointment with the Combat Master Hall. Naturally, they couldn't turn him down. However, they had to let his students know in advance that they were going to lower their stance to learn from the Combat Master Hall rather than to have an exchange of equals. With this in mind, even if they were to lose, they wouldn't be too affected. Let's head over. Zhang Yinqiu had already inquired about the location of the Xianxia faction's headquarters on the way there, so he didn't stop for too long before heading over. As Zhang Yinqiu was in the form of an otherworldly demon puppet, he remained seated on the back of the aerial spirit beast. It didn't take long for Vice Principal Ji Yan and Tan Qing to arrive, but before they could enter, they were stopped by several students. Who are you looking for? One of the students asked. I'm looking for the person in charge of your Xianxia faction, Vice Principal Ji Yan said. Most of the members of the Xianxia faction were freshmen who were in the same batch as Zhang Xian. As esteemed as these two vice principals were, they had gone missing 2 years ago, so most of them didn't know who they were. The person in charge? I'll invite them over right now. Sensing the extraordinary disposition of the two elders, the student hurriedly walked over without any hesitation. Not too long later, Ruohuan Gongzi and Song Chao returned. The two of them were the founding fathers of the Xianxia faction, so they would be in charge of it whenever Zhang Xian wasn't around. May I know the reason why the two of you are looking for us? Seeing that they were two powerful elders, Ruohuan Gongzi and Song Chao glanced at one another and clasped their fists respectfully, not daring to offend them. I heard that you were going to have an exchange with the Combat Master Hall? Vice Principal Ji Yan asked. There is indeed such a matter. Recently, the members of the Xianxian faction have been cultivating diligently so as to teach the Combat Master Hall a lesson. Song Chao chuckled. This matter was no longer a secret, and there was no one in the academy who didn't know about it. Since everyone was preparing for it, there was nothing to hide. Teach the Combat Master Hall a lesson? Teach them a lesson? Vice Principal Ji Yan and Tan Qing glanced at one another, and the frown on their faces deepened. The members of the Combat Master Hall are all monsters, and yet you dare to say that you want to teach them a lesson? Aren't you courting death? You really don't know your limits. After a moment of hesitation, Vice Principal Ji Yan said, since you are so confident, why don't we suppress our cultivation and have a duel with you? Duel? Indeed. The members of the Combat Master Hall are all extremely powerful, and you won't be able to fight them just because you say so. If you can defeat us, even if we suppress our cultivation, it won't be a problem for us to exchange pointers with you. If you can't defeat us, I hope that you can head there with the mindset of learning from us. Otherwise, I fear that you won't be able to take the blow. Vice Principal Ji Yan said. Alright, I won't bully you then. Hearing the other party's request, Ruohuan Gongzi hesitated for a moment before turning to a student who was sweeping the floor not too far away. You, come over here. Have a duel with these two seniors. Make sure to go easy on them so as not to injure them. Vice Principal Ji Yan and Tan Qing. Seeing how Ruohuan Gongzi wasn't going to make a move himself, asking them to go easy on them at such a crucial moment, the two vice school heads nearly exploded in rage. Are all freshmen so arrogant these days? Very well, I would like to see what kind of strength you possess. Gritting his teeth, Vice Principal Ji Yan suppressed his cultivation to the level of a student sweeping the floor and beckoned, let's begin. Master, School Head Ji and the others have started fighting. In the sky, the Byzantium Helios beast reported to the old principal. Don't worry, School Head Ji and the others know their limits. They won't go too far, Xianxia nodded with a smile. Just as he was about to continue speaking, a gust of wind suddenly blew, and Vice Principal Ji Yan and Tan Qing flew in. The two primordial spirit realm experts had the marks of a broom whipped on their faces, and their clothes were stained with mud. They looked extremely unkempt. What's wrong? Not expecting them to return so quickly, Xianxia couldn't help but be taken aback. We were beaten up. The duo replied awkwardly. Beaten up? Xianxia widened his eyes in disbelief. Two vice school heads of the master-teacher continent, not to mention their strength, were actually beaten up? How was that possible? Seeing the astonished look on Xianxia's face, the duo immediately felt embarrassed. We couldn't even withstand a single blow. The young lady caught a cold the day before yesterday. Yesterday, my son and mother-in-law caught a cold as well. Last night, I started running a fever, and my temperature is 39 degrees Celsius. Sigh, our entire family caught a cold. If the next day comes later, don't worry, I will try my best to ride it out. Recalling the attack of the student sweeping the floor just now, the two vice deans felt like crying. It was as if the other party was able to see through the flaws in their moves. No matter how they tried to dodge, the other party would still be able to strike their faces. If not for the fact that their strength had reached the primordial soul realm and their strong physical bodies, they would probably not be able to get up now. He had thought that the student who was sweeping the floor was just an exception, but after being defeated in a single move, he chose another random student from the Xianxian faction, and in the end, he lost even more miserably. At the same level, they were no match for those fellows at all. How many training sessions? Looking at the pitiful state the two vice principals were in, Xianxia recalled the words that the young man had told him, and his lips twitched uncontrollably. Just what in the world did this Xianxia train? To cause these students to undergo such earth-shattering changes, unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia turned to the Byzantium Helios beast beneath him and asked. The Byzantium Helios beast shook his head. President Zhang has indeed conducted lessons for those students, but I am not too sure about the details. Most of its time was spent cultivating in the myriad ant hive nest, so it didn't know much about the happenings in the academy. Let's go find Emoju and the others. Seeing that Xianxia was unaware of the matter, the trio hurriedly made their way over to the Elder Hall. Not too long later, they met Zhao Bingxiu, Emoju, and the others. After exchanging pleasantries, they couldn't help but voice the doubts in their hearts. I see. The Combat Master Hall sent 2 batches of candidates to challenge us, and they were defeated so badly that they lost their confidence. When they returned, they cried pitifully, and when they heard that they were going to challenge us, they fled in the middle of the night, not daring to meet us anymore. Emoju explained what had happened in detail. Are you sure it's not us students who have lost confidence? The 3 deans were driven mad. In the 2 years that they had been trapped in the ancient domain, what had the Master Teacher Academy gone through? Not only so, President Zhang has also tamed all of the saint beasts and spirit beasts on the Cloud Mist Ridge and distributed them to the students of the Beast Tamer School. Right now, just the number of perfect harmonization realm and above spirit beasts in our Beast Tamer School has already exceeded 20,000. On top of that, Principal Zhang's public lecture has more than doubled the fighting prowess of the entire Beast Tamer School. Ignoring the astonished gazes of the trio, Emoju continued explaining the changes in the academy. The more Xianxia spoke, the stiffer the bodies of the 3 school heads became. Before he could finish his words, the 3 school heads had already been petrified. Previously, they were worried that this President Zhang was too young and would not be able to manage the academy well. Only now did they realize that their management skills were far inferior compared to him. They even doubted each other. What a joke. 10 days later. On a massive warship, Xianxia was standing on the deck of the warship, looking ahead. Tens of thousands of members of the Xianxia faction were seated in the hold of the warship, and every single one of them had an excited look on their faces. After making all the necessary preparations, Xianxia conducted another 5 lectures over the next 10 days before leading the group back to the Qingyuan conferred empire. At this moment, the Master Teacher Academy's flying ship was finally completed. It was massive, and they had to find several dozen saint beasts to lift it up. For the exchange with the Combat Master Hall, Zhang Yinqiu, Vice Principal Ji Yan, and the others had stayed behind in Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, so Zhang Xian only brought Elder Mi and Pavilion Master Emo Gaoyuan with him. Zhang Xian had already made up his mind that he would not be able to return to Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy for long, and there was a good chance that he might not return at all. Thus, he decided to return the position of principal to Zhang Yinqiu. However, the latter refused to agree to it no matter what. After all, he was still in a half-dead state at the moment. For a principal of the Master Teacher Academy to be in such a state, it would be a disgrace to his dignity as a master teacher. Since Zhang Yinqiu refused to agree to it, he could only continue being the nominal principal of the Master Teacher Academy. As for the affairs of the Master Teacher Academy, he left them to the other party to handle. Over the past 10 days, Zhang Xian had studied quite a few books on smithing to see if he could help Jin Yuanding recover. However, it was a pity that the standard of smithing in Hongyuan City was simply too low. While he might be able to regenerate Jin Yuanding's consciousness, it would be impossible for him to do so. Jin Yuanding had ended up in such a state in order to save them, so naturally, he couldn't allow him to die. After much consideration, Zhang Xian decided to head to the Qingyuan conferred empire first to learn more advanced smithing techniques before finding a way to help Jin Yuanding recover. Looking at the drifting clouds and the howling wind, Zhang Xian could not help but sigh deeply. Yesterday, the day before he was to set off for the Qingyuan conferred empire, Lozozi had looked for him and told him that she had some matters to attend to, so she would be leaving Hongyuan conferred empire. As reluctant as Zhang Xian was, he still nodded in agreement. In any case, now that he knew her identity, he didn't have to worry about not being able to meet her in the future. Wu Shi and the others were right. With his current strength, he was still far from being able to stand against a sage clan. If he wanted to be together with Luo Ruoxin, he would have to work even harder. Zhangshi, this is a gift from my father and King Huai. Fearing that you wouldn't accept it, they told me to pass it to you only after I left Hongyuan City. A crisp voice sounded, and Yu Feier walked up to Xianxia. On this trip to Qingyuan Conferred Empire, Luo Qiqi and Hu Yaoyao had tagged along as well. As members of the Xianxian faction, they were qualified to see the world. A gift? Not expecting Emperor Yu Shenqing to be so courteous, Xianxian took the ring casually. I know that Xianxia is skilled in smithing and pill forging, so there are some medicinal herbs and ores in the ring. While they aren't particularly valuable, there are quite a lot of them. Perhaps Xianxia might be able to use them in the future. Yu Feier said with a smile. As the principal of the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy, Xianxian had a bright future ahead of him. Naturally, Yu Shenqing and the others wouldn't let this tree slip by. Knowing that Yu Feier was sincere, Xianxian could only accept it with a bitter smile. Actually, I should thank your father instead. To be honest, if not for Yu Shenqing giving him the seed of the Bodhi Saint tree, it would have been difficult for him to pass through the black sandstorm of oblivion. It could be said that he hadn't thanked Emperor Yu Shenqing for this matter yet. Xianxia, I have encountered some problems with my cultivation. Can you offer me some pointers? Yu Feier turned to Xianxian expectantly and asked. Of course, Xianxian replied with a nod. After offering some pointers, Luo Qiqi, Hu Yaoyao, and Hu Yaoyao also walked up to him. Thus, Xianxian decided to share his recent insights on his cultivation with them. After hearing Kongshi's advice, he didn't rush into cultivating. Instead, he spent his time contemplating the matter. Even though he didn't manage to create any formidable cultivation technique or battle technique, he did manage to reinforce his cultivation further, making it easier for him to cultivate. Just a few words of explanation would be invaluable advice to any cultivator, and he would benefit greatly from it. A month passed in the blink of an eye. The three young ladies had made significant improvements. Yu Feier had been at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle previously, but after 3 months of cultivation, not only did she manage to reach Half Saint, she even reached Pinnacle. Hu Yaoyao had even reached Nascent Saint Pinnacle. Of course, the one who had improved the fastest wasn't the duo but Luo Qiqi. 2 months ago, she had been at Chrysalis Realm Pinnacle, just like Yu Feier. But now, just like Xianxian, she had reached Saint Wendan Pinnacle. Even Xianxian was astonished by her rapid improvement. It could be said that the other party was even faster than him. It seemed like there really was a talented person among them. Not only had their cultivation soared, their pill forging skills had advanced by leaps and bounds as well. If not for their lacking cultivation, they would have been able to forge grade 7 primary pills with ease. While the three of them were improving swiftly, Wang Ying and Lu Yang hadn't been slacking either. Wang Ying had managed to reach Nascent Saint Pinnacle from Chrysalis Realm Primary Stage 2 months ago, and Lu Yang had reached Half Saint Pinnacle as well. This was due to them cultivating the simplified Saint Ascension decipher. Had they cultivated an ordinary cultivation technique, they would have long reached higher realms. Sun Chong was still progressing slowly. Even though he wasn't putting his heart and soul into his cultivation, he had met Xianxian, who was able to provide him with targeted guidance. On top of that, he had access to all kinds of resources. Even though his progress was slow compared to Luo Qiqi, Wang Ying, and the others, he was still as fast as a rocket compared to the other students. At this moment, he had reached Ethereal Treading Realm Pinnacle, just a step away from reaching Chrysalis Realm. Over the past month, Xianxian had managed to reinforce his Saint Wendan Pinnacle cultivation. Even though he hadn't achieved a breakthrough yet, his true prowess was already invincible beneath Primordial Spirit Realm. More importantly, his soul depth had reached 21. One after the soul tempering of a mentor's calligraphy, putting him on par with a 7-star master teacher. And now, after the Saint Ascension ordeal and the accumulation of his soul depth had risen by 2.0, reaching 23. 1. Just like cultivation, the higher one's soul depth was, the harder it was to raise one's soul depth. It was extremely easy to raise one's soul depth from 1.0 to 3.0, but to raise it from 21.1 to 23.1 was several dozen times more difficult. However, if not for the hard ordeal of the Saint Ascension ordeal being too easy to deal with, his soul depth would have surely increased by more than this. As they cultivated, they did not speak much. The flying ship flew for an entire month, and only then did the group see a huge city slowly appear before them. They had arrived at the capital of Qingyuan Empire, Qingyuan City, while Xianxia and the others had arrived at Qingyuan City. Poison Master Bai Ting and Poison Master Hai Mingjin had also arrived at the Poison Temple headquarters with Wei Ruyan. The headquarters of the Poison Temple was located in the midst of a massive mountain range. Unlike the other branches, which were protected by a formation, it was a massive city that spanned over 1,000 li. The headquarters produced and sold all kinds of resources, and it was no different from a small kingdom. This mountain range stretches for tens of thousands of li, and it is said that it is laced with lethal poison. Anyone who isn't a poison master of the Poison Temple will be poisoned to death upon entering. As such, there is no need for the headquarters to be hidden. Looking at the majestic city before him, Bai Ting remarked. The Poison Temple was a fearsome existence no matter where it was. For safety, it had no choice but to conceal itself with a formation so that it would be difficult for other occupations to find it. However, the headquarters was different. It was built right in the middle of the mountain range, and there was nothing concealed about it. Even so, the entire mountain range was filled with countless poisonous insects and beasts. Anyone who wished to cause trouble would have to pay a heavy price. This was precisely the reason why no one dared to make a move on the Poison Temple's headquarters. Even Mingshi Tang had to be wary of it. I wonder when poison masters will be able to walk in the light like the other occupations without fear of the eyes of the world. Hai Mingjin shook his head with a bitter smile. Even if the headquarters were not concealed, it was hidden in the depths of the mountain range. It was completely different from the branches of the other occupations, which were located in bustling cities. Poison masters had already left a sinister and treacherous image in the hearts of the populace. The higher their rank, the more fearful they would be. This was a view that could not be changed easily. Bai Ting turned to look at the young lady behind him, who was supported by his Xianxia, and said with a smile, I also hope that such a day will come. However, it should be soon. It had been nearly 2 months since they left Jingyuan City, but the young lady still showed no signs of waking up. Furthermore, the poison aura emanating from her body was growing more and more concentrated. If not for the fact that she had taken the form of Sun Chang and given them the antidote when she regained consciousness, even a 7-star pinnacle expert would have died from absorbing so much poison aura. To be able to overwhelm poison masters of their caliber just by passively emanating her poison, the innate poison body was truly fearsome. One's constitution was innate, and there was no way to change it. What was even more incredible was that the founder's understanding of poison was simply unheard of. Along the way, the two of them had been studying the knowledge of poison that the founding master had imparted to them. The more they studied, the more they felt it to be terrifying. It could be said that the understanding they had gained in the past 2 months was better than what they had learned in the past 10 years. In particular, the antidote pills that were bestowed could be described as divine antidotes that were immune to all kinds of poisons. Not only was it able to neutralize the poisonous gas emitted from her body, but it was also able to restrain all of the poisonous insects and animals in the mountain range. A few days ago, Poison Master Bai Ting was accidentally bitten by a venomous snake. Initially, he thought that there was no hope for him, but after consuming the antidote, it didn't take long for him to recover to his peak condition. To think that an ordinary antidote would be able to cure 100 poisons, even Poison Master Bai Ting himself couldn't help but find it inconceivable. If not for these antidotes, he would have died many times over before he could even reach this place. As long as the ancestral master wakes up and regains his peak strength, it won't be difficult for the other professions to acknowledge us. Unfortunately, there are too many powerhouses in the Poison Temple, and no one is willing to submit to anyone else. Everyone is doing things their own way. That's why they're no longer as grand as before. Under the pressure of the other classes, they're forced to hole up in a corner. Recalling his experiences in the Poison Temple over the years, Hai Mingjin couldn't help but sigh. Actually, from the very start, the Poison Temple wasn't like how it was now, where the other occupations didn't fear it. Rather, it was just like everyone else, living in the light without the need to hide. The reason for the current situation was due to the passing of the ancestral master, and there wasn't a single powerful poison master in the Poison Temple. None of the poison masters were willing to submit to one another. Sometimes, when there were no rules in place, they would even kill one another. On top of that, there wasn't a unified standard for the recruitment of disciples, thus resulting in the overall strength of the Poison Temple to deteriorate day by day, resulting in the current situation. If someone could unite the Poison Temple once more and make everyone submit to him, he might just be able to change the current situation and return to its former glory. Don't get too excited yet. The current Poison Temple is no longer the same as before. I informed my teacher before coming here, but I didn't tell him about the matter regarding the ancestral master. Even so, my teacher still told me to be careful and come here discreetly so that no one would notice me. It seems like the entire headquarters is currently in a state of chaos, and even he isn't able to do anything about it, Poison Master Bai Ting said. Your teacher? You mean the myriad poison eminence, Lin Jianhai? Hai Mingjin asked curiously. Even though Bai Ting was his friend, and they had come from the same poison temple, he had never told the other party about his heritage. Thus, Hai Mingjin was only able to deduce some things from the other party's poison techniques. Indeed. My teacher is Poison Master Lin Jianhai. I studied under him for 30 years, but due to my lacking aptitude, I wasn't able to inherit his heritage. Otherwise, I would have already reached 8-star by now, Bai Ting said. Speaking of his teacher, Hai Mingjin was filled with respect. The gratitude he owed to his teacher was boundless. Without his teacher, he wouldn't be where he was today. Even if he wasn't his direct disciple, the gratitude he owed to his teacher was something that couldn't be erased. The Poison Temple headquarters has 2 guardians, 4 eminences, 12 poison kings, and 72 Tier 1 division heads. Even the weakest of them is an 8-star pinnacle expert. Even though the myriad poison eminence isn't the strongest of the 4 eminences, he isn't the weakest either. Even the weakest of his direct disciples is an 8-star expert. Those who are able to become his direct disciples are all dragons among men, and it's a sight to behold. Recalling the legends of the Poison Temple headquarters, Hai Mingjin couldn't help but comment. Even though he was only a 7-star pinnacle poison master, in order to come to the headquarters, he had studied quite a few books, and as such, he had learned quite a bit about the authority structure in the headquarters. As no one in the Poison Temple headquarters was capable of wielding poison, the position of the Hall Master had been vacant for several thousand years, and it had been decided by the 4 eminences for most of the time. As for the 2 guardians, they had always been roaming the world, and it was rare to meet them. Even the poison masters in the headquarters had never met them before. Currently, the 4 of them possessed the highest authority and standing in the Poison Temple. Since Bai Ting could become the disciple of one of them, even if he wasn't their direct disciple, it would still be much more convenient for him to enter the headquarters. Otherwise, with just the 2 of them being 7-star poison masters, it would have been impossible for them to enter the headquarters so easily. Let's hurry up and enter the city. The poison aura in the founder's body is starting to run out of control. If we don't suppress it soon, he might be in danger. Bai Ting nodded in agreement before leading Wei Ruyan ahead of the group. The city where the Poison Temple headquarters was located wasn't too different from the capitals of the outside world. Not only were poison masters living here, there were also ordinary citizens living here. Upon entering the city, Bai Ting and Hai Mingjin stared at one another in bewilderment. Under normal circumstances, such a wide street should have been bustling with activity. Yet, the doors and windows of the shops were tightly shut, and there wasn't a single person in sight. Could something have happened, but that shouldn't be the case. If Mingshi Tang really wanted to make a move on the Poison Temple, he would have surely caused a huge commotion throughout the continent. Since they had never heard of such news before, it could only mean that nothing had happened. But other than Mingshi Tang, who else could possibly cause the massive Poison Temple to become completely deserted in an instant? After walking for an hour without seeing anyone, Hai Mingjin and Hai Mingjin began to panic. Let's continue looking in. Bai Ting nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a voice suddenly sounded. Is that Junior Bai Ting? The duo raised their heads and saw a middle-aged man flying in their direction. The middle-aged man had a short stature, only around 1.6 meters tall, and he had a slightly hunched back. His appearance was extremely inconspicuous, but the 8 stars on the emblem pinned on his chest served as a reminder of his identity. Senior Yuan Ling. Upon seeing the middle-aged man's appearance, Poison Master Bai Ting immediately clasped his fist and greeted him. Yuan Ling? Could he be the 8-star pinnacle poison master who killed a Saint 8-Dan beast? Hai Mingjin leaped in shock upon hearing the name. He might not be too familiar with other 8-star poison masters, but Yuan Ling was one of the most famous ones in the world. The 72 division heads of the Tier 1 division had long reached 8-star pinnacle, and the smoke cloud powder that they concocted was colorless and odorless. It could be transformed into a cloud of smoke that drifted into the surroundings. Once absorbed, even a Saint 8-Dan expert would find it hard to withstand it. It was said that Hall Master Yuan Ling had once been pursued by a Saint 8-Dan beast, and in desperation, he had released a poison that killed the beast. It was due to this battle that he had become extremely famous in the Empire Alliance. There was no one who did not know of the poison temple of Qingyuan conferred kingdom. To think that such a figure would actually be Bai Ting's senior, and they had once studied under the same teacher. Just the thought of it was shocking. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Teacher heard that you have reached leaving Aperture Realm and intend to take the 8-star Poison Master examination, so he sent me here to fetch you. Yuan Ling said with a smile. Bai Ting had listened to Xianxia's advice and kept the matter regarding the founder a secret. Instead, he said that he was intending to take the 8-star Poison Master examination so that he would be able to arrive at the headquarters safely. Thank you, Senior. Right, aren't you at the Huaijin division? Why are you here? Bai Ting was perplexed. Under normal circumstances, the division heads of the Tier 1 division weren't allowed to leave the Sanctum Head Hall easily. Yet, Yuan Ling had actually come here to fetch him. You don't know? Yuan Ling was taken aback for a moment before he recovered from his shock. Indeed. It has been many years since you left, so it's normal for you not to know. Right Guardian Shinju has returned, and he has found the token of the founder. He intends to ascend to the position of the Hall Master and hold a Poison Master conference. All of the 72 division heads have rushed over, and the people from the outskirts of the city have also gone over to participate in the conference. As such, this place is completely empty, and there isn't a single person in sight. Right Guardian Shinju? You found the token of the founder? The duo was taken aback for a moment before a frown appeared on their foreheads. Bai Ting turned his gaze over and asked, May I know, what kind of token is it? It's the founder's Tome of Poison Legacy. Yuan Ling replied. Tome of Poison Legacy? Bai Ting and Hai Mingjin were astonished. It was said that the founder of the Poison Legacy Hall had written it personally, and he had recorded all of the poison arts he had researched throughout his life on it. It was the most coveted secret art of poison masters, but it had disappeared along with the passing of the founder. After the founder's death, many more hall masters had succeeded him, but due to the lack of the heritage, it had been difficult for them to convince the masses, resulting in further chaos in the Poison Temple. They had thought that it would be difficult to find the Tome of Poison Legacy, but who could have known that the Right Guardian, Shinju, would be able to find it? Indeed. With the Tome of Poison Legacy, he will be able to inherit the position of the Poison Temple legitimately, and no one will dare to say anything about it. Just that, forget it, let's not talk about this anymore. You'll understand once you meet teacher. Yuan Ling was just about to say something when he suddenly hesitated for a moment before swallowing his words. Then, he waved his hand and led the way. The duo followed closely behind him. Both of them were Saint 4-Dan experts, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at the vast residence located at the center of the city. Yuan Ling led the way, and as soon as he walked into the hall where his teacher had conducted his lessons, he heard a commotion. He's using a chicken feather as a token of authority. Why should he let teacher do it? At most, we'll just fight it out with him. He's going too far. We can't just sit here and wait for our deaths. Just because he said that it's the Tome of Poison Legacy, does it really mean that it's the Tome of Poison Legacy? I remember that he was at loggerheads with teacher back then, so he's probably saying those words to get rid of the dissidents and succeed the position of the Poison Temple. The Right Guardian has always been a narrow-minded person. Now that he has such a powerful backing, he's bound to make a move. Walking into the room, Xianxia saw dozens of poison masters standing in the room with indignant looks on their faces. Bai Ting glanced over and saw his seniors and juniors, and all of them had reached the cultivation of 8-star poison masters. At the center of the room sat an old man dressed in plain robes. His aura was as deep as a well, and his breathing was barely discernible. Haiming discreetly scanned the old man with his spiritual perception, and the next moment, he was astonished. Scanning the old man with his spiritual perception, he found nothing at all. What incredible strength! Haiming narrowed his eyes. The strength of the person before him had already surpassed his imagination, reaching an unfathomable realm. With his current level of spiritual sense, it was impossible for him to detect it at all. With his spiritual perception, the old man's spiritual perception, Xianxia, he was unable to do anything at all. Not to mention using poison, terrifying. Teacher, Junior Baiting is here. Ignoring the quarrels of the crowd, Yuan Ling took a step forward. N. The old man nodded. After that incident, you became disheartened, and I thought that you would never be able to achieve a breakthrough. Who could have thought that you would become an 8-star poison master instead? At least my teachings weren't in vain. Teacher, with reddened eyes, Baiting took a step forward and kneeled before Xianxia. It had been a long time since he had left the headquarters, and he had been too ashamed to come over. Now that he had finally met his teacher, he could no longer suppress his emotions. Alright, you are already an 8-star poison master, there's no need to be so childish, the elder chuckled. Yes. Baiting stood up and raised his head to look at Xianxia doubtfully. Teacher, just now, the seniors and juniors said that they wanted teacher to come. What do they mean? Everyone was filled with righteous indignation, so it was definitely not a good thing. It's not a big deal. Since you're back, just focus on the test. After the test, go back. The poison temple is no longer the safe place it used to be. I'm afraid that there will be bloodshed in the future. Run as far as you can. The old man waved his hand and sighed. This, Baiting frowned in bewilderment. His teacher was one of the 4 eminences, but for him to sound so dispirited as soon as he spoke, what in the world was going on? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't Shinju be celebrating the fact that he had obtained the Tome of Poison Legacy and become the new Hall Master? Seeing the confusion on Baiting's face, an 8-star poison master stepped forward and said, I believe you should know that Guardian Shen has obtained the Tome of Poison Legacy and is going to become the new Hall Master. Right? Yes. Baiting nodded. He had just heard of this matter from Poison Master Yuan Ling. The Tome of Poison Legacy is a legacy left behind by the founder of the Poison Temple, and it carries lethal poison. In order to open it, one has to use the human life feeding method. Guardian Shen has instructed teacher to do this. The 8-star poison master said with gritted teeth. Baiting narrowed his eyes. There were many secret manuals of poison masters that favored using lethal poison as a seal. In order to open the seal, one had to possess the corresponding antidote ability. If one didn't possess such an ability, one would have to use one's life to fill the gap. In other words, if 1 wasn't enough, he would have to use 2. If 2 weren't enough, he would have to use 3. Once the number of people increased, the amount of poison would be limited. This was also known as the human life feeding method. Human life feeding was an extremely cruel and bizarre concept. It could be said that it disregarded the dignity of life. This was also the reason why poison masters were labeled as unorthodox, and they were despised by the righteous. Why teacher? Baiting gritted his teeth. His teacher was one of the 4 eminences. Why would he be tasked with such a matter? Back then, teacher had a grudge with Guardian Shen, and the poison in the Tome of Poison Legacy was simply too powerful. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to get close to it. Only a 9-star poison master would be able to neutralize the poison. This is also the reason why he intentionally targeted teacher to establish his authority. Before even inheriting the position, he wants everyone in the poison temple to know of his prowess. The poison master gritted his teeth. Even though human life feeding could neutralize the poison, it also depended on one's strength. Without sufficient strength, even 10,000 or 20,000 poison masters would be unable to neutralize the poison. The Poison Temple was a legacy left behind by the founder of the Poison Temple, and the lethal poison on it could only be neutralized by a 9-star poison master. If it had been anyone else, it would have been futile no matter how many poison masters tried. Since he is abusing his position to exact vengeance, teacher doesn't have to agree to it. Baiting said anxiously. He doesn't have to agree to it, but he is threatening us in the name of righteousness. Righteousness? He has promised all of the poison masters that as long as the Tome of Poison Legacy is opened, he will impart the content that is easier to learn to them so as to boost the overall strength of the Poison Temple. Using this as a threat, he has forced Teacher into a dead end. Right now, all of the poison masters in the headquarters are gathered here. In name, they are here to observe the inauguration ceremony, but in truth, there are quite a few of them keeping an eye on Teacher out of fear that he will escape. The eyes of the 8-star poison master reddened in fury. As the saying goes, time reveals a man's heart. The poison masters who were usually on good terms with their teacher, even fawning on him, had fled as far as they could at this moment. Only they, his students, were left to guard the poison temple. Bai Ting clenched his fists tightly. Indeed. By using this condition to lure the other poison masters, their teacher would become the sacrificial lamb. If he didn't sacrifice himself, he would instead become the target of everyone. Alright, I have already made up my mind on this matter. After my death, don't come here anymore. Run as far away as you can, lest your lineage ends here. Interrupting the poison master's words, the elder standing at the center waved his hands dismissively. As long as he was alive, no one would dare to do anything to him. However, if he were to die, most of his disciples would be massacred. The poison temple wasn't as rigid as Mingshi Tang. Everything depended on one's strength. Without strength, the only fate awaiting one's death was death. Teacher. Hearing those words, everyone felt a wave of sorrow wash over them. Yuan Ling's eyes reddened as well. Just as he was at a loss for words, Bai Ting's voice suddenly sounded. Actually. Teacher, there's no need for you to sacrifice yourself. It won't be that easy for Guardian Shen to become the Hall Master. Hearing those words, the crowd immediately turned their heads over. Even the elder couldn't help but frown. Junior Bai, why do you say so? Yuan Ling asked. It's nothing much. If it had been in the past, Guardian Shen would have been able to become the Hall Master after obtaining the Codex of Poison Legacy, and no one would have dared to say anything about it. However, I'm afraid that he won't be able to do so anymore. With a faint smile, Bai Ting revealed a confident expression. Even with the Codex of Poison Legacy, he won't be able to become the Hall Master? How is that possible? Yuan Ling was stunned. The others were also bewildered, unable to believe what they were hearing. What was the Codex of Poison Legacy? Similar to Kongshi's Great Codex of Spring and Autumn, it was a treasure left behind by the founder of the Poison Temple. As long as one was able to obtain it, one would be able to gain the acknowledgement of all poison masters. Putting aside becoming the Hall Master, even if one were to commit suicide, one would still be unable to do so. Their teacher was currently being forced to do so. Yet, the person before them actually said that even the Codex of Poison Legacy was unable to become the Hall Master. Indeed. What's going on? The Codex of Poison Legacy is an unparalleled treasure left behind by the founder. Obtaining it is equivalent to obtaining the right to speak in the Poison Temple. The 8-star Poison Master who had spoken earlier couldn't help but shake his head. The only way to prevent him from becoming the Hall Master is to invite the founder over. Senior Lu is right. I have indeed invited the founder over. Bai Ting chuckled softly. The founder? Junior Bai, are you joking with me? The founder has already passed away several dozen millenniums ago. Where can we find her? This isn't funny at all. Everyone was taken aback for a moment before shaking their heads. They would have believed it if Bai Ting said that he had found some treasure left behind by the founder, but to find the founder. Wasn't that just a dream? It's indeed the founder. All that's left of her is her fragmented soul, and she's currently residing in this young lady's body. Bai Ting pointed behind him. Only then did everyone realize that Bai Ting had wrapped the young lady in his Xianxia. Releasing his Xianxia, the poison aura in Wei Ruyan's body immediately dissipated, and the crowd couldn't help but retreat a few steps. This is the innate poison body? Before the crowd could process what was going on, the face of the elder at the center, Lin Jianghai, warped in disbelief. The innate poison body was an unparalleled treasure of poison masters. Ever since the founder departed, there hadn't been a single case of it appearing in the poison temple for the past several dozen millenniums. Who could have thought that it would appear here? That's right. Not only does she possess the innate poison body, she possesses the poison soul constitution as well. Bai Ting nodded. This. Lin Jianhai's body trembled. What is going on? Why is this young lady unconscious? It's like this. Bai Ting recounted how he had met the founder of the sect and how he had agreed to bring the young lady back to the sect. You said that. This young lady is possessed by the founder's soul? She is currently unconscious due to the pressure from the poison soul constitution? Lin Jianhai's body stiffened in disbelief. Indeed. If you don't believe me, you can take a look at this pill that she gave us. Bai Ting said as he flicked his wrist and took out a jade bottle. Chuckling softly, Bai Ting flicked his wrist and passed the antidote pill that the founder had given him over. After using it several times along the way, there was only a single pill left in the jade bottle at this moment. Taking a look at the pill, Lin Jianhai frowned. This is a pill for strengthening one's foundation? As a poison master, he had a deep understanding of medicinal properties. With just a look, he could tell that the pill before him was just an ordinary pill for strengthening one's foundation. There was nothing special about it. I also thought that it was just an ordinary pill for strengthening one's foundation. However, after the founder's refinement, it has become a saint antidote that can cure all poisons. Bai Ting nodded. Lin Jianhai frowned. The fact that he was known as the myriad poison eminence went to show just how powerful his poison was. There were so many different types of poison that it left one flabbergasted. For an ordinary pill for strengthening one's foundation to be said to be able to cure all poisons, wouldn't that mean that it was his nemesis? Extending his spiritual perception into the pill, Xianxia swiftly saw through it, and the more he examined it, the more bizarre he felt. Based on his eye of discernment and understanding of medicinal properties, there was nothing special about the pill. It was no different from those sold on the market. Putting aside him, even a Saint 5 Dan cultivator wouldn't be able to do much if he were to consume 3 gene of it for a meal. Wasn't it a little too exaggerated to claim that it could cure all poisons? He was a 9 stars poison eminence, one of the top poison masters in the master-teacher continent. Yet, he couldn't see anything special about the pill. If not for Bai Ting's words, he would have long thrown the pill into a ditch. Does this pill really have antidote properties? Bai Ting couldn't help but ask. Teacher, if you don't believe me, I can test it for you on the spot. Bai Ting chuckled softly. Turning around, he asked, Senior Yuan Ling, may I know if you carry your smoke cloud powder with you? I do. Yuan Ling nodded as he took out a jade bottle. As the most potent poison he had ever created, it went without saying that he would always carry it with him in case of emergencies. Grabbing the jade bottle, Bai Ting turned to Yuan Ling and said, Poison Master Hai, I'll have to trouble you with something. Poisoner White, there's no need to stand on ceremony with me. Feel free to speak your mind. Hai Mingjin walked over. Actually, it's nothing much. I'll have to trouble you to consume this smoke cloud powder. Bai Ting flicked his wrist and tossed the pill over. Ah? Hai Mingjin's lips twitched. He had been wondering what Poisoner White was up to, but who could have thought that he would be the one to test the poison? The most effective way to test the antidote was not to study the ingredients, but to test the poison. This was the most direct and effective way. It's just that, you could have just found a pill sample beast or something like that. Why did you have to find me? All right. Not long after, he gritted his teeth and nodded. Although he was a little reluctant, when he thought of the miraculous effects of the founder's elixir, he confidently uncorked the bottle and ate a mouthful of the smoke cloud powder inside. Puff, as soon as he ate the medicine, his face immediately turned dark, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone present frowned. Even the weakest among them was an 8-star poison master, and they possessed exceptional eye of discernment. Naturally, they could tell that the young man before them was truly poisoned. Here. Knowing the frightening prowess of the smoke cloud powder, Bai Ting dared not hesitate and passed the antidote pill over. Hai Mingjin hurriedly swallowed it. Whoosh, not too long after he swallowed the pill, his dark complexion immediately returned to normal. However, it seemed like the antidote hadn't been completely neutralized yet. Half of his face was black while the other half was white. After stabilizing his breathing, Hai Mingjin asked awkwardly, cough cough, poisoner White, do you still have any pills left? Give me another one. I seem to have eaten too much of the smoke cloud powder earlier, and the antidote isn't completely neutralized yet. These pills were limited in size, and the amount of Heaven's Path Xianxia they could store was limited as well. Even though they could neutralize the poison, the tier of the smoke cloud powder was simply too high. A single pill wasn't enough to neutralize the poison completely. This is my last pill. Bai Ting's lips twitched. Ah? I finished mine on the way here. Hai Mingjin's body swayed, and he nearly burst into tears. He was just testing the pill for everyone to see, and yet, he ended up in such a state. Did he have to be so pitiful? Who did I offend? This? Bai Ting's eyebrows twitched uncontrollably. He was intending to display the Saint Antidote pill of the founder to the crowd, but he didn't have enough pills. There's no need to test it anymore. This is indeed the Saint Antidote pill. Just as the duo was feeling helpless, Lin Jianghai waved his hand and said, Yuan Ling, help him neutralize the poison. Yes. Yuan Ling walked over and placed his palm lightly on Hai Mingjin's body. The latter immediately felt his entire body relaxing, and his face reverted back to its original state. To be able to forge a Saint Antidote pill of the smoke cloud powder into a Saint Antidote pill. This is truly shocking. Ignoring Hai Mingjin, Lin Jianghai stood up and walked over to Wei Ruyan with a look of disbelief on his face. If he had still harbored some doubts before, he was now 100% certain of it. Putting aside the innate poison body and innate poison soul constitution, the pill that Zhang Xian had just concocted was one that he hadn't noticed anything special when he scanned it with his spiritual perception. Yet, it was able to neutralize even the smoke cloud powder. That was truly terrifying. He had taken a look at the poison that Yuan Ling had concocted, and it was capable of killing even a Saint 8 Dan expert with ease. Yet, a mere pill was able to neutralize the poison without leaving any side effects at all. Such means were truly incredible, and it was truly astounding. Even he found it hard to comprehend. Most likely, only the founder of the Poison Hall would possess such unfathomable means. Teacher, you believe him? Bai Ting's eyes lit up. Other than the founder, I really can't think of anyone else who would be capable of doing so. Lin Jianghai nodded. Come, let's go and participate in the inauguration ceremony. Since Shinju wants me dead, let's see who will have the last laugh. A glint flashed across Lin Jianghai's eyes. The fact that he was able to survive in the headquarters of the Poison Temple and stand at the very top meant that he was no saint. All right. Seeing that their teacher was confident once more, the others clenched their fists tightly and followed behind him. The inauguration ceremony was being held in a square not too far away from the manor. Countless people had gathered in the headquarters, and the crowd was so densely packed that one couldn't see the end of it. At the very center of the square, a book floated in the air, emanating a dazzling aura. Beneath it was a black-robed poison master, who emanated a frightening aura. Eminence Lin, you are finally here. Upon seeing the crowd, the black-robed poison master chuckled softly, and his voice echoed across the square. Since you have agreed to the ceremony, let's begin. Open the Tome of Poison Legacy, and I'll impart its contents to everyone before I announce my inauguration. Eminence Lin, as one of the 4 eminences, it's about time for you to make a sacrifice after enjoying the offerings of the Poison Temple for so many years. It's a good thing that we can sacrifice a single poison master to strengthen our Poison Temple. Don't worry, your name will go down in history. On the high platform, 2 more people shouted. They were the other 2 of the 4 eminences. Shinju, Eminence Wang, and Eminence He, I'm not here to feed you the Tome of Poison Legacy. Rather, I'm here to discuss the selection of the Hall Master once more. Ignoring their words, Lin Jianghai sneered coldly as he leaped onto the stage. Discuss the selection of the Hall Master once more? Eminence Lin, are you out of your mind? Guardian Shen has obtained the Tome of Poison Legacy, so it's only right for you to do so. Do you think that you can find another Tome of Poison Legacy? Eminence Wang sneered coldly. The Tome of Poison Legacy is one of the most important treasures of the Poison Hall. The fact that Guardian Shen is here means that she has already occupied the highest position in the Poison Hall. Why? Are you unconvinced by Guardian Shen or the founder? Eminence, he harumphed. The two of them were already on Guardian Shen's side, and their words were filled with disdain and mockery. There's no need for you to use righteousness to pressure me. Since I'm here to discuss the selection of the Hall Master, I'm naturally prepared. Lin Jianghai flung his sleeves. I might not have found the Tome of Poison Legacy, but I have found the founder. At this point, he raised his head to look at the sky and said, "Welcome the founder." Walla, Yuan Ling, Bai Ting, and the others immediately brought Wei Ruyan over and placed her gently on the stage. The founder of the sect? What do you mean? A huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. All of the poison masters glanced at one another, unsure of what was going on. Founder? Shenju and the other two eminences frowned as well. That's right. This is our founder. Her soul has survived until now, and she has possessed a young lady with the innate poison body. She'll come back to life at any moment to lead us to glory once more. Lin Jianghai waved his hand and pointed at Wei Ruyan. She's the founder? You must be joking. Our founder passed away tens of thousands of years ago. How could she be a young lady in her teens? The crowd was stunned for a moment before a huge commotion broke out. Shenju also burst into laughter. Eminence Lin, I think that you've lost your mind out of fear of contributing to the Poison Temple. To think that any random person would be the founder. Why don't you just call someone Concher instead? Indeed. The crowd beneath the stage shook their heads with a smile. The myriad poison eminence was usually a reliable person, so why was he so reckless this time, to call an unconscious fellow the founder of the Poison Temple? What kind of joke was that? Audacious. Lin Jianghai frowned. Shenju, as a 9 stars poison. Master, you can't possibly be unable to recognize the innate poison body, right? Innate poison body? That young lady possesses the innate poison body? A huge commotion broke out. Shenju was taken aback as well. He quickly turned his gaze over, and a cold glint flashed across his eyes. The innate poison body is a unique constitution that has only appeared in the founder of the Poison Temple over the past tens of thousands of years. None of us here have ever seen it before. Yet, you are saying that a random young lady possesses the innate poison body. Do you have any proof? Besides, even if she possesses the innate poison body, what does it have to do with the founder? Flinging his sleeves, Shenju sneered coldly. Don't you think that you're exaggerating a little too much just so that I won't become the Hall Master? Exaggerating a little? That's possible. No one has ever seen the innate poison body before, so how can it be so coincidental for a random young lady to claim it? As expected, as soon as Shenju finished speaking, a huge commotion broke out beneath the stage. Previously, the crowd was still perplexed by Shenju's words, but after hearing those words, they were filled with doubt. Even though the physical constitution of the young lady on the stage resembled that of the innate poison body, no one had ever seen such a constitution before, so it was hard to tell whether it was real or not. While Guardian Shen had just found the Tome of Poison Legacy, he had found the innate poison body and even claimed to be the founder of the Poison Hall. No matter who heard it, they would find it hard to believe. The innate poison body is also known as the constitution of disaster. If left unchecked, it will release lethal poison uncontrollably. Needless to say, I believe everyone here should be aware of this matter. Even though this young lady is unconscious, she has been releasing lethal poison non-stop. If Guardian Shen doesn't believe me, you can gather the poison aura together and see if you are able to withstand it. If even a 9-star poison master like you is unable to withstand it, it should be obvious that the poison aura is real. Lin Jianghai chuckled softly. Even though there was no pill to serve as evidence, the poison aura emanating from the young lady before him was the best proof. While it might not pose much of a threat to one's physical body and soul, if one were to absorb too much of it, even a 9-star poison master would find it hard to withstand it. To be able to emanate such power, it was definitely not something that could be faked. This, Shenju was taken aback. With his eye of discernment and knowledge, he could easily tell whether the young lady before him was the real innate poison body or not. However, given that he was about to become the head of the Poison Hall, there was a good chance that he would fall into the hands of another. This was something that he was unwilling to do. Since you have created the innate poison body, it is only right for you to disguise it as well. You prepared a lethal poison beforehand so that Guardian Shen might fall into your trap if he were to absorb it. There's no need to resort to such petty tricks. Eminence Wang sneered. Indeed. Others might not understand you, but I do. If you don't wish to die, just say so. It's laughable how you were acting so righteously before. The poison hall has really misjudged you. Eminence, he sneered coldly. There's no need for you to intentionally change the topic and frame me. If the innate poison body could be faked so easily, our poison hall wouldn't have fallen apart for so many years. Lin Jianghai waved his hands. We can invite the wills of our predecessors and have them make a fair judgment on the matter. Just like the Master Teacher Academy, the Poison Temple had also left behind the wills of its predecessors. If they were unable to verify the identity of the other party, they could easily invite them over. The will of the ancestor would not lie, and there were no personal feelings in it, so it could make a fair judgment. There's no need for us to consult the will of our ancestors over such a trivial matter. Aren't we just trying to figure out whether she possesses the innate poison body or not? It's very simple. I'll check to see if she's poisoned. Shinju frowned as he turned his gaze over. He was certain that the young man before him possessed the innate poison body. If he were to invite his ancestor over, even if he were to go through all the trouble to obtain the Tome of Poison Legacy, the position of Hall Master would have nothing to do with him anymore. He might be strong, but compared to the innate poison body, he was still too weak. Rumble, as soon as he finished speaking, Shinju reached out to grab Wei Ruyan. Hula, supported by the Xinqi, the young lady slowly floated up into the air. She stood quietly in the air with her eyes closed, like a sleeping beauty. Let me take a look. Shinju's primordial spirit immediately extended toward Wei Ruyan. Killing intent flashed across his eyes, and he discreetly sent a sliver of his will into the young lady's body. He was going to kill the young lady in the name of checking on her body. Once the young lady was dead, no matter how good his words were, it would all be a lie. What founder? What innate poison body? None of that mattered. At the very least, he could push the blame onto Lin Jianghai, saying that he had used too much poison in order to disguise the innate poison body, thus harming the young lady. In any case, the young lady had been unconscious ever since she appeared. Even if she were to die, no one would be able to argue against it. His movements were extremely subtle, such that Lin Jianghai didn't think that the right guardian of the Poison Temple would be so despicable as to kill the founder before everyone. As such, he didn't notice Shinju's movements at all. As soon as the sliver of will entered the young lady's body, it swiftly surged toward her consciousness. As a 9-star poison master, his strength had already reached an unfathomable level. Even though it was just a sliver of his will, it was still powerful enough to overwhelm even Saint Six Dan experts. Voila, entering the depths of her consciousness, Shinju saw a young lady floating quietly within her consciousness. Her eyes were tightly shut, and a faint poisonous aura was emanating from her body. It really is the innate poison soul constitution. Shinju narrowed his eyes, and his complexion turned even more awful. It was already extremely difficult to find someone with the innate poison body, so if this young lady were to survive, even if he were to inherit the position of the Hall Master, it wouldn't be long before he would have to abdicate his position. The innate poison body was simply too frightening. If she were to learn how to use poison, her cultivation would surely soar by leaps and bounds. Even with his current strength, he wouldn't stand a chance against the other party. I have been preparing for this position for several centuries. I won't allow you to snatch it away from me, no matter who you are. With a cold glint in his eyes, Shinju bellowed furiously as he formed a sharp sword with his palm and slashed it toward the young lady. The sword was as swift as a bolt of lightning, imbued with a chilling intent. Putting aside the unconscious young lady, even if she were awake, she wouldn't be able to withstand it. Just as the sword was about to strike the young lady, a powerful aura suddenly burst forth from Wei Ruyan's consciousness. Following which, a powerful surge of energy burst forth from her body and blocked the sword. What? Shinju narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Following which, a figure abruptly appeared before him. It was also a will. Even though it wasn't a primordial spirit, it carried the aura of the world's acknowledgement, making him feel as steady as a mountain. Celestial Master Teacher? You are Kongsher? Shinju's face darkened in shock. He didn't think that he would encounter another will here, and a celestial master teacher at that. This was unbelievable. There had only been one celestial master teacher in history, and that was the world's teacher. Could the person before him be him? Humph, how dare you make a move on my student? The figure narrowed his eyes as he raised his hand. Tzzzzzz, several surges of Xianxia immediately gushed into the young lady's consciousness. These surges of Xianxia harnessed the might of the world, as if the heavens were punishing the young lady. No, Shinju narrowed his eyes. He wanted to explain himself, but it was already too late. As if hot oil coming into contact with a spark, the young lady's will burst into flames. Before she could even let out a cry of agony, she had already been reduced to ashes. Pooh, as soon as the young lady's will was destroyed, Shinju, who had been checking on Wei Ruyan, suddenly spurted a mouthful of fresh blood. That was a sliver of his will that he had discreetly torn from his primordial spirit. Even his main body was caught off guard by the sudden attack, resulting in him sustaining light injuries. Guardian Shen, not expecting the new sanctum head they were supporting to spurt blood after checking on the young lady, Eminence Wang and Eminence he hurriedly rushed forward to clarify the matter, only to see the eyes of the right guardian of the poison temple widened in horror, as if he had seen some kind of monster. Hurry up and leave. With a pale face, Shinju immediately turned around to leave. However, before he could even fly into the air, he could already feel an indomitable aura emanating from the young lady. It felt as if the world was collapsing around him, leaving him with no place to hide. Hong Long Long, the young lady slowly floated into the air. Her luscious black hair fluttered despite the lack of wind, and her tightly shut eyes, coupled with the poisonous aura that she was emanating, it was truly a sight to behold. Do you think that you'll be able to escape after using your primordial spirit to assault my soul? A calm voice sounded from within the young lady's body, carrying an irresistible will. It was impossible to tell whether the voice belonged to a man or a woman, but as it fell into the ears of the crowd, it felt as if an explosion had erupted in their hearts. Assault? Guardian Shen wasn't checking on her earlier, but an assault? Everyone beneath the dueling ring was taken aback. They turned to look at Shinju furiously. They had thought that he was only checking on the young lady to see if she possessed the innate poison body or not, but who could have thought that he was actually trying to kill her? Shinju, Lin Jianghai was so furious that he felt as if he could explode at any moment. The other party had made a move right under his nose, but he had not noticed it at all. If something had really happened to the founder, how was he supposed to answer to that? Shinju's face paled. Gritting his teeth, he said, I was only testing you. I have no intention of killing you, testing you. Humph, I have lived for tens of thousands of years and founded the poison temple myself. Do I need a junior like you to test me? Who do you think you are? The young lady's eyes were still tightly shut, but her body was slowly descending from the sky. With every step she took, the pressure on Shinju increased by twofold. His scalp was already drenched in sweat, and he was on the verge of collapsing. He was a 9-star poison master, and his fighting prowess had already reached a frightening level. Yet, before the other party, he was still no different from a puppet, unable to put up the slightest resistance. Shinju was rendered speechless. To be able to obliterate his consciousness with a single move, the other party's strength was definitely far above his. More importantly, he suspected that the other party was congsure. For a moment, he felt his entire body going limp, and he felt completely powerless. Back then, no one dared to make a move on me. Yet, a junior like you, who has inherited my heritage, actually dared to make a move on me. You sure are brazen. The young lady's voice sounded like rumbling thunder. Every single word of hers pierced Shinju's eardrums, leaving him at a loss as to how to respond. Elder, I really didn't intend to make a move on you. I just wanted to see who you are, Shinju hurriedly said. Do you know who I am now? The young lady's face was cold. Who in the world are you? Why are you trying to play tricks here? Before Shinju could reply, Eminence Wang had already bellowed furiously. He hadn't experienced what had happened in Wei Ruyan's body, so he didn't know how fearsome the young lady before him was. As such, even if the other party's aura wasn't weak, he was confident that he would be able to stand against her with his current strength. Who am I? The young lady sneered coldly. voila, a book flew out from her glabella, and it grew larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it had already grown to a size of several hundred meters. It harnessed the might of the heavens, rendering one incapable of escaping it all. Pung, before Eminence Wang could even process what was going on, he was already smashed into a meat patty. Do you know who I am now? Placing her hands behind her back, the young lady floated in the air, reminiscent of a deity. Founder, spare us. Shenju and Eminence he immediately kneeled to the ground. Just like them, Eminence Wang was a 9-star poison master. Putting aside his proficiency in poison, his fighting prowess had already reached an unimaginable level. To be able to kill them with a single strike, not even their primordial spirits could escape. With such strength, he could probably kill them as easily as cutting vegetables. Other than the founder, they couldn't think of anyone else who possessed the innate poison body and poison soul constitution. Shenju and Eminence he weren't the only ones who kneeled down in fear. All of the poison masters in the poison temple paled, not daring to utter a single word. I don't wish for anyone to doubt me or harbor any thoughts of betrayal. Eminence Wang is the perfect example. Harumphing coldly, the lady waved her hands and looked at Shenju and Eminence he expressionlessly. Offer up your souls, and I can spare your lives. Yes. Shenju and Eminence he didn't dare to say anything. They hurriedly offered up their souls. Given how the other party had killed Eminence Wang as easily as slaughtering a chicken, it wouldn't take much effort for her to kill them. Gather all of the 9-star poison masters in the poison temple and have them awaken my unique constitution. I need to recover my strength as soon as possible. Taking the souls of the other party was equivalent to having complete control over their life and death. After arranging everything, she sent a telepathic message to Lin Jianhai. Yes. Lin Jianhai had already listened to his student Bai Ting's detailed explanation. Without much hesitation, he immediately gathered all of the 9-star poison masters in the poison temple and had them awaken the lady's unique constitution and control her poison body. After doing all of this, the lady fell to the ground once more. She closed her eyes and continued sleeping. However, after the previous experience, everyone looked at her with respect and reverence. No one dared to harbor any ill intentions toward her anymore. All of the 9-star poison masters in the poison temple worked together to awaken and suppress her innate poison body. 3 days later, Wei Ruyan woke up. Sitting on the highest throne representing the head of the poison temple, she gazed into the distance with clenched fists. Even though she had been unconscious for the past few days, she knew what her teacher had done for her. He had risked his life to enter the poison temple, and he had even calculated all of the dangers that would befall him, leaving behind a sliver of his will to eliminate them. His kindness was so great that she wouldn't be able to repay him even if she were to be torn apart. Teacher, Ruyan will definitely not let you down. Recalling her teacher's warm smile and elegant demeanor, Wei Ruyan's eyes reddened, and she swore in her heart. Initially, she thought that her mother had died the moment she was born and her father was no longer around. She thought that it was a punishment from the heavens for her to suffer all day long. However, from the looks of it now, it was also that she could meet such a good teacher. This was how a teacher should be, a teacher who truly cared for his students and was willing to give up everything. With a teacher like this, what more could he ask for? I didn't expect that I would actually use that willpower. The poison temple is indeed more dangerous than I thought. Soon after the flying boat landed outside Qingyuan Empire, Xianxia sensed that the strand of will he had left in Wei Ruyan's body had been completely depleted, and he couldn't help but shake his head. The reason why he had left his will and the golden page behind back then was because he was afraid that the people of the poison temple would cause trouble for him. After all, unlike Mingshi Tang, the poison temple wasn't particular about rules. In the poison temple, one had to use one's strongest means in order to win the trust of others. From the looks of it now, it was fortunate that he had made preparations in advance. Otherwise, it was very likely that his student would have died. Even though Zhang Xian was too far away to know what was going on, he was confident that Wei Ruyan would be safe once the golden page was activated. Putting aside a 9-star poison master, even a 9-star master teacher would be unable to withstand the might of the golden page. It shouldn't be too difficult for it to intimidate the crowd in the poison temple headquarters. Principal Zhang, Combat Master Feng and Combat Master Jiang are here. While Zhang Xian was deep in thought, Ruohuan Gongzi suddenly walked over. Raising his head, Xianxia saw Feng Sun, Jiang Yuan, and the others flying over. Xianxia immediately walked forward to welcome them. Over the past month, Feng Sun had successfully achieved a breakthrough to primordial spirit realm, and his strength had grown steadier and more powerful than before. It was clear that he had put in a lot of effort during this period of time. At the same time, Jiang Yuan had also managed to reinforce his primordial spirit realm primary stage cultivation, and his will had become even more resilient. It seemed like the possession of the Skyleaf King had made him aware of the weakness of his soul, so he had intentionally strengthened it. President Zhang, you are finally here. Feng Sun chuckled. The other party's flying ship was massive, and the aerial saint beasts they were riding on weren't too powerful either. As such, it was only natural that their speed couldn't match up to theirs. Over the past month, the members of the Combat Master Hall had learned of the incident at the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy, and they had made preparations in advance. In just a short month, the overall fighting prowess of the Combat Master Hall had risen significantly, and even the Hall Master was pleased to see this. The Combat Master Hall has prepared a place for you to rest. Let's head over. Jiang Yuan said. All right. Controlling the aerial saint beasts, the flying ship slowly rose into the air. Not too long later, under the guidance of Jiang Yuan and Feng Sun, they arrived at a massive manor. It was a vast manor, spanning over 100 hectares. Even though Xianxia had brought many students with him, they were able to settle down easily. President Zhang, the exchange will be held 3 days from now. At that time, our Combat Master Hall will hold a grand welcoming ceremony to welcome you all. After making the necessary arrangements, Feng Sun said. I'll be troubling Combat Master Feng then. Xianxia nodded. It had been a tough journey for him to bring so many students with him, so he should at least rest for a few days. Since the other party had given him 3 days as a buffer, it seemed like he was intending to make some preparations in advance. After confirming the time for the exchange, Feng Sun stood up and bade farewell. After they left, Xianxia called Elder Me over. Have my students cultivate diligently and prepare themselves for the exchange 3 days from now. I will be heading out for a while, Xianxia said. The main purpose of the exchange with the Combat Master Hall was to broaden their horizons. Even if they were to lose, it wouldn't mean anything to them. Regardless of whether it was cultivation or anything else, it was impossible for everything to be smooth sailing all the time. Even if they were to lose occasionally, it would still be beneficial for them to temper their state of mind. Putting aside the others, just take Xianxia for example. Didn't he often lose to his clone and get beaten up badly? Despite so many battles, he didn't lose to his clone at all. On the contrary, his fighting spirit was even higher than before, and this only served to fuel his motivation. Hearing that Xianxia would be heading out, Elder Me nodded. Then, he turned to Xianxia worriedly and said, Principal Zhang, this is the capital of Qingyuan Conferred Empire. There are countless experts here, so you must be careful when you head out. Don't act recklessly, or else we won't be able to do anything if you cause trouble. They knew very well what their principal specialized in. Even though he possessed unparalleled talent and was an upright and righteous person, he had always been a reckless person. In Hanyuan Conferred Empire, they might have been able to cover up the matter if something were to happen. However, in the capital, their standing meant nothing at all. Thus, it was best for them to proceed with caution. They were only here for an exchange, so it was best not to cause any trouble. Don't worry, the only reason I'm heading out this time is to find a way to cure Jin Yuanding. I won't cause any trouble. Seeing the worried look on Elder Me's face, Xianxia shook his head speechlessly. He had always been a person who knew what he was doing, so why did he leave such a terrible impression in Elder Me's heart? It was as if he was the king of troublemakers. That's good. Heaving a sigh of relief, Elder Me fell silent. Even though he didn't believe Xianxia's reply, he was still the principal of the Hanyuan Conferred Empire. As an elder, he had already done his duty by warning the other party. Walking out of the manor, Xianxia asked around for the location of the blacksmith guild before heading over. In order to save everyone, Jin Yuanding had fallen into a deep slumber, and even now, it was still unconscious. As its master, it was his duty to find a way to cure it. But before Xianxia could reach the blacksmith guild, a peculiar building suddenly appeared before his eyes. It towered into the clouds, reminiscent of a tower. The top of the building was especially slender, reminiscent of the neck of a swan. Spirit Awakener Guild? What is a Spirit Awakener? Glancing at the plaque on the building, Xianxia frowned in bewilderment. He had heard of many occupations, but he had never heard of a Spirit Awakener before. Young master, is there anything you wish to enchant? I'll be your guide and introduce you to the best Spirit Awakeners for 10 middle-tier spirit stones. I guarantee that you won't have to waste your money. Just as Xianxia was perplexed, an attendant suddenly walked up to him. It was a 16 to 17-year-old young man, and his cultivation was only at Transcendent Mortal 1 Dan. He had a pair of black eyes, and he seemed to possess a sharp mind. Xianxia casually tossed 10 middle-tier spirit stones to the attendant. To the current him, middle-tier spirit stones were nothing much at all. Since the attendant was familiar with him, he could consult him on the matter. Xianxia pondered for a moment before asking, is Spirit Awakener a unique occupation as well? Young master, it's obvious that you aren't from Qingyuan Empire, right? The attendant replied with a chuckle. I am from Hongyuan Empire, Xianxia replied. That's right. I have just arrived in Qingyuan Empire, so most people don't know what a Spirit Awakener is, the attendant replied with a smile. Strictly speaking, Spirit Awakener can't be considered as a unique occupation, but it's one of the most popular occupations in the Qingyuan Empire. There are many who admire its reputation, and even those from the Master-Teacher Pavilion would come to pay a visit. It's a bustling place. Xianxia was perplexed. What can Spirit Awakeners do? For even master teachers to pay a visit to Spirit Awakener, even if it wasn't a unique occupation, there was bound to be something special about it. Take the herbologists whom he had met before for example. Even though they hadn't officially become an occupation yet, their unique ability to cultivate medicinal herbs was extremely important to apothecaries and apothecaries. As the name suggests, Spirit Awakeners are able to enchant all living beings. The attendant explained. Take for example, there are some cultivators who find it difficult to advance to consonant spirit realm after reaching clarifying turbidity realm due to their cultivation being too high. Under such circumstances, as long as they find a Spirit Awakener to guide them, they will be able to swiftly grasp the crux of the art and advance to a higher realm. There are also some weapons that have lost their spirit, and Spirit Awakeners are able to enchant them to restore their spirit. In truth, Spirit Awakeners are a supporting occupation. They are able to enter a unique state of mind, thus tempering their soul and strengthening it. This? You mean to say that Spirit Awakeners are able to awaken the dormant spirit of an artifact? Xianxia's eyes lit up. Of course. While other occupations are unable to do so, Spirit Awakeners should be able to awaken the spirit of an artifact, the attendant explained. Very well. Bring me in then. Xianxia hurriedly nodded. The reason why he was heading to the Blacksmith Guild was to help Jin Yuanding recover its spirit. Since Spirit Awakeners were able to do so, there was no need for him to head there. Young master, is the spirit of an artifact in a dormant state? Seeing Xianxia's reaction, the attendant asked. Similar to soul oracles, the spirit of an artifact would gradually vanish over time or through battle. As a result, the might of many formidable artifacts would plummet significantly as a result. If one were to reforge an artifact, while it would be able to regain its spirit once more, it would affect its original structure and even cause its grade to regress. On top of that, if some of the more formidable artifacts were unwilling to submit to their master, they would have to be erased and replaced with another that was willing to submit. Under such circumstances, it would be best to find a Spirit Awakener to awaken the spirit of the artifact. This way, the might of the artifact could be restored without losing any of its original properties. Yes. Xianxia nodded. May I know what tier of artifact it is? Spirit Awakeners of different tiers will require different Spirit Awakeners. The attendant said. Saint Intermediate Tier Artifact. Xianxia. A Saint Intermediate Tier Artifact? The attendant was astonished. Saint artifacts were usually only wielded by Saint Realm experts, and it was extremely rare to find a Saint Intermediate Tier artifact. Even the Emperor of the Qingyuan Empire, the Firmament Sword, was only at Saint Intermediate Tier. Even the appearance of a Saint Intermediate Tier artifact would cause countless experts to vie for it. Considering how young the other party was, he had thought that he would at most possess a spirit pinnacle artifact. Who could have thought that the other party would possess a Saint Intermediate tier artifact? Young master, are you a master teacher? The attendant asked curiously. Xianxia nodded. Perplexed, he asked, how did you know? He wasn't wearing the robe of a master teacher, and he didn't exude any aura of a master teacher either. How did the other party know? If not for the fact that you're a master teacher, someone would have long made a move to snatch your Saint Intermediate tier artifact, the attendant replied with a bitter smile. Saint Intermediate tier artifacts were considered top-notch treasures even in the Qingyuan Empire. If news of it were to leak out, there would surely be many who would want to obtain it. How could a young cultivator possibly guard it, unless he was a master teacher? With Mingshi Tang protecting him, no one would dare lay their hands on a master teacher. Xianxia nodded in realization. He also understood this matter as well. If not for the fact that he was a master teacher, there would have been many who coveted his cultivation technique and cultivation speed. If so, he wouldn't have been able to arrive here so easily. Being a master teacher wasn't just a responsibility, it was also a protective umbrella. A Saint Intermediate tier artifact requires a 7-star Spirit Awakener to awaken its sentience, and there are only 3 7-star Spirit Awakeners in the entire guild. They are the guild leader and the 2 vice guild leaders, and they are located in a rather remote area. I'll bring you there to apply for it. Knowing that the other party was a master teacher, the attendant decided not to pursue the matter any further. Xianxia nodded. Perplexed, he asked, are Spirit Awakeners divided into different ranks just like the other occupations? There are different ranks as well, but the lowest rank is 4-star, the attendant explained. Lowest rank is 4-star? Xianxia was perplexed. The other occupations range from 1 star to 9 stars, but Spirit Awakeners are different. After their apprenticeship, they only have to take the 4-star examination, the attendant explained. The manservant said, actually, this is to match the other professions. In fact, their true levels are beginner, intermediate, and advanced. Beginner corresponded to 4-star and 5-star, intermediate corresponded to 6-star and 7-star, and advanced corresponded to 8-star and 9-star. But if we do that, we'll be separated from the other professions, which isn't good. Oh. After pondering for a moment, Xianxia understood. Since it involved one's spirit and soul, one's cultivation had to be at least at transcendent mortal 5-dan consonant spirit realm. With such a cultivation, one could already be considered a 4-star pinnacle master teacher, a half 5-star master teacher. If he were to start from 1 star, he wouldn't be able to link it to the other classes. Naturally, he would have to start from 4-star. There were countless professions in the world, and there were countless strange rules. Just like the seers Xianxia had heard of in the past, they had to have a deep understanding of the great Tao of heaven and earth, as well as fortune and calamity. Their cultivation had to be at least at the saint realm. At the beginning, the level was naturally higher. It could even be 7-star. The 7-star Spirit Awakener that Xianxia spoke of was actually the so-called Intermediate Spirit Awakener. Even at the very least, their cultivation had to be at Saint 2-dan. Following behind the attendant, Xianxia walked into the hall. As he walked, he asked around, and soon, he gained a deeper understanding of the guild. The guild leader and vice-guild leader were both primordial spirit realm experts, and their cultivation could be considered as top-notch even in the entire Qingyuan capital. The hall was vast, and there were many cultivators queuing up to receive the help of a Spirit Awakener to temper their soul and raise their fighting prowess. I am still unable to reach consonant spirit realm, and I am unable to sense my soul. I hope that you can offer me some guidance. A clarifying turbidity realm cultivator walked up to the young man. Sit down. The young man nodded calmly as he gestured. The clarifying turbidity realm cultivator hurriedly sat down on a round pedestal not too far away. After the clarifying turbidity realm cultivator sat down, the young man's eyebrows shot up, and he placed his palm on the ground. A ray of light immediately burst forth, forming a halo around him. Relax your body and mind, the young man's words carried a unique charm and allure to the clarifying turbidity realm cultivator. The clarifying turbidity realm cultivator couldn't help but close his eyes, as if he was immersed in some kind of unique state. This is, to stimulate one's soul? To allow the other party to perceive the strength of one's soul and achieve a breakthrough? Incredible. Taking this sight into account, Xianxia's eyes lit up. When he heard the introduction previously, he thought that Spirit Awakener was just a means to stimulate one's soul, but from the looks of it now, it wasn't as simple as he thought. Spirit Awakeners were somewhat similar to soul oracles. The latter relied on unique means to cultivate themselves, whereas the former relied on techniques to enhance the strength of others. Taking the clarifying turbidity realm cultivator as an example, he was unable to comprehend his soul previously, so he was unable to reach consonant spirit realm. However, after being stimulated by the young man before him, his soul grew stronger, and he was able to tap into the strength within it. Hong Long, while Xianxia was still deep in thought, the clarifying turbidity realm cultivator before him suddenly roared, and his aura began surging. He had already reached transcendent mortal Fordan. It's no wonder why everyone wants to head to a higher tier empire. Seeing how the Spirit Awakener had managed to achieve a breakthrough in less than a few minutes, Xianxia couldn't help but remark in awe. In places like the League of Nations, consonant spirit realm was the greatest hurdle one had to cross. Countless people would spend their entire lives trying to reach it, but here, it was so simple. This was truly an extraordinary occupation. However, even though everyone knew that there were many fortuitous encounters in higher-tier empires, not everyone was qualified to come here. Putting aside the fact that there were many dangers along the way from the League of Nations to here, just the price of the spirit enchantment wasn't something that just anyone could afford. It was a high-tier spirit stone, even the Alliance head residents of the Alliance of Kingdoms wouldn't be able to afford such a price. On top of that, there were all sorts of restrictions. It was just like Dubai in his previous life. Everyone knew that it was easy to earn money there, but it was futile. Without reaching a certain level, it was impossible to earn money no matter how much money one had. Alright, the slots for today have arrived. I'm going to rest now. Those who wish to look for me, come back 10 days later. Seeing that the clarifying turbidity realm cultivator before him had achieved a breakthrough, the young man's face turned ghastly pale. Fearing that the young master before him wouldn't understand the concept, the attendant explained, Spirit Awakeners have to expend a great deal of their soul each time they enchant their artifacts. At the very most, 3 people will have to rest for at least 10 days. Xianxia nodded in response. As a soul oracle, he had a deep understanding of souls. Naturally, he could tell how difficult it was to enchant one's soul. 10 days of rest was already an extremely fast recovery. Continuing on, Xianxia saw some Spirit Awakeners tempering the souls of cultivators, and there were also some who enchanted weapons. In order to obtain a slot for spirit enchantment, many people were even willing to pay a high price to queue up. It's indeed profitable, Xianxia couldn't help but remark. This occupation was indeed a lucrative one. Cultivating one's soul was different from cultivating one's physical body and Xianxia. Physical body and Xianxia were tangible, so it was much easier to cultivate them. On the other hand, cultivating one's soul was much more troublesome. However, if one were to rely on a Spirit Awakener, they would be able to strengthen one's soul swiftly. On top of that, it would take a long time for one to tame the spirit within a powerful artifact. Some cultivators would even take several years before they were able to do so. Thus, rather than going through the trouble of doing so, it was better to just kill the artifact and replace it with a Spirit Awakener. Just these 2 factors alone were enough to make this occupation extremely popular. That's the place where Vice Guild leader Sue enchants spirits. The price for enchantment is extremely high, especially if it's a Saint Intermediate tier artifact. Walking around the crowd, the attendant stopped outside a spacious room. Knowing that it wouldn't be cheap, Xianxia went straight to the point and asked, how many high-tier spirit stones does it cost? 100 high-tier spirit stones, the attendant replied. That's not too expensive. Xianxia nodded. As long as he could save Jin Yuan Ding, putting aside 100 high-tier spirit stones, he would even be willing to fork out 10,000 high-tier spirit stones. Voila, flicking his wrist, Xianxia took out 100 high-tier spirit stones and passed them over. Wait here for a moment, the attendant walked into the room, and not too long later, he returned with a delighted look on his face. Young master, you are in luck. It just so happens that Vice Guild leader Sue still has 1 slot left. Let's enter. Following behind the attendant, Xianxia walked into the room. The room was around 100 square meters in size, and seated at the very center was a beautiful lady in her 30s. Even though she wasn't exerting her strength, her every movement carried a powerful aura. Just like Wuxia, she had reached Saint 4 Dan primordial spirit realm. Vice Guild Leader Su, this is the master teacher who is here to restore the spirit of a Saint intermediate tier artifact, the attendant introduced. Vice Guild Leader Su nodded. She shot a curious glance at Xianxia and asked, "You have a Saint intermediate tier artifact?" The young man before her was only a Saint 1 Dan pinnacle cultivator. Even a master teacher shouldn't be able to wield such a powerful artifact. Yes. With a flick of his wrist, Xianxia placed Jin Yuanding on the floor. This artifact of mine has fallen into a deep slumber. I hope that Vice Guild Leader Su can help me awaken it. Deep slumber? Vice Guild Leader Su walked up to Jin Yuanding and examined him carefully. A deep frown appeared on her forehead, and after a moment of contemplation, she turned to look at Xianxia. Your consciousness is in a deep slumber. Do you intend to create a new consciousness to replace it, or do you intend to awaken it? There were 2 ways to awaken a dormant artifact. Firstly, create a new consciousness. Secondly, awaken the dormant artifact. Awaken it, of course. Xianxia quickly replied. Creating a new consciousness would be equivalent to erasing Jin Yuanding from existence, and that was something he couldn't afford to do. That will be a little difficult. Vice Guild Leader Su shook her head. Just as she was about to continue speaking, a knock sounded on the door. Following which, another attendant walked in. Guild Leader Su, Elder Dao Ko wishes for you to awaken his spirit embryonic nascent for a breakthrough to primordial spirit realm. Dao Ko? Vice Guild Leader Su shook her head. Tell him that I don't have any slots left for today. Before she could finish her words, an elder pushed open the door and walked in. Following behind him was a middle-aged man. You don't have any slots left? I heard that you have only enchanted 2 people today. Isn't there still one left? The old man appeared to be in his 60s. His hair was white, and his eyebrows were sharp like arrows. With a single look, it was clear that he was a veteran of the battlefield. His cultivation had already reached Saint 4 Dan primordial spirit realm primary stage. He's one of the twin bandits of the Northern Meadows, Dao Ko. Upon seeing his appearance, the face of the attendant paled in fright. He hurriedly sent a telepathic message to Xianxia that twin bandits of the Northern Meadows is an extremely famous existence in the Northern Meadows. Putting aside how powerful he is, more importantly, he doesn't follow the rules in his actions. The Northern Meadows was the name of a region in Qingyuan conferred empire. It occupied a vast area, even larger than the entire territory of a Tier 1 empire like Hongyuan. To be able to become an overlord there, it was apparent just how fearsome he was. So what if he doesn't follow the rules? Vice Guild Leader Su has already accepted my high-tier spirit stones. Are you going to go back on your word? Xianxia shook his head nonchalantly. No matter what, there was a rule of first come, first served. Even if the other party was a primordial spirit realm expert, there was no way he could disregard this rule in a region where Mingshi Tang was. That's not what I mean. I've heard that he has a record of snatching the spirit enchantment of others. If we were to get into a fight, it would be best for you to be careful. Before the attendant could finish his words, Vice Guild Leader Su shook her head and said, It's true that I've only enchanted 2 people today, but this young master has already arrived in advance and paid the fee for the enchantment. Thus, you will have to wait until the end of the line. As the Vice Guild Leader of the Spirit Awakener Guild, she had to abide by the rules as well. Not to mention, the person before her was a master teacher. He arrived before us? That's simple. Dao Ko chuckled as he walked up to Xianxia. With an authoritative tone that brooked no argument, he said, This friend over here, hand over your slot to me. You paid 100 high-tier spirit stones earlier, right? I'll give you 200 as compensation. As he spoke, he flicked his wrist, and a pile of high-tier spirit stones appeared before him. There were exactly 200 of them in total. Doubling the price in one go was already an extremely high price. After saying those words, the young man raised his head and placed his hands behind his back. Just as Dao Ko thought that the young man would pick up the spirit stones and leave right away, he realized that a Saint 1 Dan cultivator could not possibly offend him over a mere slot. However, as if not hearing his words, the young man turned to Vice Guild leader Su and asked, "You said that it would be difficult for you to recover the spirit stone. May I know what the problem is, and if you need my help?" "My teacher is talking to you. Didn't you hear?" Seeing how Xianxia was disregarding his teacher, the middle-aged man stepped forward and bellowed in displeasure. "If you think that I don't know much about spirit enchantment, feel free to learn it right now," Xianxia continued, as if he had not heard Xianxia's words at all. "Learn?" Vice Guild leader Su shook her head. "Spirit Awakener isn't a unique occupation, but it isn't something that one can master in a day. It's impossible for us to learn it now. Awakening a dormant consciousness is an extremely troublesome task, and I can't guarantee that I'll succeed." "This?" Xianxian frowned. "Then, will there be any harm if I fail?" It was one thing if he failed, but if he failed, the spirit of the Spirit Awakener might dissipate instead. That would be a huge loss. "The worst that could happen is that it won't harm the spirit of the Spirit Awakener," Vice Guild leader Su replied with a smile. "I'll trouble Vice Guild leader Su to give it a try then. I'll surely repay your kindness." Xianxian bowed deeply. As long as he could awaken Jin Yuanding, it would be worth it no matter what price he had to pay. "There's no need to stand on ceremony. I can't say for sure whether I'll succeed or not, so I can only say that I'll give it my all." Vice Guild leader Su nodded. As a master teacher, how could a person who could casually take out such a valuable weapon be ordinary? There was not the slightest disrespect in her tone. However, when her words reached the ears of Dao Ko and the middle-aged man, it sounded as if she was disregarding him. "Lad, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Not daring to lash out at the middle-aged man walked up to Xianxian and glared at him with killing intent in his eyes. It was one thing for Xianxian to disregard him, but to disregard his teacher was unforgivable. As a Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle cultivator, even though he had not made a move yet, he could already feel the immense pressure that he was exerting on Xianxian. "Young man, if you show a more humble attitude, I might be able to answer your question." Ignoring the other party's strength, Xianxian raised his eyebrows. "You're courting death." The middle-aged man's face twitched, and he nearly exploded on the spot. For a 20-year-old lad to address him as a young man, as if he was an elder lecturing a junior. This was driving him insane. Hong Long, the middle-aged man raised his palm, intending to strike down on Xianxian. Vice Guild leader Su's face darkened. Just as she was about to step forward to stop the middle-aged man, the young man suddenly raised his head and bellowed. "Scram!" Hong Long, his voice boomed like a clap of thunder. Dang 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 dang, as if suffering from a heavy blow, the middle-aged man's face paled before his attack could even land on Xianxian, and he was forced to retreat 8 steps before spurting a mouthful of blood. Even though he was a Saint 3 Dan Pinnacle cultivator, Xianxian had already become a celestial saint, granting him invincible fighting prowess beneath primordial spirit realm. Against a person who wasn't even a master teacher, he didn't even need to make a move. Yan Qi, seeing that his student had been severely injured by a single bellow, Dao Ko's face darkened. He stepped forward and infused a surge of Jinqi into his subordinate's body to suppress his injuries. Then, he turned to look at the young man with a frosty gaze and said, "Terpsichore and demonic tonist? This friend over here, aren't you going a little too far by going so far as to make such a move?" With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell what kind of move the other party had executed. It was just a single word, but it harnessed the abilities of a demonic tonist and a terpsichore, making it nigh impossible to guard against. "If I didn't retaliate, his attack would have already landed on me," Xianxian replied, not bothering to respond to the other party's words. "My student might be a little reckless, but he won't make a move recklessly." Dao Ko sneered coldly. "As his teacher, it's my duty to redress his grievances after injuring my student. How about this? I won't bully you, so I'll give you 3 moves. If you can touch the corner of my robe within 3 moves, I'll leave without a word. If you can't touch me, then I'll have to apologize. Give me your slot and scram. Otherwise, don't blame me for getting nasty." As the overlord of the Northern Meadows, he had never suffered such humiliation before. 3 moves? Xianxian's eyebrows shot up. "Very well, make your move then." Dao Ko felt so stifled that he felt like he was suffering from internal injuries. I said that I'll give you 3 moves. Xianxia was astonished. Are you certain? I'm certain. Dao Ko replied confidently. Just a single bellow was enough to cause his student to retreat and sustain severe injuries. As fearsome as the other party seemed, he could tell that the other party specialized in soul attacks. It was common knowledge that those who specialized in soul attacks would have weak physical bodies and jinqi. Not to mention, given how young the other party was, how powerful could he possibly be? As such, Dao Ko intentionally challenged the other party to a duel of touching the corner of his robe. If this had been in the northern meadows, everyone would have known that Dao Ko was intentionally bullying the other party. Speed was his forte, and to challenge a Saint One Dan lad in that field was no different from using a sledgehammer to crack a chicken. All right then. Paying no heed to Dao Ko's confidence, Xianxia nodded. But before he could finish his words, his silhouette suddenly blurred, and in the next moment, he was already right before Dao Ko. Even though he had despised Unbounded Voyager for its many flaws, he hadn't been slacking off over the past month either. He had been fusing the Heaven's Path movement art with the correct parts of it, thus raising his speed significantly. Even though it wasn't as fast as teleportation, it was still a fearsome feat for a short distance. From the moment he made his move to the moment he appeared before Dao Ko, not even a tenth of a breath had passed. Hula, as soon as he appeared before Dao Ko, he raised his fist. Not expecting the other party to charge at him so quickly, Dao Ko's face paled in fright. He was just about to retaliate when he realized that the young man's fist was even faster than his body, as if it had transcended the limits of time. A sharp pain pierced through his chest, and with a cry of agony, Dao Ko was sent flying. Pung, he crashed straight into the wall before his body went limp, and as if a pile of mud, he fainted on the spot. One of the dual marshals of the Northern Meadows, Dao Ko, specializes in speed. Once executed, he moves like a specter. It would be best if you don't agree to my challenge. The exchange between the two might sound complicated, but in truth, it hadn't even lasted a single breath. The attendant who had followed Xianxia in sent a telepathic message anxiously upon hearing that the young master had actually agreed to Dao Ko's challenge. However, before he could finish his words, he saw Dao Ko lying on the ground, and he froze on the spot. The young man before him wasn't much older than him, and he had thought that his strength would be nothing out of the ordinary. Who could have thought that the other party would be able to severely injure an embryonic soul realm cultivator with a single bellow and defeat a primordial spirit realm cultivator with a single punch? Dao Ko, the duo marshals of the Northern Meadows, was famous for his movement technique. Even a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert would find it difficult to catch up to him. Yet, before he could even execute his movement technique, he was already knocked out. The attendant swallowed a mouthful of saliva as his body stiffened. It was fortunate that he was too weak to think too much about the Saint Intermediate Tier artifact. If he had really thought about it, he would have been the one dead by now. Teacher, at this moment, the middle-aged man also recovered from his daze and rushed forward to save Dao Ko. Glancing at the unconscious Dao Ko, Xianxia clicked his tongue in disdain. 3 moves, I defeated you in a single move. With just this bit of strength, what are you putting on in Act 4? You are making it sound as if it's real. He hated those who were putting on airs without substance. How embarrassing. How embarrassing, to be honest, given his current strength. As long as Dao Ko communicated with his primordial spirit and exerted his full strength, he would still be no match for him. But to give him 3 moves, he would just have to suffer. How could he allow his opponent to do so easily? Putting aside a primordial spirit realm primary stage cultivator, even the leading aperture realm primary stage Skyleaf King dared not go easy on him. Yet, in the end, he was still killed. Even though his fighting prowess was beneath primordial spirit realm, he had many means up his sleeves. Killing a primordial spirit realm expert was a walk in the park for him. Sighing deeply, Xianxia shook his head as he gazed into the distance. His eyes drifted away, as if he was seeking defeat. I hate it when others try to show off to me, but you still insisted on coming at me. To be honest, he was already keeping a low profile by not looking for Wuxia, President Han, or the Combat Master Hall. Yet, this fellow still insisted on sticking his face out for a slap. It really made people unable to restrain their laughter. Forget it, I, Xianxia, am a person of noble character and unquestionable integrity. Ignoring Dao Ko, Xianxia turned his gaze back to Vice Guild leader Su. Noticing Xianxia's gaze, Vice Guild Leader Su's eyebrows shot up. There were two reasons why she was biased toward Dao Ko. Firstly, the other party was a master teacher, and secondly, there was a rule of first come, first served. She had been intending to reprimand Dao Ko if he were to make a move, but who could have known that the battle would end before she could even say a word, not to mention, it was such a crushing defeat, to be able to knock out a Saint One Dan expert with a single punch. Where in the world did this monster pop out from? Could he be an expert from the Combat Master Hall? The members of the Combat Master Hall were usually in seclusion, rarely coming into contact with others. Even though they were all in Qingyuan City, she had only seen a handful of them. As such, even she did not know much about them. Considering how the young man before her was able to defeat a primordial spirit realm expert with a Saint One Dan cultivation, it was likely that he was one of them, and his standing was rather high as well. It was no wonder he was able to take out such a powerful saint artifact so casually. Previously, she had thought that the other party was relying on Mingshi Tang for his safety, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like no one would dare to disturb him with his own strength. Gongzi, it would be best for you to be careful. The main reason why the twin bandits of the Northern Meadows are so famous is due to his elder brother, sky-bearing bandit Song Su. It's said that he has already reached primordial spirit realm pinnacle, and he has many means up his sleeves. Even though she knew that the other party was no ordinary person, she still sent a telepathic message to warn him. With a mere primordial spirit realm primary stage cultivation, it was impossible for the other party to become the overlord of the Northern Meadows. Of the two of them, the more formidable one was Dao Ko's elder brother, sky-bearing bandit Song Su. His cultivation was unfathomably deep, such that even she would have no choice but to flee from him. After all, spirit awakeners were only supporting occupations, and they were not suited for combat. Thank you for your advice, guild leader. Knowing that the other party was doing him a favor out of goodwill, Xianxia replied with a smile. When do you think it will be convenient for you to awaken the intelligence of my weapon? Let's begin right now. Without much hesitation, Vice Guild Leader Su nodded. He circled around Jin Yuanding twice before pressing his palm on a certain spot. Buzz, a ray of light immediately enveloped the furnace. Xianxia looked over nervously. Roughly 10 minutes later, Vice Guild Leader Su retracted her palm and retreated a few steps. With a pale face, she said, "It seems like I have underestimated the situation. Your cauldron must have been struck by a lightning bolt, causing it to fall into a deep slumber. With my current strength, I fear that I won't be able to wake it up. Lightning has an extremely destructive effect on spirituality. I'm sure you know this as well. If it were any other reason, I could have done it by expending a little more energy, but this..." Vice President Su shook her head. Then, do you know who can awaken it? Xianxia could not help but ask. Not only has the lightning seeped into the cauldron spirit, it has also left some remnants in it. In order to awaken the spirit, you'll have to cross this area. Most likely, only a Leaving Aperture Realm expert will be able to do it. Leaving Aperture Realm primordial spirits have been tempered by lightning, making them immune to the might of lightning. As for who is able to do it, I don't think there's anyone in the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Guild who can do it. Vice Guild Leader Su pondered for a moment before replying. Even the strongest guild leader of the Qingyuan Empire Spirit Awakener Guild had only reached Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle, and he was still a long way from reaching Leaving Aperture Realm. You said that there are remnants of lightning in the cauldron. If one's soul is immune to lightning despite not reaching Leaving Aperture Realm, is it possible to awaken it? Hearing the conditions in her words, Xianxia frowned. That should be possible. Of course, the prerequisite is that one's comprehension of spirit awakeners has reached 7-star. Just that, is there any soul that is immune to lightning? Vice Guild Leader Su said with a bitter smile. Primordial spirits and souls were of the Yin attribute, and they feared lightning the most. So far, she had never heard of anyone whose primordial spirit and soul were immune to lightning before reaching Leaving Aperture Realm. One's comprehension of spirit awakeners has reached 7-star? Xianxia pondered for a moment before raising his head. Guild Leader Su, may I know what the conditions are in order to browse through the books of your guild? Since Vice Guild Leader Su was unable to awaken Jin Yuanding, he could give it a try himself. Others might be fearful of lightning, but after experiencing the Saint Ascension ordeal and the Sea of Lightning, His soul had become much stronger than before. Ordinary lightning no longer posed any threat to him. Browse through the books of your guild? Not expecting Xianxia to ask such a question, Vice Guild leader Su hesitated for a moment before answering. Unlike other occupations, the books of our guild don't have a level restriction. Those whose cultivation isn't high enough aren't allowed to browse through them. Instead, as long as you pay a certain fee, you will be able to browse through them and even copy them down. Xianxia nodded. I wish to browse through all of the books of 7-star. May I know how much I'll have to pay? Only those who had truly become a unique occupation and possessed a perfect heritage would have a higher level restriction. Most occupations didn't have such stringent requirements. In fact, some of them would even purposely lower their requirements to attract more people to learn them. After a moment of calculation, Vice Guild leader Su said, if you wish to browse through the books of 7-star, you'll have to pay 5,000 high-tier spirit stones. Here. With a flick of his wrist, 5,000 high-tier spirit stones fell to the ground in a flash of spiritual energy. This, Vice Guild leader Su was stunned. Even she wouldn't be able to fork out 5,000 high-tier spirit stones so easily. Yet, the other party was willing to pay so readily just to browse through the books. Wasn't he a little too rich? I'll have to trouble Guild leader Su to bring me over. To the current Xianxia, 5,000 high-tier spirit stones was nothing much. If he could learn a new occupation and save Jin Yuanding, it would be worth it. All right. Seeing that Xianxia wasn't joking, Vice Guild leader Su took the spirit stones and said, follow me. After stowing Jin Yuanding into his storage ring, Xianxia quickly followed behind her. Leaving the room, they walked along the corridor for a while before arriving at a massive room. It was the Spirit Awakener library. You can read books and cultivate here. If you manage to comprehend something, there's a puppet in the room for you to enchant. If you can awaken the corresponding intelligence, it means that you have reached the corresponding level. Standing by the door, Vice Guild leader Su passed a token over to Xianxia. Spirit Awakeners were a popular occupation in Qingyuan Empire, but it wasn't a unique occupation, so there weren't many rules. Even the entrance examination was extremely simple. Thank you. Xianxia nodded as he took the token. Go in. There are quite a few people who wish to learn the occupation of Spirit Awakeners here every day, but it's just that very few of them are able to achieve anything. Vice Guild leader Su said with a wave of her hand. Spirit Awakeners were a lucrative occupation, so there were quite a few people who came here every day to learn the occupation. However, to become a true Spirit Awakener, one had to have a powerful soul and a meticulous mind. This was a talent that couldn't be grasped just by reading books. Thus, Xianxia pushed open the door and walked in. The Spirit Awakener library wasn't too big. It only had several dozen bookshelves, and there were only a few 100,000 books in there. As he expected, there were quite a few people browsing through books in the room. Most likely, they were also interested in learning the occupation of Spirit Awakeners just like him. In order not to attract any attention, Xianxia walked up to the bookshelves and casually picked out a book. While pretending to be reading it earnestly, his eyes were actually scanning the entire bookshelf. Walala, sweeping his gaze across the entire bookshelf, countless books entered his library of Heaven's Path. In less than 10 minutes, all of the books on the bookshelves had been collected into the library of Heaven's Path. Correct. With a thought, a book appeared before Xianxia's eyes. Flipping it open, he began browsing through it. It was the 4-star Spirit Awakener Heaven's Path Divine Art. Swiftly browsing through it, Xianxia gained a deeper understanding of the occupation. Spirit awakening was actually a process of using one's soul energy to nourish the spirit and soul of a cultivator. In order to do so, one had to first turn one's soul into an attributeless one's. Only then would one not be rejected by the other party's body and successfully awaken one's spirit or soul. This first step might have been nigh impossible for others, but Xianxia was different. The soul cultivated through the Heaven's Path Divine Art was attributeless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to disguise himself as anyone without being noticed. After browsing through the book, Xianxia drove his soul energy through his body, and in less than an hour, he had already mastered the 4-star Spirit Awakener Heaven's Path Divine Art. Let me see if it's effective. Walking to the side of the room, Xianxia saw a bizarre puppet standing by the corner of the room. It had 8 arms and 4 heads, but he couldn't tell what grade it was. Xianxia couldn't be bothered to use his Eye of Insight and the Library of Heaven's Path. Thus, he sent a will into the puppet while pressing his palm lightly against the floor. Wang, a ray of light shrouded the puppet. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia's will seemed to have entered a pitch-black world. Jai. A few breaths later, the puppet's spirit was awakened, and it began moving. Its 8 arms and 4 heads danced wildly. It seems like 4-star spirit awakeners aren't that difficult to deal with. Opening his eyes, Xianxia chuckled. He had been wondering how difficult this occupation would be, but the fact that it was able to awaken its spirit so easily proved that it wasn't too difficult. After doing all that, Xianxia began making his way to the 2nd floor. Just like before, there were several dozen rows of books on the 2nd floor, and there were several 100,000 of them. Xianxia swiftly browsed through them, and he managed to compile a 5-star Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art. After which, he walked over to the corner of the room and successfully enchanted a puppet before heading up once more. 4 hours later, Xianxia arrived at the 4th floor. The books on display here were all on the 7-star tier. Xianxia collected them into the Library of Heaven's Path and studied the Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art. After which, he walked over to the area where the puppets were placed, and he couldn't help but frown. There aren't any puppets on this floor? What's this pillar over there? There weren't any puppets in the corner of the room. Instead, there was a thick pillar that extended from the top to the bottom of the room. Xianxia couldn't tell what kind of material it was made of, but it was extremely heavy. It's probably a weapon. As long as I can enchant it, I should be able to become a 7-star spirit awakener, Xianxia thought as he walked up to the pillar. The previous few floors had been filled with 4-headed and 8-armed puppets. While there were none here, there was a black pillar, which should have the same effect as well. I'll know once I give it a try. Sitting on the spot, Xianxia placed his palm on the ground, and a ring of light immediately shrouded the pillar. Just like before, Xianxia's consciousness was plunged into darkness. Light it up. Knowing that lighting up the darkness was equivalent to enchanting an artifact, Xianxia swiftly activated the Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art and tapped his finger forward. Wang, a ray of light burst forth, dispelling the darkness. However, the light was extremely weak, as if a candle in the wind, flickering weakly, as if it would be extinguished at any moment. Xianxia frowned. Previously, as long as he activated the Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art, he would be able to light up the entire area around him. However, this time it was only able to light up the area before him, and the light was easily extinguished. This could only mean that the spirit of the artifact was far more difficult to enchant than he had imagined. As expected of a 7-star spirit enchantment art. The difficulty is indeed much higher than I thought. Not only did Xianxia not feel disheartened, his eyes even lit up in excitement. The previous few tests had not required the slightest bit of skill at all. This was the real deal. I would like to see just how difficult the 7-star spirit enchantment art is. I'll definitely light it up today. Xianxia's interest was piqued by the prospect of a challenge. Other spirit awakeners would only be able to do it 3 times a day, and they would have to rest for a long time before they could continue. However, Xianxia was different. His Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art did not have any side effects, and his soul cultivation far exceeded that of his peers. Thus, Xianxia tapped his finger forward once more. Yet another ray of light lit up. It was still as weak as before, but it managed to drive the darkness even further away. Fuse. Driving his soul, Xianxia gathered the 2 sparks together, and the 2 sparks began to slowly fuse together. These 2 sparks harnessed the will of his soul, so it was not difficult for him to fuse them together. Of course, this was only possible for him. The Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art allowed the 2 sparks to possess the same attribute, but ordinary spirit awakeners were unable to do the same. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to having 2 wills in a single artifact. This was similar to the Bodhi Saint tree back then. If one were to fight with one another, the entire artifact might very well be destroyed. After fusing together, the flame became much stronger, and it shone brightly in all directions. Even though it couldn't completely expel the darkness, it was no longer like before, where it would be extinguished at any moment. It really works. Spiritual fusion was something he had suddenly thought of on a whim. He didn't expect it to work. He smiled lightly and pointed forward again. Hoo-hoo, 2 more flames were ignited and continued to fuse with the one in front of him. The 4 flames fused together and turned into a torch. The light radiated in all directions, illuminating an area of at least 100 meters. What a huge space! With the help of the light, Xianxia could see the surrounding situation clearly. The previous puppets had only been able to sense a radius of a few meters or so, and as long as they activated their spirit, they would be able to sense the entire area. Yet, the otherworldly demon puppet had been able to illuminate a radius of 100 meters, but it was still unable to see the end of the otherworldly demon puppet. Wasn't this weapon way too huge? The bigger the weapon, the stronger the spirituality needed to support it. For example, the Jin Yuan Ding was definitely stronger than the Glacier Rain Sword, but even after igniting its spirituality 4 times, it still couldn't find its boundaries. This was enough to show that this pillar was terrifying to the extreme. I didn't expect the 7-star examination to be so difficult. I don't believe that I can't light it up. Seeing that the torches were unable to illuminate the entire place, Xianxia's desire to outshine the others rose in his heart. If even the Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art that he cultivated could not clear the examination, wouldn't he be letting down the Library of Heaven's Path in the Library of Heaven's Path? Continue. Tapping his finger lightly once more, Xianxia accelerated the circulation of his soul energy, and a few more blazing flames appeared before his eyes. Due to the exhaustion of his Xianxia, his face turned slightly pale. Even though his soul power was powerful and he had performed spirit enchantments many times more than ordinary people, using it repeatedly was still extremely damaging to his soul. Hoo-hoo-hoo, he continued to fuse the ignited spirituality together. The torch turned into a bonfire and shone even further. However, he still couldn't find the end. Not being able to illuminate the end was tantamount to not succeeding. Let's go all out. Gritting his teeth, Xianxia spat out a mouthful of blood essence. After merging 32 clumps of flames, the bonfire before him had turned into a vast sea of flames. At the same time, it was like a blazing sun, illuminating the surroundings. Rumble, the pitch-black space shook for a moment, allowing Xianxia a clear view of what was going on. The area where the consciousness of the weapon was stored was actually several li wide. It was no wonder why it was so difficult to awaken a spirit. Finally succeeding, Xianxia felt his body collapsing from exhaustion. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel curious. Having cultivated the Heaven's Path spirit enchantment art, his understanding of spirit awakeners had already reached 7-star pinnacle, perhaps even 8-star primary stage. He was certain that the speed at which Vice Guild leader Su and the others were able to enchant spirits was far from being a match for him. Even so, he had nearly died of exhaustion before he succeeded. Just what kind of examination was this? Wasn't it a little too difficult? In a spacious room in the Spirit Awakener Guild, 3 ladies were seated opposite one another. They were the 3 most authoritative figures in the guild: Vice Guild leader Su, Guild leader Ruan, and Vice Guild leader Chen. Suing, what's going on? The Twin Valleys of the North aren't people whom we can afford to offend. While the ground bandit Dao Ko's fighting prowess isn't too high, the sky bandit Song Su isn't someone we can deal with. If he were to come after us, our Spirit Awakener Guild might end up owing Mingshi Tang another favor. Guild leader Wan said. Dao Ko had come to enchant a student spirit to push for a breakthrough to primordial spirit realm, but before he could do anything at all, he was already beaten to a pulp. She had heard of the matter as soon as she arrived at the Spirit Awakener Guild, and that was why she had hurriedly called Vice Guild leader Su and Vice Guild leader Chen over. If the Twin Valleys of the North were reasonable people, there was nothing for them to fear. However, those 2 fellows had a terrible reputation, and they had suffered such a huge setback. If they were to cause any trouble, given their current strength, there was no way they would be able to stop them. If that happened, they could only turn to Mingshi Tang for help. It's like this. Vice Guild leader Su swiftly explained the matter regarding Xianxia to Guild leader Wan. You are saying that fellow might be a combat master? Guild leader Wan frowned. It would be great if that's the case. No matter how arrogant the Twin Valleys of the North are, there's no way they would dare to go against the Combat Master Hall. Putting aside the fact that the Combat Master Hall was a branch of Mingshi Tang, Just the fact that there were countless powerful cultivators in the combat master hall was enough to deter any occupation from offending them. If sky-bearing bandit Xianxia comes looking for trouble, just push all the blame onto that fellow. Don't bring trouble to our Spirit Awakener Guild. We are only supporting occupations, so we won't be able to stand against those experts. Guild leader Juan instructed. Most Spirit Awakeners were female, and due to their meticulous nature, they were able to comprehend the essence of their cultivation more easily. Being a female and a supporting occupation, it went without saying that they were no match for those ferocious tyrants. To be honest, if not for the rules set down by Mingshi Tang, Spirit Awakeners would have long been snatched away by other occupations. This was also the reason why Spirit Awakeners were only established in places where Mingshi Tang was present. They would never venture anywhere else lest they met with unforeseeable trouble. Alright. Vice Guild Leader Su nodded. All of a sudden, she recalled something and said, right, that young man hasn't left yet. He said that he wants to learn the art of spirit enchantment, so he went to the library to browse through some books. Browse through some books? A man wishes to learn the art of spirit enchantment? Guild Leader Juan shook her head. It was not that she looked down on men, but it was not something that they were capable of. Vice Guild Leader Su also shared the same thoughts as Luo Ruoxin. She didn't think too highly of Zhang Xian's chances. However, it had already been 6 hours, and Zhang Xian was still nowhere to be seen. Thus, she couldn't help but feel curious. Jia, as soon as those words were spoken, a young lady rushed into the room. She was Vice Guild Leader Su's student, a 6-star Spirit Awakener. Upon seeing the young lady, Vice Guild Leader Su asked with a smile, "How is it? Is that lad really reading books?" Reporting to Guild Leader Yuan, Vice Guild Leader Chen, and Teacher. Not only is he reading books, he has even taken the Spirit Awakener examination. Recalling what she had seen earlier, the young lady couldn't help but feel incredulous. Spirit Awakener examination? Vice Guild Leader Su frowned. He doesn't seem to know anything about the occupation of spirit enchantment, right? Yet, he wants to take the 4-star Spirit Awakener examination despite reading books for less than 6 hours? She had come into contact with the other party before, and she knew nothing about the occupation of spirit enchantment. Yet, he actually wanted to take the Spirit Awakener examination despite that. You must be joking. Not only did he take the Spirit Awakener examination, he even awakened the spirit of the puppet in the corner of the room. The puppet is running around aimlessly, and we have already suppressed it, the young lady replied anxiously. Running around aimlessly. Wait a moment. This time, it was Guild Leader Ruan's turn to be perplexed. As long as he awakens 2 of the arms and 1 of the heads of the puppet, he will be considered to have cleared the examination. However, due to the limitations of the other heads, even if he awakens it, it won't be able to move. How could it be running around aimlessly? He awakened the spirit of the puppet's 4 heads and 8 arms. The young lady's lips quivered in disbelief. He awakened all 4 heads and 8 arms of the puppet? The 3 guild leaders stood up simultaneously with incredulity in their eyes. To awaken a spirit and control 4 heads was an impossible feat. Even they were incapable of such a feat, and yet, a fellow who knew nothing about Spirit Awakener managed to do it just by reading a few books. You said that he awakened the 4-star puppet? Vice Guild Leader Su couldn't hold herself back anymore. If that was really the case, that young man might really be a genius Spirit Awakener. Not only so. The 5-star and 6-star puppets have been awakened as well, and they are currently in the 7-star room, facing the pillar in the corner of the room. I have no idea what they are up to, the young lady said. The 5-star and 6-star puppets have been awakened as well? The bodies of the 3 guild leaders swayed weakly. A moment later, Guild Leader Juan frowned. The 7-star puppet is damaged, and we haven't had a chance to repair it yet. That pillar is the foundation of our guild, and it doesn't possess any spirit, so it's impossible for it to be awakened. Hung Long. Before she could finish her words, the guild building suddenly shook violently, as if they were sitting on a small boat that was being tossed about by the waves. Guild leader, our guild, is saved. Following which, an elder rushed into the room with a ghastly pale face. The guild came to life? Guild leader Juan was taken aback. The other 2 vice guild leaders were also perplexed. That's right. For some reason, our guild suddenly stood up from the ground and tried to run out, the elder exclaimed anxiously. Voila, but before she could finish her words, the ground suddenly shook once more. Following which, the three guild leaders saw something resembling a swan's neck swinging toward them from the window above. The windows above were like two large eyes, looking around curiously at everything around them. It was as if the building beneath them had turned into a body, and it was shaking non-stop, as if it would take a huge step forward at any moment. Did he awaken the spirit of the entire guild? Guild leader Juan gulped down a mouthful of saliva and nearly burst into tears. Even though their guild building had a unique design, it was still a building, not an artifact. At the very most, it was perfectly constructed, but it shouldn't have awakened its spirit. How in the world did that fellow do it? Did he successfully awaken its spirit? Great, the entire guild had awakened its spirit, and it was about to run away. If they were to really run away, how could they face their ancestors? Our guild building was personally constructed by one of the predecessors, and it took him more than 100 years to craft it. It's said that the framework of the entire building has already reached the standard of a spirit tier artifact. Could it be that he managed to awaken its spirit because of this? Vice Guild Leader Chen suddenly thought of something and asked. Not only did the guild building have a unique design, it was also built with the blood and sweat of a predecessor. The framework of the entire building was modeled after that of a spirit tier artifact. Perhaps, this was also the reason why the spirit of the guild building had been successfully awakened. Just that, given how massive the building was, how much spirit would it require to awaken its spirit? Regardless of how he did it, we have to stop him. Otherwise, if the guild were to run away, where would we go? Guild leader Juan said. This wasn't the time to be conflicted over how that fellow had done it. Rather, if the guild were to awaken its spirit and flee, they wouldn't even have a place to stay. How could they face others in the future? Rushing out of the room, guild leader Juan hurriedly made her way to the library. Not too far away, she saw a young man scratching his head in confusion. Upon seeing Vice Guild Leader Su Ying, his eyes immediately lit up. Vice Guild Leader Su, what happened? Why is your guild building moving around randomly? Xianxia was perplexed. Wasn't the Spirit Awakener guild building a little too weird? How could such a huge building be moving around randomly? Did they have any sense of shame at all? With such a large body, once it started running, it would definitely hurt people. Even if it didn't hurt anyone, it wouldn't be good to hurt the plants. You still have the cheek to say that. Seeing Xianxia's expression, the three guild leaders nearly spurted blood. Don't you know what you've done? You're the one who woke this thing up, and now you want to run away, but you're pretending to be innocent. And, what's with that expression? Suppressing the urge to explode, Vice Guild Leader Su couldn't help but ask, did you just enchant a black pillar? That's right. Xianxia nodded. He had just enchanted the black pillar when he felt the building shake. He didn't have time to take a closer look to see if he had succeeded. Vice President Su gritted her teeth. The black pillar is the backbone of this building. You've given it spirituality, so, the entire building came to life. Xianxia's mouth twitched. It was just a moment ago that he had thought that the Spirit Awakener Guild was too unreliable, such that even their buildings would move. But in the end, it turned out that he was the one who had done it. Others would only enchant a weapon, and yet, he had actually run away from this building. Since you've successfully enchanted it, this building is grateful to you, so it begs you to stop it. If it escapes, it will surely cause a huge commotion, and our Spirit Awakener Guild will be done for. Seeing that Xianxia had finally understood what was going on, Guild Leader Juan hurriedly said. Alright, not expecting to cause such a huge commotion just because he wanted to become a 7-star Spirit Awakener, he could only follow behind the three guild leaders and rush out of the room. While flying in the air, he quickly scanned the massive building before him. It was over 100 meters tall, and its slender neck was swinging wildly in the air, reminiscent of a swan. At this moment, everyone in the building had already flown out, and they stared at the come to life before them with widened eyes and slack jaws. How do I make it stop? Seeing how the massive building was about to run away at any moment, Xianxia's lips twitched as he asked. I don't know either, but I'm sure it'll listen to you. Guild Leader Juan replied. Listen to me? Xianxia's lips twitched as he turned to look at the massive building before him once more. He was just about to ask another question when the Spirit Awakener Guild suddenly noticed him and snorted excitedly. It turned its thick neck over and rubbed itself against his leg. Xianxia's body swayed weakly. It was impossible to keep a low profile anymore. Not only did the other party's nest become his pet, it was even so obedient. I really just wanted to keep a low profile. I didn't want to cause trouble. Black lines streaked across Xianxia's face as he patted the other party's head and said, "All right, stay here obediently. Don't move around unless it's necessary." Roar. Hearing his words, the massive building came to a halt in satisfaction before sitting back down on the ground, motionless. All right, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. He turned to Guild Leader Wan and the others, only to see that they were staring at him as if he was a monster. Cough cough. Gongzi, I'll have to trouble you to follow me back. We'll pass you the emblem and discuss how we can tame this building. As long as you can impart the method to us, our guild is willing to pay a high price for it. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around the building, Guild Leader Wan said. No matter what, this was the nest of their Spirit Awakener Guild. It was one thing for it not to possess any spirit previously, but now that it did, they had to make sure that it was in their hands. Otherwise, if it were to run away on its own accord, it would be a huge embarrassment to the Spirit Awakener Guild. All right. Xianxia knew that he was in the wrong, but he didn't want to be stared at too much either. Otherwise, his plan to keep a low profile would go down the drain. Thus, he quickly followed behind the 3 guild leaders and entered the building. While Xianxia was in the Spirit Awakener Guild, a huge commotion broke out in the Combat Master Hall. Countless combat masters were gathered together, and the topic that they were discussing the most was the academy that they had come from. Xiaoqin was a 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall's martial arts division. He possessed incredible talent, but due to his insane cultivation, he was nicknamed Lunatic Xiao. In the past, he had always prided himself on being a combat master. However, during this period of time, he kept hearing about the matter regarding Hongyuan Academy, and he couldn't help but feel displeased. Since when did their combat masters have to interact with the students of an ordinary academy? Since when were their combat masters no longer a match for them? The more he thought about it, the more he felt like exploding. Is the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy really as bizarre as you say? Unable to hold himself back any longer, Xianxia called his companions over and asked, "We combat masters are the cream of the crop, and every single one of us possesses the ability to rival those of a higher cultivation realm. No matter how formidable the Xianxian faction is, it's impossible for every single one of them to be that powerful. If that's the case, what's the point of our Combat Master Hall selection?" Indeed. However, I believe that you have seen the news that Zhu Qingfeng and the others have reported to you. I know him well, so I doubt that he would spout such nonsense. I know that he wouldn't spout nonsense, but I still find it hard to believe. Didn't they say that the members of the Xianxian faction from Hanyuan Academy have already arrived at their accommodation? This won't do. Let's head over to take a look. Didn't they say that the exchange would take place 3 days later? Who said anything about an exchange? Let's head over to take a look first. We'll show them our strength 3 days later. That's a good idea, but we mustn't let the division head know about it. Don't worry, we'll head over discreetly. We won't wear our combat master robes. Previously, it had been their combat master hall who had been conducting all kinds of selections. Yet, an ordinary faction from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy actually dared to approach them for an exchange. Not only Xiaoqin, the others also felt deeply stifled. Thus, with a single call, many people responded. Everyone felt that they had to test the other party's strength to see if he was exaggerating. Let's go. After changing into casual clothes, the group began making their way to the manor where the members of the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy were staying. Before they could get too far, they suddenly saw another group of people walking over. Combat Master Sun, are you going to cause trouble for those from the Hanyuan Master Teacher Academy as well? Taking a closer look, Xiaoqin was taken aback. How can that be considered as causing trouble? We are just heading over to assess their strength to see if they are qualified to join us for an exchange. Combat Master Sun replied awkwardly. Thus, the two groups continued heading forward. After circling around a certain street, they bumped into a familiar face. Combat Master Tan, you, Oh, let's head over to the manor to see if they are used to living there. The combat master hall wasn't too far away from the manor. In less than 10 minutes, Xiaoqin had already met 8 groups of people, totaling to several hundred. It seems like there are quite a few people who share the same thoughts as us. Looking at the huge group before him, Xiaoqin nodded in satisfaction. Even though the combat master hall had stipulated that the exchange would take place 3 days later, there was no rule against paying them a visit. It wasn't a big deal for them to meet each other in advance. Everyone, if we head over together like this, the other party will surely guess that we are from the combat master hall. Why don't we do this instead? Why don't you all wait at the tea house outside while I head over to take a look? I'll report back once I'm done. Seeing that they were about to arrive at the manor, Xiaoqin suddenly stopped them. Even though it wasn't a big deal for them to interact with each other, it still felt as if they were bullying them. Alright, we'll wait here for you. Hurry up and return. Hearing Xiaoqin's suggestion, the others nodded in agreement. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xiaoqin led the way to the manor. The manor belonged to the combat master hall, so it wasn't too difficult for him to enter. Not too long later, he saw a group of students from the Hongyuan Master Teacher Academy cultivating in the courtyard. This friend over here, may I know who you are looking for? Before he could get too far, a young man walked up to him with a smile. I am Xiaoqin. I would like to meet the person in charge of the Xianxia faction. Xiaoqin clasped his fist. I am Jun Ruohuan, and I can be considered as the person in charge of the Xianxia faction. May I know what is the matter? Ruohuan Gongzi asked. It's like this. I heard that the members of the Xianxia faction possess formidable fighting prowess, so I specially came here to seek your guidance. Xiaoqin nodded. That's simple. Ruohuan Gongzi had already guessed what Xiaoqin was up to. He waved his hand and said, Look, these are all members of the Xianxia faction. Who do you wish to challenge? Feel free to speak your mind. Voila, thousands of people gathered around Ruohuan Gongzi. The corner of Xiaoqin's mouth twitched. Did they want him to challenge a group of people, or a group of people to challenge him? Even though they weren't too strong, every single one of them was glaring at Zhangxian covetously, and their auras were like that of a dragon's. Didn't they come from a small place? Didn't they travel all the way here? Why didn't they look tired at all? Instead, when they heard that there was going to be a competition, all of them were full of excitement, as if they had met a weak chicken. I am a Saint Wendan Pinnacle cultivator. Is there anyone who is on par with me? Xiaoqin said. Since he wanted to test the other party's strength, it would be fairer to find someone of similar strength so that he could exert his full fighting prowess. Otherwise, suppressing his cultivation and knowledge would be an obvious form of bullying. Of course, the other party wouldn't be so shameless as to gang up on him. Saint Wendan? Ruohuan Gongzi frowned. Most of the members of the Xianxia faction were freshmen, and it had only been a few months since the start of the school term. No matter how fast their cultivation was, they could only reach perfect harmonization realm at the very most. As for those who had reached Saint Realm, there was one of them. Invite Senior Qiqi over. Zhang Xian turned around and instructed. A young man ran out, and it did not take long for Luo Qiqi to arrive before him. So far, other than the strongest member of the Xianxia faction, Zhang Xian, he was the only other person who was capable of such a feat. My apologies, but the only Saint Wendan Pinnacle cultivator in our Xianxia faction is Senior Qiqi. Why don't you have a duel with her? Ruohuan Gongzi felt a little embarrassed. While Luo Qiqi was also a member of the Xianxia faction, she had received the personal guidance of Principal Zhang, so her cultivation and experience were far superior to theirs. Sending her out to face the Xianxia faction was a little too much. Battle against girls? Xiaoqin frowned. He was an unparalleled genius of the combat master hall. Be it in terms of jinqi, physical strength, speed, or reflexes, he was far superior to those of his generation. Yet, he was being looked down on by picking a random young lady to spar with him. What's wrong with being a girl? Luo Qiqi harumphed coldly before beckoning with her hand. Make your move. Since that's the case, I'll accept your offer. But don't worry, if you can't catch it, I will stop. Seeing the other party's insistence, Xiaoqin sighed and bowed in a gentlemanly manner. Then, with a flick of his palm, he infused jinqi into his body, and an overwhelming aura surged into his body. Xianxia took a step forward. He was a 1,000-man commander of the martial arts hall, and he was most proficient in martial arts. Even though it was just a light step, it contained 7 to 8 transformations. His figure was fleeting, and it was as if he had created several identical shadows in an instant, making it difficult for others to tell which direction he was going to attack. Martial skill, 1,000 illusionary steps, 1,000 footsteps phantasm was a technique created by a primordial spirit realm elder of the Combat Master Hall 2,000 years ago. Once executed, one would be able to create a series of afterimages, making it difficult for one to discern which was which, thus making it easy for one to fall for it. Although his opponent was a girl, he still used his full strength without holding anything back. The motto of the Combat Master Hall was never to underestimate any opponent. Voila, activating 1,000 footsteps phantom, he used his fingers as a sword, and 2 of his fingers shot forward like a venomous snake. This was also a martial technique called the Hidden Dragon Rises from the Sea. Its speed was fast and accurate, like a dragon or snake leaping about, impossible to guard against. Even in the Combat Master Hall, there were few who could defeat him in the same cultivation realm. Not bad. With a light chuckle, the young lady before him made her move. She did not use any battle technique, nor did she make any excessive movements. All she did was spread open her palm and strike downward. It was a simple palm strike, however, for some reason, even though it seemed simple, Xiaoqin felt that his movement technique and moves were completely suppressed by the other party. It felt like no matter where he ran to, he would never be able to dodge her attack. What kind of move is this? Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes, and cold sweat trickled down his back. The other party's move might have seemed simple, but she was actually able to see through all of his moves. No matter how he tried to change his moves, there would only be one outcome: he would be sent flying with a single slap. I can only face her head-on then, as expected of a genius of the Combat Master Hall. Knowing that it was impossible for him to dodge the attack, he could only continue using the same move. Thus, gritting his teeth, he raised his palms and faced the other party's attack head-on. Since there was no way to dodge, he would just have to face her head-on, even though he was no match for those monsters from the defense hall. His Xianxia and physical body had still reached a balance. In a direct clash, he would not lose out to anyone in the same cultivation realm as him. Not to mention, his opponent was a young lady, and it was unlikely that she would excel in strength. Just as Xiaoqin was about to clash with the other party's palms, he suddenly realized that the other party's figure had already disappeared from his sight. This is bad. Xiaoqin's goosebumps rose, and cold sweat trickled down his back. The move that the other party had forced him to face head-on was actually a feint. Ah! With a loud roar, Xiaoqin hurriedly retracted his attack and slapped it backward. His movements were swift, but the other party was even faster. He felt a powerful force crushing down on his back, threatening to tear apart his internal organs before it even landed. I won't make it in time. Knowing that the other party had the upper hand, Xiaoqin would surely be severely injured by the time his palm struck, so he hurriedly drove his Xianxia to his back. At this point, he could only endure the attack head-on and think of a way to counterattack. Goo-goo, gritting his teeth, Xiaoqin thought that the other party's attack would surely be a devastating one. However, the aura behind him abruptly vanished, and all of the pressure and attacks vanished without a trace. Turning around, he saw that the young lady had already retreated 8 steps, and she was standing quietly on the spot, as if she had never launched an attack at all. You've lost, Luo Qiqi said calmly. Pooh. Right after those words were spoken, Xiaoqin's face turned ghastly pale, and a spurt of blood spurted from his mouth. At this moment, he felt as if all of his strength had been sapped dry, and he found himself unable to stand still. Even though the other party hadn't exchanged a single blow with him, she had managed to drive the Xianxia in his body, and the backlash from forcefully retracting his Xianxia twice was too much for him to bear. Just through her eye of discernment and experience, she was able to severely injure him, nearly killing him on the spot. This young lady's comprehension of battle techniques and combat was truly fearsome. They weren't even on the same level. I've lost. Taking a deep breath, Xiaoqin suppressed the pain in his body and stood up with a dejected look on his face. Initially, he didn't think much of the Master Teacher Academy, thinking that it was an exaggeration. However, only after crossing blows with them did he realize how fearsome they were. If even a random young lady couldn't withstand his attacks, he really couldn't imagine how strong the others would be. Actually, your Xianxia, physical body, speed, and reaction aren't too bad. The main problem is that your battle techniques are too weak. Seeing the disappointment on Xiaoqin's face, Luo Qiqi consoled. My battle techniques are too weak? Hearing those words, Xiaoqin's lips twitched, and he felt as if he had suffered an even greater blow. He was the most renowned genius of the Combat Master Hall's martial arts division. Despite being at St. Wan Dan, he had already grasped 4 Saint Realm battle techniques, making him a rare genius in the entire Combat Master Hall. It could be said that, other than the 1,000-men commanders, there was no one in the martial arts division who could surpass him in terms of comprehension of battle techniques. Under such circumstances, the other party actually said that his battle techniques were too weak. This was no different from a slap to his face. You don't believe me? Luo Qiqi chuckled softly. You can ask any of the students here and have them comment on what went wrong with your battle earlier. Comment? Are they going to comment on me? Shaking his head, Xiaoqin scanned the surroundings. Most of the cultivators in the surroundings were beneath perfect harmonization realm, and there were even a few who were only at consonant spirit realm. If it had been in the past, he wouldn't have even spared a glance at them. To have them comment on him, would they be able to comprehend the profundity of his moves? Would they be able to comprehend the profundity of his battle techniques? Comment, you must be joking. Why? Do you think that they aren't strong enough to see through the flaws in your battle techniques? Luo Qiqi shook her head. It's not that I want to discourage you, but given your current strength and comprehension of battle techniques, even if you were to suppress your cultivation, you wouldn't be able to last more than 2 moves against any one of them. Any one of them? Please don't be too full of yourself. Xiaoqin's complexion turned awful. No matter what, he was an expert of the Combat Master Hall. For him to be unable to last more than 2 moves against a random person who hadn't even reached perfect harmonization realm yet, this was blatant disdain. Senior Luo Qiqi is right, your cultivation is indeed very weak. You aren't a match for us if you suppress your cultivation. We aren't lying to you, your comprehension of battle techniques is simply too weak. Seeing the indignant look on Xiaoqin's face, the crowd hurriedly tried to console him. They had thought that they would be able to find some kind of expert to satisfy their curiosity, but who could have thought that the other party would be so weak? In truth, they were quite disappointed. Since they were here to challenge him, why didn't they send a few slightly stronger ones instead? Given how weak the fellow's comprehension of battle techniques was, wasn't he just asking for a beating? Sigh, he was simply too weak. Everyone felt a wave of melancholy wash over them. You all. Fine, I thought that I would be bullying you all by suppressing my cultivation, but since that's the case, come at me then. Seeing how the crowd sighed and looked at him as though he was a weakling, Xiaoqin was on the verge of exploding. Unable to hold himself back any longer, he swallowed a recovery pill and recovered from his injuries. Roaring furiously, he suppressed his aura to Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle. I have already suppressed my cultivation. Is there anyone who wishes to challenge me? Ruo Huanfeng glanced at the crowd coldly. Cosmos Bridge Realm Pinnacle? Most of the cultivators here are at the same cultivation realm, so feel free to pick anyone you like. Seeing that Xiaoqin still wanted to challenge him, Ruo Huangongzi shook his head and turned to look at the crowd. All right. Seeing how the manager of the Xianxia faction was so confident, allowing him to pick anyone he liked, Xiaoqin felt as though he had been slapped on his face once more. Gritting his teeth furiously, he casually pointed to an unremarkable-looking person who seemed to be in his early 20s. His face was fair and clean, and he seemed to be a little shy. You wish to challenge me? Upon being pointed out, the person walked out, seemingly having been struck by a fortune packet. Yes. Xiaoqin flung his hands. I can fight you, but you are injured at the moment. If I were to fight you like that, it would be a little too much. After a moment of hesitation, a brilliant idea flashed across the eyes of the fair young man. With a serious look on his face, he said, I will tie my hands together so that I won't have to use my hands to fight you. This way, it will be fair. Tie my hands? Fair. Xiaoqin staggered, and he nearly fainted on the spot. How can it be fair to fight with your hands tied? aren't you looking down on me a little too much? I am a Saint One Dan pinnacle expert, and I have suppressed my cultivation to fight you, yet you want to tie your hands. Xiaoqin felt an excruciating pain in his chest, and he felt as if he would spurt another mouthful of blood at any moment. If you think that you can withstand my attack, feel free to do so. Xiaoqin gritted his teeth so tightly that they were on the verge of shattering. Knowing that it was futile to get angry, he took a deep breath to calm himself down before charging forward. The young lady from before was a Saint One Dan expert, and she possessed incredible talent. It was one thing for him to be unable to defeat her, but he didn't believe that he would be able to defeat any one of them. Voila, his fingers curled into a hook, and a gust of wind howled from his palm. Battle technique, lightning-piercing heart claw. Even though this battle technique hadn't reached Saint tier yet, it was extremely famous among the spirit tier cultivators. Upon mastering it to major accomplishment, one would be able to strike fear into one's heart with an imposing aura reminiscent of a bolt of lightning. But of course, it wouldn't be too famous due to its imposing aura. More importantly, it was vicious. Anyone who came into contact with the other party's fingers would immediately be torn apart by the sharp edge of a blade, and even their heart might be ripped out. Due to the overly vicious nature of the battle technique, master teachers usually wouldn't learn it. On the other hand, combat masters specialized in killing techniques. The more vicious a move was, the more effective it would be in a battle. As such, Xiaoqin had already cultivated this battle technique to perfection. Executing it at this moment, it was as swift as an arrow and as deafening as thunder. Hula, just as the lightning-piercing heart claw was about to strike the scholarly young man, the latter abruptly dodged to the side. The other party's movements weren't fast, perhaps even slightly slower than his. But for some reason, it was as if the scholarly young man knew where he was going to attack in advance, allowing him to dodge it easily. At the same time, he raised his leg and sent a kick toward his calf. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes. All along, he had thought that the person he had chosen would only possess average cultivation, but after seeing this, he realized that the other party was far more fearsome than he had imagined. Lightning-piercing heart claw was a powerful offensive technique, but his lower body was a little unstable. The other party's kick was aimed precisely at the spot where he had to guard against it. Thousand-leaf piercing hands. Knowing that Xiaoqin would surely be injured if he were to be kicked, Xiaoqin extended his claw into a hand and stroked it. This move was like playing a zither. It didn't seem to have any power, but in reality, it was full of danger. The thousand-leaf piercing hand was a martial technique created by a demonic tunist. It looked like he was playing a zither and did not possess any offensive power. However, in reality, each of his 5 fingers carried sword chi. The moment he came into contact with them, the sword chi would pierce into his opponent's body, catching him off guard. The rushing lightning heart-piercing claw turned into the thousand-leaf piercing palm in the blink of an eye. There was not the slightest hesitation or pause. There was not even a connection in the middle. It looked as if Xiaoqin was executing one move after another. Just based on this point, one could see that Xiaoqin was indeed worthy of his reputation as a genius of the martial arts hall. His usage of martial techniques had indeed reached the point of perfection. However, while his moves were exquisite, his opponent was even more brilliant. As if he knew that he would change his moves in advance, his body suddenly swayed, and he leaped into the air, the tip of his foot just in time to meet his finger. Ka-cha! Ka-cha! At the tip of his foot, a violent and ferocious force collided with Xiaoqin's finger. In just one hit, Xiaoqin heard the sound of his finger bones breaking. Then, his vision turned black as another foot landed on him. Pong! Before Xiaoqin could dodge, a powerful force surged into him, and he was sent flying. Crashing heavily onto the ground, fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Struggling to his feet, Xiaoqin could hardly believe what he had just seen. From the start to the end, the other party didn't even use his hands, only his feet. Yet, he was still able to defeat him easily. Since he was unable to defeat the young lady, it could be said that she was the most talented genius of the Xianxia faction. However, the young man before him was someone whom he had chosen casually, a clean and harmless-looking young lady, and yet, he was still unable to withstand 2 blows from her. Was there really something wrong with the battle techniques that he had cultivated? There's no need to feel depressed. Your cultivation is already not too bad, but it was unfortunate that you met me. Of course, it's also fortunate that you met me. My ranking in the Xianxia faction is rather low. Seeing that Xiaoqin was starting to doubt his own life, the scholarly young man consoled him. Your moves are elegant, your reflexes are swift, and your grasp of battle techniques and timing is not too bad either. The reason why you were unable to achieve victory is because you placed too much faith in your battle techniques and neglected yourself. Placed too much faith in my battle techniques? Not understanding what the scholarly young man was getting at, Xiaoqin frowned in incomprehension. Simple. The purpose of the creation of battle techniques is to enhance one's fighting prowess in battle. To put it bluntly, battle techniques are only a means to aid one in battle, not to guarantee one's victory. The scholarly young man said with a smile. Previously, regardless of whether it was against Senior Chichi or me, your moves were extremely ferocious and powerful. If it had been an ordinary person, they would have surely been injured by your attacks. However, in our eyes, it is because we are too focused on victory that we are filled with flaws. Take for example, the claw art that you used against me. It's true that it's powerful to be caught, but what if I can't catch it? At this point, the scholarly young man paused for a moment before continuing. If I can't catch it, no matter how powerful my attacks are, it's useless. The reason why I intentionally waited for the very last moment to dodge your attack was because you had already used up all of your moves, and your flaws were the greatest. At this moment, all of your strength is concentrated on your upper body, and your lower body is the greatest flaw. I'll attack your calf, from your palm to your calf, which is the two extremes of the human body. No matter how fast your Xinqi moves, it'll be difficult for you to balance both ends. Although you already have this flaw, it's the hardest to cover up under my bait. However, your reaction isn't too bad either. At this moment, you switch to a zither-like attack. This attack might seem light, but it's actually infused sword chi into it, making it impossible for one to guard against it. If I'm not mistaken, it's a battle technique as well, right? It's a good move, but you can only attack with the back of your finger. I leaped into the air to dodge the sharpest edge of your attack. Thus, I leaped into the air to dodge your attack and stomped on the ground with my feet. A sword might be sharp, but attacking the back of the sword instead of the blade makes it ineffective. On the contrary, I easily broke your finger. The scholarly young man shook his head in pity. Overall, the fellow before him was not too bad, but it was a pity that his moves were too outdated. Why you? Xiaoqin felt as if he had been struck by lightning. The other party's explanation was logical, and every move he made targeted the flaws in his battle technique. It was no wonder he was unable to withstand it. You all saw through it? With a dry throat, Xiaoqin glanced at the surroundings. Given how weak you are, it's only natural for us to see through it. It's easy to see through it, it's nothing much, actually, he's only speaking half of it. It's true that a ferocious attack can deal great damage to one's opponent, but if it can't, what's the use of a powerful battle technique? Upon hearing Xiaoqin's question, the crowd immediately chimed in. You can't hit your opponent? Xiaoqin stood on the spot with a dazed look on his face. Indeed. Battle techniques were created to harm others, but if they couldn't harm anyone, what was the point of it? No matter how many techniques one executed, they were just for show. I've learned something. Understanding this point, Xiaoqin came to a realization. He felt as if the clouds had parted to reveal the sunrise, and he couldn't help but bow deeply. Over the years, he had taken pride in mastering more and stronger battle techniques. He thought that as long as he mastered more powerful battle techniques, he would possess greater fighting prowess. While this might work against an ordinary cultivator, against a true expert, it would be filled with flaws, biting off more than one could chew. No matter how smooth one's movements were, it was still a different move. There were all kinds of flaws and loopholes that could be exploited easily. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Actually, we learned from Principal Zhang as well. It's because he taught us that we possess the knowledge we have now. Otherwise, ordinary master teachers wouldn't be a match for you. The scholarly young man hurriedly waved his hands. Principal Zhang? That's right. Principal Zhang is a genius. He's even younger than us, but his understanding of combat is beyond everyone's imagination. Just like in the battle just now, if your first attack was slightly to the left and your left leg took a step forward, I wouldn't even be able to dodge it, let alone attack. The scholarly young man said. This, Frowning, Xiaoqin tried to recall his moves according to the other party's instructions, and his eyelids suddenly twitched. As expected, if he were to do so previously, the other party wouldn't even have the time to dodge, needless to say, see through his movements and launch an attack. As for the second move, you executed it well. However, it's too old-fashioned, and your fingers are too rigid. If you were to pair it with the ethereal palm, you would be able to envelop the entire area around you. Even if I were to leap into the air, I would only be able to face you head-on. By then, it would be hard to say who would emerge victorious. The scholarly young man continued analyzing. Xiaoqin froze once more. The reason why his knuckles had been broken by the other party was because the other party had noticed his flaws, and more importantly, the sword chi contained in his knuckles had failed to strike the other party, resulting in a backlash. If he were to pair it with the ethereal palm, he would be able to resolve this problem. If he were to cover the entire area around him, he would be able to neutralize the other party's move. Our principal once said that it's better to have no moves at all than to trust your moves. Such is the nature of combat. You are too reliant on your battle techniques, resulting in you falling into a disadvantageous position. The scholarly young man sighed. Clenching his fists tightly, Xiaoqin took a long time to digest the information before exhaling a mouthful of turbid air. With eyes filled with admiration, he said, to be able to impart such a cultivation technique to your principal, he is truly an unparalleled genius. These combat techniques were even more profound than those of the combat master Hall. Putting aside the strength of the principal, just the heritage that he had inherited was already frightening enough. Our principal is indeed an unparalleled genius, and more importantly, he has a magnanimous heart. As long as one is willing to learn, he would impart his knowledge to you without discrimination. The scholarly young man chuckled. Unparalleled education? Anyone can learn it? Indeed. As long as one is a member of our Xianxia faction, he or she is qualified to learn it. This is also the reason why countless people wish to join us. Ruohuan Gongzi interjected. This, clenching his fists tightly, Xiaoqin's face paled. A moment later, he asked, may I ask, if your Xianxia faction is still lacking members? Some people say that Laowa is copying this chapter. Hehe, Laowa is very responsible to tell you that if you dare to write it, I will dare to copy it. As long as your writing is hilarious enough, ha ha ha. I am not too far away from the top spot in the monthly votes, let's rush up. You lack manpower? Hearing those words, a look of bewilderment appeared on the faces of the crowd. That's right. Xiaoqin gritted his teeth. I would like to join your Xianxia faction as well. This? The eyes of the crowd lit up, and Ruohuan Gongzi burst into laughter. Very well. If our principal were to know that such a young and promising expert would like to join our Xianxia faction, he would surely be delighted. You all are agreeing to it? Xiaoqin asked nervously. If there were only one or two of them, it could still be attributed to their talent. However, if there were several thousand of them, it could only mean that they had a good teacher. The primary goal of a combat master was to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger would they be able to preserve their strength and protect mankind in the war against the otherworldly demonic tribe. The Xianxia faction before him was a Xianxia faction that offered education regardless of background. As long as one learned from it, one would be able to raise one's cultivation swiftly. Since that was the case, why not join it? What's there to disagree with? Our Xianxia faction welcomes all kinds of geniuses. Ruohuan Gongzi chuckled as he flicked his wrist and took out a book. This is a summary of the content of Principal Zhang's lecture. It isn't comprehensive, but it contains most of Principal Zhang's understanding of combat. You can take a look at it first. Perhaps, it might be of some help to you in raising your cultivation. This? Xiaoqin took the book and skimmed through it, and his heart jolted in astonishment. Even though he had only seen the first page, with his eye of discernment and knowledge of battle techniques, he could tell that the content of the book was definitely an unparalleled manual on combat. As long as he studied it seriously, he would surely be able to raise his fighting prowess to a whole new level. While Xiaoqin was shocked, he couldn't help but feel deeply moved. He had just said that he wanted to join the Xianxia faction, and he hadn't even gone through the formalities yet. Yet, the other party had already taken out such a valuable book without the slightest hesitation. Just this trust and magnanimity was enough to leave him impressed. Our Xianxia faction only has a single goal, and that is to obey Principal Xianxia's words and serve him wholeheartedly. As for everything else, it's all about communication and sharing, so there's no need to hide anything from us. Seeing through Xiaoqing's thoughts, Ruohuan Gongzi explained. The Xianxian faction was a student faction, and its management was lax. Zhang Xian's initial intention of forming the faction was to unite the freshmen so that they wouldn't be oppressed by the seniors. Even though Zhang Xian had already become the head of the academy and this original intention of his was no longer there, the interactions and communications within the academy were still open and selfless. Those who were on par with one another would practice with one another, and those who were on par with one another would learn from one another. It was due to this that the ordinary members of the Xianxian faction were able to raise their fighting prowess by leaps and bounds in just a few short months, leaving even the 1,000-men commanders of the Combat Master Hall in the dust. Seeing how the other party's philosophy was in line with the true essence of the path of teacher, Xiaoqing couldn't help but feel impressed. I am Xiaoqing, a 1,000-men commander of the Combat Master Hall. Initially, the reason I came here was to find trouble with you and see if you are qualified to communicate with us. However, after witnessing it with my own eyes, I can tell that the Xianxian faction lives up to its reputation, and Principal Zhang Xian's magnanimity is truly a model for all master teachers. Xiaoqing paused for a moment before continuing. To be honest with you, there are still several hundred combat masters outside waiting for my news. I'll call them in right now, and you can share the mission of the Xianxian faction with them so that they can join in as well. We can learn from one another and advance our strength together. He was familiar with the group of combat masters who had come with him, and they were all eager to raise their fighting prowess. If they knew that the Xianxian faction was such an excellent platform for them, they would surely join without any hesitation. The several hundred combat masters of the Combat Master Hall are joining us? Everyone was taken aback. Does the Combat Master Hall allow you to join other organizations? Ruohuan Gongzi asked. No matter what, the Combat Master Hall was an independent faction of the Mingshi Tang faction. How could it allow its members to join other organizations so casually? There aren't too many rules in the Combat Master Hall. Besides, we are all members of the Master Teacher Academy, so it's not a big deal for us to join a Master Teacher Academy. Xiaoqing replied with a smile. While the Combat Master Hall was strict in its management, that was mainly to prevent its members from betraying the human race. There were no strict rules regarding whether or not its members could join other organizations. Besides, the Xianxian faction was a loose organization, not a unique occupation. Even if the Pavilion Master were to learn of it, it was unlikely that he would say anything about it. Since that's the case, why don't you invite your friends over as well? We can learn from them and improve our fighting prowess together. Ruohuan Gongzi nodded. All right. Xiaoqing walked out of the room, and not too long later, he returned with 200 combat masters. As soon as the two sides met, they clashed a few more times. Since even Xiaoqing wasn't a match for the combat masters, there was no way the other combat masters would be able to do anything about it. In less than 2 hours, the 200 combat masters were already filled with admiration for the members of the Xianxian faction. They vied with one another to join the Xianxian faction and engage in a deeper exchange with them. The more they interacted with one another, the more they realized that President Zhang's comprehension of combat was frightening, and their admiration for him grew. To be able to impart such profound combat techniques to them without holding back at all, just what kind of person was Xianxia? All of the combat masters who had just joined the Xianxian faction couldn't help but be curious about him. In the vast Elder Conference Hall of the Combat Master Hall, I have already taken a look at the reports that Zhuo Qingfeng and Feng Sun have submitted. To be able to raise an ordinary master teacher to the level of a combat master within a short period of time, Principal Zhang Xian is indeed an outstanding individual. This is a good opportunity for us to observe the situation. If there are any suitable seedlings, we can try to pull them in to strengthen our Qingyuan branch. An old man sitting on the main seat of the Great Hall said as he stroked his beard. The head of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall, a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert, Xing Zhuiyuan. Even though this exchange might sound ridiculous, it was 1,000-men commander of their Combat Master Hall who had personally assessed the Master Teacher Academy, and he was interested to see for himself if the insignificant Master Teacher Academy was truly as powerful as the rumors made it out to be. If that was the case, they could take in more geniuses and make their branch stronger. Hall Master has great foresight. We were too narrow-minded. Our Qingyuan branch will definitely become more and more prosperous. Hearing Xianxia's explanation, the Hall Masters and elders below couldn't help but sigh in admiration. When they heard that the Hall Master had agreed to the exchange, they couldn't help but think that it was inconceivable. The Combat Master Hall had always been the benchmark of the Master Teachers, an unsurpassable target. Hangyuan Academy was only a branch of the Qingyuan Empire's Master Teacher Academy, so it was unthinkable for them to accept the exchange as an equal. It was only at this moment that they finally understood the Hall Master's intentions. While Master Teachers were the geniuses of ordinary cultivators, Combat Masters were the geniuses of geniuses. Even among tens of thousands of Master Teachers, there might not even be a single Combat Master. It was precisely for this reason that the number of Combat Masters in the Qingyuan branch was extremely limited. If Hangyuan Academy was truly as powerful as Xue Qingfeng and the others had said, they might be able to recruit them into the Combat Master Hall. At this moment, an elder suddenly recalled a matter and said, "Right, Hall Master, even though we have agreed to the exchange 3 days from now, there are quite a few Combat Masters who are still unwilling to accept it. They have already sneaked over to Hangyuan Academy to test the waters." The head of the Martial Arts Division, Division Head Zhening, just like how the Combat Master Hall and Hangyuan Academy were divided into different faculties, the Combat Master Hall wasn't a single entity. Instead, it was divided into 10 divisions, namely the Weapon Division, Fist Division, Palm Division, Movement Division, Martial Arts Division, Internal Breath Division, Defense Division, Soul Division, Leg Division, and the most mysterious of all, Heart Division. Each of the divisions had the most complete heritage, allowing one to bring out the full potential of a certain aspect of one's strength. For example, the Weapon Division was divided into saber, sword, spear, and so on. Those who were able to enter it were those who had grasped weapon intent and wielded formidable fighting prowess. On the other hand, the Combat Masters of the Palm Division specialized in palm arts, granting them immense strength. On the other hand, the Combat Masters of the Movement Division specialized in movement arts, granting them exceptional speed. On the other hand, the Combat Masters of the Soul Division focused on cultivating their souls, learning a battle technique that allowed them to attack one's soul. There was a limit to a person's stamina, and it was impossible for them to be strong in every single aspect. Thus, the Combat Master Hall divided the various faculties into sections so that the Combat Masters would be able to raise their fighting prowess faster. Oh, I have also heard of this matter. Let them be. This is a good opportunity for us to see if the members of the Xianxia faction of Hangyuan Academy are truly as powerful as what Xue Qingfeng and the others said. Hall Master Xing replied with a smile. Even though Xiaoqin and the others had left discreetly, thinking that they had managed to fool everyone, the news still managed to reach the manor where Hangyuan Master Teacher Academy resided. Most of the division heads and elders present were also aware of this matter, but they didn't stop them. That's what I was thinking as well, so I didn't stop them. I've already sent some men to take a look, and we should be able to get a concrete report soon. Hall Master Zhening nodded. We have also sent our men to look into the matter. We should be able to see if the members of the Hangyuan Academy are the real deal. Alright, here's the news. Another division head nodded in agreement. At this moment, he flicked his wrist and took out a communication jade token. With a smile, he lowered his head to take a look, and with a single glance, his eyes narrowed in astonishment. What's wrong? Did our Combat Masters win in a duel with the Xianxia faction? Seeing Hall Master Xing's expression, Hall Master Xing asked in astonishment. Here's my news as well. Let me take a look. Sensing something, Hall Master Zhening took out a communication jade token as well. He swiftly scanned through the content on it, and just like the previous division head, he froze on the spot, unable to utter a single word. What's wrong? Why don't the two of you explain it to us? Seeing the shocked expressions of the two division heads, one of the elders couldn't help but step forward and take a look at the content of the communication jade token as well. A long moment later, Hall Master Zhening finally spoke up with a voice that was on the verge of tears. Hall Master Xing. We didn't take them in. Instead, the Xianxia faction took in all of our combat masters who challenged them. Recruited? What do you mean? Everyone frowned upon hearing those words. Even Hall Master Xing was perplexed. The 200 combat masters who went to challenge the Xianxia faction have all joined the Xianxia faction, Division Head Jining said. Join the Xianxia faction? Everyone was stunned, but they soon understood what was going on. They all felt a pain in their chests, and they found it hard to breathe. This was especially so for Hall Master Xing. He nearly lost his balance and fell from his seat. He had just confidently said that the Combat Master Hall would be able to make use of this opportunity to rope in the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall and strengthen their Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall, but before he could do anything about it, he had already lost the opportunity to do so. What a scam. Nonsense. Simply nonsense. What a disgrace. To think that a bunch of combat masters would actually join an organization from the countryside. Tell them to return to the Combat Master Hall immediately, or else they will be expelled from the Combat Master Hall. From today onward, they will no longer be qualified to be members of the Combat Master Hall. A Hall Master stood up and berated. In the past, the Combat Master Hall had always been the one selecting candidates from the various regions, and no one had ever snatched one from them. I don't think it's a good idea to tell them like this. Our Combat Master Hall doesn't restrict our members from joining other organizations or learning other occupations, one of the division heads objected. While the Combat Master Hall wasn't as lax as Mingshi Tang, it didn't have strict requirements either. Wasn't it a little too much to demand that the Combat Master Hall return obediently and threaten them? The Combat Master Hall doesn't have any restrictions, but if all combat masters were to behave like that, who would want to become a combat master in the first place? Who is going to protect the human race? That's right. We can't start this. Otherwise, how can we keep our face? Another 2 hall masters berated loudly. Everyone fell silent. That's true. Even though the Combat Master Hall had no such restrictions, they couldn't afford to make such a move. Otherwise, if the discipline of the Combat Master Hall were to deteriorate, how could they possibly remain invincible in the future? If the morale was low, it would be difficult to lead the team. The Combat Master Hall didn't have such a precedent, but many empires did. Combat masters were like the soldiers who protected the empire. Without strict discipline, how could they instill fear in the hearts of outsiders? All right, I'll inform them now. After a moment of silence, Hall Master Jining nodded. He tapped his communication jade token and sent a message over. Buzz, a moment later, words appeared on the jade token once more. After taking a look at it, Hall Master Jining staggered again. What now? Seeing his expression again, everyone was a little anxious. In the past, the Hall Master of the Martial Skills Hall had always been calm and collected in everything he did. What was wrong with him today? Why was he acting like this again and again? What news did he see that made him lose his cool? My men have just contacted Xiaoqin and the others, and they told me that if we were to force them to withdraw from the Xianxia faction, they would rather withdraw from the Combat Master Hall. With twitching lips, Division Head Jining recited the words on the scroll. Withdraw from the Combat Master Hall? How is this possible? To want to join the Xianxia faction after just a brief interaction. Just what kind of charisma does this Xianxian possess? An uproar broke out. Everyone was dumbfounded, and their expressions were not much better than Hall Master Jinying's. Becoming a combat master was the dream of countless cultivators. It was an honor and a responsibility. Yet, after coming into contact with the Xianxia faction once, these people were willing to give up their combat masters to join it. Just what in the world was going on? What kind of magic potion did that Xianxian feed them? No, I have to go over and take a look. I have to teach this bunch of arrogant fellows a lesson. An old man stood up indignantly. The head of the Fist Division, Chen Zhuqing, he was the most short-tempered of the 10 division heads. Upon hearing that his subordinates had been beguiled by a mere organization from a Tier 1 empire, he nearly exploded in rage. Another elder stood up and said, I'll go with you. The head of the Footwork Division, Lu Wanqiu. The two of them were good friends, and since they were going to see what was going on with the combat masters, it would be best for them to head over together. It would be best if we don't get into a conflict. Even though Xianxia is only the principal of a Tier 1 empire, he has a close relationship with Mingshi, Tang's Wushi and the others. On top of that, it's said that he possesses exceptional talent, and on top of that, he's Xingyang's teacher. It's enough to teach him a lesson. There's no need to blow this matter up. Hall Master Xing instructed the 2 division heads to gather the combat masters and bring them over. They were all master teachers, and they were here to interact with one another. There was no need for them to fall out with one another, or else it wouldn't be good for either of them. Not to mention, Xianxia was Xingyang's teacher, a genius of. Xingyang's caliber was a once-in-a-lifetime talent, and there was a good chance that he would clear the progeny of combat examination. As his teacher, Xianxia's standing would surely soar in the future, so it was best not to offend the other party. Even though Zhou Qingfeng and the others had said that Xianxia was extraordinary, Xianxia rarely made a move, so they didn't have much information on him. As such, they didn't think that he would be stronger than a genius of Xingyang's caliber. The greatest role of a teacher was to impart knowledge to their students, and it wasn't unheard of for them to lose to their students in terms of fighting prowess. Don't worry, Hall Master Xing. We'll act according to the situation. The 2 division heads turned around and left. The 2 of them left, and the room was a little quiet. It was so oppressive that no words could be spoken. To think that the invincible combat master Hall would be outdone by an organization from a remote Tier 1 empire. This was something that none of them dared to imagine. Actually, this isn't a bad thing. Our combat master Hall is used to being superior to others, so we can make use of this opportunity to dispel some of our arrogance. Seeing that the crowd was in low spirits, Hall Master Xing said with a smile. The crowd nodded. After all, the combat master Hall had always been used to being superior to others. With such an incident happening, it would serve as a reminder to many that even combat masters weren't invincible and invincible. Division Head Chen might be a little hot-tempered, but Division Head Liu is a reliable person, so I don't think anything bad will happen to him. After they bring those fellows back, we should be able to find out what they went through to join the Xianxia faction instead of becoming a combat master. It would be one thing if they did it openly, but if they were to use all sorts of enticements. Humph, we must report this matter to Mingshi Tang and have him deal with this black sheep. All along, it has been our combat master Hall poaching others. To think that Zhang Xian would try to poach combat masters from us. He sure is gutsy. Hall Master Xing consoled, and only then did the gloominess in the hearts of the crowd dissipate. They have already arrived, and they are currently negotiating with the members of the Xianxia faction. After chatting for a moment, Division Head Jining took out his communication jade token and took a look at it before nodding. Division Head Chen, who had just left, had already sent him a message. Tell Hall Leader Chen to bring the bunch of people here. I'll interrogate them personally to find out what's going on. Hall Master Xing said. All right. Division Head Jining nodded. Just as he was about to say something, the communication jade token in his hand suddenly glowed once more, and yet another line of words appeared. Lowering his head to take a look, just like before, his body stiffened for the 3rd time and he staggered. You. What's wrong this time? Are you telling me that they aren't coming back even after the 2 division heads have gone there personally? Seeing the look on Division Head Jinying's face, Hall Master Xing's killing intent surged. Even with the 2 division heads of their combat master Hall, the other party still refused to release them? Wasn't he looking down on them a little too much? That's not it, Division Head Jinying's lips quivered in disbelief. Division Head Chen and Division Head Liu, they have also joined the Xianxia faction, and they won't be coming back for the time being. Pooh. What did you say? They have also joined the Xianxia faction? Frenzied looks appeared on everyone's faces. Those who had gone to stir up trouble had joined the Xianxia faction, and those who had gone to call for reinforcements had disappeared without a trace. Just what kind of demonic power did the Xianxia faction possess to make everyone so obsessed with it that they would forget about returning? Say that again? Hall Master Xing's body trembled in rage. A huge chunk of his beard had fallen off, but he was completely oblivious to it. He knew that Division Head Chen and Division Head Liu were upright and plain-spoken, and they despised such things the most. So, why did he join the Xianxia faction as well? Seeing that Hall Master Xing had flown into a rage, the crowd glanced at one another, not daring to breathe too loudly. Everyone, follow me. I want to see for myself just what kind of demonic power that Xianxia wields. A moment later, Hall Master Xing suppressed the rage in his heart and flung his sleeves. All right. The crowd nodded in agreement. To be honest, they were also a little perplexed as to why the combat masters who had joined the Xianxia faction would choose to stay behind. After leaving the main hall, the crowd swiftly flew toward the manor, and it did not take long for them to arrive in the sky. Look, they are all down there. Before reaching the manor, they could already see Division Head Chen, Division Head Liu, and the others scattered among the crowd. The person leading the group was a 16 to 17-year-old young man. Which one of them is Xianxia? One of the division heads asked. I don't think so, the division head who had sent the message earlier replied. He isn't here? The crowd was perplexed. If that fellow wasn't here, why would the crowd willingly stay behind? Let's not rush down yet. Let's see what they are up to first. Hall Master Xing waved his hand to stop the crowd from rushing down. With a deep frown, he turned his gaze downward, and as he focused his attention, a calm voice slowly sounded in his ears. Little Chen, your fist art isn't too bad either. The reason why you are unable to defeat me is because you have too many distracting thoughts in your mind. Fist art requires one to gather one's spirit, mind, and spirit into a single point. It's impossible for someone like you to defeat me. The young man said. Little Chen? Hearing those words, the others glanced at one another, and their lips twitched uncontrollably. It was one thing for a 16 to 17-year-old young man to impart his strength to the other party, but to actually address him as Little Chen, how about this? Suppress your cultivation to nascent Saint Pinnacle, and I'll show you my full strength, the young man said. All right. Suppressing his cultivation to nascent Saint Pinnacle, Division Head Chen executed a powerful punch. This is Division Head Chen's strongest fist art, Dragon Raging in the Wilderness? That young man is doomed. Seeing Division Head Chen executing his strongest move right from the get-go, the faces of the crowd tensed up. Boom, the fists collided with one another. So, Division Head Chen was sent flying. Cough cough, I didn't hold back and use too much strength. My apologies. The young man scratched his head. The crowd. Pung, his back knocked heavily against the wall, causing his entire body to be covered in dust before he finally came to a halt. After coughing a few times, Division Head Chen flew back. Even though he was injured and his face was pale, his eyes were gleaming with excitement. He was the leader of the Fist Technique Hall and was most proficient in fist techniques. However, not only had he been easily crushed by someone of the same cultivation level, he was also not a match for someone of a higher cultivation level. The young man before him was not old, but his grasp of fist techniques had already reached a shocking level. How do I need to improve my fist art? Division Head Chen clasped his fist and asked earnestly. Even though he was the head of the Combat Master Hall, he was still the head of the Combat Master Hall. Even though the other party was young and his cultivation was weak, his fist art had already far surpassed his own. Your fist art seems to be decent, but it lacks an indomitable spirit. If I'm not mistaken, you must have practiced many different kinds of battle techniques, right? The young man asked. That's right. I have practiced 42 fist arts, Division Head Chen replied awkwardly. In the past, whenever he told others how many fist arts he had practiced, he would always be proud of himself. However, at this moment, he was feeling a little embarrassed. It's not quantity that matters, it's quality that matters. There is a limit to a person's energy. If one learns too much, their spirit will be scattered. Ever since my teacher imparted me the fist art, I have spent nearly a year tempering this fist art. That's how I managed to master it to such an extent. You have learned a total of 42 fist arts, and if your spirit is scattered, how long can you possibly spend on each of them? The young man asked. This? I have spent around 20 years on it. I am already 900 this year. Division Head Chen scratched his head. That isn't important. The youth's face reddened. Fist techniques aren't just a matter of time, it's a matter of single-mindedness. Since you have already joined the Xianxia faction, allow me to teach you how to fuse your spirit, and spirit together to form the strongest punch. Thank you, Division Head Chen's eyes glowed in agitation. A young man is actually guiding Division Head Chen? I find it hard to believe, but that young man's punch is simply too fearsome. Even we wouldn't be able to withstand it if we were to face him in the same cultivation realm. Seeing this sight, the crowd in the air was astonished. The young man from the Xianxia faction might be young, but his fist art was simply too profound. Even though this was the first time they had seen him, they couldn't help but feel excited. Division Head Chen joined the Xianxia faction in order to learn this fist art, but what about Division Head Liu? Understanding the reason behind Division Head Chen's betrayal, the crowd couldn't help but turn their gazes toward Division Head Liu. In front of him was a girl who looked to be about 16 or 17 years old. Although she was still young, she had a delicate face and was very beautiful. The girl was also saying something to Hall Master Liu. Everyone focused their attention, and their voices gradually entered their ears. Xiao Liu, your movement technique is not bad, but it's too flashy. It's fine if you meet someone weaker, but what's the use if you meet someone stronger? Beautiful movement techniques can only fool the weak in battle, making them feel that they are very strong, but in the eyes of the strong, they are worthless. Placing her hands behind her back, the girl spoke with a disappointed tone. The purpose of a movement technique is to allow one to approach the enemy swiftly and catch them off guard. However, if one's Xinqi is reduced to mere afterimages, one's offense will be greatly weakened. How can one fight against an opponent like that? How about this? Why don't you suppress your cultivation down to Saint One Dan Pinnacle and compete with me with your movement technique? The girl said. All right. Division Head Liu hurriedly nodded. Driving his aura, he suppressed his cultivation to Saint One Dan Pinnacle in the blink of an eye. Let's begin. Right after the girl said those words, Division Head Liu's figure blurred, and 6 afterimages immediately appeared before everyone's eyes. It was as if 5 clones had appeared in an instant, making it impossible to tell which one was real and which was fake. That's Division Head Liu's signature move, 9 shadow steps. Indeed. Once he drives the 9 shadow steps to its limits, he will be able to form 9 afterimages. Even I would be unable to tell which one is real. Even though he has suppressed his cultivation to only form 5 afterimages, it's still an extremely fearsome technique. Almost no one will be able to counter this move. In any case, I won't be a match for him in the same cultivation realm. Hall Master Xing and the others nodded grimly in agreement. Suppressing one's cultivation to Saint Realm, one would be able to execute Saint Tier battle techniques. This 9 shadow steps was extremely famous in the Combat Master Hall, and it was impossible for them to break it at the same cultivation realm. Get ready, I'm going to make my move. Barely after everyone was done thinking, the young lady before them suddenly exclaimed softly. Following which, everyone felt their vision blurring, as if a shadow had been shot out. In the blink of an eye, it returned to its original position. Pada, hurriedly turning their gazes over, Division Head Liu's 5 afterimages vanished in an instant, only to be replaced by a single figure. His back was bent like a prawn, and large mouthfuls of yellow saliva were spewing from his mouth. It seemed like the young lady had struck his abdomen with a kick, and he had nearly failed to withstand it. She made a move? Everyone swallowed a mouthful of saliva as they felt their throats go dry. Even with their eye of discernment, they weren't able to see the young lady's movements clearly, let alone someone of the same cultivation realm. To think that the head of the movement division would actually have his trump card broken by someone else, this was way too fearsome. After a long moment of silence, Division Head Liu finally recovered from his shock. Looking at the young lady before him once more, he clasped his fist in admiration and said sincerely, "She's fast. I am no match for her. I beseech you to enlighten me." To be honest, when they first heard that the members of the Combat Master Hall would rather join the Xianxia faction than return to the Xianxia faction, they had been furious. After defeating a few ordinary students consecutively, Lu Yang, who had been teaching Hall Master Chen, and Miss Wang, who was standing in front of him, walked out. Despite being of the same cultivation realm, they were unable to even withstand a single blow from them. Only at this moment did they realize how powerful the Xianxia faction was, and they couldn't help but want to learn from them. Movement techniques require one to be fast, faster, faster. As long as one's speed is fast enough, nothing will be a problem. Nodding, the young lady began explaining. After listening for a moment, Division Head Lu couldn't help but feel impressed. The other party's explanation went from simple to profound, going straight to the essence of movement techniques, enlightening those who listened to it. As the head of the movement division, he had studied movement techniques for several centuries, but to think that his understanding of movement techniques would actually be inferior to a young lady. Just thinking about it left him feeling deeply embarrassed. Just as he was about to continue speaking, Division Head Chen's voice suddenly sounded not too far away. "Hall Master Lu, you are here as well. Come down, let's join the Xianxia faction together." Raising his head, Xianxia realized that Hall Master Xing and the others had arrived at some point in time. They had intentionally concealed their auras with their primordial spirits, such that even Hall Master Xing hadn't noticed them. Indeed. Come down quickly. The combat prowess of the members of the Xianxia faction is truly astounding, many times greater than ours. Come down quickly. Let's join the Xianxia faction and learn even more formidable moves. Division Head Lu also shouted. The mouths of Hall Master Xing and the others twitched. Initially, they didn't have to worry about anything if they were to hide in the air. However, not only did these two fellows betray them, they even went as far as to call out to them. "I am the head of the Combat Master Hall's weapon division. May I know which of you is skilled in weapons? I can suppress my cultivation to have a duel with you." Knowing that he had been discovered, the head of the weapon division stepped forward and flicked his wrist. A spear appeared in his hand, and with a slight twist, a deafening roar echoed in the air. If he didn't stop them now, the combat masters of the Combat Master Hall would have already joined the Xianxia faction. Since that was the case, there was nothing more to say. "Allow me." The young man who had taught Division Head Chen stepped forward. Lu Yang, his forte lay in fist arts, but he had learned spearmanship from Xingyang for a period of time as well. As for the other members of the Xianxia faction, while they would have no problem dealing with ordinary combat masters, they wouldn't stand a chance against a division head. Just a moment ago, when Division Head Chen and Division Head Lu had made a move against them, they were already unable to deal with them. Left with no choice, they had invited the two direct disciples of Principal Zhang over. All right. Taking a closer look at the other party's cultivation, Half-Saint Pinnacle, the head of the weapon division immediately suppressed his cultivation to the same level. Hula! With a flick of his spear, he thrust it forward. As expected of a combat master who specialized in the art of weapons. Before the spear could even reach Zhang Xian, the tip of the spear had already shot forth like a soaring dragon, bringing with it an immense pressure. Even though he was only using the strength of a half-saint, if he were to exert his full strength, even a Saint One Dan expert might not be a match for him. Incredible! Division Head Zhou's Thousand Roars of the Dragon is indeed the strongest defensive technique in the entire Combat Master Hall. There is probably no one in the same cultivation realm who would be able to face it head-on. In my fight with him, I can only use my soul energy to stun him before escaping. As for facing him head-on, it's impossible for me to do so. The same goes for me as well. I should dodge first before finding a way to deal with him. Hall Master Xing and the others nodded in agreement. This matter concerned the honor of their Mingshi Tang faction, so Division Head Zhou of the weapon division didn't hold back at all. As soon as he made his move, even they felt pressured by the pressure. While they were communicating with one another, the young man made his move. A spear materialized in his hand, and he thrust it forward. It didn't seem to be an intricate movement, but the spear pierced through the air. Due to its incredible speed, the length of the spear seemed to have lengthened, and in the blink of an eye, it was already right before Division Head Zhou. Voila, the might of Division Head Zhou's 9 roars of the dragon dissipated, and Lu Yang's spear was already right before his throat, ready to pierce through at any moment. In a single move, Division Head Zhou had been defeated. Your spear art is much faster than mine. I have lost. Division Head Zhou's face paled, and his body stiffened. Even though he was the head of the weapon division, he knew that he wouldn't be able to deal with that move of his at the same cultivation realm. Actually, your spear art isn't too bad either. I just found a flaw in it and made use of it, Lu Yang said with a smile. I have cultivated the art of the spear for 842 years, and I thought that I would be invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Who could have thought that there would always be someone stronger than me? Shaking his head, Division Head Zhou turned to Xianxia and asked, "May I know, how long have you been practicing the art of the spear?" "Roughly." Lu Yang thought for a moment before replying seriously, "4 hours." Division Head Zhou. There's a fan event on Qidian. Those who haven't claimed the Border Army emblem yet should hurry up and do so. It's cheaper to claim it now, and it includes dental implants. If you subscribe for more than 10 renminbi, you'll be able to claim it. Since God Laowa has changed the contract, it'll probably cost you 50 renminbi. There seems to be a prize pool for this event as well. If you spend too much, on the 29th, the prize pool will be distributed. The more you spend, the greater the reward. Of course, I don't really understand the rules either, but you can take a look at the Qidian app. Hall Head Zhou burst into tears. As the head of the weapon division, he had devoted his entire life to the art of the spear, and he had spent more than 800 years studying it. It would have been one thing if the other party had cultivated for a longer period of time, but after all, everyone possessed different talents. There were some who specialized in it, and some who didn't. More importantly, the young man before him specialized in fist arts and spear arts. In just 4 hours, the other party was already able to defeat him so easily. I can't remember. It could be more than 4 hours. Seeing the other party's face twitching, Lu Yang hurriedly explained in embarrassment. Back then, in order to accept the challenge from the Combat Master Hall, Zhang Xian, Wang Ying, and Jing Yang had exchanged their trump cards with one another, and they had imparted their knowledge to one another without holding back. Due to the lack of time, everyone learned very quickly. When it came to learning the spear art, it only took them 4 hours. No, it seemed to be less than 4 hours. Was it 3 hours, or an hour? I was too focused that I forgot. Why can't I remember? Lu Yang looked conflicted. Alright, seeing how Zhang Xian was consoling him with a conflicted look on his face, Division Head Zhou felt his chest churning, and he nearly spurted a mouthful of blood. I'm the leader of the Palm Division, Yan Qinghai. Does anyone want to fight me? Seeing that the head of the weapon hall had been defeated, another elder stepped forward. Palm technique? Lu Yang frowned and nodded. Let me do it. Alright, you've just finished your battle. Take a break. Let me do it. Wang Ying said as he walked over. Senior sister, he specializes in palm techniques, which are somewhat similar to fist techniques. You specialize in leg techniques, so let me do it. Not expecting Wang Ying to vie for it, Lu Yang shook his head. I have just learned a palm art from my teacher, but I haven't tried it out yet. I don't know how powerful it is, so I would like to give it a try, Wang Ying said. Teacher also taught me that move. I want to try it too, Lu Yang said. Alright, why are you so ungentlemanly? You just fought, shouldn't you be resting? What if someone challenges me later and I lose? Wang Ying frowned. There was a fight just now. It's not like you didn't see it. It wasn't challenging at all, okay? I didn't even use 1,000th of my zhenqi, and I was able to recover in just 2 breaths. I don't need to rest at all. Lu Yang said. Division Head Zhou. Hall Master Yin. Mingshi Tang and the others. F***ck, can't you respect your opponent a little? We are still alive, not dead, no matter what, we are still the top experts of the Combat Master Hall. For you to look down on us like that, do you have any respect for us? Even if you didn't care about him, he should at least give him some face. You're the senior sister, you have the final say. After arguing for a long time, Wang Ying finally got the chance to make a move as the senior sister. Begin. With an excited look on his face, Wang Ying walked up to the head of the palm division, Yan Qinghai, and said, I have just learned my palm art not too long ago, and I have never fought with anyone before. I don't know how powerful it is, so I beseech you to go easy on me. It's too late to beg for mercy now. Yan Qinghai was already on the verge of exploding. Seeing that she had stepped forward and said those words, he let out a furious roar. Without any mercy, he immediately executed his strongest move. Rumble, before his palm even reached Zhang Xian, the pressure from his strength caused the air to explode like a pot of boiling oil. Saint-tier battle technique, Crimson Dragon Palm. Legend had it that Crimson Dragons lived in lava, and their heat was incomparable. The Crimson Dragon Palm harnessed a pure yang cultivation technique that could melt even steel. With this move, Yan Qinghai could be considered one of the top combat masters in the Combat Master Hall. Seeing Yan Qinghai's attack, Wang Ying was just about to dodge out of habit, but after a moment of thought, she realized that it would be a battle of palms this time around. Thus, gritting her teeth, she executed the palm art that her teacher had imparted to her. Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm. It was said that her teacher had only learned this move not too long ago, and he had never used it in battle before. The two palms collided. So. With a scream of agony, Yan Qinghai was sent flying. While he was in midair, he suppressed his cultivation and slowly regained his strength before he finally came to a stop. Did you really just learn a palm art? You haven't fought with anyone before? Yan Qinghai felt a sharp pain in his chest. That's right. On the way here, my teacher told me that he had just learned a palm art, and it wasn't too bad. He wanted us to practice it, so I decided to try it out. However, I felt that it was troublesome to cultivate it, and I needed to build up my emotions. I only practiced it a few times, and I found it boring, so I never used it again. Wang Ying said. The greatest flaw of this palm art was that it required one to build up one's emotions. She was only a teenager, so how could she possibly understand emotions? After practicing it for a period of time, she found it boring, so she never practiced it again. Boring? Such a powerful palm art isn't interesting at all? The pain in Yan Qinghai's chest intensified. Even though the other party had only used a single move, the might of that palm art had far surpassed all of the ultimate moves that he had learned in the past. Despite such might, the young lady before him actually said that it was troublesome to cultivate, and boring. Unable to hold himself back any longer, Yan Qinghai asked anxiously, "Can you teach me this move?" Of course. Our teacher is a magnanimous person, and he doesn't hide anything from you. If you wish to learn it, I can impart it to you right now, Wang Ying said with a smile. Ever since she started cultivating, she had never practiced such a troublesome move. Not only did she have to build up one's spirit, she also had to invest her emotions into it. It was simply too troublesome. In her view, it shouldn't be a formidable move at all. Since the other party wanted to learn it, she wouldn't mind imparting it to him. See, can you impart it to me? Yan Qinghai's face paled, but a moment later, a grim expression appeared on his face. From now on, I will join the Xianxia faction. I'll fight anyone who dares to persuade me to leave. Hall Master Xing. The other division heads. I am Division Head Wu of the Leg Division. I am willing to compete with you. Everyone fell silent for a moment before an elder stepped forward. However, before he could finish his words, Hall Master Xing had already stepped forward and said, "All right, fighting and killing will only damage the harmony between the two young friends. It seems like these two young friends have expended quite a bit of their energy, so let's call it a day." Hall Master, seeing that Hall Master Xing had stopped him, Division Head Wu panicked. Weren't they here to cause trouble? How could they give up halfway? Cough cough. All right, Division Head Wu, let's call it a day. In any case, those from the Xianxia faction won't be leaving, so we can still have some time to interact in the future, Hall Master Xing said. If they didn't stop their interactions, he feared that all of the division heads would become members of the Xianxia faction. If that were to happen, it would truly be embarrassing. All right then. Division Head Wu also came to a realization, and a hint of reluctance surfaced in his eyes. The battle techniques that the two young men had executed earlier were truly frightening, and he was tempted to learn them as well. However, judging from the look on Hall Master Xing's face, if a few more division heads were to learn from him today, he would surely go insane. No, that won't do. Forget it for now. I'll just sneak over tonight. Young friends, may I know where your principal Xianxia is at the moment? Hall Master Xing turned to Xianxia and said with a smile, Hall Master Xing, you're right. My teacher left early in the morning, and he hasn't returned yet. Wang Ying replied. He left? Hall Master Xing nodded. All right, let's wait for your teacher to return before we discuss the matter of the exchange. All right. Wang Ying nodded. All right then, we'll be leaving first. After saying those words, Hall Master Xing hurriedly left with the other Hall Masters. Not too long later, they arrived back at the Elder Conference Hall of the Combat Master Hall. Everyone took a seat, and a moment of silence fell upon them. Not only did they fail to summon their students over, they even lost 2 division heads. Of the 10 division heads, only 6 were left. From the looks of it, there were still a few of them who were ready to leave at any moment. They had been intending to use the prestige and strength of the Combat Master Hall to attract geniuses to the Combat Master Hall after the exchange, but before they could do so, the other party had already attracted their attention. The more Hall Master Xing thought about the matter, the more stifled he felt. What do you all think of the matter today? After a long moment of silence, Hall Master Xing took a look at the crowd. The Xianxia faction does have its strengths. If I'm not mistaken, that young man should be President Zheng's direct disciple. His fist art is truly formidable. Indeed. This is the first time I've seen someone defeating Division Head Chen in a fist art of the same cultivation realm. His spear art is formidable as well, such that even Division Head Zhou wasn't a match for him. To be honest, I think that his palm art is the most profound. With a single strike, it feels as if one is trapped in a dimension, unable to escape from it, the division heads discussed fervently. Cough cough. Clutching his chest, Hall Master Xing felt even more stifled. He had thought that he would be able to come up with some useful suggestions to change the current situation, but in the end, all of them had looks of admiration on their faces. What was the meaning of this? Did they think that the heritage of our Combat Master Hall was inferior to that of a measly Master Teacher Academy? Alright, it's time for everyone to disperse. Knowing that the other division heads were still overwhelmed by the Xianxia faction's fist art, movement art, spear art, and palm art, Hall Master Xing waved his hands. Yes. The division heads bowed and left the room. Soon, the room fell silent, leaving only Hall Master Xing and an elder behind. The most mysterious of the 10 combat master divisions, the head of the Heart Division, Liao Bujin. What do you think of this matter? Hall Master Xing asked. Reporting to Hall Master Xing, there are pros and cons to this matter. In my opinion, this might not necessarily be a bad thing for our Combat Master Hall, Division Head Liao said. A good thing? Hall Master Xing asked. Why did he feel that that wasn't the case? I have to admit that the Xianxian faction's comprehension of combat is indeed frightening, but, if we can recruit them into our Qingyuan conferred Empire Combat Master Hall, won't our fighting prowess rise by leaps and bounds? It will only be a matter of time before we surpass the Combat Master Halls of the other conferred empires. Division Head Liao said. I understand that as well, but judging from the Xianxian faction's current state, how can they possibly join our Combat Master Hall? Hall Master Xing shook his head. Actually, it's simple. While the Xianxian faction is united, I can tell that they are loyal only to Principal Zhang Xian. If we can get Zhang Xian to join our Combat Master Hall, we'll be able to convince them otherwise. Division Head Liao said with a smile. Hall Master Xing hesitated for a moment. What Division Head Liao said was true. If they could get Zhang Xian to join the Combat Master Hall, not only would the Xianxian faction not pose a threat to them, they would even be a huge help to them. Just that would be difficult. Principal Zhang is currently at half-leaving Aperture Realm, so his primordial spirit is extremely powerful. If he can find a skilled spirit awakener to nourish his primordial spirit, he'll be able to cultivate the Heart Division's primordial spirit. Even if he suppresses his cultivation, he'll still be an invincible opponent of the same cultivation realm. By then, we can challenge President Zhang to a duel and bet him to join our Combat Master Hall. I'm sure that he'll agree to it. Division Head Liao said with a sharp glint in his eyes. The greatest secret art of the Heart Division was left behind by the founder of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall, and only 5 out of every 100 Hall Masters have cleared the trial. Hall Master Xing frowned. The other party was right. Once one cultivated the strongest secret art of the Heart Division, there would be no one in the same cultivation realm as him who could match up to him. No matter how powerful those from the Xianxian faction were, there was no way they would be a match for him. The Heart Division was the most mysterious division of the Combat Master Hall. It focused on tempering one's heart, and it harnessed fearsome inner demons. If one could clear the trial and obtain the strongest secret art left behind by the founder, one would be invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. He had considered this method before, but the trial was simply too difficult. The number of hall masters who had succeeded could be counted on one's fingers. Even with his outstanding talent and strength, he did not dare to attempt it recklessly. I know it's hard, but there's no other way. Judging from the reactions of the other division heads, there is a good chance that they will join the Xianxia faction. By then, the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall will become the laughingstock of the world. Hall Master Liao smiled bitterly. He also knew that this was an impossible task, but the situation before him had already forced him to make a choice. Sigh, Hall Master Xing sighed deeply. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before the combat masters of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall became members of the Xianxia faction. Given his influence, he was still able to suppress the news for the time being. However, there was no way he could hide the truth forever. If word were to get out that the Combat Master Hall was inferior to a mere student organization of a Tier 1 empire, how could he possibly continue to live in the Master-Teacher continent? Wouldn't he be mocked by the other Combat Master Halls? Not to mention, the Pure-Tier Combat Master Hall exchange was just around the corner. They couldn't afford for any mishaps to occur at this juncture. Hall Master, we're already at the edge of danger. We can only give it our all, Hall Master Liao consoled. Taking a deep breath, Hall Master Xing nodded. Alright, I'll give it a try. The situation in the Combat Master Hall was not looking too optimistic at the moment. While clearing the trial of the Heart Division was dangerous, it wasn't fatal. This was the only solution they could come up with. I am friends with Guild Leader Ruan and Vice Guild Leader Chen of the Spirit Awakener Guild, so I can bring you to meet them. As long as they are willing to help you, they will surely be able to strengthen your primordial spirit, and clearing the trial of inner demons shouldn't be too difficult. Hall Master Liao said. Thank you, Hall Master Liao. Hall Master Xing nodded. Even though Spirit Awakener was only a supporting occupation, it was still extremely beneficial to one's primordial spirit and soul. It could clear away one's distracting thoughts, making it much more difficult for one to succumb to the temptation of inner demons. Most half-leaving Aperture Realm cultivators would seek the help of Spirit Awakeners in order to overcome their leaving Aperture ordeal. Based on the statistics of the Combat Master Hall, half-leaving Aperture Realm cultivators only had a 10% chance of clearing the leaving Aperture ordeal. However, with the help of a Spirit Awakener, the chances of clearing the leaving Aperture ordeal could be raised threefold to 30%. This was also the reason why Spirit Awakeners were so popular in the Qingyuan Empire. In fact, the Spirit Awakener Guild's headquarters was an esteemed existence on the entire continent, and its influence was no weaker than that of a super first-rate family. That was because the stronger one became, the greater one's inner demons would become. Spirit Awakeners were able to make their souls more crystalline and mellow. Just this aspect alone was enough to attract countless powers to befriend them. It was said that there were at least 6 powers who had publicly declared that anyone who dared to provoke the Spirit Awakener Guild was no different from provoking them. Even among the experts of the Mingshi Tang Empire's headquarters, there were quite a few master teachers who specialized in Spirit Awakeners as their supporting occupation. This was also the reason why even the Combat Master Hall dared not offend Spirit Awakeners despite their lackluster fighting prowess. Let's go. Division Head Liao nodded. Following which, the two of them flew toward the Spirit Awakener Guild one after the other. In the Spirit Awakener Guild, Xianxia followed behind Guild Leader Ruan and the others with an embarrassed look on his face. May I know how I should address you, Gongzi? Guild Leader Ruan turned to Xianxia and asked. Ever since Xianxia had entered the Spirit Awakener Guild, he had never revealed his name. As such, not even Vice Guild Leader Su was aware of it. I am Zhang. Just as Xianxia was about to say his name, he suddenly paused for a moment before replying with a light chuckle, cough cough, I am Sun Chang. Since he had brought the Spirit Awakener Guild to life, it would be best for him not to reveal his name. Otherwise, how could he, as the principal of the Master Teacher Academy, raise his head before the students? So, it's Sun Gongzi. Guild Leader Ruan pondered for a moment, but she was unable to recall such a person in the Combat Master Hall. Perplexed, she asked, Sun Gongzi, you aren't a subordinate of Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang, right? I have just arrived at Qingyuan Empire not too long ago, Xianxia replied. I see. Guild Leader Ruan nodded. Actually, as I said earlier, we have a request for you. Since you enchanted our guild, we would like you to tame it for us. Otherwise, Gongzi, you can join our Spirit Awakener Guild as one of our members. Join our guild? Xianxia shook his head. I am a master teacher, so I can't possibly join any other guilds. How about this? I can help you tame it, but I don't know how I should do it. Taming the guild spirit was just an accident. How could he have known that the black metal pillar was the framework of the guild? As long as he could tame it, the entire guild would come to life. Actually, it isn't too difficult. I just need Xianxia's help to draw out the spirit of the guild spirit and have it sign a contract with me. Hearing that the young man before her was unwilling to join the Spirit Awakener Guild, guild leader Wan shook her head. Honestly speaking, the fact that the young man before her was able to enchant the entire guild just by reading a book without anyone's guidance showed that his talent as a Spirit Awakener was truly unparalleled. However, it was a pity that the other party was a master teacher, otherwise, she would surely have recommended him to the headquarters. Even though there were men in the Spirit Awakener Guild, they were extremely few in number. Even the founder of the guild was a female. No matter how talented a man was, it was impossible for him to rise to the upper echelons of the guild. All right. Xianxia nodded. That won't be a problem. Just as guild leader Wan had said, as he was the one who had enchanted the building, it felt a strong sense of belonging to him. As long as he was willing to, it shouldn't be too difficult for him to make the spirit of the building sign a contract with him. I'll be troubling Xianxia then. After the discussion, guild leader Wan waved her hand and said, let's head out first. We'll have to look at the other party at eye level to sign the contract, so it won't do for us to do so here. Since they were currently in the stomach of the guild spirit, it wasn't too suitable for them to do so. The four of them flew out of the room and floated in the air. Xianxia turned to look at the building before him. With its spirituality activated, this fellow moved around randomly, causing huge cracks to appear on the originally neat street. The surrounding commoners had long fled without a trace, leaving only a few dozen cultivators who weren't weak floating in the air, looking over in this direction. They seemed to be astonished that such a massive guild would suddenly come to life. Let me try to communicate with the spirit of the building. Seeing that the guild leaders were following behind him, Xianxia smiled awkwardly. Focusing his attention on the building before him, he made use of his means as a spirit awakener to communicate with the spirit of the building. Voila, as if hearing Xianxia's words, the building shook a little before raising its head once more. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia began discussing with the spirit of the building to have him sign a contract with guild leader Wan. While he was communicating with the spirit of the building, not too far away from the building, an elder with a pale face glared at Xianxia hatefully. You're talking about this person who injured you? The elder beside him had a mustache and a pair of slanted eyebrows. There was a scarlet scar on his glabella, reminiscent of an eye. That's him. You must kill him and tear him into pieces, or else you won't be able to appease the hatred in your heart. The pale elder spat through gritted teeth. He was one of the twin bandits of the Northern Meadows, fallen bandit Dao Ko. That fellow had been severely injured by Xianxia with a single punch, and the more he thought about the matter, the more furious he became. Thus, he summoned the elder beside him. He was the other member of the twin bandits of the Northern Meadows, sky-bearing bandit Xianxia. Xianxia was a Saint Four Dan primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert, or else he wouldn't have been able to enjoy such a resounding reputation in the Northern Meadows. Don't worry. Whoever dares to make a move against you, no matter who it is, I will destroy his soul and make him die without a burial. Xianxia harumphed coldly. However, you should have looked into the matter yourself. That fellow is likely to be a master teacher. A mere Saint One Dan cultivator might not mean much to us, but if we were to kill a master teacher just like that, I'm afraid that we won't even be able to get out of Qingyuan City before we are imprisoned by Mingshi Tang. Master teachers were not to be humiliated. Putting aside a 6-star master teacher, even if the other party was a 4-star master teacher, only Mingshi Tang would be able to deal with him. They could report the matter to the higher-ups, but if they were to really make a move on him, they would still be punished. If Mingshi Tang were to make a move, putting aside them, there was probably no one on the master teacher continent who would be able to escape his wrath. So what if he's a master teacher? As long as you make a move on him discreetly, not even Mingshi Tang will be able to find out anything. Dao Ko gritted his teeth. If Mingshi Tang really wants to investigate the matter, he will surely be able to find out who the culprit is. However, a mere Saint One Dan cultivator isn't worth him paying such a heavy price. Xianxia harumphed coldly. As long as it was a murder, no matter how discreet it was, as long as Mingshi Tang wanted to investigate it, he would surely be able to find out who the culprit was. However, the price he would have to pay was simply too great. Even though it was a sneak attack, the fact that the other party was able to injure Dao Ko with a single punch showed that he possessed a high standing in the master-teacher continent. However, it was still far from sufficient for him to pay such a heavy price to investigate the matter. You should know that I have this secret art of mine. It's only through the guidance of an elder that I was able to successfully execute it. When I execute it, I will need absolute silence, and I mustn't be disturbed in the slightest. Guard me later on. I'll find a way to capture his soul. Xianxia said. His secret art was a soul-related art that he had obtained from an ancient domain. It was capable of killing without leaving a trace, making it nigh impossible to guard against it. It was for this reason that the two of them were able to dominate the entire northern meadows. Don't worry. Dao Ko nodded. Xianxia nodded. The secret art only has a radius of 300 meters. Let's find a discreet place to execute it. While the secret art was fearsome, it had its limits. It was most effective and powerful within a radius of 300 meters. As primordial spirit realm experts, they intentionally suppressed their auras, and in the blink of an eye, they arrived at a corner not too far away from the guild headquarters. Let's do it here. Xianxia assessed the location and found that it was around 300 meters. Heaving a sigh of relief, he turned his gaze back to Xianxia and narrowed his eyes. All right. Dao Ko nodded as he scanned his surroundings warily. Xianxia's defense was extremely weak when executing this secret art, so he needed someone to protect him. Sitting on the ground, Xianxia's Xianxia surged furiously, and the scarlet scar on his glabella immediately turned crimson, making it seem as if fresh blood was seeping out of it. Tzzzzzz, a bizarre killing intent gushed forth from his glabella, and something reminiscent of a primordial spirit floated above his head, forming a small altar. This altar had a bizarre design. If Xianxia were here, he would have immediately recognized it as the same one as the one the Scarlet Leaf King and the others had back then, just that it was much smaller. Upon seeing the altar, Dao Ko heaved a sigh of relief. In truth, his elder brother's secret art was to use one's primordial spirit to capture the other party's soul. As long as he succeeded, the other party would die stealthily. Even the strongest master teachers of the 7-star realm would find it hard to notice. As Xianxia drove his cultivation technique, the altar glowed brightly, and a silhouette appeared on it. The silhouette began performing all kinds of bizarre movements to summon Xianxia. Following which, a dazzling light emanated from the altar, slowly spreading upward to envelop Xianxia. I got it. Sensing the ripples of energy enveloping Xianxia, Xianxia's eyes lit up in excitement. He hurriedly used his primordial spirit to pull Xianxia's soul toward the altar. How heavy! As soon as he pulled, he immediately felt that something was amiss. The other party's soul was as heavy as a mountain. No matter how much strength he exerted, he was unable to move it at all. It was no different from an ant trying to shake a tree. What's going on? Xianxia was perplexed. With his primordial spirit realm pinnacle cultivation, he should have been able to easily pull the other party's soul over. How could the Saint Realm 1 Dan cultivator before him be so heavy? I don't believe that I can't pull him over. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia harumphed coldly. Meanwhile, in the sky, Xianxia was communicating with the spirit of the Spirit Awakener Guild. Be good and listen to me. Sign a contract with them. Xianxia transmitted his thoughts to them. Walala, upon hearing Xianxia's suggestion, the spirit of the Spirit Awakener Guild rippled anxiously, seemingly rejecting his suggestion. It had been enchanted by the man before it, so it was only natural that it wanted to submit to him. It wasn't willing to submit to anyone else. Just as Xianxia was about to continue persuading Xianxia, he suddenly felt his soul shudder, as if he had been bitten by a mosquito. Xianxia felt something tugging at his soul, and before he could take a closer look, he saw the guild leader leaping up unhappily. Poochie, the guild leader jumped and instantly moved several hundred meters on the ground. The sound of a tomato being stepped on could be heard, followed by a scream of pain. Brother, hearing the familiar scream, Xianxia lowered his head and saw Dao Ko, whom he had sent flying with a single punch, screaming for help with a look of horror on his face. In front of him was an elder who had been squashed into a meat patty by the massive body of the Spirit Awakener Guild. Xianxia had been unable to move his body when he was attacking Xianxia, so how could he have known that the guild leader would be able to jump around so easily? Before he could even react, he had already been trampled to death. To think that the Sky Ascendant Xianxia, who had slaughtered countless people in the northern meadows, would die in the hands of a building, it really trampled someone to death. Xianxian's lips twitched. He had thought that such a massive guild leader would surely injure the flowers and plants in the area, but who could have thought that it would really trample someone to death? Unable to care about the contract anymore, Xianxia flew down to the ground and looked at the crying Dao Ko with an apologetic look. It was just a moment ago that he had pummeled the other party, and now, the guild leader he had awakened had trampled the other party's elder brother into a meat patty. That fellow was simply too unlucky. My condolences. I'll teach that guild leader a lesson, Xianxia consoled Dao Ko. I'll kill you. Hearing Xianxia's words of consolation, Dao Ko grew even more furious. With crimson eyes, he roared furiously and charged toward Xianxia. That fellow had severely injured him and caused the death of his elder brother. If he didn't kill him, he wouldn't be able to vent his anger. Hung Long, before Dao Ko could reach Xianxia, he suddenly heard a violent gust of wind. Following which, a massive black object came crashing down from the sky. Paji, trampled by the guild leader, Dao Ko was flattened to the ground just like Xianxia. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up in fury. Building, you are going too far, how dare you kill him time and time again right before his eyes? This is unforgivable, Xianxia leaped into the air and raised his palm. Hung Long, his concentrated Jinqi formed a massive palm in the air before crushing down on the guild leader. Seeing that Xianxia was enraged, the guild leader stood rooted to the spot, not daring to move at all. Hall Master Xing and Division Head Liao flew over to the Spirit Awakener Guild. While flying, Division Head Liao sent a message to Hall Master Xing. Guild Leader Wan says that she's currently in the Spirit Awakener Guild, but she seems to be very busy. She might not have the time to enchant Hall Master Xing's spirit. Division Head Liao frowned upon seeing the content of the message. Since the head of the Combat Master Hall was going to pay him a visit, he had to inform him in advance. Otherwise, he would have made a wasted trip. Very busy? Hall Master Xing frowned. Tell her that I'm willing to pay any price as long as she's willing to help me. The matter regarding the Xianxia faction was extremely urgent, and they had to resolve it as soon as possible. Otherwise, the reputation of their Combat Master Hall would be tarnished. Thus, it would be best for the other party to help them at this critical juncture. All right. Tapping on the communication jade token, Division Head Liao's eyebrows shot up. She said that, she's really busy, and she won't be free today. What about the other two Vice Guild leaders? Hall Master Xing asked. The other two Vice Guild leaders are with her as well. After asking those words, Division Head Liao turned to look at Hall Master Xing. Together with her? What is she busy with? If it's anything else, tell her that our Combat Master Hall is willing to resolve it for them. As long as she can help me nourish my primordial spirit. Hall Master Xing flung his sleeves. All right, I'll ask her. Knowing the urgency of the matter, Division Head Liao nodded. A moment later, the communication jade token in his hand lit up, and a line of words appeared. Upon seeing the words clearly, Division Head Liao's body stiffened, and he nearly plummeted from the sky. What's wrong? Hall Master Xing frowned. They said, Division Head Liao stuttered. They're watching someone, pummeling the guild leader. Hall Master Xing was taken aback by Xianxia's words. Beat up what? Lowering his head to take a look, Division Head Liao confirmed the contents of the jade token in his hand once more before replying, the guild. Guild? What guild? Hall Master Xing widened his eyes in shock. Did guild leader Wan offend another guild? No, that's not it. They were watching someone pummeling their own guild. It's almost as if the entire Spirit Awakener Guild has been successfully enchanted by someone, thus bringing it back to life. Hall Master Liao said. Enchanted by someone? Hall Master Xing widened his eyes in shock. Even though he wasn't a spirit awakener, he knew that the guildmaster was an inanimate object. Furthermore, given how massive it would be far more difficult to enchant it than to enchant an artifact. Yet, to be able to successfully enchant a guildmaster like that. Just which spirit awakener was it? It is said that he is a spirit awakener from another city, and his name is Sun Chong. Division Head Liao said. Sun Chong? Hall Master Xing shook his head. He did not know much about spirit awakeners, so he had never heard of such a name before. Hall Master Xing's eyes suddenly lit up, and he asked, right, given how Sun Chong was able to successfully enchant an inanimate object like the guild, will it be more effective if he were to help me stabilize my primordial spirit? Not bad. Hall Head Liao hurriedly nodded. He was well aware of the strength of guild leader Yuan and the others. There was no way they could enchant such a large guild. Since Sun Chong was capable of such a feat, it meant that he had already surpassed them in the field of enchantment. If they could get him to help, the Hall Master might really be able to pass the test and obtain the inheritance, thus resolving the crisis. Let's go and take a look. Filled with agitation, the two of them hastened their pace. Not too long later, they saw the towering building of the Spirit Awakener Guild not too far away. A young man was floating in the air, pointing furiously at the building and berating furiously. As for the former, it lowered its long neck and grievance and used its huge head to rub the corner of the latter's clothes from time to time. This, even though he had heard that the Spirit Awakener Guild had been enchanted, he still couldn't help but feel astonished when he saw it with his own eyes. Such a huge building was constantly twisting its body. The paint and sand on its surface were knocked off layer by layer, causing dust to fly everywhere. It was a horrifying sight. More importantly, such a massive being was actually trying to fawn over a young man, trying to fawn over him with an aggrieved look on its face. Hall Master Xing and Division Head Liao felt as if their worldview had collapsed. Guild Leader Yuan, Vice Guild Leader Chen, and Vice Guild Leader Su. Division Head Liao stepped forward and introduced, "This is our Combat Master Hall's Hall Master Xing. I've heard a lot about you." The three experts of the Spirit Awakener Guild hurriedly bowed deeply. "We belong to the same city, yet we've never come to pay a visit." "I'm ashamed." After exchanging a few pleasantries, Hall Master Xing turned his gaze to Xianxia and asked, "I don't think I have seen Sun Chong Spirit Awakener before. He has only just arrived at Qingyuan City, but his mastery of spirit enchantment has already left us in awe. If Hall Master Yuan wishes to purify your soul and raise your cultivation swiftly, you should look for him to enchant your soul. He'll surely be able to achieve better results." Guild Leader Yuan said. This pavilion master Mingshi Tang was simply too powerful. She would feel a lot of pressure if she were to enchant his spirit. "I'm afraid I'll have to trouble the president to introduce us," Hall Master Xing nodded. "I've only just met him. If he's unwilling, then there's nothing I can do," Guild Leader Yuan replied. By the side, Division Head Liao asked, "Right, Guild Leader Yuan, I forgot to ask why Sun Chong Spirit Awakener assaulted the Combat Master Guild." No matter how he thought about it, he was still unable to make sense of the matter. Since he had successfully enchanted his spirit, why would he teach the other party a lesson? The Spirit Awakener Guild has only just been enchanted, so it doesn't possess the ability to discern what is going on. Thus, it stomped 2 men to death earlier, and that infuriated him, Guild Leader Yuan replied with a bitter smile. Stomped 2 men to death? Division Head Liao and Hall Master Xing were taken aback. Indeed. Song Su and Dao Ko of the Northern Meadows duo were both stomped to death on the spot. Guild Leader Yuan swiftly recounted the events that had transpired earlier. The Northern Meadows duo are notorious figures who have killed countless people. To think that they would die here. After hearing the entire story, the 2 combat masters were stunned for a moment before a bitter smile appeared on their faces. The Northern Meadows duo was a notorious figure. If not for their powerful cultivation and the fact that they were hiding in the marshlands, they would have been killed long ago. Previously, the Qingyuan Empire royal family had sent men to deal with them, but the Northern Meadows duo still managed to escape. Who could have thought that they would actually dare to come to Qingyuan City, only to end up being stomped to death by a mere house? This was truly a huge blow to their reputation. While the combat masters were still deep in thought, they suddenly heard the berating voice of the young man ahead of them. "Alright, stop acting pitiful here. Sign the contract with Guild Leader Yuan. Xianxia bellowed furiously. A small tree won't grow straight if it isn't trimmed, and a person won't grow tall if it isn't tamed properly. In the end, they had just awakened their spirits, and their intelligence was still too low. If they weren't disciplined properly, wouldn't they just go around killing people? He had always been a person who didn't like to cause trouble, and he had always been a reliable person. How in the world did he end up with such a fellow? How could he have expected better from him? Seeing that Xianxia was infuriated, the Northern Meadows duo didn't dare to retaliate. Instead, it stretched its long neck over to Guild Leader Yuan. Soon, the contract was signed. Thank you, Xianxia. Guild Leader Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. She clasped her fist toward the young man before her. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands. That fellow is stubborn and unrepentant, killing people as he pleases. I'm afraid that you'll have to worry about him in the future. The reputation of the Northern Meadows duo isn't too good, so they deserve to be killed. Don't worry, our Spirit Awakener Guild will deal with the aftermath, Guild Leader Yuan said with a smile. It was true that killing two primordial spirit realm experts so openly would cause panic, but to the Spirit Awakener Guild, this wasn't necessarily a bad thing. Even if the Spirit Awakener Guild relied on Mingshi Tang's rules, no one would dare to make trouble for them. After all, their fighting prowess was too weak, and many people would be eyeing them from the shadows. However, the fact that the Spirit Awakener Guild had just trampled two primordial spirit realm experts to death was more than enough to deter those who were eyeing them from doing so. To them, there was no harm in doing such a thing. No matter what, they died in my hands. Here are 2,000 high-tier spirit stones. If there's a chance, pass them to their descendants or successors. Xianxia said with a shake of his head. Even though he didn't want to kill the Northern Meadows duo, the other party had died because of him. Even though they deserved it, it was still a pity that they had died in his hands. It wasn't his intention to cause trouble. All he wanted was to be a handsome man, and yet, he ended up attracting trouble time and time again. Just the thought of it left him feeling stifled. Seeing Xianxia's attitude, Guild Leader Yuan hesitated for a moment before taking the spirit stones and nodding. Her admiration for the young man before her deepened. This? All right then. We'll deal with this matter properly. Only a true master teacher would be able to take responsibility for his actions. Putting everything aside, it was said that Xianxia had caused quite a bit of trouble back then, and in the end, countless people submitted to him, becoming the world's teacher. I'll be troubling you then. Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter, and he said, right, I've always been a low-profile person, so I don't wish for too many people to know of this matter. Guild Leader Yuan, I'll have to trouble you then, low profile? Guild Leader Yuan's cheeks twitched. To cause such a mess in the Spirit Awakener Guild and even kill two primordial spirit realm experts. You call that low profile? There was probably no one who could be more high profile than you. However, since Guild Leader Yuan had made such a request, Xianxia still nodded in agreement. Xianxia, rest assured. We'll warn the surroundings of this matter and issue a gag order to keep this matter a secret. Keeping this matter a secret would be beneficial to them as well. At the very least, others would think that they had a powerful spirit enchantment expert in their guild, thus ensuring their safety. Right, Xianxia, allow me to introduce the two of you. After discussing for a moment, Guild Leader Yuan gestured to two figures not too far away and said, these two are the head of the Combat Master Hall, Xing Tianming, and the head of the Heart Division, Liao Bujin. The head of the Combat Master Hall? Xianxia was taken aback. The most important reason he had come to Qingyuan Empire was to lead the members of the Xianxia faction to an exchange with the combat masters of the Combat Master Hall. He had thought that they would only meet 3 days later, but who could have thought that they would meet here? Yes, Hall Master Xing and Division Head Liao. This is Sun Chong, a Spirit Awakener, and he's also a Master Teacher, Guild Leader Yuan said. Master Teacher? Hall Master Xing glanced at Xianxia and asked, may I know which Mingshi Tang branch Xianxia is at? Just as Xianxia was about to say that he came from Hanyuan Empire, he suddenly stopped. If that was the case, the other party would surely know his identity, and the matter of him pretending to be Sun Chong would be exposed on the spot. At that time it would be even more awkward. I've been studying under my master. I haven't joined a branch of Mingshi Tang yet. I've only been assessed in a branch of Mingshi Tang in a Tier 1 empire, he hurriedly corrected himself. What he said was not a lie. It was true that he had never joined Mingshi Tang before. He had been learning on his own all the way until now. I see, Hall Master Xing's face turned grim. There were many unaffiliated master teachers who chose not to join Mingshi Tang, so it wasn't surprising at all. However, to be able to wield such strength at such a young age and possess such an incredible grasp of the occupation of spirit enchantment even without joining Mingshi Tang, there was no doubt that the other party's teacher was no ordinary individual. I heard that Xianxia has a deep grasp of the occupation of spirit enchantment, so I specially came here to ask you to help me stabilize my primordial spirit. After exchanging some pleasantries, Hall Master Xing turned to Xianxia expectantly. Me? Xianxia was taken aback. Through his studies, he knew that spirit enchantment possessed such an ability. However, he didn't think that the first person who came to look for him would actually be the head of the Combat Master Hall. Yes. As long as Xianxia is willing to help me, I'll be eternally grateful to you. Hall Master Xing replied. Actually, it's nothing much. However, one of my weapons has fallen into a deep slumber, and it needs to be awakened. If Hall Master Xing is willing to wait for a moment, why don't I wake it up first before helping you? Xianxia. Since the other party had come to look for him so sincerely, it was no big deal for him to help him stabilize his primordial spirit. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had to save Jing Yuanding first. This, Hall Master Xing and Division Head Liao glanced at one another with a frown on their foreheads. They had heard that awakening the spirit of a dormant weapon wasn't an easy feat even for spirit awakeners. More importantly, it was extremely taxing on one's spirit, and it was very likely that one wouldn't be able to enchant the weapon for many days at a time. Xianxia, may I have a word with you? Hall Master Xing asked after a moment of hesitation. I've just signed a contract with the guild, so I still need to familiarize myself with it. Hearing those words, guild leader Ruan knew that they had something important to talk about, so she tactfully clasped her fist and left. Vice guild leader Chen and vice guild leader Su also followed closely behind her. May I know what's the matter? Seeing that the head of the Combat Master Hall wanted to speak to him privately, Xianxia shook his head. With a wave of his hand, he formed a soundproofing barrier around them before turning to look at guild leader Ruan. My apologies, but our Combat Master Hall has been facing some trouble recently. I need to purify my primordial spirit as soon as possible so that I can clear the trial of inner demons of the Heart Division and raise my fighting prowess swiftly. Otherwise, I'll be in deep trouble. So, I hope that Xianxia can help me enchant my primordial spirit first. As long as you have any requests, the Combat Master Hall won't turn you down. Hall Master Xing said with gritted teeth. Deep trouble? Xianxia was taken aback for a moment before he was overwhelmed with shock. Just what kind of trouble did the other party encounter for the head of the Combat Master Hall to be so anxious? To be able to create such trouble, wasn't that person a little too overpowered? In an instant, Xianxia couldn't help but feel deep admiration for the other party. Without a doubt, the Combat Master Hall was the strongest guild in the entire Qingyuan Empire. Even Mingshi Tang was no match for it. To think that such a powerful faction would be so cautious. From the Hall Master's tone, it seemed that they had encountered a matter of life and death. Just thinking about it was frightening. Of course, if it were a calamity, the otherworldly demonic tribe and the other forces would have long spread the news. Yet, there had been no news at all, and Hall Master Xing still had the time to come out to enchant the otherworldly demonic tribe. I wonder if it's convenient for you to reveal what kind of trouble you've encountered. I might not be a genius, but my cultivation and other occupations aren't too bad either. Perhaps, I might be able to help you out a lot. Xianxia could not help but ask. The fact that the Combat Master Hall had accepted his invitation without any hesitation was a testament to their magnanimity. Since Xianxia was in danger, there was no way they would turn him down. Thank you for your concern, Xianxia. Our Combat Master Hall wishes to settle this matter on our own. I only hope that you can help me stabilize my primordial spirit so that I can clear the trial of inner demons of the Heart Division. Hearing Xianxia's question, Hall Master Xing's face reddened, and he hurriedly waved his hands. If others were to find out that the trouble he was talking about was just an organization formed by a bunch of youngsters from a Tier 1 empire, they would surely laugh themselves to death on the spot. He might as well not say it. All right. Xianxia nodded. After mastering the art of spirit enchantment, he would be able to help Jin Yuanding recover whenever he wanted. Since the other party's hall master had made such a request, it would not be good for him to turn it down. Thank you, Sunshire. Hearing the other party's agreement, Hall Master Xing was filled with gratitude. Then, where shall we start? In order to enchant and stabilize one's soul, one needed absolute tranquility. Previously, the Spirit Awakener Guild Master Teacher Guild had been using the Spirit Awakener Guild Master Teacher Pavilion to conduct spirit enchantments and stabilize one's soul, but now that the Spirit Awakener Guild Master Teacher Pavilion was running amok, it would be inappropriate for him to do so. Zhang Xian scratched his head. It would still take some time for the Combat Master Hall to stabilize its current state. It was one thing for the Combat Master Hall to fail, but if that fellow were to go on a rampage and trample the head of the Combat Master Hall to death once more, there was a good chance that he would lose his life in Qingyuan Empire. Our Combat Master Hall's Heart Division has a formation that isolates the outside world. Why don't we head there? Hall Master Liao said. All right. Zhang Xian nodded. Zhang Xian had been intending to head to the Combat Master Hall to take a look as well, and since the other party had extended an invitation to him, it would be a good opportunity for him to take a look at the Combat Master Hall. At the same time, he would be able to accumulate some experience for the exchange 3 days later so as to prepare the members of the Xianxia faction. Otherwise, if these fellows were to get into trouble, it would be hard for him to explain himself as the principal. After bidding farewell to guild leader Ruan and the others, Zhang Xian followed behind Hall Master Xing and flew back to the Combat Master Hall. The Qingyuan Conferred Empire Combat Master Hall branch was located not too far away from where Zhang Xian and Zhang Xian were staying. It was a majestic building that emanated an inviolable aura. Look at the building. It's even grander than the Spirit Awakener Guild. Zhang Xian remarked in astonishment. I wonder if I'll be able to enchant it. If I do, that fellow will surely be able to run faster than the Spirit Awakener Guild. Sunshire, this is the Combat Master Hall. The Combat Master Hall is divided into 10 divisions, Division Head Liao explained. I am the head of the Heart Division. 10 Combat Master Halls. After hearing the introduction, Zhang Xian made a mental note of it. It seemed like no one had mentioned this before. He would have to remind Ruohuan Gongzi and the others to be careful when interacting with them. Movement Division, Weapon Division, Palm Division, Fist Division. I can understand those, but what does the Heart Division specialize in? Zhang Xian asked. Movement Division, Palm Division, Weapon Division. He could understand those, but what did the Heart Division specialize in? Actually, the Heart Division is the most important and fearsome division of the Combat Master Hall. The one who spoke was Hall Master Xing'o? Zhang Xian was perplexed. The main purpose of the Combat Master Hall is to fend off the otherworldly demonic tribe. The otherworldly demonic tribe's Xianxia of slaughter is extremely effective against one's will and soul. Thus, the Heart Division was born. Hall Master Xing said. In battle, those with superior Xianxia, physical body, and soul cultivation are able to defeat those who are inferior to them in every aspect. Strength and technique aren't the only factor in a battle. What's more important is one's heart. Zhang Xian agreed with Hall Master Xing's words. Be it the Scarlet Leaf King, Skyleaf King, or Dao Ko, their Xianxia and soul cultivation far surpassed his, but in a true battle, the one who would die in the end would always be the other party. This had nothing to do with the strength of one's Xianxia but one's heart. If one's mental fortitude was lacking, it would be easy for one to be beguiled by others, and that would eventually lead to one's death. In truth, physical body tempering, Xianxia cultivation, and Xianxia cultivation were all meant for a cultivator to grow stronger, but the true embodiment of one's strength lay in one's mental fortitude. Take Wang Ying for example. Even though he had cultivated the Heaven's Path battle technique, he was still lacking in confidence, resulting in his defeat in a battle. Ever since that incident, he had been paying close attention to the mental fortitude of his disciples. Even though they were still a little shy, at the very least, they were much more decisive than before. The nurturing of one's mental fortitude is extremely important. The combat masters of the heart division possess a far more stable mental fortitude than those of the other divisions, making it harder for them to be swayed by external temptations. At this point, Hall Master Xing couldn't help but remark. Of the 200 or so combat masters who had joined the Xianxia faction, none of them were from the heart division. In fact, many of the division heads were tempted to make a move against them, but the head of the heart division was as steady as a mountain. On the contrary, he was even helping him strategize. This was something that could only be achieved by cultivating one's mental fortitude to a certain level. It seemed like the combat master Hall would have to pay more attention to the cultivation of one's mental fortitude in the future. The heart division is divided into many stages, and there are all kinds of inner demons within them. Only by clashing with the inner demons frequently will one's mental fortitude become more and more stable. Hall Master Xing said. Xianxia nodded in response. His mental fortitude had been tempered by the inner demons during the Saint Ascension ordeal, and it had grown significantly stronger. If not for the fact that the inner demons were too weak, he would have benefited even more from it. A thought suddenly came to Xianxian's mind, and his eyes lit up. Since there are inner demons in the Demon of Heart division, can I give it a try to temper my mental fortitude? Of course. It's not a big deal. Hall Master Xing replied with a smile. Thank you. Xianxian hurriedly nodded in response. As long as one could withstand the tempering of inner demons, it would be of great help to one's mental fortitude. Ever since he had started cultivating, he had only encountered inner demons during the Saint Ascension ordeal. Since there were inner demons in the heart division, he could use it to temper his mental fortitude. While they were chatting, the group walked into the Combat Master Hall. Behind the Combat Master Hall was a cluster of buildings similar to the one in the Master Teacher Academy. However, it was divided into 10 zones, which corresponded to the 10 divisions. With Division Head Liao leading the way, it did not take long for them to arrive at the territory of the Heart Division. A towering building appeared before their eyes. The building was entirely black, and it had a unique design reminiscent of a heart. It was impossible to tell what material it was made of, but looking at it from afar, it felt as if the heart was beating faster, as if some kind of emotion was being drawn out from it. So, this is the Heart Division. Division Head Liao led the way into the Heart Division. As soon as they stepped into the Heart Division, they immediately felt the rich spiritual energy in the surroundings, and their minds were tranquil. There's a unique formation in the Heart Division. Not only is it able to gather spiritual energy, it can also calm one's mind. Sunshur, why don't you do it here to help Hall Master Xing stabilize his primordial spirit? Division Head Liao said as they walked into a room in the Heart Division. Xianxian nodded. The Heart Division was indeed quieter than the Spirit Awakener Guild, and it was more suitable for spirit enchantment as well. If he could summon Jing Yuanding's dormant spirit here, he should be able to achieve greater results with less effort. Hall Master Xing, please take a seat. After finding a suitable seat, Xianxian gestured to the front. Knowing that this would determine whether they could resolve the crisis facing the Combat Master Hall or not, Hall Master Xing didn't dare to waste his breath. Relax your mind and communicate with your primordial spirit. Xianxian instructed. Yes. Hall Master Xing closed his eyes and communicated with his primordial spirit. In an instant, he entered a meditative state, reminiscent of an old monk. Not bad. Xianxian's eyes lit up. For the other party to go from a restless state to a calm and collected state so quickly, it was hard to tell what he was feeling previously. The other party's control over his emotions was truly fearsome. From the looks of it, it seems like Xingyang and Xiaoya are still a little restless, Xianxian thought. While Xiaoya, Xingyang, and the others had accepted his Heaven's Path divine art and Heaven's Path battle techniques, granting them invincible fighting prowess among those of the same cultivation realm, their state of mind was still lacking compared to this old monster who had lived for innumerable years. Such a state of mind might not seem like much on the surface, but in a true battle, it could very well play a decisive role. If it was a duel, he was confident that with his guidance, Xingyang and Xiaoya, they would be able to triumph in every single battle. However, if they were to be locked on an isolated island, they might not necessarily be a match for the old man before him. Under normal circumstances, if Xingyang, Xiaoya, and the others were unable to gain the upper hand in several moves, they would start to panic, and openings would appear in their moves. But there was nothing they could do about it. They were still too young, and their mental fortitude could not compare to combat masters who had lived for several centuries. It seems like I'll have to pay more attention to their state of mind in the future, Xianxia remarked. These thoughts flashed across Xianxia's mind for a moment, but knowing that this was not the time for such thoughts, he raised his head to look at Hall Master Xing. Focusing his attention, he placed his palm lightly on the ground. Wang, a ring of light shrouded Hall Master Xing's consciousness. Driving the Heaven's Path Spirit Awakener art, Xianxia warped his consciousness into a thin thread before entering Hall Master Xing's consciousness. Enchantment was different from enchantment of a person's primordial spirit. The former only required one to ignite the flame of spirit in the area where the spirit was stored. On the other hand, the enchantment of a primordial spirit required one to carefully probe the other party's primordial spirit to find flaws in the other party's cultivation and repair them. He's even more fearsome than the Skyleaf King. Approaching Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit, Xianxia was astonished. Regardless of whether it was the quality or size of the primordial spirit, the other party's primordial spirit far surpassed the Skyleaf King. The Skyleaf King was a leaving aperture realm expert, whereas Hall Master Xing was only a half-leaving aperture realm expert, but the other party was already stronger than him. With such immense strength, he should be able to withstand a third of my strength against someone of the same cultivation realm. Astonished, Xianxia couldn't help but admire Hall Master Xing formidable. Even though the Skyleaf King was only at leaving aperture realm primary stage, his primordial spirit had undergone the leaving aperture ordeal, reaching a whole new level. On the other hand, Hall Master Xing was only at half-leaving aperture realm, but his primordial spirit was already stronger and purer than the Skyleaf King's. However, even so, it was almost impossible for someone of the same level to defeat him. Having cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher and successfully become a celestial saint, as well as the Heaven's Path Divine Art, Xianxia was practically invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. To be able to withstand a third of his strength was already an incredible feat among master teachers. Let's see what's wrong with his soul. Activating the Eye of Insight, Xianxia took a closer look. The primordial spirit before Xianxia was translucent. It was as if Hall Master Xing had cultivated it to the point where it looked like a crystal, making it look flawless. Had it been anyone else, they would only be awed by the sight before them. However, through the Eye of Insight, they were filled with flaws that hindered the flow of their thoughts and energy. It was just like glass. It was smooth and flat under the naked eye, but it would become uneven under a microscope. The Eye of Insight allowed Xianxia to peer into the very essence of things. Even though Xianxia's primordial spirit was translucent and untainted by even the slightest speck of dust, it was, after all, not cultivated through the Heaven's Path Divine Art. After magnifying it several times, Xianxia was able to clearly see all kinds of grooves and ravines on the surface of the primordial spirit. Fill up these pits, and the inner demons won't be able to invade. After studying it for a while, Xianxia nodded. Heart demons were actually formed by some special obsessions or knots in one's heart. If one's primordial spirit was perfect, without these ravines, it would be like a sealed egg. The former would not be able to enter. The so-called stabilizing the primordial spirit was to fill up these holes and make them purer. The pit isn't big, so it should be easy to fix. With a light chuckle, Xianxia extended his hand and tapped on it. Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit grew brighter and brighter with each tap he made, and with each tap, a bundle of spirit would fill up the flaws in his primordial spirit. What a big crack! After walking one round, Xianxia suddenly frowned. Right at the center of the primordial spirit's back, a huge crack appeared in front of him. It was almost horizontal, and it was terrifying. Even though it's not deep, it's equivalent to obstructing the circulation of my primordial spirit. Stroking his chin, Xianxia fell into deep thought. The flaw before him was simply too huge. The Hall Master's primordial spirit must have been severely injured. Otherwise, it was impossible for such a huge crack to appear. It's not too difficult to mend small dents. Spirit awakeners can use their soul-nourishing means to do so, but how am I supposed to mend such a large dent? As he scratched his head, Xianxia fell into deep thought. The small depressions that Xianxia had seen previously were easily filled up using the means of spirit awakeners to nourish the soul. However, the one before him was as deep as a ravine. Ordinary means would not be able to fill it up. It was just like applying paste on a wall. Ordinary dents could be filled in with some random materials, making it impossible for outsiders to notice. However, when half of the wall collapsed, the materials needed were completely different. That's right. Normal methods definitely won't work. If I use the method of enchantment on weapons and light up this gap, I should be able to solve this problem quickly. After pondering for a while, Xianxia's eyes lit up. Normal gentle methods wouldn't work, but he had successfully awakened a behemoth like the guild. All he needed to do was light up the gaps, and the ravines would naturally be filled up. There was no record of using spirit enchantment to nourish one's primordial spirit in the books that he had read previously, but, had Xianxia not advised him to do so, he had to innovate. He mustn't stick to the rules. This was the time for him to innovate. Perhaps, he might be able to easily fill up the ravines and allow Hall Master Xing to clear the trial of inner demons, thus resolving his current problem. Trusting Xianxia won't go wrong. Nodding in satisfaction, Xianxian analyzed the situation based on his understanding of spirit awakeners. There might be some flaws in this method, but it won't affect the foundation. The flaw was that the spirit awakeners would gain their own consciousness, just like the spirit awakeners from the guild. Of course, this might be troublesome for others, but to Xianxian, it wasn't a problem at all. At the very most, he would just have to erase the newly emerged consciousness. Ordinary cultivators would have to go through all kinds of battles to erase the consciousness of the spirit awakeners, and they might even injure the other party's primordial spirit. However, as a soul oracle and a poison master, he had many means at his disposal. It settled then. After thinking through the matter a few more times, Xianxian finally heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that he would be able to walk his own path as Xianxia had said. Regaining his consciousness, he turned to Division Head Liao and instructed. I'll have to trouble Division Head Liao to stand guard for us. Don't worry. Division Head Liao nodded. After instructing Division Head Liao, Xianxian took a deep breath and closed his eyes once more. Following a ray of light, his consciousness entered Division Head Liao's consciousness once more, and in the blink of an eye, he was already standing before the rift. The darkness within the rift was immediately lit up. However, the amount of spirit awakeners he had ignited was still too small. Thus, Xianxian used the same method to light up 8 more sparks before he managed to cover the entire rift. After doing all of this, Xianxian's face was filled with exhaustion. Previously, he had lit up 32 sparks for the Guildmaster Xing, and now, he had lit up 8 more. In other words, he had executed his Spirit Awakener prowess for a total of 40 times. Most Spirit Awakeners would run out of energy after executing their Spirit Awakener prowess thrice, and they would have to rest for at least 10 days. Yet, he had executed it 40 times in a row. Erase the newly ignited will. Even though he was exhausted, Xianxian knew that this was not the time for him to rest. Suppressing the giddiness in his head, he walked up to the rift. He had to erase the newly ignited will here. Otherwise, the clash between the two wills would put Hall Master Xing in great agony. Just as Xianxian was about to make a move, the gates of the Master Teacher Pavilion suddenly creaked open, and an anxious voice echoed in the air. Hall Master Xing, bad news. This is bad. Xianxian narrowed his eyes in alarm. Just as he was about to speak, the massive primordial spirit before him suddenly lit up, and his body jolted before he was ejected from the rift. Hearing the voice, Hall Master Xing awoke from his meditative state. His will was something external to his body, so naturally, he couldn't remain in it any longer. Of course, if he was still in his peak state, he would still have been able to withstand the other party's involuntary protective means. However, in his current state, he was as feeble as a swamp, unable to withstand it at all. Returning his consciousness back to his physical body, Hall Master Xing opened his eyes and saw an elder standing not too far away. Division Head Liao was in the midst of saying something to him. Most likely, he was instructing him not to disturb Hall Master Xing for the time being. Division Headway, what's wrong? Hall Master Xing turned to look at Division Headway. Hall Master Xing, Division Head Wu of the Leg Division has left the Combat Master Hall for Xian, that place. Division Headway hurriedly clasped his fist. As there was an outsider in the room, he dared not say the name Xianxian faction. Otherwise, if others were to learn that the head of the Combat Master Hall was a student of the Xianxia faction, he would surely become a laughingstock. He really went there. Hall Master Xing's face turned livid. He had thought that his division head would at least be a little more reserved, but who could have known that he would still end up going there? Hall Master Xing felt so stifled that he nearly spurted blood. "Are you fine?" Just as Hall Master Xing was about to speak, Xianxia, who had enchanted his spirit for him, suddenly turned to look at him worriedly. "I'm fine. I haven't thanked Xianxia for enchantment yet. I feel like my strength has grown significantly, and I feel like my body is brimming with energy," Hall Master Xing replied with a smile. As expected of a Grandmaster Spirit Awakener, Xianxia's means were truly fearsome. Just by helping him stabilize his primordial spirit for a moment, he could already feel his strength growing by leaps and bounds. At this moment, Hall Master Xing felt that even if he were to attempt a leaving aperture ordeal, he would still be able to clear it. "It's good that you're fine," Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like he had been overthinking things. Even though he had enchanted the spatial rift, it was still only a small portion of it. Under the suppression of Hall Master Xing's powerful primordial spirit, it was unlikely that the spatial rift would be able to do anything. Division Head Liao, activate the formation. I need to head over. After thanking Sun Chang, Hall Master Xing stood up with a determined look in his eyes. There were only 10 Hall Masters in the Combat Master Hall, and 5 of them had already been beguiled by the Xianxia faction to join them. Even though they were only going there to learn some combat techniques, which could not be considered as betrayal, if word were to spread, the reputation of the Combat Master Hall would be tarnished. They had to stop this from happening as soon as possible. All right. Knowing that the matter was urgent, Division Head Liao walked out of the room and arrived at a massive hall. He pressed his palm lightly on the ceiling, and a brilliant light immediately burst forth, revealing a passageway that only allowed a single person to pass through. "All right, I'll be heading in now," Hall Master Xing said before turning to Xianxia. "I'll have to trouble Xianxia to wait here for a little longer. If I fail this time around, I might need your help," Xianxia nodded. Hall Master Xing walked into the passageway. After Hall Master Xing's departure, Xianxia finally felt fatigued. Thus, he sat on the floor and closed his eyes to recuperate from the earlier exhaustion. He drove his Heaven's Path Spirit Awakener art for at least 10 cycles before he felt much more comfortable. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Division Head Liao pacing back and forth before the passageway. From time to time, he would glance into the passageway with an anxious look on his face. "What's wrong?" Xianxia stood up and walked up to Hall Master Xing. "It has already been 2 hours, but Hall Master Xing hasn't come out yet." "I fear that something might have gone wrong," Division Head Liao said. "He isn't out yet?" Xianxia frowned. He had been too focused on recuperating earlier, so he was unaware of the time that had passed. Making a quick calculation, it had indeed been 2 hours. Regardless of whether he cleared the passageway or not, there should have been an outcome by now. It was impossible for there to be no movement at all. "Indeed," Division Head Liao said anxiously. "Under normal circumstances, regardless of whether he cleared the passageway or not, he should have sent me a message." But before he could finish his words, flurried footsteps suddenly sounded from the passageway. Following which, a figure walked out. "You are Hall Master Xing? What's wrong?" Upon seeing the appearance of the figure, Division Head Liao's mouth twitched, and his body stiffened. Walking up to the figure, Xianxia nearly fainted on the spot. "What the heck is that?" The person in front of him had huge bumps all over his face, and every single one of them looked like a tumor. There was even a scarlet lump of flesh on his head, standing straight up and half a meter long. It looked like a moving cactus. If not for the fact that his appearance hadn't changed much, Xianxia would have really thought that he was an inner demon who had escaped from somewhere. His appearance was simply too bizarre. Wasn't he just challenging the trial of inner demons? Why did he look as if he had just been pummeled? "Hall Master Xing." Division Head Liao hurriedly rushed forward with a sorrowful look on his face. "Even if I failed, there's no need for you to resort to self-mutilation. The trial of inner demons was a test of one's soul and heart. It wouldn't affect one's physical body too much." For Hall Master Xing to be in such a state as soon as he appeared. Could it be that he felt that he had failed and decided to resort to self-mutilation? Hall Master Xing nearly fainted on the spot. Bellowing furiously, he turned to Xianxia and pointed to the bumps on his head and face. With an expression that looked as if he was on the verge of tears, he asked, "Sunshire, can you tell me what's going on?" "Me? How would I know?" Not expecting Hall Master Xing to ask him that question, Xianxia was taken aback. "You really don't know?" Hall Master Xing turned around. Taking a closer look, Xianxia's body staggered, and he nearly spurted blood. There was a scarlet flower bud growing on the other party's bottom. A flower growing on his bottom and a cactus growing on his head. Xianxia scratched his head, unable to understand what was going on. Suddenly, a thought came to his mind, and his lips twitched. Could it be that what I enchanted earlier wasn't the spirit of an artifact but that of a plant? Enchantment could be divided into two categories: enchantment of artifacts and enchantment of plants. The spirit of a plant could allow it to flourish, but if it were to die, the entire plant would wither and lose its vitality. Such was the case for many Saint Tier medicinal herbs. Take the Bodhi Saint tree for example. Its spirit was in hibernation, and on the surface, it looked as if it had died. As a result, Emperor Yu Shenqing had to find many people to treat it, and he nearly died. Because of this, how to take care of spirituality and allow it to live better was also an extremely profound field of study, worthy of many people studying for their entire lives. That's not right. I clearly enchanted the spirit of an artifact. Xianxia frowned. He had clearly used the means of spirit enchantment on the other party's primordial spirit, not a plant. So, how did it suddenly turn into a plant spirit? While Hall Master Xing was deep in thought, the flower bud suddenly blossomed, emanating an unbearable scent. Following which, the cactus on his head also began to blossom, and it grew rapidly. In just a few moments, it had already grown into a huge pile, and it hung from Hall Master Xing's head, making him look like a reindeer. It's still growing. There's no doubt that it's a plant's spiritual nature. I understand now. Xianxia's lips twitched as he suddenly thought of a possibility. Even though I am using the method of enchantment on a weapon, his body is filled with vitality, and the effect is similar to that of an enchantment on a plant. As such, he has become a plant spirit, resulting in such a phenomenon. His method was correct, but enchanting a human and enchanting a guild were two different things. The guild was a lifeless object. Before it was enchanted, it was nothing but darkness. On the other hand, Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit was brimming with vitality that was even more potent than a plant. As soon as it gained sentience, it began to grow at a frenzied pace. I have a cactus on my head and a flower on my back. No one knows how many secrets I have. Cough cough. Upon making sense of what was going on, a bizarre look surfaced on Xianxia's face. Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit was powerful, so he had been able to suppress the plant spirit with ease initially. However, upon entering the trial of inner demons, he had been assaulted, causing his mind to fall into disarray. Just that, what in the world was that plant? It did not look like a cactus, and he could not recognize the flower on its back either. Kongsher was unreliable as well. He had followed the other party's instructions and chosen to walk his own path, but before he had even started, such a thing had already happened. Gotcha. While Hall Master Xing was still deep in thought, the cactus suddenly blossomed with flowers, and before long, it was filled with jujube-sized fruits. What in the world is that? Seeing that he was bearing fruits, Hall Master Xing was on the verge of tears. He hurriedly turned his gaze to Sun Chong. He had no idea what was going on, but there was no doubt that there was a problem with that fellow's spirit enchantment. Otherwise, why would it not blossom or bear fruits in the past? Why did it have to start today? Cough cough. You must have eaten something unclean. How about this? I'll take a look and see if I can resolve it for you. Knowing that he would be pummeled to death if he were to admit that he had made a mistake, Xianxia replied calmly. In truth, this was not his fault. He had wanted to strengthen the other party's primordial spirit so that it would be easier for him to deal with the other party, but who could have known that he would end up in such a state? As the head of the Combat Master Hall, one of the strongest experts in the entire Qingyuan Empire, a cactus on his head, a fragrant fruit, and fresh flowers on his buttocks, if word were to spread, he would surely become a laughingstock. Eat? Hall Master Xing knew that it was pointless to dwell on such matters at the moment, so he could only plead, Sunshire, I beseech you to resolve it for me as soon as possible. all right. Seated on the floor, Xianxia activated his spirit awakener prowess once more, and with a thought, he entered Hall Master Xing's mind once more. With great familiarity, Xianxia walked up to the rift to take a look, and what he saw left him stunned. At this moment, the rift had been completely filled up. It seemed like Hall Master Xing had managed to perfectly assimilate the plant spirit into his primordial spirit over the past 2 hours. Xianxia's eyebrows shot up as his lips twitched. Isn't Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit a little too powerful? Even if there was a plant spirit in one's primordial spirit, it would still reject it. Yet, that fellow actually managed to assimilate it within 2 hours. Initially, all he had to do was to walk up to the rift and erase the plant spirit, but now that it had already assimilated with the plant spirit, how was he supposed to kill it? If he really killed it, Hall Master Xing would probably be dead as well. It's probably due to his inner demons messing around, causing him to inadvertently assimilate the plant spirit. If only he had known that this would happen, he would have stopped that fellow from entering the trial of inner demons. Now that he had a head full of cactus, fruits, and flowers on his back, how was he supposed to deal with it? The plant spirit doesn't possess any offensive properties. Once it assimilates with my primordial spirit, I will have no choice but to destroy it myself. Withdrawing his consciousness from the other party's mind, Xianxia was so worried that his head was about to explode. Due to the fact that plant spirits did not possess any offensive properties, there were quite a few cultivators who would use a secret art to devour them to strengthen their primordial spirit and soul. While Hall Master Xing had never cultivated such a secret art before, his body was simply too powerful. It did not take long for him to assimilate the plant spirit into his primordial spirit, and as a result, his primordial spirit was flawless. However, as the plant spirit remained intact, it fused into his primordial spirit, and as a result, all sorts of changes occurred. The latter was nourished by such a powerful life force, and it was many times stronger than plants. Naturally, it grew excitedly. With such thoughts in mind, Xianxia raised his head and saw that the cactus on Hall Master Xing's head was growing taller and taller. This was especially so for the flower on his bottom. It was growing more and more beautiful, and from afar, it looked as if Hall Master Xing had become a massive plant. It was especially so for the fruits, which grew more and more like jujubes. Does Teacher Sun have a solution? Seeing that Xianxia had entered his consciousness once more, Hall Master Xing hurriedly turned his gaze over. I found the reason, but I still need to think about how to solve it. He was filled with awkwardness. What was going on? He helped to nourish the other party's primordial spirit, but in the end, he ended up being of no help at all. He felt a little embarrassed. It's good that I found the reason. Hall Master Xing heaved a sigh of relief. Even though the current situation was a little problematic, it was still better than not being able to find the reason. Otherwise, instead of letting him carry this thing out, he might as well just kill him with a single slash. Just as Hall Master Xing was deep in thought, Jia Division Head Wei walked in with widened strides, and upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but be taken aback. What a strange tree. As he spoke, he plucked a fruit from the ground and took a bite. After which, he turned to Division Head Liao and Xianxia with a peculiar gaze and asked, Is Hall Master Xing still not out yet? It has already been more than 2 hours. Hall Master Xing. Division Head Liao. Xianxia. I'm already out. Hall Master Xing gritted his teeth so hard that he could explode on the spot. It was one thing for the other party to treat him as a plant, but to think that he would be eaten instead. Hall Master Xing. It was only then that Division Head Wei realized that the plant was actually Hall Master Xing. At the same time, he also forgot to chew on the fruit that he had placed in his mouth. Cough cough. Sunshur, you should hurry up and find a way to help him recover. Otherwise, putting aside resolving the crisis, I'm afraid that it will be hard for him to even meet anyone. Division Head Liao hurriedly said. Given his current condition, the spirit of a plant has fused with his primordial spirit, so the only way to resolve it is to have him cultivate a cultivation technique that can erase the spirit of a plant. Xianxia. As long as the spirit in his primordial spirit was not erased, the other party would continue to grow. Heaving a sigh of relief, Hall Master Xing asked anxiously, Does Sunshur have such a cultivation technique? I don't. Xianxia scratched his head. The Spirit Awakener Guild focused on enchantment and nurturing souls, but there was no such thing as erasing the spirit of a plant. As such, while Hall Master Xing knew of the solution to the problem, he didn't have a cultivation technique that could solve it. Hall Master Xing staggered weakly. Do I have to carry this thing outside? There's no need for that. I have an idea that can treat the symptoms and allow you to return to normal within a short period of time. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia said, I'll use a knife to cut off all of these flowers. After that, I'll concoct some poison and consume it to reduce the vitality in my body. This way, my cultivation will be restricted as well. In other words, if I were to consume the poison and prune the plants, they won't grow anymore. However, the prerequisite is that I don't use my cultivation. Otherwise, the more energy I use, the faster I will grow. Consume poison? Hall Master Xing gulped down a mouthful of saliva as his face paled. He couldn't help but shudder in fear. I'm already in this state just because you've enchanted me. If you really concoct a poison for me to eat, who knows what will happen? Feeling conflicted, Hall Master Xing asked doubtfully, since you know how to concoct poison, are you a poison master? The higher the rank of a poison master, the more fearful they would be of others. For this reason, even the weakest poison master apprentices wouldn't cause too much of a commotion if they revealed their identity. But for a poison master who was capable of concocting a poison that was effective against half-leaving Aperture Realm experts, it could only be said that he was a fearsome existence. At the very least, he had to be a 7-star pinnacle expert. I am a physician, and I am well-versed in medicinal theory. I can deduce the prescription based on the medicinal properties of the poison, Xianxia replied calmly. He would never admit to being a poison master even if he was beaten to death. This was especially so for the head of the Combat Master Hall. Forget it then. Hall Master Xing shook his head. While physicians were well-versed in medicinal theory, there was still a huge gap between them and poison masters. Poison was a profession where one had to be careful with the combination of medicinal herbs, and even the slightest mistake in the control of the flames could result in a drastic change in the properties of the poison. Otherwise, if every physician could become a poison master, there would be no need for the poison master occupation at all. He didn't want to risk his life for the other party to experiment on. More importantly, this was only a temporary solution. Other than these two, is there really no other way? Division Head Liao asked. One was impossible to achieve, and the other was a life-threatening situation. He had thought that the head of the Combat Master Hall would be able to raise his fighting prowess by leaps and bounds, but who could have thought that his fighting prowess would be on the verge of being crippled? Did he have to be so conned? Actually, there is another way, but I doubt that you will agree to it. Xianxia paused for a moment before continuing. Let's hear it. It's simple. Open up your primordial spirit and allow me to take a look at it. I'll find the spirit of the plant you have fused with and destroy it, Xianxia said. The 3 combat masters glanced at one another before falling silent. Opening up one's primordial spirit meant that one would be completely defenseless. If the other party were to try anything funny, he would be able to destroy it with a single thought. This is impossible. Hall Master Xing shook his head. Even Division Head Liao couldn't open up his primordial spirit completely, let alone an unreliable stranger. Then, there's no other way, unless... Xianxia thought of another possibility, but before he could voice it out, he shook his head. What is it? Unless I can concoct some poison that can destroy the spirit of the plant and you can try to absorb it into your primordial spirit. Xianxia continued. Based on his understanding of poison, he should be able to pull it off as well. However, the other party had a cactus growing on his head, fruits on his head, and a flower on his butt. It was hard to tell what kind of plant the spirit belonged to. He would have to experiment with many different kinds of herbs before he could figure it out. That's even worse, Hall Master Xing's lips twitched upon hearing those words. To be able to kill a plant's spirituality with poison, it could very well kill his primordial spirit as well. Yet, you still want to experiment with it. You're just worried that you won't be able to kill me. That's the only way. There's nothing else, Xianxia shook his head. He truly couldn't be blamed. If not for Division Head Wei barging in and interrupting his intent to erase the spirit, this situation definitely wouldn't have happened. It could only be said to be a coincidence. Hall Master Xing fell silent. He knew that the other party was trying his best to help him, and the various unforeseen circumstances that had occurred were not something that anyone would be willing to see happen, but those solutions were truly impossible to achieve. Teacher's son, let me consider for a while. Oh right, didn't you want to try the heart demon passageway and temper your mental state? Why don't we head there now? Hall Master Xing hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Xianxia blinked in bewilderment. Wasn't the thoughts of the other party a little too jumpy? Just as they were discussing how to save him, the other party suddenly asked him to try the heart demon passageway. Don't worry. The main purpose of the heart demon passageway is to temper one's mental state. If you find yourself unable to withstand it, just admit defeat and you'll be able to escape. Thinking that Xianxia was afraid, Hall Master Xing chuckled softly. That chuckle caused the cactus on his head to tremble violently, and the fruits on its head would fall at any moment. There wasn't the slightest hint of sincerity in it at all, and it left one's hair standing on end. I'll give it a try. Xianxia nodded. Given Xianxia's current situation, he had to consider the matter calmly. It wasn't something that he could help with. Since that was the case, he might as well try the heart demon passageway and temper his mental state. Perhaps, he might be able to find a better solution through it. Division Head Liao, help me open the heart demon passageway. Hall Master Xing nodded. This? Division Head Liao frowned. A moment later, he nodded. All right. After saying those words, Division Head Liao walked up to the passageway and pressed his palm on it. The passageway appeared once more. Xianxia nodded to the crowd before walking in. A moment later, he had already disappeared from sight. Hall Master Xing, Sancher isn't a member of our Combat Master Hall. Why did you allow him to enter the Heart Demon passageway? More importantly, the Heart Demon passageway is tied to the most profound heritage of the Heart Division. As soon as Xianxia disappeared, Division Head Liao couldn't help but ask. The Heart Demon passageway wasn't a passageway for ordinary combat masters to temper their mental state. It was a passageway that only division heads and pavilion masters were qualified to enter. Thus, it harnessed the most profound heritage of the Heart Division. Yet, Hall Master Xing actually allowed an outsider to enter. Just what in the world was he up to? Don't worry. The most profound heritage of the Heart Demon Division can only be obtained by clearing the Heart Demon passageway. Even with my strength, I am unable to clear the Heart Demon passageway, let alone a Saint One Dan cultivator like him. Hall Master Xing shook his head. This? You're right. Division Head Liao scratched his head. Out of concern, he had forgotten about the matter. The most profound heritage of the Heart Division was the Combat Master Hall's Hall Master Hall. Of course, it was impossible for a mere Spirit Awakener to clear the Heart Demon passageway. There's no need to worry about the most profound heritage. You should be aware of the current situation as well. I have to resolve the trauma in my body as soon as possible so that I can deal with the Xianxia faction and face the challenges of the other Combat Master Halls. Thus, I intend to allow his will to enter my primordial spirit. Hall Master Xing said with a grim expression, not wanting to dwell on this matter. Allow his will to enter your primordial spirit? Hall Master Xing, you must reconsider your actions. Division Head Liao and Division Head Wei hurriedly tried to dissuade Hall Master Xing. Opening one's primordial spirit and allowing the will of an outsider to enter was no joke. The slightest carelessness could result in the dissipation of one's soul. There's no need to dissuade me. I know that it's dangerous, so I allowed him to enter the Heart Demon passageway. Once he harbors ill intentions, his inner demons will grow stronger and stronger, placing him in grave danger. By then, even without me making a move, he will be punished, or even killed. If he's magnanimous, the inner demons won't be able to harm him. If his will enters my primordial spirit, there won't be any danger. Why don't we give it a try? Hall Master Xing said. The duo came to a halt. Inner demons were the manifestation of the ugliness in one's heart. If that fellow harbored malicious intentions, the Heart Demon passageway would be able to easily expose him and make him suffer. If he was benevolent and allowed the other party to pry into his primordial spirit, it wouldn't be a problem at all. In order to achieve greatness, one has to make a choice. Actually, I don't blame Chen Zhuqing, Yan Qinghai, and Lu Wanqiu for being willing to join the Xianxia faction. Seeing the hesitation in the duo's eyes, Hall Master Xing placed his hands behind his back, reminiscent of a cactus that could survive in the desert. Respect? The two division heads were perplexed. If they were the Hall Masters, those division heads would have been furious to disregard the dignity of the Combat Master Hall and join a backwater faction. Indeed. The Combat Master Hall is a branch of the Mingshi Tang, and it's equivalent to the army of an empire. What does an army need? Of course, it's fighting prowess. As long as it can raise one's fighting prowess, one can better utilize one's fighting prowess in a battle against the otherworldly demonic tribe. Everything else can only be considered a supporting means. This is the words left behind by the founder of the Combat Master Hall, and it's also the iron law that we, the Combat Master Hall, abide by. Hall Master Xing said. Division Head Liao and Division Head Wei nodded in agreement. The purpose of the Combat Master Hall was to fight. As long as one had sufficient fighting prowess and didn't violate the principles of the Master Teacher Academy, everything else could only be considered as supporting means. Even though the members of the Xianxia faction had come from a backwater region, their understanding of combat far surpassed theirs. They had already reached the level of simplification. If they could raise their fighting prowess by learning from them, why wouldn't they do so? Even Kongshi wasn't ashamed to ask those beneath him, and his deeds were passed down through the ages. Learning from those who were younger and weaker than them wasn't a disgrace at all. On the contrary, they would gain the reputation of being a keen learner as well. Anyone would have made the same choice. The fact that they disregarded the dignity of a primordial spirit realm cultivator and asked for guidance shows that they have a thirst for strength, and this is a good thing. The reason why I tried to dissuade them is because I don't want the Combat Master Hall to become the laughingstock of the Xianxia faction. Hall Master Xing said. The duo nodded in understanding. Alright, let's see if Sun Chang harbors any ill intentions. If he really harbors killing intent, it should be apparent very soon. After explaining, Hall Master Xing turned his gaze to the passageway not too far away. The passageway of inner demons allows us to better gauge one's inner thoughts. If that fellow really harbors killing intent, we should be able to see through it from here. Nodding, Division Head Liao placed his palm on the wall. Voila, the wall immediately turned transparent, reminiscent of jade. This jade wall is able to gauge the number of inner demons within the passageway. The more thoughts one possesses, the more vicious one's nature will be. Thus, the more inner demons one will spawn upon entering the passageway. As combat masters, we are born for battle, so our state of mind is extremely pure. Under normal circumstances, we would only spawn a single-digit number of inner demons. Take for example, when Hall Master Xing entered the passageway earlier, only 3 inner demons appeared, and the wall was light-colored. Looking at the wall before him, Division Head Liao explained with a smile. Most master teachers will only have a dozen inner demons, and the wall will still be light-colored. Only those who possess dozens of inner demons will have a dark-colored wall. Every single one of these people has taken the lives of countless people. Even death can't wipe out their crimes. Now that Sun Chang has entered the passageway, if the wall is light-colored, it means that he is an upright person, so there's no need to worry about him. You can just open your primordial spirit to him. However, if the wall is dark-colored, it means that he is up to no good. A glint flashed across Division Head Liao's eyes. Hall Master Xing and Division Head Wei nodded in agreement. However, just as they were about to speak, their faces suddenly warped in astonishment. The wall before them suddenly flickered, and in the blink of an eye, it turned pitch black. What a dark-colored wall. This exceeds 100 inner demons? Division Head Liao's eyes turned cold. Hall Master Xing and Division Head Wei also narrowed their eyes as killing intent surged from their bodies. They had seen dark ones before, but they had never seen such a dark one. It was almost as dark as ink. This was no longer an evil deed, but a great evil deed, an unpardonable evil. Who would have thought that this Sun Chang, who seemed harmless and sincere, would have such a sinister and terrifying heart? It's fortunate that the Hall Master didn't agree to it and allowed him to enter the trial of inner demons. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. While Division Head Liao was filled with rage, he also felt a lingering fear. If the Hall Master had agreed to open her primordial spirit to this guy, she would have been killed by now. Division Head Liao, Division Head Wei, prepare yourselves. As soon as that fellow comes out, make a move. Leave no one alive. A glint flashed across Hall Master Xing's eyes. Yes. The two Hall Masters nodded simultaneously. When Zhang Xian walked into the passage, it was as if he had instantly entered another space. The countless luminous pearls on his head shone brightly, illuminating the surroundings as if it were daytime. It was a sealed room with no passageways or exits. The walls were carved with all sorts of strange patterns. He looked over. They were all grotesquely shaped monsters, a total of 108 of them. Some of these monsters were holding Vajra scepters, some were holding iron whips, and some were even wearing human skulls as necklaces. They were extremely ferocious and strange. Just a single glance at them would cause one to feel a sense of unpredictability and sorrow. This is the mental demon passageway? Zhang Xian frowned. In the middle of the house, there was a praying mat, surrounded by flickering spiritual energy. There should be a formation that could be activated. Even though Zhang Xian was perplexed, he didn't stop moving. He walked up to the praying mat and sat down cross-legged. Buzz, as soon as he sat down, it was as if some sort of mechanism had been activated. The demonic creatures around him emitted a warm light, as if they would jump out at any moment and hammer him to death. So, it's to communicate with one's inner heart and give birth to inner demons. Sensing the fluctuation of the light, Zhang Xian came to a realization. Zhang Xian had thought that there would be some formidable inner demons in this place, just like what he had encountered in the Saint Ascension ordeal. However, from the looks of it, that wasn't the case. There was no demon, the demon was in the heart. As long as one sat on the praying mat, the surrounding formation would be activated and the inner demons would be revealed. What is my inner demon? Instead of rejecting the light around him, Zhang Xian was filled with desire. He had been using the Heaven's Path divine art all this while, so he had never encountered any inner demons before. He had never experienced the despair of being unable to make any breakthroughs, nor had he experienced the despair of being unable to advance any further. Now that he was presented with such an opportunity, it was only natural that he wanted to see what kind of inner demons he had encountered and whether he would be able to overcome them. Buzz, the array formation spun rapidly, and the surrounding spiritual energy shook. Zhang Xian's vision blurred, as if he had entered a pitch-black world. Just like the hard ordeal back then, there was no end to this world, and there was no light at all. Just as Zhang Xian was perplexed by the situation, he suddenly saw one bizarre demon after another surging in from the surroundings. These fellows were exactly the same as the drawings on the wall. They had strange appearances, and there were hundreds of them. Why are there so many? Why do I have so many inner demons? Zhang Xian was stunned. He had thought that he shouldn't have any inner demons, but who could have thought that there would be so many of them at the same time? If they were to really rush toward him, wouldn't he be torn to shreds? Didn't he cultivate the Heaven's Path divine art? How could there be so many? That's not right. If it's my inner demon, how could it be so clear-headed? Zhang Xian frowned. Having experienced the hard ordeal before, he knew that when one encountered an inner demon, one's mind would be in a blur. This was also the reason why the other party was able to seize the opportunity to invade one's mind, making it difficult for one to break free. But at this moment, he was completely clear-headed. What in the world was going on? You are a smart one. These aren't your inner demons but mine. While Zhang Xian was still perplexed by the situation, he suddenly heard a voice filled with hatred. Hurriedly turning his head over, he saw an elder with a scarlet glabella walking toward him with gritted teeth. Who are you? Zhang Xian was taken aback. With a single look, he could tell that the fellow before him was a human. He did not recognize the other party at all, so where in the world did he pop out from? Who am I? The face of the elder with the scarlet glabella contorted, and he looked as if he was about to explode. I am Tsang Su, the one whom you enchanted and crushed to death. You are Tsang Su? Aren't you already dead? Zhang Xian was perplexed. The other party had only been reduced to a meat patty by the guild leader, so it was natural that he did not recognize the other party. Who would have thought that he would meet the other party here? Wasn't he already dead? Why would he appear here? Furthermore, why did the other party say that these inner demons belonged to him? I was using a secret art to capture your soul with my primordial spirit, but I ended up being crushed to death by your house. Due to the suction force, a sliver of my will hid in your body and turned into an inner demon. If you hadn't come here, I might not have been able to come out at all. Xianxia sneered coldly. When he was executing the secret art, he was crushed to death by the house, and his primordial spirit dissipated on the spot. It was fortunate that the secret art was powerful enough to turn a sliver of his will into an inner demon and hid in the young man's body. If Xianxia had not gone through the ordeal, he would not have been able to summon the other party either. Yet, the other party ran to the trial of inner demons and used the formation to awaken the inner demons. How could Xianxia possibly let this opportunity slip by? Thus, he immediately leaped out and killed the other party. He was an unpardonable villain, and he had killed countless people. As soon as he appeared, he caused an even greater reaction, and several hundred inner demons appeared. It seems like I have wronged the guild. Xianxia shook his head. Back then, when he was in the air, he had felt his soul being bitten by a mosquito. He had thought that it was just his imagination, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like the other party was the culprit. It was no wonder the house had made a move on the other party to protect him. Yet, he had wronged the other party and ended up pummeling the other party. Just the thought of it left him feeling a little embarrassed. Capture my soul? You are a soul oracle? Xianxia asked. Capturing one's soul was a technique that only soul oracles were capable of. Since the fellow before him was able to use it, could he be a soul oracle? I am not a soul oracle. I have inherited the secret art of an elder. Humph, there's no need to try and trick me. Die. With a furious roar, Xianxia raised his hand, and another altar appeared beneath him. A burst of light shrouded Xianxia, seemingly trying to pull his soul into the altar and devour it. This, to Xianxia, the pulling force was nothing at all. Thus, he paid it no heed. Instead, he stared at the altar with a perplexed look in his eyes. Without a doubt, this was an altar of the otherworldly demonic tribe. This fellow was clearly a human, so why would he possess such an artifact? You have betrayed mankind? Xianxia's face turned grim. He had seen such a situation before as well. Yusu had submitted to the otherworldly demonic tribe and obtained a longer lifespan. The other party was clearly a human, but he had taken out an altar of the otherworldly demonic tribe and used the secret art of the otherworldly demonic tribe. Hee, you sure are smart. However, we'll talk about it after you survive, Xianxia sneered coldly as he desperately tried to pull Xianxia's soul into the altar. But contrary to his expectations, the other party was like an immovable mountain. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to move the other party at all. Why can't I move it? Xianxia gritted his teeth. He had used this technique to kill quite a few people, and he had been able to easily pull their souls into the altar. Why was this fellow unable to do so? You have betrayed mankind and learned such sorcery. You deserve to die. Ignoring Xianxia's shouts, Xianxia shook his head. He was still thinking that he would feel bad for the other party being trampled to death by the house he had enchanted, but from the looks of it now, it seemed like he had died in vain. Even though he had always been a kind person, he would never go easy on those who had betrayed mankind. It was indeed unfair for him to pummel the otherworldly demonic tribe because of such a fellow. It seemed like he would have to apologize to Feng Feng after this matter was over. He couldn't allow the other party to suffer such injustice. You, come out. While Xianxia was deep in thought, Xianxia was gritting his teeth furiously. Veins were popping on his forehead, and he was so exhausted that he was on the verge of death. If he was just a primordial spirit instead of an inner demon, he would have long charged forward and made a move instead of going through so much trouble. Are you done yet? Xianxia frowned in displeasure at how tirelessly the other party was trying to pull him out. Are you going to throw away the face I've given you? You have been ignoring me all this while, but you are still trying to pull me out. Are you done yet? I'll kill you. Xianxia roared furiously. Alright, I'll bring my soul out. Seeing how the other party was still trying to pull him out, Xianxia shook his head and drew his soul out. Hula, a 10-meter-tall soul leaped out of his body and flew toward Xianxia. Paji, Xianxia sat on Xianxia's body, and just like how he had been trampled on by the guild back then, he was reduced to a meat patty. Under Xianxia's butt, the altar shattered into pieces, scattering all over the place. The altar was formed from Xianxia's primordial spirit, and his primordial spirit was already dead. How could it possibly withstand Xianxia's massive soul? I can't accept this. Despite being reduced to a meat patty, Xianxia was still alive. Instead, he had a dumbfounded look on his face. His physical body had been trampled to death by a building, and his primordial spirit had been destroyed as well. It hadn't been easy for a sliver of his will to form an inner demon through a secret art, and he had thought that he would be able to find an opportunity to kill the young man before him. Now that the opportunity had presented itself, he ended up being reduced to a meat patty by the other party. Just what kind of monster did I provoke? There's no need to cry. You are an inner demon now, so it won't be easy for you to die. Xianxia shook his head. As an inner demon, Xianxia was in a similar state to a soul. Putting aside being reduced to a meat patty, even if he were to be crushed, he wouldn't die. That's right. I am an inner demon, and I was the one who drew the inner demons here. Everyone, let's kill him together. Only then did Xianxia realize what was going on, and he roared furiously. He was the one who drew the inner demons here, and it just so happened that he had a secret art that allowed him to control them. With so many of them working together, they would surely be able to slay the monster before them and exact vengeance. Seeing the inner demon slowly walking over, Xianxia frowned. Just as he was at a loss as to how he should deal with it, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Master, using an altar to capture a soul, seems to be a secret art of mine. Recommending the new book by the great god Hongming Tree, Pinnacle Little Herb Healer. Just from the name alone, one can tell that it is extremely powerful. Cough cough, everyone understands. The one who had spoken was vicious. Yours? Xianxia was taken aback. That's right. This altar captures the primordial spirits and souls of master teachers and uses them to nourish one's own primordial spirit. It's an extremely vicious method. Vicious replied. Nourish. You mean to say that this fellow has submitted to another part of you? Xianxia frowned. That should be the case, Vicious replied. Back then, during the battle with Kongshi, he had been killed, and his corpse had been blown to smithereens. However, his cultivation had already reached the level of blood reincarnation. Even if he had been reduced to dust, as long as he had the right opportunity, he would be able to revive, just like the phalanx from back then. After reviving, he had been unable to sense any other existences, and he felt that he was vicious. In order to regain his strength, he had no choice but to devour the other parts of his soul one by one. He hadn't heard anything from Xianxia all this while, and who could have thought that he would actually submit to another part of his soul? Master, if I can devour this part of my soul, my strength will surely soar. Vicious exclaimed in agitation. All right, I'll find a way to soul search him. Xianxia nodded. Given that Vicious had submitted to him, the increase in his strength would be beneficial to him as well. It only took an instant for Xianxia to communicate with Vicious. Under Xianxia's command, the inner demons in the surroundings surged toward him. Unlike humans, the attacks of inner demons didn't rely on brute force. Instead, they invaded one's consciousness and created all kinds of illusions to cause one's mind to collapse. With the assault of the inner demons, Xianxia felt a little lightheaded. Xianxia was a primordial spirit realm pinnacle expert, and the inner demons were of the same cultivation realm as him. On top of that, there were simply too many of them. No matter how resilient Xianxia was, he would still find it hard to deal with all of them. Wait a moment. Knowing that he would surely lose his mind if the other party invaded his mind, Xianxia drove the heavens path divine art and glared at them furiously. You are Xianxia's inner demons. Why are you attacking me? These inner demons were drawn out from Xianxia's body by the formation in the surroundings. Why would they attack him? He has already become an inner demon, so how could he possibly be more delicious than you? I know that you wish to reach higher realms and become an even more formidable master teacher. As long as you listen to me, I will be able to help you achieve your goal swiftly. There's a flaw in your state of mind. Trust me, I can help you make up for it. All kinds of bewitching voices came out from the mouths of the surrounding heart demons. It was easy for people to lose themselves in them. Nothing new. Xianxia shook his head. Initially, Xianxia was still feeling a little dizzy from the attacks of these inner demons. However, upon hearing the bewitching words of him saying that his cultivation technique was wrong and that there was a flaw in his state of mind, he immediately sobered up. The Heaven's Path divine art was his greatest source of confidence and confidence. A flaw? What a joke, you want to offer me pointers on the Heaven's Path divine art. Who do you think you are? The level of an inner demon was too low. I don't know how your inner demons came to be, but from the looks of it, they do bear some resemblance to souls. Could it be that you intend to continue muddling along aimlessly, hiding in the corners of the world, not daring to appear openly? Could it be that you don't want to grow stronger and stand out? His voice changed, and Xianxia's words became magnetic. Ah? The inner demons stopped what they were doing, and they glanced at one another in bewilderment. They were in the midst of bewitching the other party, but why was the other party bewitching them instead? Shouldn't you be in a coma, allowing us to take advantage of your weakness? Shouldn't you be in a coma, allowing us to fall into a trance? Why would you be so clear-headed that you still want us to grow stronger? But what he had said was indeed a little tempting. In order to cultivate one's soul, one must guard against the 5 soul declines, and the same goes for inner demons as well. I have a cultivation technique here that I can impart to you. As long as you cultivate it seriously, you might just be able to avoid calamity. Just as they were at a loss as to what to do, Xianxia's voice sounded once more. In an instant, flowers seemed to fall from the sky, and the spiritual energy in the surroundings began to surge. It felt as if as long as they cultivated according to the cultivation technique he had imparted, they would be able to surpass their limits and grow stronger and stronger. Inner demons are born from the heart. If your heart is pure, there's no place for you to stand. Think about it, how tragic is that? To think that your existence is determined by the cultivator you are, and your fate is not in your own hands. Do you feel helpless? Powerless? But don't worry. As long as you cultivate according to the cultivation technique I have imparted to you, you'll be able to grasp your own fate and become your own master. Xianxia continued. At this moment, the hesitant inner demons clenched their fists tightly in agitation, and their faces flushed in agitation. The words that were paired with the impartation of heaven's will and the demonic tunes were simply too bewitching. Even the inner demons found it hard to withstand it. Don't hesitate, don't hesitate. Believe in yourself. You'll definitely be able to do it. There's no need for you to live such a tough life. Come, listen to my words, and you'll become stronger. Xianxia stretched out his hand. Voila, the inner demons flew over in agitation. Xianxia flicked his wrist and took out a jade bottle. With a light wave, he stowed the jade bottle into the bottle. Are you sure that they won't come out if I leave them in there? Based on his previous experience, as long as he wasn't bewitched by the inner demons, the bottle would dissipate on its own. However, Vicious had told him that he could subdue these fellows for his own use, and he even told him the method to do so. This was the impartation of heaven's will. As long as you use the altar you obtained from the Scarlet Leaf King to seal the opening of the bottle, they won't be able to come out. When you want to use it, open the stopper, and it'll surely bring about unexpected results, Vicious said. Xianxia flicked his wrist, and the altar he had obtained from the Scarlet Leaf King appeared in his hand. With a light tap, a unique seal shrouded the massive altar, and it slowly shrank down to a stopper above the jade bottle. Xianxia placed the stopper down, and the inner demons within fell completely silent. It was as if they had vanished without a trace. Upon reaching Saint Realm, Xianxia had already undergone some profound transformations. Taking the ability to change its size for example, it might have been a little troublesome in the past, but at this moment, it was no longer a problem. Back then, the reason why the Byzantium Helios beast was able to grow to a size of 10 meters was because of this method. He had thought that with so many inner demons attacking the young man before him, he would be at a loss for what to do. Yet, in the blink of an eye, all of the inner demons had betrayed him and submitted to the young man. Xianxia's body trembled in fear. Soul search. Paying no heed to Xianxia's fear, Xianxia raised his hand and executed the soul search unique to soul oracles. This method was extremely damaging to one's soul, but the fellow before him had submitted to the otherworldly demonic tribe and even tried to kill him. No matter how severe the punishment was, it wouldn't be too much. Tzzzzzzz, In the blink of an eye, Xianxia had already completed the soul search on the other party. Xianxia was only a sliver of will in the first place, and at this moment, he couldn't hold on any longer. To think that it would be in the marshlands of the northern Meadow City, after completing the soul search, Xianxia immediately learned from whom Xianxia had learned the secret art. Back then, Xianxia had only been a lowly bandit. Along with Dao Ko, they had been hunted down by many, and after escaping into the marshlands, they had thought that they would surely die. Yet, in a unique cavern, they had managed to obtain a heritage. As for who the inheritor was, they had no idea at all. All they knew was that from time to time, they would have to use their primordial spirit to form an altar to capture the souls of cultivators and feed them to the other party. Of these souls, master teachers were the best choice. Over the years, countless master teachers had died in his hands. As such, despite knowing that Xianxia was a master teacher, Xianxia didn't feel any fear at all. I'll think about it in the future. After digesting these memories, Xianxia returned his primordial spirit back to his physical body. When he opened his eyes once more, all of the inner demons before him had disappeared, and he had also recovered from the illusion. He was still standing in the ordinary room, and the light from the night illumination pearl was still dazzling. The earlier sight had left him in a daze, as if he had been dreaming. Lowering his head to take a look, there was indeed a jade bottle in his palm. It seems like I wasn't dreaming. I really managed to tame those inner demons. Xianxia's lips twitched. He had thought that it was a fake, but after seeing the jade bottle and sensing what was sealed within, he realized that it was all real. Looks like my soul depth has changed. Previously, when he had faced the inner demons during the Saint Ascension ordeal, his soul depth had risen to 23. 1. Would the effects be even greater now that he had faced so many inner demons? Xianxia hurriedly took out the Stone of Insight, and after taking a look, his lips twitched. How could this be? His soul depth was still the same as before, 23. 1. There was no change at all. It was as if the inner demons he had faced previously had no effect at all. Knowing what Xianxia was thinking, Disha sent a telepathic message to him. Master, those inner demons aren't yours. Even if you manage to beguile them, it won't be of any help to your soul depth. It's normal for your soul depth to remain stagnant. Alright then. Xianxia sighed deeply. Why did others have so many inner demons while he didn't? He didn't even have a chance to raise his soul depth. This was too unfair. How lonely, Hung Long. Just as Xianxia was sighing deeply, the wall before him suddenly jolted, and a passageway appeared before him. It seemed like he had triggered some kind of mechanism by clearing the trial of inner demons. Deciding not to dwell on this matter any longer, Xianxia stood up and took a look. After confirming that there was no danger behind the door, he slowly walked in. It was also a sealed room, and there was a smooth crystal ball at the very center. Xianxia placed his hand on it, and with a flash of light, a figure abruptly appeared before him. It was an elder. It was impossible to tell his age, but he could tell that his hair was white. The fact that you are able to come here means that you have cleared the trial of inner demons, and your soul depth has reached a flawless level. You are qualified to receive my heritage. The elder stroked his beard and said, I am the founder of the Heart Division. This division exists to temper one's soul depth, and what I am going to impart to you is the highest secret art of the Heart Division, Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra. Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra? This secret art allows one to reduce the number of inner demons. Upon reaching major accomplishment, one's soul depth will be as flawless as a glaze, unaffected by inner demons. At the same time, one's primordial spirit will be strengthened, and one's fighting prowess will be enhanced as well. The elder looked at Xianxia with a smile. Only geniuses who are able to overcome the formation of inner demons are qualified to learn it. The fact that you are able to enter means that you possess the aptitude. Are you interested in learning it? I'm not interested. Xianxia replied. The elder. Those who were qualified to breach the formation of inner demons outside were the upper echelons of the Combat Master Hall, and their main goal was to obtain the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra. He had only casually asked the other party if he was interested, thinking that the other party would surely agree to it. Who could have thought that the other party would reject him right away? If you aren't interested, what are you doing challenging the formation here? Are you messing with me? That is the strongest secret art of the heart division. Are you sure that you don't want to learn it? The elder asked hesitantly. I don't want to. Xianxia shook his head. He didn't have any inner demons at the moment, and the vitreous heart-tempering sutra only served to reduce the number of inner demons one had. The more one learned it, the weaker one would become. Then, why did you challenge the formation? The elder asked in displeasure. I thought that there are inner demons here that can raise my soul depth, so I came here to temper myself. But, the inner demons are simply too weak. They are completely ineffective, and I was delighted for nothing. To be honest, I am feeling a little disappointed. Xianxia sighed with a desolate look on his face. If only he had known that it was such a low-grade formation, he would have never entered. However, this trip was not in vain. He had tamed several hundred inner demons and learned the location of the other half of Vicious. This would be of great help to him in the future. Too weak? Disappointing? The elder's face reddened, and he nearly fainted on the spot. This great formation of inner demons was something he had obtained by chance many years ago. It was capable of drawing out the negative emotions of evil, sorrow, pain, fear, and other negative emotions in a cultivator's body and making use of them to subconsciously sink into it. Those who were able to withstand it would be able to raise their soul depth significantly, and those who were unable to do so would be able to stop the formation for a certain period of time. It might sound simple, but once an inner demon appeared, it would be far too difficult to overcome. From the fact that the previous head of the Combat Master Hall had only managed to pass 5 out of the 100, it could be seen how difficult it was. Yet, this young man before him actually said that it was too weak. From the looks of it, he seemed to be looking at the other party with disdain. Disdain your head. Are you really here to challenge the formation? This formation of inner demons is indeed nothing in the eyes of true experts, but your cultivation is only at Saint One Dan, and it took you such a long time to break the formation. It shouldn't be that easy, right? The elder asked in displeasure. It had been at least 10 minutes since the other party entered the formation. While it was indeed fast, it was definitely not as easy as he had made it out to be. What the hell were you trying to do? What? Do you think I'm lying? Seeing his expression, Xianxia shook his head and sighed. This formation of yours is unsightly and completely useless. If you don't believe me, I'll explain it to you right now. Even though this formation can draw out one's inner demons, it can only be completed by walking to the center of the formation. This is equivalent to giving the cultivator a psychological hint that the following experience is all fake. With this kind of subjective thinking, the power of the formation will naturally be greatly reduced. This is the first problem. The old man was taken aback, unable to utter a single word. This was indeed the flaw of the formation. However, once the inner demons were drawn out, one would fall into chaos. Even if one had such a thought, it would be difficult to doubt it. Under normal circumstances, no one would have paid any heed to it. Yet, the young man before him was actually able to point it out. Could it be that he wasn't boasting, but that he really thought that the formation was too weak? The attacks of the inner demons created by the formation are too simplistic. They will only seek out the flaws in one's cultivation technique to beguile them. If the challenger has absolute confidence in their cultivation technique, the prowess of the formation will be greatly reduced. This is the second problem. Xianxia continued. The old man froze on the spot. The great formation of inner demons was difficult to set up in the first place, so it was normal for flaws to appear. Yet, this fellow still had the time to look for flaws even when he was plagued by inner demons. Are you for real? The traces of this grand formation are too thick, and the inner demons are too ugly. Who would be in the mood to waste time with them? They're so ugly that they affect one's perception. Most likely, they would want to destroy it on the spot. Perhaps, they should have made the inner demons assume the form of someone they are familiar with, and the effects would have been better. This is the third problem. This is the fourth problem. This is the fifth problem. This is the 10th problem. For a formation that isn't too big to have so many flaws, isn't it a little too weak? Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia's lips twitched. Formations could draw out one's inner demons, making it difficult for one to guard against it. However, there were also huge flaws to it. The greatest problem was that it was difficult to immerse oneself in the formation. If one were to appear in the form of a demon, wouldn't one immediately know that one was an inner demon? If one were to appear in the form of a demon, one's senses would be severely affected. A truly formidable inner demon could manifest as a regret or flaw in one's heart, appearing in an indiscernible manner. That was what was truly fearsome. For example, if these inner demons weren't so ugly and had taken on the appearance of Lozozi instead, he might have fallen prey to them as well. The old man's face paled. His already feeble will began to sway even more intensely, as if it would collapse at any moment. He was the one who set up the formation, so it went without saying that he was aware of the flaws in the formation. Yet, none of the 10 flaws that the other party had pointed out were correct. In other words, not only did the other party clear the formation, he even saw through the essence of the formation. It was no wonder the other party took more than 10 minutes. It seemed like the other party wasn't trying to deal with the inner demons but to find the flaws in the formation. To be able to find so many flaws in such a short period of time. Wasn't his eye of discernment a little too incredible? Is there a way to resolve it? Not daring to underestimate the other party, the old man asked carefully. It'll be difficult to resolve it completely. Even I might not be able to do it, but it's still possible to raise the prowess of the formation by a little. As long as I add an illusory formation to it, I'll be able to induce inner demons before the examinees even notice anything amiss. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia flicked his finger in the air, and his Jinqi swiftly formed a diagram identical to the one in the room previously. With another tap, several hundred spots of light immediately appeared around the room. This was the illusory formation of a painter. If I were to set up an illusory formation around these spots of light, the prowess of the two formations would be vastly different. Xianxia explained. His comprehension of formations had already reached 7-star pinnacle, perhaps even on par with 8-star primary stage. On top of that, he had experienced the Qiu Wu Palace as well. As complicated as it wasn't too difficult for him. Not to mention, he was only raising the prowess of the formation of inner demons by a fraction. This, as someone who was able to set up the formation of inner demons, the old man's comprehension of formations was extremely profound as well. After taking a closer look, his body jolted in disbelief. Even though the formation before him was creative and unconventional, it happened to be able to make up for the many flaws in the formation of inner demons, thus enhancing its prowess significantly. I've learned a lot. The old man bowed deeply in admiration. Not only did the doubts he had previously vanish, he was even filled with admiration for the young man. Despite his young age, the young man's comprehension of formations was far beyond his. More importantly, the young man's soul depth was so strong that not even the formation of inner demons was able to affect him. He really couldn't have imagined that such a formidable genius would appear in the later generations. There's no need to stand on ceremony. Xianxia waved his hand casually. He had only said that the formation was nothing much, and since the other party had admitted to it, there was no need for him to be so unreasonable. This is the Vitreous Heart-Tempering Sutra. Even if you aren't interested in it, since you have cleared the trial, I'll still give it to you according to our agreement. The old man flicked his finger, and a brilliant light flickered before him. Taking a look, Xianxia imprinted it into the Library of Heaven's Path. A moment later, a deep frown appeared on his forehead. This cultivation technique has an extremely high requirement on one's soul depth. The Vitreous Heart-Tempering Sutra had an extremely high requirement on one's soul depth. Only those who had reached a certain level of mastery could cultivate it. Otherwise, not only would one fail to master it, one might even attract inner demons, causing one's cultivation to plummet. In fact, one might even end up going insane. In the first place, there were very few people who possessed such a high soul depth. It was no wonder why there was a requirement for one to pass down a cultivation technique. One had to possess sufficient strength in order to learn it. Otherwise, if word got out, not only would one not be able to advance one's cultivation, one might even end up harming others. Yes. The old man nodded. It'll be difficult to popularize a cultivation technique with such a high requirement on one's soul depth. How about this? I'll modify it for you so that even ordinary people can cultivate it. What do you think? Xianxia pondered for a moment. If it had been any other cultivation technique, even he would have been helpless before it. However, the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra was different. In essence, the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra was a technique that cultivated one's primordial spirit and soul to become as transparent as glass. It was similar to the nourishing of one's primordial spirit by spirit awakeners. While Xianxia was deep in thought, he had fused the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra with the other cultivation techniques of spirit awakeners. While it did not form a heaven's path divine art, it did break through the bottleneck that only experts were able to cultivate it. In a sense, this could be considered as the greatest flaw of the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra. Even ordinary people can cultivate it? The old man froze. Back then, in order to obtain this Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, he had gone through a lot of trouble just to raise the fighting prowess of combat masters. However, it was a pity that the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra was simply too complicated, such that it could only be cultivated by those with a high soul depth. If even ordinary people could cultivate it, the overall strength of the Combat Master Hall would surely be raised significantly. At the same time, the safety of mankind would also be greatly ensured. The greatest flaw of this Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra is that it will encounter all kinds of temptations during the cultivation process. If one's mental fortitude is lacking, it will be impossible for one to resist them. As a result, the barrier to entry has to be raised. Actually, this isn't too difficult to resolve. Xianxia nodded. You finished modifying it? You only took a glance at it, and you already finished modifying it? He had thought that the other party would require several years, decades, or even centuries to modify the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, but who could have thought that in less than half a minute, not only did the other party finish reading it, he even finished modifying it. The old man's body trembled in disbelief. In order to allow ordinary people to cultivate the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, he had put in a lot of effort in his previous life, but to no avail. Yet, with just a glance, the young man before him had already finished modifying the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra. Even Xianxia might not have been capable of such a feat back then. With a smile, Xianxia turned to look at the old man with an amiable look on his face. Why? If you would like to take a look, I can write a copy for you right now. P.S. I recommend a book by my friend Zhang Chongfeng, Behind the Scenes. Synopsis: his name is Lu Xian, a renowned infernal judge. With a book of life and death and a soul-hooking pen, he was able to destroy the soul of traitor number 76, and even Tu Yuan had to keep an eye open when he was taking a nap. I'll be troubling you then. The elder clasped his fist. Even though he felt that the young man before him had a profound understanding of formations, and his eye of discernment was far superior to the others, he still found it hard to believe that the other party would be able to modify the Heaven's Path divine art so quickly. He had to see it with his own eyes. Knowing what the elder was thinking, Xianxia raised his hand, and his zhenqi formed a curtain-like object in the air. Lines of words slowly appeared before his eyes. It was the modified Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra. This, the elder's body stiffened, and he could hardly believe what he was seeing. With this modification, all kinds of temptations will appear, but it will be a gradual process. Even if one's state of mind is slightly weaker, they will still be able to cultivate it and become stronger and stronger. He had studied this cultivation technique for innumerable years, and he was already extremely familiar with it. Even though the other party didn't make many changes to it, it was as if the other party had studied it for hundreds or even thousands of years. He was able to point out the very essence of the cultivation technique and alter its very source. This way, he would be able to cultivate it to major accomplishment, but the starting point would be completely different from before. In the past, even the head of the Combat Master Hall would find it difficult to cultivate it, but now, even an ordinary deaconess would be able to cultivate it to a high level. Seeing how agitated the elder was, Xianxia chuckled softly. This was indeed a rare mental state cultivation technique. Although it was not very useful to him, if Wang Ying and Lu Yang could cultivate it, they would be able to make up for their shortcomings. The flaws in their mental states would be fixed, and they would become stronger and stronger. Of course, if more combat masters could learn from the Combat Master Hall, it would be even better for the Combat Master Hall to grow stronger. After the incident at the Qiuwu Palace, he had developed a deep respect for combat masters. Otherwise, he would not have come to Hall Master Xing's aid so quickly. Allow me to thank you on behalf of the many combat masters of the Combat Master Hall. The elder bowed deeply. You are being too polite. We are all master teachers, and it is only right for me to contribute my strength to mankind, Xianxia replied with a nod. Even though the elder had been dead for a very long time, he was still able to leave behind a sliver of his will to pass down the heavens path divine art, allowing mankind to grow stronger and stronger. If I'm not mistaken, you must be the new head of the heart division, right? Seeing his attitude, the praise in the old man's eyes became even stronger, and he couldn't help but speak. Even though the young man had received such a huge amount of merit from modifying his cultivation technique, he did not show the slightest bit of pride or arrogance, nor did he claim credit for it. The young man's mental fortitude and moral character were far superior to even Xianxia back then. To be able to reach the heart division with such ease and strength, it was likely that he was the new head of the heart division. No. Xianxia shook his head. He was only passing by the Combat Master Hall, not a combat master, so how could he possibly be the head of the Combat Master Hall? No? I understand now. Your strength is probably your shortcoming. If you want to become the Hall Master, you have to reach the primordial spirit realm first. You are only at St. Wandan Pinnacle. The old man was taken aback for a moment before realization dawned on him. In order to become the head of the Combat Master Hall, one had to possess sufficient strength. Based on Xianxia's mental fortitude, he was definitely qualified to inherit the heart division and become the Hall Master. However, it seemed like his cultivation was still a little lacking. How about this? I am the founder of the Heart Palace, and I have the highest authority over the Heart Palace. Now, I will give this to you as repayment for changing the cultivation technique. In the future, as long as your cultivation reaches a certain level, you will naturally become the head of the Combat Master Hall. Not even the head of the Combat Master Hall will be able to change your mind. Realizing what was going on, the old man nodded. Thank you for your kindness, but I really don't need it, Xianxia shook his head. He didn't even want to become a combat master, let alone the head of the heart division. Just as he was about to turn the other party down, he suddenly felt a will being imbued into him from the old man's body. In an instant, he had already gained the highest authority over the various formations and structures of the heart division. Alright. Now that I have finished modifying the cultivation technique, I will be leaving the heart division to you. After imparting all of this to Xianxia, the old man's will grew even fainter. However, a satisfied smile crept onto his face. The reason why the old man had been able to persist until now was because he hadn't found a successor whom he was satisfied with yet. While the other party's cultivation was low, his mental fortitude was exceptionally strong. He was more than capable of bringing the heart division to greater heights. With this, he could finally put down the burden in his heart. Seeing the other party's attitude, Xianxia was conflicted. Just as he was at a loss as to how he should explain his identity to the other party's soul suddenly grew fainter and fainter. Pop. Sigh. Seeing that the other party had disappeared, Xianxia knew that there was no point in explaining himself, so he shook his head helplessly. I should impart the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra to Hall Master Xing and the others later on, and I should just pass the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra to Division Head Liao. He shook his head. Putting aside the head of the Heart Division, he wouldn't even be interested in becoming the head of the Combat Master Hall. If he really couldn't do it, he would just pass down these things to the other party so as to not waste the other party's trust in him. Having made up his mind, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Looking around the room, he didn't find anything else that could temper his mental state. Feeling slightly disappointed, he lifted his foot and walked out. However, he had only taken a few steps when he felt a chill in his heart, and his hair suddenly stood on end. Who, driving the Heaven's Path movement art, Xianxia abruptly vanished from the spot. Following which, a cactus fell onto the ground, creating a huge depression. Rumble, but before he could stop, he felt as if the air around him had been squeezed to the point of bursting. A powerful force came crashing down from the side, threatening to flatten him into a meat patty. Narrowing his eyes, Xianxia knew that this was not the time to hesitate. Pushing off the ground, he forcefully changed his direction and leaped into the air. Peepa, as soon as he left the ground, a burst of light flashed beneath his feet, and the air around him was compressed into thin sheets. If he had been any slower, he would have been crushed to death on the spot. But before he could catch his breath, yet another burst of sword chi suddenly appeared in his direction. It was as if someone had predicted his every move. No matter how agile he was, he still ended up falling into the range of the attack. If the previous two moves had only been enough to force him to flee, this one was definitely the killing move of all killing moves. Sword chi filled the entire room, making it impossible for him to dodge at all. What's going on? Clenching his fists tightly, Xianxia's complexion turned awful. Never in his wildest dreams could he have imagined that he would be assaulted in the Combat Master Hall. However, there was no time for him to think too much into it. If he couldn't dodge, he would only be killed. At this critical juncture, Xianxia focused his mind, and he seemed to have entered a unique state of mind. Under the illumination of the Eye of Insight, the speed of the sword chi before him seemed to have slowed. Under this state of mind, Xianxia no longer panicked. Instead, he felt as if he had everything under control. With a loud roar, Xianxia curled his body into a ball. Creak! In the blink of an eye, his 1.8 meters tall body had been reduced into a ball the size of a watermelon. Putting aside the fact that the sword chi in the air was so powerful that it was impossible for him to dodge it, given the previous barrage of attacks, there was no doubt that he would fall into the other party's trap. Since that was the case, he might as well do the exact opposite. Barely after Xianxia curled his body into a ball, he suddenly felt a cold gust of wind whistling past his head. The sword chi cut right through his skin, leaving him with a stinging sensation. Break! Relaxing his body, Xianxia raised his eyebrows and tapped his finger forward. Voila! A surge of sword chi shot out from his fingertip, and with a speed as swift as a bolt of lightning, it swiftly caught up to the previous sword chi. As soon as it collided with the previous sword chi, a series of metallic clangs echoed in the air. From the previous barrage of attacks, Xianxia could tell that the other party was much stronger than him. At the very least, the other party was at primordial spirit realm pinnacle. Given his current strength, it was impossible for him to withstand the other party's attacks head-on. Since that was the case, he would just have to use numbers to overcome the other party. With a flick of his finger, the sword chi rained down on the other party's sword chi one after another. As powerful as the latter was, it was inevitable that it would weaken significantly under the relentless barrage of attacks. This series of blows happened in the blink of an eye. From the very start, Xianxia's passive evasion to his counterattack had seemed complicated, but in truth, it had only taken him half a breath. The one who had launched the sneak attack seemed to have not expected Xianxia to be able to dodge his attack and even launch a counterattack against the other party's sword chi. Let's go. Knowing that this wasn't the time for him to let down his guard, Xianxia leaped into the air once more. Where do you think you're going? With a furious bellow, a massive palm print fell from the sky. The palm print covered an area of more than 10 meters, sealing off all of Xianxia's escape routes. From the looks of it, no matter which direction he took, he would be stopped easily. His battle instincts are too strong, Xianxia remarked grimly. He had thought that the other party would be able to escape easily, but who could have thought that the other party would be able to react so swiftly? Not to mention, the other party was able to execute such a powerful palm print right from the start. Be it the other party's reaction speed or battle instincts, they were truly fearsome. Even Wuxia back then would have been unable to match up to him. But of course, this wasn't the time for him to be surprised. Xianxia knew that if he were to be struck by the palm print, he would surely sustain severe injuries. Thus, he quickly scanned his surroundings before continuing to dash forward. Voila! In the blink of an eye, he was already standing at a corner of the hall. At this moment, the palm print was already right above his head. Break! Heaving a sigh of relief, Xianxia flicked his finger upward. Something seemed to have come to life in the room. As if a fish frozen in water, the massive palm print froze in midair. Having received the heritage of the elder, Xianxia had a deep understanding of the heart division. He could easily control the formations within the heart division. Knowing that he was being attacked, the reason he had been dodging all the way was so that he could reach the crux of the formation and activate it. If someone were to draw the trajectory he had taken from the moment he walked out of the heart division, he would surely be shocked to realize that it was a straight line without the slightest bend. In other words, even though he had been dodging the attacks, he had still managed to find a way to deal with them in an instant. Hall Master Xing, Division Head Liao, and Division Head Wei, what are you doing? Activating the formation, Xianxia finally got a clear view of the people who were attacking him, and he frowned. They were the 3 experts from the Combat Master Hall. Xianxia frowned in displeasure. He had come here out of goodwill to help Hall Master Xing stabilize his primordial spirit, but not only did the other party not pay the corresponding price, he even had 3 experts working together to deal with him. If not for his swift reaction, he would have been dead by now. Was this how the Combat Master Hall treated their benefactor? Why you? On the other hand, Hall Master Xing and the others widened their eyes in shock, unable to utter a single word. Of the 3 of them, one was a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert while the other 2 were at Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. If they were to exert their full strength, even a Saint 5 Dan primary stage expert would be killed on the spot. Yet, the young man before them was only at Saint 1 Dan Pinnacle, and yet, he had managed to escape their encirclement so easily without sustaining the slightest bit of damage. His combat sense and ability to adapt to the situation were far beyond theirs. More importantly, he was actually able to control the formation of the Heart Division. Wasn't it supposed to be a formation that only the head of the Heart Division was capable of controlling? You know very well what you are up to. Hurry up and speak. What is your motive? Recovering from his shock, Division Head Liao harumphed coldly. With a flick of his wrist, he took out a token. It was the token that represented the identity of the head of the Heart Division. With this token, he would be able to control the entire Heart Division. Voila, the token shone brightly, and the seal restraining the palm imprint began trembling. With a resounding reverberation, it was torn apart. Humph. Sneering coldly, just as Division Head Liao thought that the palm imprint would fall on Sun Chong's head, it suddenly changed its direction and headed straight for the 3 of them. Hong Long, the faces of the trio warped in horror, and they hurriedly retreated. The palm imprint crashed into the ground, creating a huge depression. Struck by the wind, the fruits on Hall Master Xing's head fell to the ground. Division Head Liao, how in the world did you control the formation? With a face covered in dust, Division Head Wei bellowed furiously. Clenching his fist tightly, he punched toward the air. Xianxia rumbled furiously, and the might of the punch shrouded the entire area. Humph. On the other hand, Xianxia's eyebrows shot up. Before the punch could even reach Division Head Wei, it suddenly changed its direction and crashed toward him. What? Alarmed, Division Head Wei hurriedly raised his hand to block Xianxia's attack. His fist collided with Xianxia's fist, and he was forced to retreat 8 steps. At the same time, he felt a numbing sensation on his arm, and the blood in his body was boiling. He had used all of his strength in that punch, and with the support of the formation, its power was even greater. Even he had suffered a loss from that attack. Liao Bujin, what happened to you? With a pale face, Xianxia cursed furiously. With his eye of discernment, he could easily tell that the formation and the surroundings had forcefully changed the direction of his attack and strengthened it. Liao Bujin was the Heart Hall's Hall Master, so how could the formation in the Heart Hall help him? I don't know either. He seems to have a higher level of control over the formation. Hall Head Liao's pupils constricted. Many of the formations here were left behind by the founder of the Heart Palace, and there was a strict hierarchy. The Palace Master was not selected, but only those who controlled the Heart Palace's formations were qualified. Back then, he had defeated many elders and obtained a certain amount of authority, which was why he had succeeded. Under normal circumstances, there should have been no one in the Combat Master Hall who would have been a match for him in terms of controlling the formations here, not even the Hall Master. Yet, how could the young man before him be able to do it so easily? Instead, it was his token that was rendered useless. How did you manage to obtain a higher level of control over the Heart Palace? Realizing what was going on, Hall Master Xing turned to Xianxia and asked. Xianxia could not be bothered to answer their questions. With a livid look on his face, he said, I came here to help you stabilize your primordial spirit. While there was a mishap, it was all due to Division Head Wei barging in. Why did you, a combat master, attack me instead of appreciating my kindness? Why? As his voice grew colder and colder, Xianxia slowly walked down from the sky. With every step he took, Hall Master Xing, Division Head Wei, and the others felt the pressure on them increasing by a notch. Just a few steps later, they felt as if they were carrying Mount Tai on their backs. Their legs shook uncontrollably, and cold sweat trickled down their foreheads. This was the pressure exerted by the formation. If the other party had full control over the Heart Palace's formations, it would be a walk in the park for the other party to kill him. Why? Just as they were about to reach their limits, Xianxia bellowed once more. Voila, unable to hold on any longer, the trio collapsed to the ground, and blood spurted from their mouths. This time around, Xianxia was truly enraged. He had always been a benevolent person, and he always had his own principles in everything he did. Helping other master teachers as much as he could wasn't a noble principle, but at the very least, he had a clear conscience. Yet, these three actually used killing blows right from the start. They didn't hold back at all. It wasn't his intention to turn Hall Master Xing into a vegetable, so he had been trying to find a way to resolve the issue. Before the matter was resolved, they made a move on him without even bothering to differentiate between right and wrong. Damn it! Since you tried to harm Hall Master Xing, you deserve to die. With a conflicted look on his face, Division Head Liao raised the token in his hand desperately in an attempt to regain control over the formation, only to realize that it was futile. Before the other party, his token was no different from a useless piece of paper. Putting aside controlling the formation, he couldn't even sense it at all. His control over the formation had been snatched away. Harm him? If I wanted to harm him, do you think that he would still be alive now? Xianxia flung his sleeves coldly. Pung, Division Head Liao's face paled as he was sent flying. He crashed heavily into the wall, and fresh blood spurted from his mouth. Before the formation of the Heart Division, his meager strength was nothing at all. Even though his cultivation was only at St. Wen Dan, with Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit right before him, it would have been a walk in the park for Hall Master Xing to kill him. You wanted Hall Master Xing to open his primordial spirit, and given how many inner demons you have, do you think that we'll believe you if you say that you didn't have any tricks up your sleeves? Seeing that his companion was injured, Division Head Wei gritted his teeth and prepared to charge forward. The fact that the other party had entered the trial of inner demons and caused the color of the wall to darken, signifying that there were more than 100 inner demons within it. With just a look, it was clear that the other party was a vile and evil person. No matter how well he put it, it was all a lie. Inner demons? Xianxia frowned. He didn't think that this would be the reason why the other party wanted to kill him. Those inner demons aren't mine. Xianxia shook his head and explained. Back then, I was assaulted by sky-bearing valiant Song Su in the Spirit Awakener Guild. His primordial spirit hid in my body, and that triggered the inner demons. Had it been anyone else, he wouldn't have bothered to waste his breath on them and just pummeled them. However, this was the Combat Master Hall, and he still had to learn from the members of the Xianxia faction. Yet, the other party had actually severely injured the Hall Master and 2 division heads right from the start. If the other party were to make things difficult for him, he would be in deep trouble. Who asked them to seek guidance from him? There was nothing they could do about it. Song Su? Hall Master Xing and the others were taken aback. They knew that Song Su had been trampled to death by the Xianxia faction. In terms of heinous crimes, Song Su was definitely one of them. Indeed. I have already killed that fellow, and I have subdued all of his inner demons. If I had over 100 inner demons, do you think that I would have been able to walk out of the trial of inner demons so clear-headed? Xianxia harumphed coldly. This? The trio froze on the spot. The other party was right. If he had over 100 inner demons, it would have been difficult for him to walk out of the trial of inner demons so quickly. Even if he had succeeded, he would still have gone insane after being assaulted by so many inner demons simultaneously. Not only did the young man possess a clear spiritual sense and powerful fighting prowess, he even managed to find the root of the matter in an instant. It did not seem like he had been affected by his inner demons at all. Moreover, if I were up to no good, why would I enter the mental demon channel and find trouble for myself? Xianxia continued. If you want to deal with the Hall Master, you will naturally have to gain our trust. You should be able to do that if you know about the heart demon path and come up with a way to deal with it, right? Hall Master Liao said. It wasn't that they were suspicious, but the appearance of this person was too coincidental. He was just about to head to the Spirit Awakener Guild to look for a formidable Spirit Awakener when the other party just had to appear in the Spirit Awakener Guild. He had only been reinforcing his primordial spirit, but he ended up turning Hall Master Xing into a vegetative state. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't suspicious. Because of this suspicion, after seeing so many inner demons, he firmly believed that the person before him was up to no good. I'm not sure if I can do it or not. However, with my current control over the Heart Palace's formation, if I really wanted to kill you, who would be able to stop me? Placing his hands behind his back, Xianxia spoke confidently. So what if the other party was a combat master? After controlling the Heart Palace's many arrays, he was the sole ruler. If he wanted to make a move, he could make sure that the three of them wouldn't even be able to send a message out. The trio fell silent. Indeed. If the other party really wanted to kill them, he might have needed to resort to trickery previously, but with his strength, there was no need for him to waste his breath. Hall Master Xing, if I'm not mistaken, your primordial spirit has sustained severe injuries in the past, right? Seeing that the trio was at a loss for words, Xianxia turned to Hall Master Xing and asked. That's right. 25 years ago, I entered the subterranean gallery and fought with an otherworldly demon king, and I was injured by him. Hall Master Xing nodded. There were many in the Combat Master Hall who knew that his primordial spirit had sustained severe injuries. Back then, he had nearly lost his life, and he had been in a coma for 3 years. If not for the old guild leader of the Physician Guild saving him, he would have died by now. However, it was a pity that the old guild leader suddenly disappeared after saving him. Even though he wanted to repay the old guild leader's kindness, he was unable to find him. This became a lifelong regret. Your primordial spirit has sustained severe injuries, and there's a massive crack in it. I used the art of spirit enchantment to help you recover, but... At the crucial moment, Division Head Wei barged in and forced me out of your consciousness. After that, you suffered from inner demons, and the spirit I enchanted fused with your primordial spirit, resulting in the appearance of a horn on my head and a tail on my back. I apologize for not discussing this matter with you beforehand, but... I have no intention of harming you. Knowing the reason behind the other party's suspicion, Xianxia explained. This, Hall Master Xing's face paled. He had only felt that his primordial spirit had stabilized significantly, but he had not noticed the situation around the crack. Hearing those words, he extended his spiritual perception into the crack, and a moment later, his body staggered. Primordial spirit, crack? You are able to heal it? Hall Master Xing could hardly believe what he was hearing. His primordial spirit had sustained severe injuries, and he had sought out many formidable physicians, but none of them had been able to help him. Over the past 20 years, he had finally given up. The reason he had decided to challenge the trial of inner demons was to see if he could use a secret art to heal his primordial spirit. He had not harbored much hope in the first place. He had thought that it would be impossible for him to heal his primordial spirit, but who could have known that a spirit awakener would actually heal his primordial spirit? How laughable. I have misunderstood you, Hall Master Xing bowed deeply. Putting aside how powerful the other party was, just the means that he had used to heal the wounds on his primordial spirit was truly inconceivable. A person who possessed such medical skills would at least be a 7-star pinnacle expert. He would have an extremely high status and dignity. How could he possibly sneak up on him? Not to mention, the other party was right. If the other party had wanted to kill him, he would have long since taken control of the Heart Division. To think that the head of the Combat Master Hall and 2 division heads would actually lay their hands on a person who was sincerely helping him. Just the thought of it left him feeling deeply ashamed. On top of that, he had just experienced an inner demon, resulting in a lack of judgment. Otherwise, he would have surely been able to think of such a possibility. Hall Master Xing stood up and said, I don't expect Sunshire's forgiveness. I only hope that you can compensate me for what I've done. Regardless of the price, as long as you state it, I won't hesitate. This was their fault, and no matter what, they could not allow the other party to suffer any grievances. Otherwise, if word were to spread, their Combat Master Hall would no longer be able to face the world. There's no need for compensation. As long as you trust me, I can help you resolve your problem right now. Xianxia shook his head. He had not suffered any injuries, and the other party had only done so out of caution. It didn't matter whether he wanted compensation or not. Of course, I trust Xianxia. Hearing that the other party was willing to help him resolve his problem without any compensation, Hall Master Xing felt deeply grateful. This was the magnanimity of a true master-teacher. Compared to him, they were really measuring the heart of a gentleman with the yardstick of a petty person. Just thinking about it made them feel ashamed. Open up your primordial spirit then. Xianxia nodded. All right. Without any hesitation, Hall Master Xing sat down on the floor and opened up his primordial spirit. If the other party really wanted to kill him, the other party would be able to do so with a single thought. In any case, he would not be able to withstand the other party's attacks. Rather than keeping his guard up, he might as well just open up his primordial spirit. Seeing how cooperative the other party was, Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. It was indeed troublesome to infuse the spirit of a plant into one's primordial spirit, but as long as he could infuse his will into the primordial spirit, it shouldn't be too difficult to erase it. Xianxian's will left his body and entered the other party's primordial spirit. Not too long later, it returned to his body, and he heaved a sigh of relief. Xianxia. How is it? Division Head Liao and Division Head Wei hurriedly turned their gazes over. You'll know once you take a look. Xianxia did not explain. He sat cross-legged on the ground to recover his strength. The other party's primordial spirit was so powerful that even Xianxia felt a great deal of pressure when searching for the plant's spirituality. Even though it had only been 10 minutes, he had already expended 70 to 80% of his soul energy. Rumble. After a long period of recuperation, Hall Master Xing's primordial spirit suddenly leaped out from his glabella, emanating a warm glow. Leaving Aperture Realm, Division Head Liao and Division Head Wei widened their eyes in disbelief. How long had it been, and he had already broken through? After his primordial spirit returned to his physical body, Hall Master Xing opened his eyes once more. His body jolted, and the cactus above him and the flower behind him fell to the ground, wilting on the spot. He rose to his feet and looked at the young man before him with admiration in his eyes. Then, he bowed deeply and kowtowed to the ground. Thank you, teacher son. His primordial spirit was extremely powerful in the first place, and if not for the severe injuries he had sustained, he would have long since made a breakthrough. With Xianxia's help, his injuries had healed, and the energy in his body had returned to its peak. Of course, even though his primordial spirit had successfully left his body, it had not undergone the lightning tribulation, so it could not be considered as a true leaving Aperture Realm cultivator. Even so, his fighting prowess had increased several-fold, making him far stronger than before. It was only at this moment that he realized that the young man before him was truly benevolent and considerate of him. He couldn't help but prostrate himself in admiration. There's no need to stand on ceremony. After helping Hall Master Xing up, Xianxia suddenly recalled a matter, and he turned to Hall Master Xing and said, Earlier, I went to the trial of inner demons and met the founder of the Heart Division. Xianxia met the founder? This? Xianxia was still able to clear the trial despite Song Su's many inner demons? Everyone was shocked, especially Heart Hall's Hall Master Liao, whose eyes widened. He had thought that the other party was only a Saint One Dan cultivator, and the chances of him clearing the trial of inner demons weren't high. Furthermore, the other party had said that Song Su's primordial spirit had attracted so many inner demons, making it even more impossible for him to clear the trial of inner demons. Division Head Liao had thought that the other party had used some kind of method to stop the formation midway, but who could have thought that the other party had actually resolved his inner demons and cleared the trial of inner demons? He knew the difficulty of the trial of inner demons very well. Even the past generations of Hall Masters had only cleared it 5 times. Yet, a Saint One Dan cultivator had actually cleared it so easily. Wasn't this a little too fearsome? Did the founder impart the vitreous heart-tempering sutra to Xianxia? Division Head Liao asked after recovering from his shock. He did. Xianxia nodded. He turned to Hall Master Xing and said, It just so happens that all of you are here. I'll impart the secret art to you. It'll be of great help to raise your soul depth. Us? Hall Master Xing hurriedly shook his head. With a bitter smile, he said, Xianxia, thank you for your kindness, but the secret art is simply too profound. We won't be able to clear the trial of inner demons due to our lacking soul depth. If we were to forcefully cultivate it, not only would we be unable to make any progress, our cultivation might even go berserk. They also wanted to cultivate the strongest cultivation technique of the Combat Master Hall, but it was a pity that the temptation was simply too great. Even if the cultivation technique was placed right before them, they wouldn't dare to touch it recklessly. Otherwise, they might just end up dying without even knowing how they had died. Throughout the 10,000 years of history of the Combat Master Hall, there had been many combat masters who refused to believe in the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra and tried to cultivate it under the tutelage of Hall Master Xing. However, not a single one of them was spared, and their cultivation went berserk. It was for this reason that the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra was known as the forbidden secret art of the Combat Master Hall. Even Hall Master Xing had only challenged the trial of inner demons out of desperation. If it had been any other time, he wouldn't have dared to attempt it. The fact that the young man before them was able to clear the trial of inner demons meant that his soul depth had reached an admirable level. Even if he were to take out the secret art, they wouldn't dare to try it. Otherwise, once they started cultivating it, the temptation would only grow stronger and stronger. If they were to continue cultivating it, their cultivation would surely go berserk. There is indeed such a flaw in the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, but there's no need to worry. You can take a look at it first before making your decision, Xianxia said with a smile. With a flick of his wrist, a screen of Xianxia appeared before him, and a series of words could be seen on it. This, not expecting the other party to take out the secret art so easily, Hall Master Xing and the others felt conflicted. If they were to look at it, they would be afraid that they wouldn't be able to resist learning it. If they were to get too engrossed in it, their cultivation would surely go berserk. If they weren't to look at such a formidable secret art, they would feel an itch in their hearts. Let's take a look first. At most, I'll just give up on cultivating it. Gritting their teeth, the three of them turned their gazes to the words on the screen. The more they looked at it, the more perplexed they became. While their eye of discernment couldn't compare to the founder of the Heart Division, they were still the cream of the crop of the Combat Master Hall. It didn't take them too long to notice that the secret art was different from what the rumors had said. It didn't have too high of a requirement on one's soul depth, such that even ordinary combat masters would be able to learn it. The three of them glanced at one another in bewilderment. After a long moment of silence, Hall Master Xing finally couldn't help but ask, "Xianxia, is this really the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra?" Xianxia nodded. With a reddened face, Hall Master Xing replied, "But this secret art isn't suitable for those with a weak soul depth, indeed. The previous secret art did have this flaw." Xianxia nodded. "I didn't think that it was suitable, so I casually modified it. Now, even ordinary cultivators are able to cultivate it." "You casually modified it?" "Xianxia modified the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra?" The three combat masters felt their throats turning dry, and their bodies began trembling uncontrollably. This secret art had existed ever since the Heart Division was founded. If it was that easy to modify, someone would have long since completed it. Xianxia had only spent 20 minutes in the passageway of the Heart Division. In this period of time, not only did he resolve the 100 inner demons of Xianxia, he even accepted the heritage and modified it. "You can't be joking, right? That is the greatest secret art of the Combat Master Hall. You modified it just like that? More importantly, you did it so quickly?" "Indeed. There are simply too many flaws in this secret art. Most importantly, ordinary cultivators aren't able to cultivate it. If even ordinary cultivators aren't able to cultivate it, what's the point of having this secret art?" Xianxia shook his head. "I really have no idea why the founder of the Heart Division would leave behind such a secret art. To regard a secret art that no one was able to cultivate as a priceless treasure, the Combat Master Hall must be really drunk. It's a pity that my knowledge is shallow, so I wasn't able to correct all of the flaws. I only managed to modify it so that ordinary cultivators can cultivate it. Even though it's still a little lacking, you should still make do with it," Xianxia said. Due to his low standards, this was the best he could do. Furthermore, it was filled with flaws, and yet, he took it out for others to learn from it. This left him feeling indescribably embarrassed. The secret art that he had imparted to others in the past was a simplified version of the Heaven's Path divine art. While there were still flaws, they weren't many. Yet, he had only modified one of them, and there were at least 9 more to go. How embarrassing was it for others to learn it? Shallow, make do with it? The 3 combat masters staggered. Big brother, are you sure you aren't joking with us? Even the founder of the Heart Division hasn't been able to correct it, and yet you have already done so. If this is called shallow, shouldn't our ancestors be slammed into a wall to kill themselves? The most important thing is, such a profound cultivation technique. Why does it sound like it's beneath your notice, as if you don't take it seriously at all? Why? Are you afraid that I have modified it incorrectly? You can just cultivate it without worry. The founder has already taken a look at it personally, and he felt that there was no problem with it. That's why he passed the primary control over the Heart Division to me. Seeing the bizarre expressions on the faces of the 3, Xianxia thought that they were worried about him, so he explained. The founder has taken a look at it personally? Everyone was shocked, but they soon came to a realization. They had been wondering why the young man before them was able to gain control over the Heart Division just by entering the trial of inner demons. It turned out that the founder had passed the primary control over to him. From this, it could be seen that there was no mistake in the other party's modification. Otherwise, there was no way the founder would have done so. The founder had acknowledged the matter, passed the primary control over the Heart Division, and there was a huge waste of time involved. Didn't this mean that the other party had taken even less time to modify the cultivation technique? To be able to modify the cultivation technique so quickly, could it be that Xianxia's forte was not in spirit enchantment but in his comprehension of cultivation techniques? Thank you, Xianxia. Despite their shock, they knew that this wasn't the time to be thinking about such matters. Thus, they quickly turned their gazes to the cultivation technique manual and memorized its contents. Everyone was able to cultivate this cultivation technique, so they were well aware of what it entailed. If the other party had obtained the heritage, he could have kept it a secret and not told anyone about it. With that, he could have easily gathered countless followers and established a powerful organization. That way, he would have been able to obtain boundless wealth. In fact, he could have even used that as leverage to make demands of them. In order to obtain the heritage of their ancestor, they would have been willing to agree to any conditions. But the other party didn't do so. Instead, he tossed it aside as if it was nothing more than a weed. That magnanimity was something that they could only look up to. It was laughable that they had actually doubted such a figure. Their faces reddened, and they wished that there was a hole in the ground that they could just bury themselves in. All along, they had thought that it was impossible for a person to be truly selfless. But after seeing the young man before them, they realized that there was really such a person in the world. Only such a person could truly live up to the title of teacher. Xianxia, our Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall is indebted to you for imparting your heritage to us. In other words, you are half a teacher to all of us. From today onward, the Mingshi Tang Empire Combat Master Hall is willing to do anything for you. Hall Master Xing looked through the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra several times to ensure that there was no problem cultivating it. Thus, he stepped forward and clasped his fist. Even though the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra was a cultivation technique left behind by the founder of the Heart Division, it had been modified by the young man before him, so it could be considered as his own cultivation technique. Learning the other party's cultivation technique meant that he was indebted to the other party for imparting his heritage to them. This was a relationship that couldn't be shirked. No matter what, the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall had signed a huge debt to the young man before them. It wasn't something that could be erased with just a few words. Hall Master Xing, there's no need to be so serious. Not expecting the other party to be so serious, Xianxia hurriedly waved his hands. No matter how you look at it, this debt isn't serious at all. With this Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, the overall prowess of our Combat Master Hall will be raised significantly. It'll be much easier for us to deal with that troublemaker. Hall Master Xing said with a smile. There were 2 main reasons why the Combat Master Hall had been able to convince the Xianxia faction to join them so quickly. Firstly, the Xianxia faction's grasp of combat had indeed reached an unfathomable level. Secondly, most of the combat masters had yet to cultivate their soul depth. Now that there was this cultivation technique, everyone could cultivate it. As long as one's state of mind improved, one's strength would definitely increase as well. In the exchange meeting 3 days later, it was really hard to say who would win and who would lose. If you practice this cultivation technique seriously, your mind will be clear and you won't be affected by your inner demons. You'll be able to improve your understanding of martial techniques and battles by a large margin. Nodding his head, Xianxia suddenly thought of something and asked, "Oh right, I have some students who are extremely weak in terms of mental state cultivation. Can you pass this cultivation technique to them?" No matter what, the Combat Master Hall was still the Combat Master Hall's Combat Master Hall. As such, he still had to discuss with the members of the Xianxia faction before imparting them to Wang Ying. Of course you can. This is something the founder imparted to Teacher Sun, and Teacher Sun has modified it. Everything will be up to you. Hall Master Xing burst into laughter. It's just a few students, not a big deal. Division Head Liao and Division Head Wei also nodded with a smile. This is already considered your cultivation technique, so it's not a big deal for you to impart it to your students. It wouldn't affect their Combat Master Hall in the slightest. Allow me to thank the Combat Master Hall on their behalf then. Xianxia nodded. Wang Ying, Lu Yang, and the members of the Xianxia faction were still young, and they were bound to be at a disadvantage when facing the many life-and-death combat masters of the Combat Master Hall. If they were to learn the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, they might be able to resolve the flaws in their state of mind, thus making the exchange smoother. Sunshire, you're too polite. The crowd quickly clasped their fists. After chatting for a while longer, Xianxia suddenly recalled what he had said earlier, and he couldn't help but ask, "What is the problem that you were talking about?" This was the second time he had asked about it. The other party had agreed to impart the secret art to his students and the members of the Xianxia faction, and this was a huge favor to him. If he could help the other party resolve the problem, it wouldn't be a big deal at all. It just so happened that Zhang Xian was also a little perplexed as to what kind of problem could leave the formidable Hall Master Xing at a loss. We'll be troubling Sunshire with this Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra. With this Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra, we're confident that we'll be able to resolve any problem that comes our way. Hall Master Xing said with a smile. The other party had already done them a huge favor by imparting the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra to them and simplifying it so that everyone could cultivate it. If they couldn't resolve the remaining problems as well, how could their Combat Master Hall face the world anymore? It would be a huge embarrassment to them. Hall Master Xing, shortly after those words were spoken, Division Head Liao suddenly turned to Hall Master Xing and sent him a telepathic message. That Sunshire is able to evade the combined attacks of the three of us with just his Saint One Dan pinnacle cultivation. His fighting prowess is truly frightening. If we can get him to offer our combat masters some pointers, won't our combat masters be able to raise their fighting prowess significantly within a short period of time? This, Hall Master Xing was taken aback. Even though the young man before him was only at Saint One Dan, his battle experience and comprehension had already reached an unfathomable level. Even as the head of the Combat Master Hall, as well as the other division heads, they wouldn't be a match for him at all. Given how formidable the young man before him was, there was no doubt that he was significantly stronger than the Xianxia faction. If he was willing to offer them some pointers, the overall fighting prowess of the Combat Master Hall would surely rise significantly within a short period of time. At that time, it wouldn't be too difficult for them to defeat the Xianxia faction and regain their dignity. That's a good idea, but our Combat Master Hall has already received such a huge favor from him. It's really unbecoming of us to ask for his help again. Hall Master Xing said. Division Head Liao's idea was sound, but he didn't want to trouble the other party too much. Besides, the Combat Master Hall was unable to deal with a Tier 1 Empire Master Teacher Academy, and yet, they had to turn to a Spirit Awakener for help. How embarrassing would that be? You're right. Understanding Hall Master Xing's thoughts, Division Head Liao nodded. It's good that you're able to handle it. Seeing how confident the other party was, Xianxia knew that asking too many questions was equivalent to not trusting the other party. Thus, he scratched his head and said, "To be honest, I do have a request that I need your help with." Sunshire, feel free to speak. Hall Master Xing said. Can I have a look at the Saint One Dan and above cultivation technique manuals of your Combat Master Hall? The more, the better. I have recently reached a bottleneck in my cultivation, and I need to learn as much as I can. Xianxia. It had been a month since he had reached St. Wendan Pinnacle in the Qiuwu Palace, and his Xianxia, strength, and soul had all reached their limits. It was about time for him to make a breakthrough. For such a long time, he had been stuck at St. Wendan Pinnacle. Just thinking about it made him feel ashamed. The Combat Master Hall does have St. Wendan and above cultivation technique manuals, but there aren't too many of them. Hearing that Zhang Xian wanted to borrow a cultivation technique manual, Hall Master Xing was taken aback. Not too many of them? Zhang Xian was perplexed. Normally, the Mingshi Tang Pavilion would have thousands of cultivation technique manuals, so what did he mean by not too many of them? It's like this. Unlike the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, the cultivation technique manuals of the Combat Master Hall can't be obtained just by reaching a certain level. Instead, one has to clear the minimum requirement of one's cultivation before one can obtain the cultivation technique manuals of the next tier. Seeing the perplexed look on Zhang Xian's face, Hall Master Xing explained. In the Mingshi Tang Pavilion, as long as one had reached a certain level or accumulated sufficient contribution points, one would be able to obtain the cultivation technique manuals of the next tier. However, the Combat Master Hall didn't have such a rule. Combat Masters had an extremely high requirement on one's fighting prowess. Only after one had reached the pinnacle of one's cultivation realm would one be able to obtain the cultivation technique manuals of the next tier. Otherwise, if one's fighting prowess were to be lacking, one's fighting prowess would become unstable, and it would be impossible for one to become invincible among those of the same cultivation realm. Furthermore, our Combat Master Hall is built for battle, so the cultivation techniques we practice are more uniform. This makes it easier for us to use them to set up formations or exchange Xianxia with one another. As such, the number of cultivation technique manuals we have is significantly lower than that of the Mingshi Tang Pavilion. Hall Master Xing explained. Zhang Xian nodded in realization. In truth, the Combat Master Hall was the army of the master teachers, and it was most suitable for them to practice the same cultivation technique. This way, they would be able to reinforce one another's Xianxia even if they were to sustain injuries in battle, thus making it easier for them to set up formidable formations. Of course, even though we don't have as many cultivation technique manuals as we do, they are of high quality. I believe that they should be of greater help to you. Besides, even if we don't have as many cultivation technique manuals as we do, we still have several hundred of them. Even though he had no idea why Xianxia wanted to have as many cultivation technique manuals as possible, there was bound to be a reason behind it. Thus, he decided to make things clear in advance so as to avoid unnecessary trouble. Several hundred cultivation technique manuals are fine too. May I know where I can view them and how I will be assessed? Zhang Xian asked. He was rather curious about the assessment of the Combat Master Hall. Since he could only view cultivation technique manuals during the assessment, he might as well head over to take a look and test his strength. He had been cultivating diligently all this while, so he hadn't tested his strength yet. The cultivation technique manuals are all in the inner breath division, and I happen to be the head of the inner breath division. If Xianxia would like to take a look, I can bring you there. Division Head Wei replied with a smile. I'll be troubling you then. Zhang Xian nodded with a smile. Since the other party didn't want him to interfere in their personal affairs, he couldn't be bothered with them. Since he was already at the Combat Master Hall, he should at least raise his fighting prowess a little. Xianxia, you're too polite. Division Head Wei bade farewell to Hall Master Xing, and the two of them left the inner breath division. After the duo left, Division Head Liao turned to Hall Master Xing and asked doubtfully, Hall Master Xing, have you heard of the saying that one would be able to trigger one's spiritual perception by browsing through multiple cultivation technique manuals? Isn't the more cultivation technique manuals one reads, the harder it is for one to discern truth from falsehood? I have never heard of such a saying before. However, Xianxia is a true genius. Most likely, he's on par with the Master Teacher Academies Zhang Xian and Xianxia. Hall Master Xing remarked. However, all of a sudden, he was taken aback. Zhang Xian, Xianxia. Shortly after arriving at Qingyuan City, Xianxia suddenly appeared. Furthermore, the two of them seem to be around the same age, and they are both geniuses as well. Division Head Liao, I recall that Zhou Qingfeng brought Zhangxia's portrait with him back then. Where is it? Can you pass a copy to me? Back then, I thought that he was just the head of a small academy, so I didn't pay much attention to it. Thank you for your 50,000 renminbi tip. It's the last day of the month, so it would be a waste if I don't vote. Xue Qingfeng had brought a portrait of Xianxia with him, but Hall Master Xing had thought that the other party was just the principal of a Tier 1 Empire Academy, so he had not paid much heed to the matter. Instead, he had instructed his subordinates to make arrangements for it. After all, someone of his status had to deal with everything personally. No matter how strong he was, he would still be exhausted to death. Now that he thought about how Sun Chong and Zhang Xian were about the same age and were both geniuses, he couldn't help but feel suspicious. While there was no lack of geniuses in the world, it was still extremely rare to find someone as powerful as Zhang Xian. It was impossible for two of them to appear in Qingyuan City at the same time. I'll go look for it. Nodding, Division Head Liao was just about to head out when Hall Master Xing suddenly frowned. As if sensing something, he took out a communication jade token. The latter's eyes immediately lit up when he scanned it with his mental power, and his face flushed with excitement. What's wrong? Division Head Liao asked. The Hall Master had always maintained a poker face. Something must have happened for her to have such a drastic change. Guild Leader Qi is back. Hall Master Xing clenched his fists tightly. Guild Leader Qi? Elder Qi of the Physician Guild? Back then, he saved your life, but not too long after that, he disappeared without a trace. I thought that he had already passed away. Division Head Liao was also stunned. 20 years ago, Hall Master Xing had been severely wounded by the otherworldly demonic tribe, and his primordial spirit had been severely damaged. As a result, he had been in a coma for 3 whole years. If not for Elder Qi, he would have been dead by now. He had intended to express his gratitude to the other party for saving him, only to find that the other party had disappeared without a trace for more than 20 years. Even he was filled with disappointment, thinking that he might not be here anymore. Who would have thought that he would actually return? Yeah, we'll talk about the portrait later. Help me prepare the items as soon as possible. I want to pay a visit personally. Hall Master Xing instructed agitatedly. His savior had appeared once again. Everything had to be put aside. After making some preparations, the duo hurriedly left the Combat Master Hall. Not too long later, they arrived at the Physician Guild and met with Elder Qi. Just like before, the old president didn't change much, but his aura seemed to have become sharper. Hall Master Xing's eyes lit up as he clasped his fist. Congratulations to Elder Qi for reaching half-leaving Aperture Realm. It had been 20 years since they last met, but not only did the old president's physical strength not weaken, his strength had also increased significantly. This made him very excited. Your strength has also improved. Not bad, not bad. Since he could tell the other party's level, the other party could naturally tell his as well. Elder Qi nodded his head in satisfaction. If not for Elder Qi stepping in to save me, I might still be in a coma right now. Hall Master Xing sighed deeply before asking doubtfully, Elder Qi, why did you suddenly leave without saying goodbye? Sigh. Hearing the question, old guild leader Qi sighed deeply. It's a long story. I didn't leave of my own accord. Instead, I was poisoned and hunted down by someone. Eventually, I managed to escape to a Tier 1 empire. Otherwise, I would have long been dead. Poison? Chase me down? Hall Master Xing's face darkened as killing intent burst forth from his body. He knew President Qi's character very well. He was upright and plain-spoken all his life. Who would dare to lay a hand on him? Furthermore, it was done right under the nose of Mingshi Tang and the Combat Master Hall. Who poisoned him? Elder Qi, do you know who it is? Hall Master Xing asked with a cold glint in his eyes. I have already guessed the culprit, but the implications are too great, so I can't reveal it at the moment. The reason why I called you here is to discuss this matter with you. I'll head to your Combat Master Hall to lay low for the time being and reinforce my cultivation before making any further plans. Elder Qi said. Lay low? Head to the Combat Master Hall? Hall Master Xing narrowed his eyes in astonishment. Even though the other party didn't say who it was, he could already roughly guess the identity of the culprit. Elder Qi was a half-leaving Aperture Realm expert, as well as the old guild leader of the Physician Guild, and yet, he still had to seek refuge in the Combat Master Hall. Most likely, the culprit was no ordinary person. Hall Master Xing nodded grimly. Alright, you'll be safe if you head to my Combat Master Hall. The Combat Master Hall housed the strongest fighting prowess of the entire Qingyuan conferred empire. Putting aside the fact that Hall Master Xing had already reached Leaving Aperture Realm, even if he was only at half Leaving Aperture Realm, he would still be able to deal with most ordinary Leaving Aperture Realm experts. More importantly, there were many halls and formations in the Combat Master Hall. Anyone who dared to barge into the Combat Master Hall would be courting death. Thank you, Hall Master Xing. I thought that I would never be able to return after being poisoned, but fortunately, I met a benefactor who saved my life. Otherwise, we might not have met ever again. Recalling his previous experience, Elder Qi couldn't help but feel deeply moved. Elder Qi, despite your incredible medical skills, you were still unable to cure the poison. Could it be that the benefactor you spoke of is even more skilled than you? Hall Master Xing asked. He was well aware of Elder Qi's medical skills. While he might not be the #1 physician in the Qingyuan conferred empire, he was definitely not far from it. For such a formidable figure to be unable to cure his poison despite having been poisoned for more than 20 years, and yet, a benefactor saved him so easily. Wasn't that person a little too fearsome? Compared to him, it's like the difference between an ant and a divine dragon. We can't even be mentioned in the same breath. Even though the benefactor isn't too powerful, be it in terms of eye of discernment or medical skills, they are far beyond mine. Elder Qi couldn't help but feel admiration for the benefactor he had saved. Other than his teacher, he had never respected anyone so much in the field of the way of medicine. But for that benefactor, no amount of respect would be too much. Hearing Elder Qi's compliments, Hall Master Xing couldn't help but ask, "May I know who the benefactor is?" "His name is Sun Chang, but I'm not too sure where he came from." Elder Qi nodded. "You have more connections than me, so if there's a chance, help me keep an eye out for him. If we meet again, I'll have to thank him properly." Just as Elder Qi was about to speak, Hall Master Xing suddenly widened his eyes in shock, and a deep frown surfaced on his forehead. "What's wrong?" "A master teacher has come to our Combat Master Hall today, and he goes by the name of Sun Chang as well. He once claimed to be a physician." Is he the person you spoke of?" Hall Master Xing asked. Previously, when Sun Chang said that he would use poison to cure his affliction, he had specifically mentioned that he was a physician. Could it be that they were the same person? "He goes by the name of Sun Chang as well? What does he look like?" Guild leader Qi looked over in agitation. If Xianxia were here, he would surely be able to recognize Elder Qi as the eccentric old man whom he had saved back at Jingyuan City. Back then, after treating the eccentric old man's poison, he had managed to push his cultivation all the way up to primordial spirit realm. In the past 2 months, his cultivation had stabilized, and he had managed to achieve a breakthrough to half-leaving aperture realm. From primordial spirit realm to half-leaving aperture realm, the most important factor was the tempering of one's soul. The eccentric old man had been suffering from poison for more than 20 years, and as soon as his affliction was resolved, he immediately made a breakthrough to half-leaving aperture realm. "He's a young man in his early 20s. Hall Master Xing described the other party's appearance. "No, that's not right. The Sun Chang that I saw looks to be in his 40s. However, there are many experts who are capable of disguising themselves. Why don't you bring me over to take a look?" Hearing that his benefactor might be in the Combat Master Hall, Elder Qi couldn't help but ask. "All right." Hall Master Xing and Division Head Liao nodded before bringing Elder Qi over to the Combat Master Hall. The purpose of the examination in the Inner Breath Division is to assess the amount of Xianxia cultivator possesses. There's a formidable formation in the trial of Inner Breath that can assess the amount of Xianxia cultivator possesses, and the higher the score one obtains, the more concentrated the Xianxi Mingzhen possesses. You are currently at St. Wendan Pinnacle, so as long as you can score more than 10 points, you'll be considered to have cleared the examination, and you'll be able to enter the library to browse through the books there. Division Head Wei explained as they proceeded forward. Xianxia nodded. While the duo was speaking, they had already arrived at the Inner Breath Division. The Inner Breath Division was a towering building similar to the Heart Division, and there were quite a few students within. Actually, with Sunsure's strength, there's no need for you to take the examination at all. I can easily bring you over, Division Head Wei said with a smile. The young man before them had been able to dodge the combined attacks of 3 primordial spirit realm experts despite only possessing a cultivation of Saint One Dan Pinnacle. Putting aside everything else, with such fighting prowess, he should be able to clear the examination in the inner breath division with ease. I have been immersed in my cultivation all this while, so I haven't taken the examination yet. I would like to see the gap between me and the combat masters, Xianxia said. In truth, Xianxia had his own motives for taking the examination. Firstly, he wanted to assess his own strength, and secondly, he wanted to see the standards set by the Combat Master Hall so that the members of the Xianxia faction could prepare themselves in advance. Otherwise, if he didn't even know the strength of the other party, he would surely be at a huge disadvantage. On the way there, he had already sent the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra to Wang Ying through his communication jade token. He had modified the Vitreous Heart Tempering Sutra very simply, such that even if he didn't explain it to the other party, he should still be able to comprehend it easily and cultivate it. Gap? Division Head Wei shook his head. There was indeed a gap between the combat masters, but there was no doubt that it was the young man before him who had pulled ahead of the other combat masters. Of course, he didn't say those words aloud. Instead, he continued leading the way, and not too long later, they arrived at a passageway. The internal breath passageway was different from the passageway of inner breath. The latter was completely devoid of people, and the passageway that Xianxia had entered was specially reserved for the elders. As such, there wasn't a single person in sight. Most of them had reached Saint One Dan Pinnacle, and they were intending to clear the examination to claim their Saint Two Dan Heaven's Path Divine Art. Upon seeing the arrival of Division Head Wei, the crowd hurriedly opened up a path for him. At the same time, they turned to look at Xianxia with bewildered gazes. For a Saint One Dan fellow to be escorted here personally by their division head, just who in the world was he? Who's inside? Ignoring the bewildered gazes of the crowd, Division Head Wei asked. The passageway was currently closed, so it was clear that someone was taking the examination inside. Reporting to Division Head Wei, it's Sure Hao. A combat master amid the crowd clasped his fist. Sure Hao? That lad is willing to take the examination? He's finally willing to make a breakthrough. Division Head Wei's eyes lit up, and a smile crept onto his lips. Fearing that Xianxia was unaware of the matter, he hurriedly explained, Sun Sure Hao is the champion of the Saint One Dan Combat Master Hall's Combat Master Tournament. His fighting prowess has already surpassed that of 1,000 men commander. On top of that, the density of his Jinqi is frighteningly high, such that even most Saint Two Dan combat masters are unable to match up to him. 20 years ago, he reached Saint One Dan Pinnacle, but in order to reinforce his foundation, he has been suppressing his cultivation all this while, refusing to participate in any of the trials. Most likely, he's here to push for a breakthrough to Saint Two Dan. He reached Saint One Dan Pinnacle 20 years ago? Xianxia nodded in astonishment. Those who were able to enter the Combat Master Hall were all geniuses. For such a figure to suppress his cultivation for 20 years without achieving a breakthrough, there was no doubt that his accumulation of Jinqi had reached an unheard of level. Hearing the conversation between the two, one of the combat masters shot a curious glance at Xianxia and said, the reason why that fellow chose not to achieve a breakthrough is because he wants to break the record of the Inner Breath Division. The record for the Inner Breath Division was set by Combat Master Feng Maxiao 300 years ago, and he scored a total of 37 points. It won't be that easy to break the record. Division Head Wei frowned. Passing the Inner Breath Division with 10 points was already an extremely high standard. 37 points meant that one's Jinqi density was 3.7 times that of an ordinary combat master. It was for this reason that no one had been able to break the record for the past 300 years. The reason why Sure Hao had suppressed his Jinqi for 20 years was so that he could surpass the record and leave his name in the Inner Breath Division. While Division Head Wei trusted Sure Hao greatly, it was still an extremely difficult task for him to break the record of the Inner Breath Division. In fact, it could even be said that it was nigh impossible. Had it been in the past, it wouldn't have been easy. However, over the past half a year, he has been cultivating like a madman. He hunted saint beasts, harvested saint herbs, nourished his meridians and dantian. It said that in order to purify his Xianxia, he even dived into the lava. It has been half a year since we last met, so it's hard to say how much Xianxia he has accumulated. However, it shouldn't pale in comparison to Combat Master Feng from 300 years ago. The Combat Master from before said grimly. If it had been half a year ago, he would have thought that it would have been impossible for him to break the record as well. But now, it was really hard to say. That fellow sure is vicious. To think that he really learned that cultivation technique. Division Head Wei was taken aback for a moment before shaking his head. Cultivation technique? Xianxia was perplexed. It's an extremely profound cultivation technique of the inner breath division known as the art of emptying the seas. It's said that after mastering it, one's Xianxia will flow endlessly into one's body, as though the water in the ocean. Combat Master Feng was the only one who managed to master this cultivation technique back then. It seems like that lad is determined to break the record. Division Head Wei said. While the duo was speaking, a light suddenly flickered on the wall before them. Look, the examination of the inner breath division has begun. Someone shouted, and everyone turned to look at the source of the voice. Hula, along with the light, a number on the smooth wall began to rise. Soon, it came to a halt, 38. To think that it actually broke, seeing the number clearly, everyone was stunned. Even Division Head Wei was astonished. Combat Master Feng's record had stood for 300 years, but no one had been able to break it. Who could have thought that someone would actually surpass it right before their eyes? Looks like you didn't let me down, Division Head Wei smiled. He had spent a lot of effort on this Xianxia over the years, and he did not expect him to be a genius. The door slowly opened, and a young man with a slightly pale face walked out. Hall Master, upon seeing Xianxia appear, Xianxia bowed and clasped his fist. Even though he seemed to be severely exhausted, his back was as straight as a javelin, not bending in the slightest. To be able to surpass Combat Master Feng and set a new record, you have done well. Division Head Wei praised. Thank you for your guidance, Hall Master. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief as excitement filled his eyes. Being able to break the record was also a great affirmation for him. 38 points means that his score is 3.8 times higher than that of an ordinary combat master. This is probably a record that no one will be able to break. I think that no one will be able to do so within the next 300 years. To be able to maintain a record for several hundred years. Incredible. A huge commotion broke out in the surroundings. Being able to witness the birth of a new record was a huge motivation for the other combat masters as well. Sunshire, you can go in and give it a try now. Seeing that Xianxia had broken the record before Sunshire, Division Head Wei's face was filled with radiance as he chuckled. Xianxia nodded before pushing open the door and walking in. Seeing Xianxia enter the passageway, Xianxia turned to Division Head Wei and asked doubtfully, Division Head Wei, Sunshire is. For the division head to send him over personally, there was no doubt that he was an extraordinary figure. He had even met St. One Dan Pinnacle combat masters before, so why didn't he have any impression of him at all? He isn't a combat master but a spirit awakener. He has been of great help to Division Head Wei, so he wishes to test his cultivation as well, Division Head Wei explained. A spirit awakener wishes to test the density of one's Xianxia? You must be joking. Xianxia sneered in disdain. He had thought that the other party would be a formidable expert, but who could have thought that the other party would just be a spirit awakener? Spirit awakeners were a supporting occupation, so their fighting prowess was naturally lacking. Wasn't it a joke for them to claim that the other party would only be able to clear the combat master examination? He wasn't the only one. The others shook their heads as well. Spirit awakeners were simply too weak, they weren't worth a mention at all. Seeing the looks on everyone's faces, Division Head Wei said, don't underestimate Sunshire. His fighting prowess is frightening. He had seen Sunshire in action before, and the latter's ability to adapt to the situation and grasp the timing of a battle could be said to be fearsome. However, after exchanging 2 to 3 blows, he couldn't tell whether the other party's Xianxia was deep or not. Nevertheless, given how deep the other party's comprehension of combat was, his Xianxia shouldn't be too weak. Fighting prowess doesn't necessarily mean that one's Xianxia is sufficient as well. In the same cultivation realm, there is no one who can surpass the density of a combat master's Xianxia. Xianxia said confidently. As one of the strongest geniuses of the inner breath division in the past 300 years, he had every right to be proud of himself. It's starting. Another person shouted. Everyone raised their heads in unison, curious to see how much this fellow whom the hall master held in such high regard would score. One light flickered on the wall, but no numbers were displayed. There's nothing? It can't be that this fellow can't even pierce through the first stone wall, right? If he were to pierce through the first stone wall, he would be able to clear the combat master trial with 10 points. If he were to fail, he wouldn't be able to achieve anything. I thought that he would be able to stun the crowd like Xianxia, but from the looks of it, an ordinary person is just an ordinary person. Seeing that there were no numbers displayed on the wall, everyone shook their heads. Even Division Headway was perplexed. Based on the previous battle, it shouldn't have been too difficult for him to achieve 10 points. How could there be no results? Could it be that the test hadn't started yet? But that couldn't be right. Since the wall was flickering, the test had already begun. How could there be nothing? Gia, just as they were perplexed by the situation, the door to the room creaked open. Someone was about to walk out. If someone were to walk out, it meant that the test had come to an end. A number should have appeared before the end of the test, but it hadn't appeared yet. This meant that the other party had failed the test. Just as everyone had said, he wasn't even able to pierce through the first stone wall. It seems like Xianxia's fighting prowess is only high, but his Xianxia isn't that rich. Division Headway shook his head. The internal breath trial was a test of one's Xianxia density. High fighting prowess could only mean that one had a good burst of strength, but it wasn't necessarily proportional to one's Xianxia storage and Xianxia capacity. This was similar to the difference between sprinting and long-distance running. Those who were good at sprinting could be extremely bad at long-distance running. Xianxia's fighting prowess was indeed formidable, and his reflexes were swift as well. However, it seemed like his burst of strength was limited to a single burst of strength. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to fail to achieve a single point. While Division Headway was deep in thought, the door opened, and Xianxia walked out awkwardly. It's fine if you didn't clear the test. I'll bring you to the library right now. Thinking that the other party had failed the test, Division Headway hurriedly stepped forward. Those walls, Xianxia pointed inwards, but he hesitated. Fearing that Xianxia would be embarrassed if he were to admit that he had failed to pierce through even a single wall, Division Headway chuckled. Don't worry, it's fine. You aren't a combat master, so there's no need for you to judge by the standards of a combat master. Putting aside the fact that the other party wasn't a member of the Combat Master Hall, even if he did possess such formidable spirit enchantment skills, he would still have to give him the green light. But, Xianxia scratched his head awkwardly. That's just a test, so don't take it to heart. Division Headway hurriedly said. A test? Oh? The formation is able to repair itself, right? Xianxia asked. Through the thickness of the wall, the formation will be able to repair itself, so there's no need to worry about it. Division Headway replied with a smile. That's good. Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief. Let's go. Division Headway nodded before leading the way. The library of the Inner Breath Division was located not too far away from the passageway. With a wave of his hand, Division Headway activated the formation, and the duo walked in. I was wondering what kind of expert he was, but he couldn't even clear the first test. He's just a mere spirit awakener. How can it be that easy for him to clear the Inner Breath Division, which only combat masters are able to clear? I really can't help but wonder where he comes from. Given his strength, I can easily defeat 3 of them at once. I don't think that he's here to help Division Headway. Most likely, he's a profligate scion from one of the major clans. Watching as the duo walked into the library, the combat masters shook their heads. The combat masters of the Combat Master Hall had to clear an examination before they were allowed to enter the library. On the other hand, the young man before them was brought in by their division head without even clearing the examination. Alright, since the other party isn't a combat master, it's normal for him to be unable to clear the examination. Xiaobo, didn't you say that you wanted to make a bet with me previously? Now that I'm done with the examination, it's your turn now. I would like to see if you can surpass me and break my record. Interrupting the discussions of the combat masters, Xiahou turned to a combat master standing not too far away. I won't be able to break your record, but it shouldn't be too difficult for me to score 20 points. Being questioned in public, the face of the combat master known as Xiaobo reddened. If I recall correctly, you scored 21 points the previous time, right? I won't bully you, but if you can surpass 23 points this time, I'll consider it your win, and our bet will still stand. Xiahou chuckled. All right. After a moment of contemplation, Xiaobo took in a deep breath and pushed open the door to the passageway. However, halfway through the passageway, he suddenly came to a halt, and his body trembled uncontrollably as if he had seen a ghost. This. How is this possible? A shrill voice sounded in the air. Seeing Xiaobo's astonishment, everyone was bewildered. Xiahou quickly rushed forward and asked, "What's wrong?" As he spoke, he also turned his gaze toward the half-open door, and his face paled. His eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously retreated a few steps. Seeing that the two experts of the Combat Master Hall had been reduced to such a state, the crowd couldn't help but frown. Jia, the door to the passageway was pushed open, and the sight within was revealed. The combat masters immediately shrank their necks in fear, as if they had seen a ghost. Some time later, Xiaobo swallowed a mouthful of saliva, and with a slightly hoarse voice, he asked, "Earlier, when you came out, are you certain that the passageway has been restored?" When I left, the passageway was still intact." In other words, it was him, Xiahou replied with a bitter smile. The internal breath passageway was a test of one's Xianxia. The test was simple: one had to stand at a fixed location, drive one's Xianxia, and use all of one's strength to attack a stone tablet several dozen meters away. These stone tablets weren't real, they were formed by a formation, and they were extremely effective against Xianxia. Without sufficient Xianxia, it was impossible to pierce through them. Under such circumstances, even a 10-man commander would have to exert all of his strength in order to pierce through one of the stone tablets. The fact that Xiahou had obtained a score of 38 meant that his Xianxia was extremely powerful. He had to pierce through nearly 4 stone tablets before his Xianxia ran out. This was already the undisputed number 1 Saint One Dan pinnacle expert of the Qingyuan Empire Combat Master Hall ever since it was founded. But before them, the 10 stone tablets in the room were all lying on the floor, and the entire internal breath passageway was in tatters. Is this intentional destruction? One of the combat masters couldn't help but ask. The internal breath passageway was the most important location in the inner breath division, as well as the basis for the Combat Master Hall to assess one's strength. Wasn't it a little too much to destroy it to such an extent? It's not intentional destruction. Xiaobo walked up to the stone tablets, and his eyes narrowed to the size of wheat. The formation in the passageway was set up by an 8-star formation master dispatched by the headquarters. Even if someone wanted to destroy it, it would be impossible for them to do so. The internal breath passageway was a test of one's Xianxia. Any cultivator who entered would be unable to destroy it even if they were to use their full strength. Even if someone wanted to destroy it, it would be impossible for them to do so. Then, how did this? The combat master who had spoken earlier was perplexed. This is a result of a single palm strike. This time, the one who spoke was Xiahou. He narrowed his eyes, and a grim expression appeared on his face. A single palm strike? Everyone was puzzled. In other words, the other party did follow the rules of the examination. However, due to the overwhelming Xianxia in his body, he was able to shatter the 10 stone tablets in an instant with a single palm strike. The formation was unable to withstand such overwhelming might, resulting in the current state. Xiahou said. The array formation can't handle it? Piercing through all 10 steels at the same time? Everyone swallowed their saliva. These words were too shocking, exceeding the scope of imagination. Xiahou is right. You are all experts. You should be able to see something from the broken sections of these stone tablets. Xiaobo nodded and pointed forward. Everyone turned to look at the broken section of the stone tablet, and with a single glance, their pupils abruptly contracted. A palm print could be clearly seen at the place where the stone tablet was broken. In front of this palm print, the stone tablet was like a piece of glass that had met an iron hammer, unable to withstand a single blow. This is the first stone tablet. Take a look at the other stone tablets one by one, and you'll understand why Xianxia said those words earlier. Xiaobo nodded. Everyone looked over once more. There was a palm print of the same size on each of the 9 stone tablets, and if one were to take a closer look, they formed a straight line. In other words, to shatter all 10 stone tablets simultaneously, the other party had only used a single palm strike, as the only person in the inner breath division to achieve a score of 38 over the past 10,000 years, Xianxia would be completely depleted before he could even shatter 4 stone tablets. Yet, the other party had actually managed to shatter all 10 stone tablets with a single palm strike. How in the world did that happen? I was just thinking that Combat Master Shi's record wouldn't be broken for at least 300 years, I thought so too, but who could have thought that, in less than 2 minutes, his record would be broken so thoroughly? Everyone's bodies trembled in shock. It was just a moment ago that they had mocked the other party for being a mere spirit awakener, but who could have thought that the other party would be able to clear the trial with just a single palm strike? More importantly, the other party's strength was so great that he even destroyed the trial. How can a Saint One Dan cultivator possess such overwhelming Xianxia? I don't believe it. Do you think that he might have used some kind of formidable artifact? One of the combat masters couldn't help but ask. They had all been through the trial of inner breath before, so they knew how difficult it was. Even combat masters, geniuses among geniuses, would find it extremely difficult to clear the trial. How in the world did that fellow do it? Artifact? You are thinking too much. Look over there. Xianxia shook his head and pointed in a certain direction. The combat master frowned as he turned his gaze over as well, and his body jolted once more. A line of words could be seen clearly on the wall. 100. Since the trial of inner breath division could display the results on the outside, it could be displayed on the inside as well. This way, those who were undergoing the trial would know how many points they had obtained. 100. The combat master felt his throat turning dry. Since it's 100 points, why isn't it displayed on the outside? The others also turned their gazes over as well. Since this was a normal trial, the results should have been displayed on the outside as well. However, despite the shaking outside for a moment, there was nothing at all. That was why they thought that the other party had failed the trial. His strength was simply too great. The formation was destroyed on the spot, so the information wasn't transmitted out at all, Xianxia said with a bitter smile. This, looking at the rubble on the ground, the combat masters finally came to a realization. It was no wonder why the numbers weren't displayed despite the shaking outside. So that was the case. To be able to shatter all 10 stone tablets with a single punch. Just how powerful is Sun Shi's Xianxia? Standing in place, everyone was speechless. This is our book collection vault. Even though it is still lacking compared to the Mingshi Tang art, it is superior in that the cultivation techniques here are all highly refined, so there shouldn't be any problems cultivating them. Division Head Wei pointed at the dazzling array of books in front of them as the two of them entered the library. Most of the books on the Mingshi Tang art were created by generations of master teachers, and many of them were contradictory to one another. It was for this reason that it was a taboo for master teachers to browse through cultivation techniques randomly. The more one browsed through, the more confused one would become. If one didn't have the ability to discern between the two, it would only lead to one's Tao heart becoming chaotic, resulting in the birth of inner demons. However, the Combat Master Hall's book collection vault was different. The cultivation techniques in the book collection vault had been tested many times, so there was no problem with them at all. As long as one picked a cultivation technique, one's cultivation would swiftly rise, and one's fighting prowess would grow stronger and stronger. Xianxia nodded as he took a closer look. However, he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Just as Division Head Wei had said, there weren't many cultivation technique manuals here. There were only several hundred of them, not even reaching 1,000. Of course, there weren't many cultivation technique manuals here. However, there were plenty of books that introduced the cultivation technique manuals, as well as notes on how to cultivate them. All in all, there were at least several 100,000 of them. These are the insights left behind by generations of combat masters. Of course, due to the unique constitution of each individual, there is a chance that you might lose your mind if you were to look through all of them. Division Head Wei said as he gestured. The few books here are the insights left behind by Hall Master Xing. If you wish to take a look, you can study his. Nodding, Xianxia turned his gaze to the several hundred secret manuals in the book collection vault. It didn't matter whether he looked through them or not. The most important thing was still the cultivation technique manuals. Voila, it was just several hundred books. With a single glance, Xianxia collected all of them into his library of Heaven's Path. Compile. Xianxia muttered. In the blink of an eye, a book appeared in his library of Heaven's Path, and with a single touch, the knowledge contained within flowed into his library of Heaven's Path. Not bad. Even though I managed to compile a Heaven's Path divine art, there are still 3 flaws. Browsing through the books, Xianxia couldn't help but frown. Even though there were only a few hundred of them, they were all high-tier cultivation technique manuals. Even though he was able to compile a Saint Tudan Heaven's Path divine art, there were still 3 flaws in it. There are simply too many flaws in it. Let's look through the other cultivation technique manuals first. Xianxia shook his head. It was one thing for his battle technique to have some flaws, but he had never seen anything like that before. The Saint Ascension Decipher had 1 or 2 flaws in it, but he had still managed to patch them up with his artifacts. Yet, there were so many Saint Tudan cultivation technique manuals. It was really difficult for him to accept it. If there was really no other way, he would just have to find some other Saint Tudan cultivation technique manuals and compile them together. Xianxia swiftly browsed through the various insights, but he realized that they weren't of much help in resolving the flaws in his cultivation technique. Are there any Saint 3 Dan cultivation technique manuals here? Xianxia turned to Division Head Wei and asked. There are Saint 3 Dan cultivation technique manuals here as well. Follow me. Even the division heads of the Combat Master Hall had reached Primordial Spirit Realm Pinnacle. Putting aside 3 Dan cultivation techniques, they even possessed 4 Dan cultivation techniques. Very soon, they arrived at the place where the 3rd layer cultivation technique was stored. Just as he had guessed, there were even fewer of them. Soon, all of them were stored in his mind. Xianxia was even more disappointed. To think that he didn't even manage to form a Heaven's Path divine art for the 3rd level, thus, he had Division Head Wei guide him through the 4 Dan Heaven's Path divine art as well, but he didn't manage to compile a secret manual either. Teacher Sunday, have you found the book you're looking for? Have you found any inspiration? Division Head Wei couldn't help but ask when he saw the young man following behind him around the library, not picking up a single book or reading a single one of them. I don't see anyone suitable, Xianxia shook his head. In any case, it was just a glance, so the other party wouldn't know what he was thinking. Right, do you have any Saint Tudan cultivation technique manuals here? It doesn't matter how high the level is, the more the better. Xianxia hesitated for a moment. To him, a high-level cultivation method was no different from an ordinary one. What he was looking for was quantity, not quality. While high-quality cultivation techniques had fewer flaws, making it easier to fuse them together, there were still many flaws in them. I'm afraid that our inner breath division doesn't have any more. However, Division Head Feng of the Martial Arts Division is an expert from the Master Teacher Pavilion. Not only does he know a lot about battle techniques, he has also collected quite a few cultivation technique manuals. If we're talking about the Combat Master Hall, I'm afraid that he's the only one who possesses such knowledge. Division Head Wei said. Oh? May I trouble you to bring me to the Martial Arts Division to take a look? Xianxia asked. That's no problem at all. With a smile on his face, Division Head Wei led Xianxia out of the library. But barely after reaching the entrance, his eyelids suddenly twitched, and he froze in place. It's the start of the month, so please vote for Laowa. Thank you. The entrance of the library was filled with combat masters, including Shihao and Xiaobo. What are you doing? It was hard to tell whether it was due to agitation or anger, but seeing the reddened eyes of the crowd, Division Head Wei couldn't help but frown in displeasure. Sunshire isn't a member of the Combat Master Hall, so you don't have to abide by the rule of having to clear the examination before you can enter the library. Division Head Wei, that's not what we're here for. Seeing that Division Head Wei had misunderstood, Shihao hurriedly spoke up. There's something that I hope that you can take a look at personally. What had happened in the passageway was simply too shocking. Most likely, the other party wouldn't believe it, so it was better for him to see it with his own eyes. What happened? Seeing the grim expression on Xiao's face, Division Headway asked. Division Headway, this way please. You'll understand once you see it. Xiaobo stepped forward and said. Knowing that the other party was unwilling to speak, Division Headway hesitated for a moment before turning to Xianxia and saying, Sunshire, I'll have to trouble you to wait here for a moment. All right. Xianxia nodded. It was clear that the other party had something to deal with, so it wouldn't be good for him to follow him there. With an apologetic look on his face, Division Headway followed behind Xiaobo. Seeing that Division Headway had left, Xianxia shook his head. He was just about to take a break to browse through the books that he had collected when Xiao suddenly walked up to him. I am Xiao, and I would like to have a spar with Sunshire. May I know if that's possible? The fact that the other party was able to pierce through the trial of inner breath with a single palm strike meant that the other party's Xianxia was many times stronger than his. He wanted to see if the other party had truly relied on his strength to obtain such a high score. Spar? Yes. Xiao clasped his fist. Sunshire, I hope that you can grant my request. All right then. Seeing that the other party was serious about sparring with him, Xianxia nodded. All along, other than Feng Sun, he had never fought with a combat master before. This was a good opportunity for him to see how strong the other party was. Pardon me. Taking a deep breath, Xiao's chest puffed up, and his aura surged. It felt as if a dagger had been unsheathed, emanating a cold gleam. Hula, his body leaped forward, and his steps were heavy and powerful. Even before he arrived in front of them, it gave them a feeling that they couldn't avoid him. He could defeat 10 people with brute strength. His inner breath was vigorous and his true chi was unfathomable. He never used any tricks in his battles. He always crushed his opponents fair and square. This time around, it was the same as well. Zhang Xian had tapped into the strength of his entire body, causing his Xianxia to surge furiously. If an ordinary cultivator were to encounter him, they would immediately feel as if they had fallen into a quagmire, unable to escape no matter how hard they tried. The art of overturning the sea, overturning the rivers and seas, unavoidable, unavoidable. Not bad. Feeling his opponent's power, Zhang Xian's eyes couldn't help but light up. If he hadn't cultivated the Saint Ascension Decipher, the density of his Xianxia would only be on par with the other party. For an ordinary cultivation technique to be able to gather as much Xianxia as a Heaven's Path divine art, the young man before him was indeed fearsome. It was no wonder why he was able to break the record and claim the title of number 1. Make your move. Just as Zhang Xian was deep in thought, he suddenly heard Xiao roaring furiously. Spreading open his palm, he abruptly hacked down on him. He didn't use any profound battle technique, just the simplest of palm imprints. Even though the move was simple, when paired with his dense Xianxia, its might was on a whole new level. It felt as if the entire space around him would explode. Under the impact of the violent might, a deafening rumble echoed in the air. In an instant, the dense Xianxia formed a massive wave that threatened to tear everything in its path apart. Zhang Xian didn't bother dodging. Instead, with a light chuckle, he tapped his finger forward. Voila, the incomparably ferocious wave came to a halt right before his finger, unable to advance any further. It was as if a massive snake that had its weak spot pinched. No matter how it struggled, it was completely futile. Get lost. Seeing how the other party was able to stop his strongest attack with a single finger, Xiao's face reddened. Roaring furiously, he drove his Xianxia to its very limits, causing his meridians to tear painfully. Looking at the bulging veins on Xiao's head, Zhang Xian shook his head and flicked his finger lightly. Pung, the massive wave dissipated, and the violent Xianxia scattered in all directions. Dang 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 dang. Xiao was forced to retreat 7 to 8 steps, and his face reddened. Sunshire, thank you for going easy on me. After taking 2 deep breaths, Xiao confirmed that there wasn't the slightest injury on his body. With a reddened face, he hurriedly stepped forward and clasped his fist. If it had been anyone else in his place, they would have surely succumbed to his powerful attack. Yet, not only did the other party manage to stop it with a single finger, he even managed to minimize the backlash, preventing him from sustaining any injuries. The might of the other party's Xianxia and precise control over it was truly frightening. Your strength isn't bad. Xianxia nodded. In terms of Xianxia density, while he couldn't match up to Xingyang and the others, the gap wasn't too huge. With such strength, there was no way the Xianxian faction would be a match for him. It seemed like he would have to instruct them not to compete with him in terms of Xianxia density, or else they would surely lose. Yes. Shihao replied with a bitter smile. He was known as the #1 Saint Wan Dan Xianxia cultivator in the Combat Master Hall, but in the other party's eyes, he was only not bad. Nevertheless, the other party did have the qualifications to say such words. After a moment of hesitation, Shihao said, "It is only now that I finally believe that Sun Shi has cleared the trial with your strength. However, there is still something that I would like to ask you about. Feel free to speak." To pierce through 10 stone tablets with a single palm. I would like to know how much Xianxia you have expended, Shihao couldn't help but ask. He had expended all of his Xianxia, but he had only been able to pierce through less than 4 stone tablets. On the other hand, the other party was able to shatter all of them with a single palm strike, so it was unlikely that the other party had used his full strength. However, he wanted to know how much Xianxia he had expended so that he could make a judgment call. The surrounding combat masters also turned their gazes toward Shihao. To be honest, they were also filled with curiosity. After clearing the trial, Shihao's face was ghastly pale, and he looked as if he would collapse at any moment. The only reason he was able to execute his trump card was because he had swallowed several pills and rested for a long time. The young man before them had walked out of the passageway with a rosy complexion. It didn't seem like he was going to take the trial at all. Instead, he looked more like he had just eaten a sumptuous meal and was reading a book nonchalantly. It would have been one thing if he had failed the trial, but the other party had actually cleared the trial with full marks. Furthermore, he was in such a state. Just how much Xianxia did he have? How much Xianxia did you expend? Not expecting the other party to ask such a question, Zhang Xian was taken aback for a moment. Scratching his head, he pondered for a moment before replying, "I didn't pay much attention to it either. However, it doesn't matter. I managed to fully recover while reading the book earlier, so there's no need to worry." Recover? There's no need to worry? Shihao choked on his saliva, and he nearly fainted on the spot. Who's worried about you? What I mean is that I want to know your exact strength. How did you manage to recover while reading the book? Could it be that the Xianxia expended through the trial of inner breath was insignificant to you? Shihao's face paled, and he felt a sharp pain in his heart. The reason why he hadn't made a breakthrough for 20 years was to create a record that no one had been able to break for 300 years. The record had indeed been created, but in less than 2 minutes, it had been overturned. More importantly, the other party didn't seem to think much of it at all. He had thought that he would work hard for another 20 years to surpass the other party, but from the looks of it now, even 200 years wouldn't be enough. They weren't even on the same level at all. In an instant, Shihao felt a little dejected from the blow. In the past 20 years, he had suffered innumerable hardships just to break the record. Countless times, he had resisted the urge to make a breakthrough. But in the end, the record he had created was insignificant in the eyes of the other party. The more he thought about it, the more he felt like spurting blood. Then, may I know how long it has been since Sun Shi reached St. Wandan Pinnacle? Is that how you managed to accumulate so much Xianxia? Gritting his teeth, Shihao asked once more. Even though the other party appeared to be in his 20s, some of the top clans had secret arts that allowed them to conceal their actual age from others. Take him for example, even though he was already over 200 years old, in the eyes of others, he appeared to be in his 30s. If the other party had been at St. Wandan Pinnacle for more than 20 years, he wouldn't be too weak either. At the very least, he would be able to regain some of his confidence. I have indeed been at St. Wandan Pinnacle for quite some time. Hearing the other party's question, Zhang Xian sighed deeply. Despite reaching St. Wandan Pinnacle, he had been unable to find the 2 Dan Heaven's Path divine art all this while. Thinking about it, he couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Long? Hearing those words, Shihao heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like the other party's talent wasn't too far off from his. Given how long he had been cultivating, it seemed like the other party's talent wasn't too far off from his. Indeed. I haven't been able to find a suitable cultivation technique all this while. The reason why I went to the book collection vault was to see if I could gain some insights from it so as to break through my current bottleneck. Xianxia remarked shyly. After all, I have been stuck at St. Dan Pinnacle for more than a month now. If I don't make a breakthrough soon, I won't even be able to match up to a student anymore. Xianxia clutched his chest. The combat masters. He wasn't too far away from the top 15. If he could make it to the top 15, Laowa would be updating tomorrow. Xianxia had been at St. Dan Pinnacle for a full 20 years before he was able to accumulate such a huge amount of strength. He thought that the other party would have been at least several decades like him, and that was why he was lamenting over the long period of time. Yet, who could have thought that? A month. A month. Long your head, to be able to accumulate such a huge amount of strength in such a short period of time. Will you die if you don't brag? Xiaoxia's heart throbbed even more. The others also had similar expressions on their faces. If they could, they would have rushed forward and pummeled that fellow. He was really asking for a beating. To think that a month would be a long period of time, how could he possibly compare to a student? Your students aren't cultivating but flying. Only then did Xianxia notice the expressions on the faces of the crowd, and he could only chuckle bitterly. Putting aside Zhaoye, Yuan Tao, and the others, who had inherited their heritage, Wang Ying was already at nascent St. Pinnacle, and he would be able to achieve a breakthrough at any moment. On top of that, his apothecary student, Luo Qiqi, was also at St. Dan Pinnacle. If he didn't achieve a breakthrough soon, the other party might really surpass him. It wasn't that he was determined to cultivate, but it was just that his students were catching up to him. If he didn't cultivate, he would fall behind. In truth, he was also feeling a little bitter about it. It was just that no one would believe him if he said it out loud. It wasn't that easy to become a teacher. To be able to accumulate such a huge amount of strength in a single month, may I know how Xianxia cultivated? Can you reveal it to us so that we can learn from you? Suppressing the urge to pummel the other party, Xianxia asked. The others were also curious as well. Even if they were at the same cultivation realm, they would have to spend several decades to accumulate strength to break through a single stone tablet. Yet, the young man before them was able to easily break through 10 in just a single month. If they could learn of the cultivation method as well, they would surely be able to advance swiftly as well. How do you cultivate? Hearing the question, Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, "It's actually very simple. Using your art of ocean calming as an example, I heard that you hunted saint beasts and gathered saint herbs to make up for your innate deficiencies. You even entered the underground to temper your Xianxia using the lava. While this might seem like a good way to advance your cultivation, in truth, it's extremely difficult for you to advance further. The art of widening the sea, emptying the rivers and seas. If one truly wishes to fully comprehend this technique, one must observe the vastness of the sea and experience the nature of heaven and earth. When one's state of mind reaches a certain level, one's body will become as vast as the sea." Previously, when he was in the book collection vault, he had browsed through the cultivation formula for the art of Empyrean. After assimilating it, he finally understood what the most fundamental aspect of the cultivation formula was. Concept? Xianxia hesitated for a moment. I once stayed on an isolated island in the middle of the sea for half a year, but I didn't make much progress. That's why I thought of another way. From the outside in, there were at least a few thousand books in the library about the Qianhai technique, and some of them mentioned the concept of conception. He had tried to cultivate it before, but unfortunately, his progress was minimal. The art of withdrawing ocean indeed required one to comprehend a special concept. Cultivating it from the inside out was the best way to do so. He was unable to do so, so he decided to do the opposite, cultivating it from the outside in. Fortunately, his efforts paid off, and his strength had also reached an extraordinary level. Do you know why you can't go from the inside out? Xianxia asked. This? Xianxia paused. If he knew, he would have learned it long ago instead of spending so much effort. You were too eager to break the record. Xianxia sighed deeply as he placed his hands behind his back. That's why you were so anxious to break the record. You didn't even have the courage to participate in the examination. All you wanted to do was to reach the pinnacle before challenging it. But you didn't know what pinnacle was. Are you already at the pinnacle? If you were at the pinnacle, why couldn't you even break a finger of mine? The ocean is vast, and it's vast. In order to cultivate the art of withdrawing ocean, one's state of mind has to be vast. It's only through this that one will be able to comprehend the essence of the art of withdrawing ocean. You were too concerned about whether you could surpass Combat Master Feng Maxia's record, so you were too narrow-minded from the very start. Naturally, you weren't able to comprehend the vastness of the ocean. Xianxia sighed deeply. In the battle with him, all kinds of flaws had already appeared in the other party's mind. With just a glance, he could tell that even though the other party's cultivation of the art of withdrawing ocean was solid, he was actually walking down the wrong path. Shao's body stiffened. The hardships he had gone through over the past 20 years flashed across his mind, and the scenes of the past surfaced one after another. After some time, Shao closed his eyes and abruptly stepped forward. He kneeled on the ground and bowed deeply. I have benefited from your guidance. If not for Sun Shi's guidance, I might have continued walking down the wrong path, and eventually, my cultivation would have been limited. Recalling all of these, Shao realized that he had indeed walked down the wrong path. If not for Sun Shi's guidance, even though he might have been able to raise his cultivation swiftly in the short term, it would have been nigh impossible for him to push for a breakthrough to primordial spirit realm in the future. It was fortunate that it wasn't too late for him to make amends. There's no need to stand on ceremony. It's just a friendly exchange of pointers. Xianxia nodded. I have been stuck at St. Wendan Pinnacle for 5 whole years. 5 years ago, I was unable to clear the examination, and 5 years later, I am still unable to clear the examination. I hope that Sun Shi can offer me some pointers. Did I cultivate wrongly, or is my state of mind lacking? A combat master stepped forward. Give me a punch. Yes. The combat master's Jinchi crackled loudly in response. Gesturing for the other party to stop, Xianxia said, if I'm not mistaken, you are cultivating the combat master Hall's river overturning art, right? The river overturning art and sea crushing art belong to the inner breath division, and they contain the most concentrated Jinchi cultivation techniques. Under normal circumstances, with 5 years of accumulation, it should have been easy for you to clear the examination. However, you have been unable to do so all this while. This isn't a problem with your talent, but you are cultivating according to the cultivation technique left behind by Combat Master by Mo 2000 years ago. You. How did you know? The Combat Master was astonished. Combat Master Bai Mo's accomplishments in the river overturning art were the greatest, and he admired him greatly. Thus, he had been cultivating according to the latter's insights. Just that, cultivating according to the latter's insights was extremely secretive, so how did the other party see through it? Combat Master Bai Mo possesses innate strength, and he is skilled in water attribute cultivation techniques as well. It's only natural for him to cultivate the river overturning art underwater. On the other hand, you possess an earth attribute constitution. Earth counters water, so it's natural for you to be cultivating underwater. Why don't you cultivate the deep earth formula left behind by Combat Master Hongjiang instead? You should be able to achieve a breakthrough within a month. Zhang waved his hand. Earth attribute? Don't I possess a water attribute constitution? The Combat Master was taken aback. You possess a water attribute constitution, but you have consumed an earth attribute treasure in the past, so the earth attribute in your body is currently holding the upper hand, Zhang said with a smile. Even though a person's constitution was determined at birth, there were still some heaven-defying treasures that could alter it. This was the case for the Combat Master before him. He possessed an innate water attribute constitution, but at some point in time, he had consumed a unique treasure that had forcefully suppressed his earth attribute constitution, resulting in his rate of cultivation slowing down. As a result, he was no longer as talented as before. The Combat Master was stunned for a moment before he suddenly recalled something, and his body trembled. A moment later, he bowed deeply and said, "Thank you for your guidance, Sun Shi." At this moment, he finally realized that not only was the young man before him powerful, his eye of discernment was even sharper as well. Sun Shi, I also have some problems with my cultivation. Seeing that the two Combat Masters had managed to benefit from Sun Shi's guidance, the eyes of the other Combat Masters lit up, and they immediately rushed forward. Everyone, there's no need to rush. I know that all of you wish to accumulate more Xianxia in your body, but since that's the case, allow me to share my insights with you. Perhaps they might be of some help to you." Seeing that everyone had gathered around him, Xianxia chuckled softly and said, "If you wish to accumulate more Xianxia, you must first understand that the vessel for storing Xianxia is the dantian. Only with a sufficiently large dantian can one store enough Xianxia." His voice was clear and resounding, reminiscent of heavenly flowers falling from the sky. Combat masters were the strongest fighting force in the Mingshi Tang Academy. If he could offer them pointers, Xianxia wouldn't turn them down. This was for the sake of the master teachers and for the sake of humanity. Even though they had to interact with the members of the Xianxia faction, the stronger their opponents were, the greater the incentive they would receive. Perhaps they might be able to reach greater heights in their cultivation. After comprehending the heart of a teacher, he was no longer as stubborn as before. As long as the other party was willing to learn, he would impart his teachings to them without any reservations. "You are saying that this is caused by Xianxia?" Standing in the passageway, Division Head Wei widened his eyes in disbelief. "That's right. Before Xiahao came out, they were still perfectly fine. However, after Xianxia left, they were reduced to such a state." Xiaobo replied. "To be able to shatter all of the stone tablets with a single palm strike and obtain 100 points. Just how much Xianxia do you have?" Division Head Wei's breathing hastened as his lips twitched. All this while, he had thought that Xianxia's Xianxia might not be able to match up to ordinary combat masters, needless to say, a genius of Xiao's caliber. But at this moment, he realized how naive that thought was. To clear all of the tests with a single palm strike, the Xianxia in the other party's body had already reached an unheard of level. "I don't know how much Xianxia there is, but to be able to achieve such a feat, if he were to join our combat master hall, the name of our inner breath division would surely rise to the top," Xiaobo said. "Indeed?" Division Head Wei nodded. Ever since the founding of the Combat Master Hall, the highest record was Xiahao, who had just broken 38 Xianxia. Yet, Xianxia had actually managed to break 100 in a single move. That was truly a heaven-defying feat. There was probably no one in the entire Combat Master Hall who had such a deep Xianxia reserve. "Let's go and discuss with him and see if he's willing to join our inner breath division." The more Division Head Wei thought about it, the more agitated he became. "Division Head Wei." Xiaobo couldn't help but exclaim. The inner breath division was supposed to be used for the Combat Master Hall's examination, so what should they do about it? "Don't worry. After dealing with Xianxia's matter, I'll head to the Formation Master Guild and invite President Han over so that he can repair the inner breath division for me. Even though the inner breath division is a grade 8 formation, and he doesn't know how to set it up, he has studied the blueprint for it." Division Head Wei replied with a smile. He didn't have the ability to repair the inner breath division's formation, but the head of the Formation Master Guild, Han Su, could do it. He would just have to invite him over when he was free. It wasn't a big deal. "Alright, let's head out," Division Head Wei said before leaving the inner breath division. He walked out of the inner breath division and headed to where Xianxia had been previously. At the same time, he was contemplating how he should approach the other party to recruit him. But before he could reach Xianxia, a voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "This is the cultivation method to increase one's Xianxia." Hurriedly raising his head, he saw the combat masters of the inner breath division kneeling on the ground in awe and reverence as they cheered in unison. "Teacher, thank you for your guidance. I'm still far from the top 15. Don't you want to watch the third watch?" "Hee hi. Teacher." Division Head Wei and Xiaobo were dumbfounded, both of them stunned. They had only gone to the trial of inner breath for a short moment, so how did all of the combat masters in the inner breath division become Sun Chong students? Wasn't this acknowledgement a little too fast? This was especially so for Division Head Wei. He had a perplexed look on his face. While the orders of the Combat Master Hall had to be obeyed, the relationship between the division heads and the ordinary combat masters was as close as brothers, and there was no strict hierarchy between them. It was for this reason that both Xiahao and Xiaobo spoke to him freely. They didn't try to fawn over him just because he was the division head. They were all brothers, and yet, a teacher had suddenly appeared out of nowhere. It was just a moment ago that they were intending to recruit the other party into the inner breath division, but the other party had suddenly become their teacher. What the heck was this? Just as they were wondering if Xianxia had bewitched them, the young man standing at the front suddenly shook his head. Stand up. The path of cultivation isn't about forging a chariot behind closed doors. The most important thing is to interact with one another. There's no need for you to address me as your teacher. Xianxia didn't think that they would suddenly acknowledge him as their teacher. It was just a casual lecture, so he couldn't help but shake his head helplessly. Xianxia's lecture is so profound that we have benefited greatly from it. It's not wrong for us to address you as our teacher. On the contrary, we even benefited greatly from it. Xianxia said. He was a renowned genius of the Combat Master Hall, and he was extremely proud of himself. Under normal circumstances, even the division head might not have been able to win his respect. Yet, before the young man before him, he couldn't help but respect him wholeheartedly. Not only had the other party pointed out the problems in his cultivation, more importantly, the lecture that he had just heard was like the voice of nature. As long as he digested it properly, he would be able to raise the capacity of his Xianxia reserves to an unimaginable level. To be able to explain such a profound cultivation technique without the slightest bit of concealment, just this state of mind in itself was enough to make him worthy of addressing the other party as his teacher. Xianxia, we sincerely wish to address you as our teacher, so please don't turn us down. With teacher's lecture, our fighting prowess will definitely soar within a short period of time. It won't be difficult for us to clear the examination. The others quickly added. This division headway was stunned once more. Just a moment ago, they were wondering if Xianxia had used some underhanded means to recruit the combat masters of the Inner Breath Division when they saw this sight. From the looks of it now, it seemed like their combat masters were sincerely learning from Xianxia, and they were even benefiting from it. He had only gone to the passageway for a while. What did he explain that made so many people admire him so much? All right. Seeing that everyone's attitude was unquestionable, Xianxia nodded despite his reluctance. Just as he had said, the reason why he had explained so much was just for the sake of exchanging pointers, not for the sake of accepting a disciple. To think that there would be so many people calling him teacher, he was at a loss for what to do. Being too outstanding was actually quite troublesome. Wherever he went, others would want to take him as their master. It was also a kind of trouble. Hall Master Wei, you've returned. Let's go to the Martial Skills Hall. Just as he was at a loss as to what to do, he saw Division Head Wei walking over and hurriedly called out to him. All right, knowing that the other party was using him as a bargaining chip to fend off the other combat masters, Division Head Wei could only nod and lead the way to the Martial Arts Division. The Martial Arts Division wasn't too far away from the Inner Breath Division, so it didn't take long for them to arrive at their destination. Division Head Feng is a good friend of mine, and we have known each other for more than 300 years. As long as I ask him to view some cultivation technique manuals, he will surely agree to it. Walking into the hall, Division Head Wei smiled. Division Head Feng used to be an extremely famous master teacher in the Qingyuan Empire's Mingshi Tang Empire. He was skilled in all kinds of battle techniques, and his fighting prowess was astounding. It was due to this that Hall Master Xing had specially invited him over to guide the combat masters of the Martial Skills Hall. The two of them had known each other for many years, and they had become close friends. Reporting to Division Head Wei, our division head hasn't returned yet. A combat master stepped forward and reported. He hasn't returned yet? Division Head Wei frowned. The combat master replied apologetically. Inform me when he returns. I've been looking for him. Since the other party wasn't around, Division Head Wei could only shake his head. Yes. The combat master nodded with a smile. Actually, there's no need for Division Head Wei to look for Division Head Feng. Division Head Feng did collect quite a few battle techniques and cultivation technique manuals, but he didn't carry them with him. Instead, he placed them in the Martial Skills Hall. As long as one succeeds in the challenge, one will be granted access to the Martial Skills Hall. Challenge? Division Head Wei was taken aback. He rarely came to the Martial Skills Hall, so there were many things that he wasn't aware of. That's right. There are several hundred battle techniques and cultivation techniques in the Martial Skills Hall, and one can choose any one of them. As long as one is able to defeat the puppet left behind by Division Head Feng using the same battle technique, one will be considered to have succeeded, the combat master explained. Division Head Wei nodded in realization. In truth, the Martial Skills Hall was also a test for combat masters. It was somewhat similar to the Inner Breath Passageway in their Inner Breath division. Only when one reached a certain level of mastery in a battle technique would one be able to learn a new battle technique. Otherwise, it would be pointless to bite off more than one could chew. Sunshire. Division Head Wei turned his gaze to Xianxia upon realizing what was going on. I can give it a try, Xianxia said with a smile. Since he would be able to see the books after clearing the test, there was no need for him to owe the other party a favor. Alright, I'll lead you over then. The combat master smiled as he led the way. Not too long later, they arrived at a spacious hall. Just like the trial of Inner Breath, it was filled with combat masters, and they all had grim looks on their faces. This is the trial of Inner Breath. On the wall in front of us are the names of the battle techniques. As long as one can master any one of them to major accomplishment, one will be able to challenge the puppet left behind by Division Head Feng. After which, one will be able to enter the library and choose more battle techniques. Sunshire, do you see any familiar battle techniques? If there is, I can register you right now. The combat master asked. Through their conversation, he realized that it wasn't Division Head Wei who was reading the books but the young man before him. To be able to get a division head to accompany him personally, he couldn't help but feel a little curious about the young man before him. Let me take a look. Xianxia nodded as he turned his gaze to the wall not too far away. The wall was filled with the names of battle techniques. Thousand Leaves Palm, Red Dust Fist, Finger of Stars, there was a huge variety of battle techniques. Taking a quick count, there were at least 200 of them. There are so many of them? Xianxia was taken aback. Our division head is fond of collecting such battle techniques. Here are all of the Saint-tier battle techniques in Qingyuan Empire. Sunshire, is there any that you are familiar with? The combat master asked with a smile. This, Xianxia replied awkwardly, this is the first time I'm hearing of these battle techniques. I haven't cultivated any of them yet. These battle techniques were unique to the Qingyuan Empire and the Combat Master Hall. It had been less than a day since he had arrived here, so this was the first time he had heard of these 200 battle techniques. Needless to say, he had never cultivated any of them before. The Combat Master was taken aback. Most of these are the most ordinary Saint-tier battle techniques. Sunshire, as a Saint 1 Dan Pinnacle cultivator, you haven't cultivated a single one of them? Of the 200 battle techniques, 180 of them were extremely ordinary. It wouldn't be too difficult to learn them, but to not have learned a single one of them. Just how low was his starting point? I have only learned a single Saint-tier battle technique, but it isn't among these 200 battle techniques, Xianxia replied with a bitter smile. All of the battle techniques that he had learned were those that he had learned back then, and none of them had reached Saint-tier yet. The only one he had learned was the Heavenly Demon Great Sorrow Palm, but he had only learned it for a short period of time before realizing that there were too many flaws in it. You have only learned a single Saint-tier battle technique? And you aren't among these? The combat master looked at Xianxia sympathetically. He had thought that Xianxia was a young prodigy from a powerful clan, but who could have thought that he was just a fellow who had never seen the world before? Those from the martial arts division who hadn't learned at least 3 to 5 battle techniques would be too embarrassed to admit that they knew any battle techniques. Indeed. Xianxia pondered for a moment before replying, why don't we do this instead? Do you have any Saint-tier battle techniques here? Let me take a look, and I'll see if I can challenge the passageway. Since he hadn't learned any of the battle techniques, he could only pick a random one and use it on the spot. Take a look? Challenge the passageway? The combat master was stunned for a moment before he nearly burst into laughter. To be honest, if not for Division Head Wei bringing Xianxia here, he would have already started cursing at the other party. Saint-tier battle techniques were nothing out of the ordinary in the martial arts division, but in Qingyuan Conferred Empire, they could be considered as top-notch battle techniques. Do you really think that they are as easy to find as weeds by the roadside? Do you really think that you can learn them so easily? Which of those who had challenged the passageway of Qingyuan conferred empire hadn't studied the same battle technique for several years? Even true geniuses wouldn't dare challenge the passageway of Qingyuan conferred empire without at least 2 years of study. Yet, this fellow actually dared to challenge the passageway of Qingyuan conferred empire right away. What a fearsome ignorance! Suppressing his displeasure, Xianxia explained patiently, it's not that easy to learn a battle technique. Every single one of them requires countless years of tempering, I know. Do you have any secret techniques? Just lend them to me. If I can master them, I'll practice them. If I can't, I'll just give up on it. Xianxia replied. If the other party's battle technique was able to form a heaven's path divine art like the ones he had collected, it wouldn't hurt for him to practice it. However, if he couldn't, it would be a waste of his time and effort. Forget it. The combat master shot a glance at division head Wei, and suppressing his urge to explode, he flicked his wrist and took out a book. This is the Grand Constellation Finger that I practice, and it's one of the 200 battle techniques. It's slightly difficult, so I spent 7 years immersed in it before I was able to reach minor accomplishment. The combat master introduced the book. Even though he said 7 years, there was a hint of pride on his face. To be able to reach minor accomplishment in the Grand Constellation Finger within 7 years. Could you be the genius of the martial arts division that Hall Master Feng often talks about, Jiao Tan? Recalling something, Division Head Wei's eyebrows shot up. Back when they were looking for Division Head Feng, they had only asked about the combat master casually, so they didn't know his name. However, upon hearing the name of the battle technique and the time it took to learn it, they finally recalled it. Of the 200 battle techniques, the Grand Constellation Finger was definitely the most difficult and powerful. Even Division Head Feng had taken 23 years to reach minor accomplishment in the Grand Constellation Finger, and yet, the young man before them had managed to reach minor accomplishment in the Grand Constellation Finger within 7 years. Indeed, that's me. Combat Master Jiao Tan nodded as a haughty aura burst forth from him. End of chapter 1128. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.